Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 4583 to Chapter 4633. The person looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "What kind of thing is Renlong? Even if he didn't die in your hands, he would have died in the hands of others. He's just walking around outside, that's why he's famous. He only thinks about women every day. I wonder how much strength he has left. Forget it, there's no point in talking to you. Prepare to die." Then the person's hand moved as the 8 flying swords in his hand flew towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the person and faintly smiled. Then he formed the bright king seal with both hands and shouted, "Come." As soon as he uttered the mantra, his entire aura changed. He looked like a tall mountain. At this time, Zhao Hai made a gesture with both hands. Along with this gesture, the image of a tall mountain actually appeared around him. Concept cultivation method. When the cultivator saw the mountain image around Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would know a concept cultivation method. This really surprised him. Before this cultivator wanted to kill Zhao Hai, it was impossible for him to not know anything about Zhao Hai. In fact, he was very clear about Zhao Hai's identity, strength, and experience. He was very clear that Zhao Hai was just a rogue cultivator who joined the Iron Buddha Temple less than 3 years ago. Even if his talent was good, how strong could he be? Moreover, Zhao Hai wasn't famous for his talent, he was famous for his commanding. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would know a concept cultivation method. One must know that this was very rare in the sword spirit realm. The cultivator's expression became serious. With a thought, the 8 swords flew back to his side. Then the 8 swords suddenly became huge. Each sword was more than 10 meters long. The 8 swords pointed down and revolved around the cultivator. His body also emitted a layer of sword intent to resist the aura of Zhao Hai's mountain-covering fist. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Sword intent? Good, I didn't think that you would actually comprehend sword intent. Now that's interesting." The cultivator coldly snorted and said, "Today, I'll let you know the true offensive power of a sword cultivator. The Iron Buddha Temple is known as the Sword Spirit Realm's #1 defensive power. I want to see if the offensive power of a sword cultivator can break your Iron Buddha Temple's defenses." Ha ha ha. Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Then let's see. The monks of the Iron Buddha Temple aren't real monks. They wouldn't just stand there and take a beating. Let's see if you have the ability to break my defense and block my fist." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Then let's see if you have the ability to break my defense." Then Zhao Hai let out a roar. Then his body moved forward as he sent out a punch. His punch was like a mountain as it pressed down on the cultivator. When the cultivator saw Zhao Hai's movement, he said, "Good. Long separation must come back together." 8 swords returned to 1. Chop. Along with his shout, his 8 swords merged together in an instant, turning into a huge sword that was about 100 meters long. Then the huge sword went straight towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's eyes flashed with a cold light when he saw the opponent's movement. His fist didn't change as it continued forward. Soon, Zhao Hai's fist and the sword collided. Zhao Hai's fist was just an ordinary fist that looked a little black. However, the opponent's sword was incomparably huge. It was much bigger than Zhao Hai's. Now that the sword was slashing down, Zhao Hai raised his fist to meet it. This was a completely disproportionate confrontation. Boom! A huge explosion occurred. A shockwave spread out from the point where the fist and sword met. Zhao Hai and the cultivator's clothes fluttered in the wind. Then the cultivator's sword flew back while Zhao Hai retreated. This time, neither of them gained an advantage. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator and laughed, "Good, good. Today, I finally got to experience the skills of the 8 sword sect. That Renlong really can't compare with you. His strength is too weak. Today, let's fight to our heart's content." After that, Zhao Hai's figure moved and punched again. This time, it was still a straight punch, as if there were no changes. However, the person from the 8 sword sect didn't think so. Although Zhao Hai's punch looked like an ordinary punch, it was as if there was a mountain pressing down on him. The only thing he could do was to split the mountain in half. Zhao Hai's fist looked like an ordinary punch, it didn't seem like there were any changes to it. However, this punch felt like there was a mountain pressing down on him. The cultivator shouted, "Eight-gate golden lock, block." Along with his shout, 8 beams of light suddenly appeared on the 8 swords. Then, these 8 beams of light soared into the sky and directly blocked Zhao Hai's punch. Boom! Zhao Hai's fist hit the swords once again. But now, the 8 swords were one. Although Zhao Hai hit one sword, it was actually equivalent to hitting 8 swords at the same time. The 8 swords fiercely trembled and blocked Zhao Hai's attack. The cultivator's complexion slightly changed, but he still made a sword technique and said, "Wind from all directions, twist." Along with his shout, the 8 swords suddenly changed from vertical to horizontal. Then, like flowers blooming, the 8 swords turned and went straight towards Zhao Hai. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. Then he clenched his fists and said in a low voice, "Not as good as mountain." Along with his shout, the phantom of the mountain suddenly appeared in front of him. The 8 swords hit the phantom of the mountain and made a rumbling sound. However, they couldn't touch Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai stretched his hand forward and punched. The mountain moved with the fist. This time, Zhao Hai's fist hit the cultivator again. The cultivator immediately retracted his sword. The 8 swords lined up in a row and blocked Zhao Hai's fist. However, this time, Zhao Hai suddenly changed his move. Just as his fist was about to hit the swords, he suddenly opened his fist. 4 fingers were up and 1 finger was down. His hands were like the head of a snake. Then Zhao Hai's body seemed to have no bones. His body slid and jumped over the 8 swords. His body was like a python as he pounced towards the cultivator. When the cultivator saw Zhao Hai's movements, he was shocked. He quickly retreated. Then another row of swords appeared in front of him. There were 4 swords in this row, blocking his path. When Zhao Hai saw the 4 swords, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes flashed with a cold light. His body slid like a snake and dodged the 4 swords. At the same time, a phantom of a giant snake appeared around his body and pounced towards the cultivator. When the cultivator saw the phantom around Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he immediately shouted, "Myriad swords return." The swords that he released all went towards Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai were to hit him, then his swords would also hit Zhao Hai. This was a move that would cause both sides to suffer. Zhao Hai knew that the other party had no other choice but to use this move. The other party wanted him to save himself so that he could recover. However, Zhao Hai wasn't going to let him go. He was very clear that the other party wasn't weak. If he were to use the Iron Buddha Temple's technique, then even if he could win, it would take him a few hundred moves. Moreover, it would be impossible for him to kill the other party. At most, he would be able to injure the other party. The reason why the other party was at a disadvantage was because the other party had never seen the snake fist before. In a moment of carelessness, he was able to use the snake fist to gain the upper hand. If the other party really recovered, then his snake fist would be useless. He was afraid that there would be a huge battle between the 2 sides, so he could not miss this opportunity. Moreover, the other party's identity had been exposed. If he were to let the other party escape, then the other party would definitely send a message to the sect. When that time comes, Zhao Hai would have to face a large-scale pursuit. Zhao Hai's mind turned like lightning. He immediately figured out the key point. He couldn't miss this opportunity. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he shouted, "Forward." Although the words came out, his move didn't change. His fingers were still attacking the other party. Moreover, his speed was 2 times faster than before. Boom! Zhao Hai's snake-like fingers hit the other party's body. At the same time, the 12 swords also hit Zhao Hai. However, the swords didn't seem to be as powerful as the other party thought. Zhao Hai's face flashed black as he actually blocked the attacks of the 12 swords. Zhao Hai blocked the attacks of the swords, but the other party couldn't block Zhao Hai's attack. Zhao Hai's hand had already pierced the other party's chest and crushed his heart. The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. Finally, he opened his mouth and said, "You." Then there was no more words. The light on his face also slowly disappeared. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He looked at the dead cultivator and murmured, "He's not a disciple of the 8-sword sect, but a disciple of the Myriad Sword sect. This is strange." Why would a disciple of the Myriad Sword sect pretend to be a disciple of the Eight Sword sect to deal with me? I don't think I have any enmity with the Myriad Sword sect. If he didn't use the Myriad Sword sect at the last moment, I wouldn't have known that he was a disciple of the Myriad Sword sect. This person is very powerful. While saying that, Zhao Hai moved his hand and took the flying swords in space. Then with a wave of his hand, the cultivator's body turned into a puddle of water and directly fell to the ground before disappearing. The reason why Zhao Hai did this was because this cultivator wasn't simple. This cultivator wasn't a disciple of the Eight Sword sect as he claimed to be. In fact, he was a disciple of the Myriad Sword sect. Although the Myriad Sword sect and the Eight Sword sect only had one word in common, the difference in strength between the two sects was like heaven and earth. The Eight Sword sect was only an ordinary mid-level sect in the sword spirit world. It wasn't much and didn't dare to confront the Iron Buddha Temple. However, the Myriad Sword sect was different. The Myriad Sword sect was one of the few large sects in the sword spirit world. Together with the Hegemon Sword sect, they were known as the Sword Dao sects. However, the Myriad Sword sect and the Iron Buddha Temple had some friendship. Why would they directly attack him? This wasn't right. Moreover, why would they pretend to be a disciple of the Eight Sword sect? Did they just want to kill him? But that didn't seem to be the case. If they just wanted to kill him, they could just use the identity of the Myriad Sword sect. There was no need to use the identity of the Eight Sword sect. What was going on? The other party's actions were just too strange. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and looked around. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared. This time, he directly flew up. In one breath, he flew hundreds of miles away before stopping. The battle between him and the Myriad Sword sect had caused too much of a commotion. It would definitely attract some cultivators to check out the situation. Even the Fengjian sect might send people to check out the situation. Therefore, he had to leave. If he didn't leave, he would definitely be suspected. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai thought, not long after he left, people from the Fengjian sect arrived at the place where he fought with the Myriad Sword sect. Disciple. The leader was an elder of the Fengjian sect. This person was around 50 years old. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His eyes were filled with killing intent. With a single glance, one could tell that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. This person was an elder of the Fengjian sect. His name was Song Dai, and his name was Pine Sword. Beside him were 10 disciples of the Fengjian sect. Now, they were at the place where Zhao Hai fought with the Myriad Sword sect disciple. Song Dai looked around and said, "One side is a body cultivator while the other side is a sword cultivator. Both sides are very strong. The body cultivator should be using fist techniques. It seems like this body cultivator should be the tranquil Zen master of the Iron Buddha Temple. As for the sword cultivator, I don't know who he is. However, there are some sword auras here, and there's more than one. I can clearly feel 8 sword auras. Could it be someone from the Eight Sword sect?" A disciple beside him said in a deep voice, "Elder is right, I also feel the aura of 8 swords. However, it seems like there are still a few other auras, but they are very weak. Could it be that the opponent has more than 8 swords? If that's the case, then the other side might not be from the Eight Sword sect." However, looking at the scene, it seems like both sides didn't gain any advantage. Moreover, they didn't fight many times. "Elder, could it be that both sides were injured and ran away in the end?" Song Dai said in a low voice, "It's hard to tell now, but the calm Zen master should be fine. Clean up the traces here and we'll go back and wait." The calm Zen master went to the small town at the foot of the Martial King Mountain. He didn't seem to be flying. If that's the case, it would take at least 3 days to travel from Fengjian City to that small formation. A round trip would take 6 days. We'll wait for around 10 days. If the calm Zen master hasn't returned to the Fengjian sect, we'll immediately send people to look for him. If we send someone to the Iron Buddha Temple, then we'll send someone to the Iron Buddha Temple. The surrounding disciples nodded. They didn't object to Song Dai's decision. After all, they didn't see Zhao Hai's corpse and didn't feel that something had happened to Zhao Hai. If they immediately went to look for Zhao Hai, then it wouldn't be good. If Zhao Hai knew about this, then he might get angry and think that they were monitoring him. Cultivators were very particular about their privacy. Even if they had a very good relationship with someone, they wouldn't reveal too much. If they wanted you to know, then you would naturally know. If they didn't want you to know, then even if you had a good relationship with them, if you investigated and found out, then the other party would be very disgusted. They might even directly fall out with you. The Sealed Sword sect and the Iron Buddha Temple had a very good relationship. However, Zhao Hai was a core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. Moreover, from the scene, it seemed like nothing had happened to Zhao Hai. If they started to look for Zhao Hai, then they might expose Zhao Hai's identity. The Sealed Sword sect was very clear that there were a lot of people who wanted to take Zhao Hai's life. If they really exposed Zhao Hai's identity and something happened to Zhao Hai, then the Iron Buddha Temple wouldn't let them off and their relationship would be over. Secondly, Zhao Hai himself might not agree. If nothing happened to Zhao Hai and they started to look for him, then once Zhao Hai found out, not only would he be grateful, he would also be very disgusted. Because of this, Song Dai decided to wait for a few days. If Zhao Hai didn't return to the Sealed Sword City, then it wouldn't be too late to look for Zhao Hai. Soon, Song Dai and the others cleaned up the scene and left. After they left, there were indeed some people who went to the scene to check out the situation. Some of these people were spies from other sects, while some were rogue cultivators. Those rogue cultivators probably just wanted to see if there were any benefits to be gained from the scene. Zhao Hai didn't care about them. After flying more than 100 li away, he stopped and found a hidden place to rest until dawn. After dawn, Zhao Hai directly flew to the small town at the foot of the Martial King Mountain. After arriving at the small formation, Zhao Hai quickly saw the Xing family's tavern. The Xing family's tavern had been in this small town for some years. It had become a tavern that rogue cultivators liked, so its business had always been good. Xing Chao and his wife were also very clear that it was impossible to make a lot of money in this small town. This was because if you really made a lot of money, then trouble would come looking for you. Therefore, in this small town, you can only earn money through hard work. Zhao Hai directly landed in front of the tavern. The rogue cultivators in the tavern stared blankly before an uproar broke out. They didn't think that a spirit realm cultivator would come to the tavern. At this time, Little Feng, who was busy in the tavern, saw Zhao Hai. He immediately ran out of the tavern and saluted Zhao Hai. "Master Jing Hai, you came." Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. "Yes, I'm here." "Is Benefactor Xing here?" "He's here. Uncle Xing has always been here." "Please come in," Little Feng said as he led Zhao Hai into the tavern. Zhao Hai looked at Little Feng. Little Feng's physique had changed a lot compared to before. It can be seen that Little Feng's body cultivation had reached a certain level. This was very good. It meant that Little Feng didn't fall behind in his cultivation. Zhao Hai followed Little Feng into the tavern. Xing Chao was busy in the kitchen behind the tavern while his wife was collecting money. When Xing Chao's wife saw Zhao Hai, she quickly greeted him and gave him a salute. "Master Jing Hai, you're here. Come and sit in the backyard." After Zhao Hai returned the salute, he followed Little Feng to the back. As Little Feng walked, he loudly called out, Uncle Xing, look who's here." Xing Chao came out of the kitchen. When he saw Zhao Hai, he immediately became excited and said, "Master Jing Hai, you're here. Come and sit inside." Zhao Hai nodded and followed Xing Chao into the house. Their tavern was built in the back, so it was bigger than the original. After sitting down in the living room, Zhao Hai looked at Xing Chao and said, "Benefactor Xing, if you're busy, then go ahead. I'm not in a hurry." Xing Chao quickly replied, No hurry. "Master Jing Hai, is Jin doing well?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "He's doing well. He's now in control of his spiritual force. Moreover, his strength is improving very quickly. You don't need to worry." When Xing Chao heard Zhao Hai, he relaxed. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Master Jing Hai, why did you come this time?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's nothing much. I just came out of seclusion recently, so I came out for a walk. So I came back to Sealed Sword City to see you and tell you about Xianxia. This way, you can feel relieved. After all, Xianxia hasn't returned home for several years. You must be worried." When Xing Chao heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but show a bitter expression. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "Master Jing Hai, please take a seat." I'll go and answer the guests. Then we'll have a good chat. Then he walked out. Little Feng also excused himself to Zhao Hai. Then he left the room and returned to the tavern to help. Only Zhao Hai was left in the room. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just sat in the room and waited. He closed his eyes and recited some scriptures. After less than an hour, Xianxia returned to the room. He first gave a salute to Zhao Hai and said, "Master Jing Hai, I've made you wait." Zhao Hai shook his head, then he looked at Xianxia and said, "Benefactor Sheng, I have something to tell you. I've been doing well in the Iron Buddha Temple. However, I've offended some people. These people are from other sections. They might retaliate against me. I'm afraid that they might find out about you. Therefore, I hope that you can move to Sealed Sword City. This way, the Sealed Sword sect can take care of you." When Xianxia heard Zhao Hai, he stared. Then he frowned and said, "Will they harm us? That can't be right. Master Jing Hai, you should know that my wife and I aren't very strong. Moreover, we don't want to go out and take risks. Sealed Sword City is too expensive. I'm afraid that we won't be able to get used to living there." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Benefactor Sheng, you misunderstand. I've already asked the Sealing Sword sect to arrange a place for you in the city. You can open a small tavern there. Living like this wouldn't be a problem. And with the Sealing Sword sect taking care of you, your safety would be guaranteed. What do you think?" Zhao Hai quickly replied, "I've already asked the Sealing Sword sect to arrange a place for you inside the city." When Xianxia heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Master Jing Hai, can we really open a tavern in the city?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's fine. I've already talked to the Sealing Sword sect. After you return, they will immediately arrange a tavern for you. You can rest assured about this." Zhao Hai nodded. Xianxia thought for a moment, then he clenched his teeth and nodded, "All right, then we'll go back. Master Jing Hai, can we go see Jiner?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, this time I'm going to visit Sealed Sword City first. Then I'll go see Jiner. If you want to come with me, then you can come with me. Let's go back to the city tonight and arrange your tavern. After that, we'll go see Jiner. After that, you can return to the tavern. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right. What do you think?" Xianxia nodded and said, "All right, then I'll immediately arrange it. It just so happens that someone took a fancy to this tavern. I'll sell it to him at a low price. Master Jing Hai, please wait a moment, I'll be right back." After he said that, he turned around and walked out. Before long, a loud noise could be heard coming from the tavern. But it didn't take long before Xianxiao's wife and little Feng returned to their room. Xianxiao's wife excitedly looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Jing Hai, can we really go see Jiner?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I was planning to see Jiner, so I'll go with you. Also, little Feng can't stay in the tavern as a waiter. I want to bring little Feng along this time and have him follow the Tidewatcher gang. He can stay there and study. Later on, he would have a better future." Looking at little Feng's appearance, it seems like he hasn't fallen behind in his cultivation these past few years. "This is good." Zhao Hai nodded. When little Feng heard Zhao Hai, his eyes lit up. He was still young and hot-blooded. Naturally, he wouldn't be willing to stay in a tavern for the rest of his life. Now that he heard Zhao Hai say that he can join the tide-watching gang, he was naturally very happy. When Xingqiao's wife heard Zhao Hai, her expression changed. She looked at little Feng and understood what was going on. She couldn't help but sigh and said, "Brother Jing Hai, to be honest, we really don't want little Feng to go out. Little Feng has always been with us, so he doesn't know how dangerous the outside world is. If he goes out and meets with an accident, then how would we explain it to our dead brothers? But looking at his appearance, I'm afraid he wouldn't agree to stay in the tavern. If we don't let him go out, then he wouldn't be willing to go out. All right, let him go." When little Feng heard Xingqiao's wife, his eyes couldn't help but turn red. He knelt down in front of her and said, "Aunt Xing, for so many years, you've been treating me like your own child. Little Feng knows that I'm very grateful for your care. I also know that you're doing this for my own good. But little Feng really doesn't want to stay in this tavern for the rest of his life. Little Feng also wants to go out and explore. Even if I die, I don't want to live in this world in vain. This is Little Feng's own choice, I don't regret it. Aunt Xing, don't blame yourself. Xing Chao's wife sighed and helped Xiaofeng up. She looked at Xiaofeng and said, go out and have a look. Your Uncle Xing and I are old, we don't want to go out anymore. You're still young, you shouldn't spend your whole life like this. Go and see the outside world. Remember, we are cultivators, and cultivators fight against the heavens. If you don't fight, then you can only be an ordinary person. After 100 years, you'll turn into a pile of dirt. But if you fight, then maybe you can rush out of this world and trample it under your feet to achieve immortality. This is what cultivators should do. Little Feng excitedly nodded. At this time, Xing Chao's voice was heard, Brother Liu, take a look. My tavern was built less than 3 years ago. You should know the situation. I won't hide it from you. This time, I'm going back to Sealed Sword City to open a tavern. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sold this place. If you think it's suitable, then this tavern will be yours today. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai, Xing Chao's wife, and Little Feng appeared in a small transmission formation. Xing Chao and the others excitedly looked around. They discovered that they were in a small city, and there weren't a lot of cultivators in the city. The transmission formation wasn't big either. Next to the transmission formation was a cultivator. When the cultivator saw Zhao Hai and the others, he stared. Then he immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, Master Jing Hai, you're here. Please come in. Zhao Hai nodded, then he led Xing Chao and the others out of the transmission formation. While walking forward, he turned to the guard and said, I came this time to see little Xingquang. Is he doing well? The guard smiled and said, he's doing well. He went to the beach to play today. If you want to see him, you can go to the beach. Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. Then he led Xing Chao and the others towards his residence in Tideviewing City. When Zhao Hai arrived at his residence, the 2 guards immediately saw him. They were very polite to Zhao Hai, they quickly gave him a salute and said, We have seen Master Comsi. Master Comsi, please wait for a moment. I'll immediately go and report your arrival. Zhao Hai nodded and said, You're here. Zhao Hai nodded, then he led Xing Chao and the others to stand there. The guards here didn't know Zhao Hai's true identity, but because Zhao Hai used his identity to give orders to the Watcher Gang, he was given a lot of privileges. Because of this, the Watcher Gang was very polite to him. The 4 people stood there and waited for a while before the guard came out. He gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, I'm sorry, senior brother Jing Hai. The gang leader is currently in seclusion. However, the madam has invited you in. Zhao Hai nodded, then he led Xing Chao and the others to the courtyard. Before long, they saw Laura and the others. Upon seeing Laura and the others, Xing Chao and the others couldn't help but stare. They didn't expect to see such beautiful women in the courtyard. Laura looked at Xing Chao and the others and smiled faintly. Then she gave a salute to Zhao Hai and said, Senior brother Jing Hai, you've come. Unfortunately, the gang leader is in seclusion. I've already arranged a place for you to stay. How about you take a rest first? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, No need. Madam. These 2 are Xing Chao's wife and husband. They are Xingquanger's parents. They came this time to see Xingquang. Xing. Is Xingquanger as well? Laura smiled and said, She's well. She went to the beach with Chunming to play. Senior brother Jing Hai, you can go to the beach to look for them. I won't be going with you. Zhao Hai nodded, then he led Xing Chao and the others outside. The group left the tide-watching gang and went straight to the beach. Before long, they arrived at the beach. From afar, they could see 2 figures, one big and one small. The tall figure was just standing there while the small figure was running around the beach. He seemed to be very happy. Xing Chao and the others' gazes were focused on the small figure. They immediately recognized that it was Xingquang. Xingquang was taller and more robust than before. Now that he was happily playing by the beach, Xing Chao and the others' eyes couldn't help but turn moist. Seeing Xingquang's lively appearance made them very happy. This meant that Xingquang was very healthy, which was what they hoped for. Quang Xing Chao's wife couldn't help but shout as she ran towards Xingquang. Xingkuan also heard the sound. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. When he saw his mother running towards him, he was stunned for a moment. Then, his face was filled with ecstasy. He immediately ran to Xingkuan's wife and shouted, "Mother!" The mother and son quickly hugged each other and cried out in pain. Although Xianxia's face was also full of tears, his composure was indeed much better. However, he also slowly walked over. He reached out and hugged his wife and son in his arms. More tears flowed down his face. Xiaofeng also ran over and stood on the side crying. After some time, their emotions slowly calmed down. Xingqiao let go of his wife and child. Then he carefully looked at Xingguang. Xingguang's clothes were very beautiful. Moreover, the materials used were very particular. Although Xingguang's skin was dark, his eyes were bright and his face was rosy. At first glance, one could see that Xingguang was living a happy life. Xingqiao was relieved. At the same time, he felt even more grateful towards Zhao Hai. At this time, Ding Chunming also came over. He gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Greetings, Master Jing Hai." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to Xiaofeng and said, "Xiaofeng, come here." When Xiaofeng heard Zhao Hai call him, he stared for a moment before he quickly walked over. Zhao Hai turned to Ding Chunming and said, "Chunming, this is Xiaofeng. A few years ago, I gave him some guidance about body cultivation. I also taught him the basic movements of body cultivation. I didn't expect him to be practicing for a year. Moreover, he seems to be doing well. Therefore, I wanted to bring him here and hand him over to you. You have to teach him well in the future. What do you think?" Ding Chunming looked at Xiaofeng. Because Xiaofeng had been practicing the basic movements of a body cultivator for the past few years, his physique had changed a lot. He had become a lot stronger. Ding Chunming looked at Xiaofeng and said, "Try punching me." Xiaofeng stared, then he turned to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded. Then Xiaofeng used all his strength to punch Ding Chunming. Ding Chunming directly caught Xiaofeng's fist with his hand. Then he said, "He doesn't have much talent and strength. After practicing body cultivation for a few years, he still only has this much strength. However, you can let him practice the snake fist and the Power King divine art." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "You can teach him. I'll leave him to you." Ding Chunming nodded and didn't say anything else. Xiaofeng gave Ding Chunming a salute and said, "Greetings, master." Ding Chunming waved his hand and said, "I'm not your master. You can call me Hall Master. From now on, you belong to the Law Enforcement Hall." Xiaofeng nodded and didn't say anything else. At this time, Xingqiao's family came over. Xingqiao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Adoptive father." Zhao Hai looked at little Xingqiao and nodded, "Good, very good. If it weren't for your talent and spiritual force, then I would have taken you to the Iron Buddha Temple. It's a pity, but it's still good here. I can see that your control over spiritual force is quite good. How much of your spiritual force can you display?" Little Xingqiao nodded and said, "Yes, very good. If it weren't for your spiritual force, then I would have taken you to the Iron Buddha Temple." Xingqiao was somewhat embarrassed as he said, replying to adoptive father, "I can only display 10% of my spiritual force." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Very good. Your current spiritual force is already equivalent to a 10th level Qi refinement cultivator. If you can control a few more levels of spiritual force, then you'll be even more formidable. Cultivate well, you'll certainly have a place in the sword spirit world in the future." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're not bad. Your current spiritual force is equivalent to the 10th level of Qi refinement realm." Xingqiao nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the sea, then he turned his head to the group and said, "Let's go to Tideview City." The group didn't object as they followed Zhao Hai towards Tideview City. After returning to Tideview City, Ding Chunming led Zhao Hai and the others to a small courtyard before he turned around and left. This courtyard was prepared by Laura for Zhao Hai and the others. At this time, they couldn't let Xingqiao and the others know about Zhao Hai's identity. Therefore, they could only treat Zhao Hai as an ordinary friend. After the group entered the courtyard, Zhao Hai returned to his room to rest. He left some time for Xingqiao and the others. After all, the family hadn't been reunited for several years. Zhao Hai and Xianxia's family stayed in the Tideview gang for 5 days. During these 5 days, not only did Zhao Hai show Xianxia and the others how Xianxia cultivated, he also showed them what Xianxia ate and what he used. This made Xianxia and his wife feel relieved. After 5 days, Zhao Hai led Xianxia and his wife to leave the Tideview gang. Little Feng stayed behind to learn from Ding Chunming. This was something that Zhao Hai had arranged beforehand. When they separated, Xianxia and his wife were very reluctant. However, they also knew that they couldn't stay there forever. Now that they saw Xianxia and his wife living well, they felt relieved. When they returned to the Sealing Sword sect, Xianxia and his wife immediately started to prepare for the opening of the store. The Sealing Sword sect had already prepared a small tavern for them. This tavern wasn't very big and wasn't located on the main street. However, the location was still very good. Moreover, the business was very good. Xianxia and his wife were very grateful to Zhao Hai for his arrangement. Zhao Hai stayed in the Sealing Sword sect for a few more days. After that, Zhao Hai directly went to the Tideview gang. Naturally, he didn't tell Xianxia and his wife where he was going, he just said that he was leaving. Naturally, Xianxia and his wife couldn't keep Zhao Hai. They were very clear that Zhao Hai wasn't from the same world as them. It was impossible for them to keep Zhao Hai here. Because of this, although the two were very grateful to Zhao Hai, they didn't ask him to stay. After Zhao Hai returned to the Tideview gang, he directly took the transmission formation and went to the Jianyu sect. After all, the main hall of the Tideview gang has been moved to the Jianyu sect. Moreover, Zhao Hai used his status as the leader of the Tideview gang to announce that Zhao Hai would be the guest elder of the Tideview gang. Naturally, the people of the Tideview gang didn't object to this. This was because they knew that Zhao Hai's origin was very mysterious. Moreover, his strength was extraordinary. Afterward, Zhao Hai used his identity as Jing Hai to announce that he would be going into seclusion. Then, he disappeared. No one doubted this. After all, seclusion was a very common thing for cultivators. There was nothing to be suspicious about. However, before going into seclusion, Zhao Hai used his identity as Jing Hai to give the Tideview gang a large number of pills and low-level techniques. In fact, the Tideview gang didn't lack these things. After all, they obtained the inheritance of the Jianyu sect. The Jianyu sect had its own complete inheritance as well as various low-level techniques. However, the Jianyu sect also had all of them. Although the pills that Zhao Hai brought were also low-level, there were a lot of them. Moreover, the quality was very good. This made the Tideview gang have a good impression of Zhao Hai. Although they didn't know Zhao Hai's identity, they still recognized him as an elder. Zhao Hai also knew that he wouldn't be able to stay outside for a long time. Therefore, he needed to get the Tideview gang on the right track in the shortest time possible. He needed to make sure that they could resist external attacks. Only then would he feel relieved. The Tidewatch gang's development was already on the right track. This was all thanks to Wen Hai and the others. Wen Hai and the others were very experienced in management. Because of this, the Tidewatch gang was able to get on the right track in such a short time. Zhao Hai stayed behind because the Tidewatch gang didn't have a lot of experts. At this time only he and Ding Chunming could fight. Wen Hai and the others had yet to recover their fighting strength. The reason why Zhao Hai stayed behind was to help Wen Hai and the others break through to the spirit realm. Only then would Wen Hai and the others be able to control the situation and manage the Tidewatch gang. Following this, Zhao Hai took time out every day to personally guide Wen Hai and the others in their cultivation. At the same time, he also gave them top-quality pills. At the same time, Zhao Hai sent Ding Chunming to the big desolate island to inform Hu Yuan about the changes that happened to the Tidewatching gang. Hu Yuan was also informed about what they were doing. Now that Hu Yuan has reached the spirit realm, Zhao Hai wanted Hu Yuan to join the Tidewatch gang. However, Hu Yuan didn't want to do this. Hu Yuan was very clear that he wasn't like Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai and the others secretly entered the sword spirit realm. The Xia clan didn't know about this, but Xiaoyu did. If Hu Yuan suddenly left, Xiaoyu would certainly become suspicious. This would be very disadvantageous for the Tidewatch gang. Because of this idea, Hu Yuan couldn't leave the Xia clan's territory. However, he was doing very well in the Xia clan. Xiaoyu was very good to him. Most importantly, Xiaoyu knew about the prestige of the Lost Soul Empire in the lower realms. Even if the Xia clan went all out to attack the Lost Soul Empire, they still wouldn't be a match for the Lost Soul Empire. Because of this, Hu Yuan maintained a good relationship with the Lost Soul Empire. Although Zhao Hai hasn't shown himself in the Lost Soul Empire, and even the higher-ups of the empire have disappeared. However, Zhao Hai's cooperation with the Lost Soul Empire was still very good. Because of this, Zhao Hai was still taking care of Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan could cultivate on the Great Desolate Island without any problems. After a month, when Wen Hai and the others all broke through to the spirit realm, Ding Chunming also returned to the tide-watching gang. This time, Zhao Hai asked Ding Chunming to give Hu Yuan a few magic tools, some common cultivation methods, pills, and crystals. Although he couldn't visit Hu Yuan often, he didn't lack anything that Hu Yuan needed for cultivation. When Wen Hai and the others broke through, this was a good thing for the tide-watching gang. Zhao Hai was also very happy. At the same time, he was also preparing to send some loyal people to the gang and slowly cultivate them. While waiting, Zhao Hai discovered that Wu Kai had come to his courtyard several times. It seems like he had something to tell Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai immediately knew that something was going to happen in the Poison Tree sect. He quickly informed Wen Hai and the others before returning to the Poison Tree sect. It must be said that Zhao Hai had been away from the Poison Tree sect for almost half a year. During this time, Zhao Hai hadn't seen the development of the Poison Tree sect. Therefore, he decided to go back this time and take a look. Iron Snake and Iron Bull were still in Zhao Hai's courtyard. The two of them were Zhao Hai's people. They didn't belong to the Poison Tree sect, nor did they belong to the Poison Dragon sect. Therefore, whether it was Wu Kai or Tao Jing, they couldn't control them. However, the two also knew that whether it was Wu Kai or Tao Jing, Zhao Hai couldn't defend them. Otherwise, there would be trouble. Because of this, the two of them were very polite to Wu Kai. However, Iron Snake was very distressed recently. This was because Wu Kai had come to Zhao Hai several times. It seems like there was something going on. However, since Zhao Hai was in seclusion, Iron Snake couldn't call Zhao Hai. This made him very anxious. Tainyo was also the same. He was even more anxious than Tai Shi. The two of them sat in the courtyard, not knowing what to do. After a while, Tainyo's eyes suddenly lit up as he said, Tai Shi, your current status can't be considered a member of the Poison Dragon sect. However, the young master is still a member of the Poison Dragon sect. You can still return to the Poison Dragon sect. From what I can see, Sect Master Wu didn't come to find the young master for himself. Instead, he came because of something in the Poison Dragon sect. Can you ask him about the Poison Dragon sect? Hearing Iron Bull, Iron Snake's eyes lit up. Then he nodded and said, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. The young master has always attached great importance to information about the Poison Dragon sect. Since I left the Poison Dragon sect, I neglected to collect information. Now that I have the opportunity, I'll return to the Poison Dragon sect. Iron Bull quickly said, then you need an excuse. What excuse will you use to return to the Poison Dragon sect? Iron Snake smiled and said, I'm a person of the Poison Dragon sect. My family is in the Poison Dragon sect. Can't I return to see them? Don't worry, you can look after the young master. Sect Master Wu has been coming over these past few days. I can see that he really has something to do. I just don't know what's going on in the sect. If the young master comes out of seclusion, you have to tell him. I'll try to come back as soon as possible. Tainyo nodded. Then Tai Shi left the courtyard and went to the transmission formation. He told the people there that he wanted to return to the Poison Dragon sect. Because Tai Shi's identity was special, the people here knew that he was a member of the Poison Dragon sect. Therefore, they didn't stop him and let him return to the Poison Dragon sect. While Iron Snake was returning to the Poison Dragon sect, Zhao Hai was also preparing to return to the Poison Tree sect. However, when he saw that Iron Snake was returning to the Poison Dragon sect, Zhao Hai stopped. He wanted to see what the Poison Dragon sect wanted to see him. Because of this, he wasn't in a hurry. Moreover, he came out this time to tell the people of the Iron Buddha Temple that he was going to take a look at the tide-observing gang. It wouldn't be good for him to stay in the tide-observing gang for a long time. Zhao Hai left the tide-observing gang and directly used the transmission formation to return to the Iron Buddha Temple. Then he returned to the Iron Buddha Temple and then went to Na Yun's place. However, Na Yun wasn't in his courtyard. Hearing that he was in seclusion, Zhao Hai directly went to Wu Du's place. Wu Du wasn't in seclusion. When he saw Zhao Hai, Wu Du immediately called Zhao Hai to his room. After the two sat down, Wu Du looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Jing Hai, did you just come back from the tide-observing gang?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, martial uncle. I just came back from the tide-watching gang. They're doing quite well, their days are a lot better now." "Right, I heard that they've made a spirit lord with the spirit rain technique. It's very good for planting spirit fields. At this point, they've already converted a lot of land into spirit fields. Whether it's spirit rice or other things, their production has increased. I also managed to get my hands on this method." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Martial uncle, I just came back from the tide-watching gang." Zhao Hai's spirit rain technique and spirit soil technique were kept secret by the Spirit Crab Island. They wouldn't talk about this matter because if they did, then other people would be able to learn it. This wouldn't be good for the Spirit Crab Island, but it would be good for the other party. Because of this, they were very good at keeping it a secret. As for the people of the Sword Imperial sect, they didn't know about this at first. But after they found out, they wanted to take this method for themselves. They also wanted to use this method to develop their own spiritual fields. Naturally, they couldn't tell others about this. Because of this, there weren't many people in the Sword Spirit realm who knew about this. The Iron Buddha Temple was very far away from the Southern Sea. Naturally, this matter didn't reach here. Because of this, the Iron Buddha Temple didn't know about this matter. Zhao Hai told the people of the Iron Buddha Temple about this matter. This way, the Iron Buddha Temple would pay more attention to the tide-observing gang. Because of this idea, Zhao Hai summarized the method of improving spirit fields as well as the spirit rain technique and the spirit soil technique. Then he made a jade slip and handed it over to Wu Du. Wu Du received the jade slip from Zhao Hai and inspected it with his spiritual force. He couldn't help but stare before his eyes lit up. It must be said that this method was very important to the Iron Buddha Temple. The Iron Buddha Temple was a great sect. Naturally, they had a lot of spirit fields under their control. However, because the Iron Buddha Temple had a lot of people, they ate a lot. Because of this, the supply of spirit rice in the Iron Buddha Temple was very tight. They even needed to purchase spirit rice from outside every year. But if this method was really useful, then they wouldn't need to purchase spirit rice anymore. They could be self-sufficient and even have some savings. This was very important to the Iron Buddha Temple. Wu Du put down the jade slip and then looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Is this method really useful? My friend is an outer disciple of Spirit Crab Island. When he heard that I wanted to know about this method, he made this jade slip and gave it to me. His writing is very detailed. But if the sect wants to use it, I'll have to ask Martial Uncle to keep it a secret. Otherwise, my friend might get into trouble. The people of Spirit Crab Island might hold him responsible." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "But if the sect wants to use it, I'll have to ask Martial Uncle to keep it a secret. Otherwise, my friend might get into trouble. The people of Spirit Crab Island might hold him responsible." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "But if the sect wants to use it, I'll have to ask Martial Uncle to keep it a secret. Otherwise, my friend might get into trouble. The people of Spirit Crab Island might hold him responsible." Wu Du nodded and said, "Rest assured, I'll tell them. I didn't think that there would be such a talent in this world. How is your friend's strength?" "Martial Uncle, you should know that they are rogue cultivators, so it isn't easy for them to get their hands on a cultivation method. My friend thought of another method, which is to cultivate spiritual force and use magical techniques. This method has never been used before, but their results are pretty good. I noticed that their magical attack level is very high. If they were to fight alone, their magical attack shouldn't be any worse than the disciples of small sections. If they use magical techniques and the disciples of small sects use ordinary techniques, then the two sides might be able to fight to a draw." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Martial Uncle, you should know that they are rogue cultivators, so it isn't easy for them to obtain a cultivation method. My friend thought of another method, which is to cultivate spiritual force and use magical techniques. Wu Du stared, then he said, so strong? To be able to use magic techniques so well, it really isn't simple. It's a pity that our Iron Buddha temple doesn't pay much attention to magic techniques. Zhao Hai smiled and said, our Iron Buddha temple's cultivation methods are already top-notch. Just practicing cultivation methods would take a lot of time, not to mention magic techniques. Right, Martial Uncle, I came this time to tell you that I want to go out and explore for a while. What do you think? Zhao Hai smiled and said, Martial Uncle, I came this time to tell you that I want to go out and explore for a while. When Wu Du heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but knit his brows. Then he said, go out for a walk? Where do you want to go? Jing Hai, your current status isn't ordinary. If you go out and get discovered, then you'll be in danger. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he patted his head and said, look at me, I've been busy with a very important matter. Martial Uncle, when I went to the Sealed Sword sect, I encountered an attack. A sword cultivator attacked me outside Sealed Sword City. Wu Du stared, then he said, sword cultivator? Someone from the Eight Sword sect? Zhao Hai replied, in the beginning, I also thought that the other party was from the Eight Sword sect. But later on, I discovered that he wasn't from the Eight Sword sect. When I fought him, he did indeed use the Eight Sword sect's cultivation method. However, he wasn't my opponent. Later on, I forced him to take out his 4 flying swords and finally used 10,000 swords return to origin. Myriad Swords origin? They're from the Myriad Sword sect? When Wu Du heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change as he asked. 10,000 swords return to origin was a signature technique that only people from the 10,000 swords sect knew. This technique could be used to defend and attack enemies in close range. There were many ways to use it and it was very useful. Therefore, as soon as people heard about the 10,000 swords return to origin, they would immediately think of the 10,000 swords return to origin. Zhao Hai replied, I don't know if he's from the Myriad Sword sect or not, but after he used this technique, he was killed by me. He didn't have anything on him that could identify him. As for his flying swords, although they were good, they didn't have any markings on them. Therefore, I'm not sure about this person's identity. Humph. What's there to be uncertain about? I think they're from the Myriad Swords sect. The Myriad Swords sect also has a hall like our Abstinence Hall. That person might be from the Myriad Swords sect. If you're carrying out a mission as a member of the Abstinence Hall, you naturally wouldn't bring anything that would reveal your identity. If something were to happen to you, wouldn't your identity be exposed? The same goes for the Myriad Sword sect. I didn't think that the one who dealt with you would be from the Myriad Sword sect. Could it be someone from the Eight Sword sect? They deliberately misled us, making us think that the one who dealt with me was from the Myriad Sword sect. In fact, the one who dealt with me wasn't from the Myriad Sword sect, but a death warrior from the Eight Sword sect. How strong is the person you fought? Very strong, much stronger than an ordinary inner disciple. He even comprehended sword intent. If I didn't have a sword intent cultivation method, then I wouldn't be his opponent. His attainments in the sword Dao are very high, I almost lost to him. Then it can't be wrong. He must be from the Myriad Sword sect. No sect would be willing to use a disciple who has comprehended sword intent as a death warrior, not to mention a sect like the Eight Sword sect. If they have a disciple who has comprehended sword intent, they would definitely treat him as a treasure. How could they use him as a death warrior? It would be too wasteful. Zhao Hai said, so the ones who attacked me are from the Myriad Sword sect? But why would they do that? The Myriad Sword sect has a good relationship with us. Moreover, they even know that I killed Renlong. Not a lot of people know about this. Wu Du replied, the Myriad Sword sect and the Sealed Sword sect also have a good relationship. Therefore, they might have gotten this information from the Sealed Sword sect. After all, the Sealed Sword sect wouldn't be as secretive as us. Although the Myriad Sword sect has a good relationship with us, we are still 2 different sections. Jing Hai, no one knows better than us how much you've done for the Iron Buddha Temple. Even if the Myriad Sword sect doesn't know everything, as long as they know 1 or 2 things, they might want to kill you. After all, if any sect has a disciple like you, the other sects would do everything in their power to get rid of him. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I understand. It seems like I'll have to be careful when I go out. Wu Du replied, Jing Hai, I don't oppose you going out. But you can't go out as a member of the Iron Buddha Temple. Since you're a monk, you have hair. This time, you don't need to dress up as a monk. You should also change your skin color. This way, no one would think of you. What do you think? Wu Du replied. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Martial uncle, I understand. Martial uncle can rest assured, I'll be careful. Wu Du nodded, then he waved his hand and said, be careful, you can go. Zhao Hai nodded, then he stood up and gave Wu Du a salute before he turned around and left. After returning to his residence, Zhao Hai tidied up a bit before he went to see Nua Yu and Nua Zhen. He told them that he would be going out to train for a while. When Nua Yun comes out, he asked them to inform Nua Yun. Naturally, the two didn't object. They told Zhao Hai to be careful before Zhao Hai left the Iron Buddha Temple. This time, Zhao Hai directly returned to the Poison Tree sect. However, he didn't immediately leave. Instead, he returned to his seclusion room and quietly waited for Taishi to return. Iron Snake didn't make him wait for too long. It didn't take long before Iron Snake returned to the Poison Tree sect. Seeing Iron Snake return, Zhao Hai walked down from upstairs. When Iron Snake and Iron Bull saw Zhao Hai come out, they immediately went to greet him. At the same time, they bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Greetings, young master. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said in a low voice, Did anything happen while I was in seclusion? Iron Snake replied in a deep voice, replying to young master, Sect Master Wu Kai has been looking for you a few times recently. It seems like there's something important. I just went back to the Poison Dragon sect to inquire about it. I heard that a new secret realm has appeared in the Devil Domain. The various sects of the Devil Domain have been sending some young experts into the secret realm to observe the situation. Perhaps Sect Master Wu's attack on you is related to this matter. Zhao Hai frowned and said, Sect Master Wu also wants to join in on the fun? This isn't something he can join in on, right? He can't represent the Poison Dragon sect in the secret realm, right? Iron Snake replied, The one looking for you shouldn't be Sect Master Wu, but Mr. Tao. It should be Mr. Zhou's order. I heard that there's a restriction on entering the secret realm. Only those below the spirit realm can enter. I think that Mr. Zhou wants you to represent the Poison Dragon sect in entering the secret realm. Zhao Hai frowned and said, Let me represent the Poison Dragon sect? Is that possible? My strength isn't at the top of the Poison Dragon sect, right? Why would they send me? Iron Snake shook his head and said, I don't know about this. I was just probing before and didn't take it seriously. Young master, what should we do next? Zhao Hai said, Let's go. Follow me to pay a visit to the 5 sects. He came to find me several times and I've already come out of seclusion. It wouldn't be good if I don't go see him. After saying that, he stood up and walked out. Iron Snake and Iron Bull quickly followed behind him. Soon, the 3 of them arrived outside Wu Kai's courtyard. There were 2 cultivators standing outside Wu Kai's courtyard. These 2 cultivators were both from the Poison Tree sect. They recognized Zhao Hai. When they saw Zhao Hai arrive, the 2 of them simultaneously saluted Zhao Hai and said, Greetings, Elder Tian. Is Elder Tian here to seek an audience with the sect master? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Go and inform him that Tian Hai is here to seek an audience with the sect master. The person knew that Zhao Hai's position in the Poison Tree sect was very high. Therefore, he immediately complied and went inside the sect. Before long, he came out and saluted Zhao Hai and said, Elder Tian, the sect master invites you in. Zhao Hai nodded, then he led Iron Snake and Iron Bull into the room. When the 3 of them entered the courtyard, they saw Wu Kai waiting for Zhao Hai. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Wu Kai quickly greeted him and said, Zhao Hai, you've finally come out of seclusion. I've been waiting for you several times. Zhao Hai quickly saluted Wu Kai and said, Sect Master, may I know why you're looking for me? Wu Kai replied, Let's go in and talk. Zhao Hai nodded and then followed Wu Kai into the room. The 2 went to the living room and sat down. Iron Snake and Iron Bull were standing behind Zhao Hai. However, Wu Kai didn't care about them. Instead, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, you've been in seclusion recently, so you don't understand the situation in the demon domain. This time, it's not that I'm looking for you, it's Senior Brother Zhou's order. Recently, a secret realm appeared in the demon domain. This secret realm is said to have been left behind in ancient times. At that time, a war happened in the Sword Spirit world and the Sword Spirit world was destroyed in many places. Because these fragments were separated from the Sword Spirit world, they slowly turned into secret realms. Because these secret realms were separated from the Sword Spirit world, they have their own independent laws. But because they were originally part of the Sword Spirit world, they would occasionally connect with the Sword Spirit world. This time, this secret realm was one of them. Zhao Hai was puzzled as he looked at Wu Kai and said, "Senior brother Zhou wants me to enter this secret realm?" Wu Kai nodded and said, "That's right. Senior brother Zhou wants you to enter the secret realm to take a look. However, the main purpose of letting you enter the secret realm isn't to check the situation inside, but to kill people." Zhao Hai stared, then he asked, "Kill people? Kill what?" Senior brother Zhou and Elder Shah competed for the right to enter the secret realm. Elder Shah relied on his many years of connections and used a move from senior brother Zhou. Senior brother Zhou only obtained 5 spots while Elder Shah obtained 50 spots. You should know that although the secret realm hasn't opened yet, the various sects have already divided the spots. Our Poison Dragon sect only obtained 200 spots. Now, Elder Shah actually managed to get 50 spots. How could senior brother Zhou swallow this anger? Therefore, senior brother Zhou left one of the 5 spots for me. Investigate as much as you can about the situation of the secret realm. Your main goal this time is to kill as many people as you can. Do your best to kill the people Elder Shah sent in." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I understand. Are there any requirements to enter the secret realm?" Wu Kai shook his head and said, "There aren't. However, each person can bring 2 servants with them. However, they must be servants. Moreover, the strength of those who enter the secret realm can't exceed the Qi refining realm. This is the result obtained by the elders of the demon domain sections. I believe it shouldn't be wrong." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I understand. Then I'll bring Iron Snake and Iron Bull." Wu Kai glanced at Tainyo and Tai Shi and said in a deep voice, "Tainyo's strength is not bad, but Tai Shi is a bit lacking. Senior brother Zhou's intention is to have the sect send you 2 stronger servants." Zhao Hai replied, "There's no need for that. This time, I just want the 2 of them to go through the trial. Their strength is good, but if they don't go through the trial, then they won't be able to help me in the future." "Do I need to go back and see senior brother Zhou?" Wu Kai nodded and said, "Yes. Senior brother Zhou wants you to go see him immediately after you come out. He wants you to check the situation of the secret realm with the other sections. I'm afraid that the secret realm will officially open in about 10 days. Zhao Hai asked, "How did the sects discover the secret realm? How did they determine the time of the secret realm's opening? Did they make a mistake in their calculations?" Wu Kai shook his head and said, "Absolutely not. There are already over 1,000 secret realms in the Sword Spirit boundary. With so many secret realms, the sects in the Sword Spirit boundary have already concluded some rules. When a secret realm is about to leave the Sword Spirit boundary, there will be some signs. Then they will use these signs to infer where the secret realm will open and when it will open." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So it's like that. Alright, I understand. I'll return to the Poison Dragon sect and see if senior brother Zhou has any other instructions. I think it's time for me to leave for the secret realm's entrance." Wu Kai nodded and said, "Right, you should prepare. Senior brother Zhou gave you 5 days before the opening of the mystic realm. If you hadn't come out by then senior brother Zhou would have had to replace you. But since you've come out, then this spot is yours. Go back and pack up, then go see senior brother Zhou. I'm sure he has something he wants you to do. You can talk about it when you go back." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Alright, I understand. I'll return now. Sect Master, I'll take my leave. Take care of yourself." Wu Kai looked at Zhao Hai and sighed, "When you first came to the Poison Tree sect, I really didn't pay attention to you. When you joined the Poison Dragon sect as a core disciple, I didn't pay too much attention to you. In my opinion, you're just a kid who was lucky enough to join the Poison Dragon sect. I really didn't expect you to reach this point. Tian Hai, no matter what, you're still a member of our Poison Tree sect. Moreover, you're now an elder of the Poison Tree sect. I hope you can remember this and come back alive." Your idea this time is very important to the development of our poison tree sect. We've already done very well, so I want you to come back alive and see our results. Zhao Hai looked at Wu Kai and smiled faintly. Yes, sect master. I'll definitely come back alive. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai and the others appeared in a transmission formation. Iron Snake and Iron Bull were by his side. Zhao Hai looked around. This was the Poison Dragon sect's transmission formation, therefore, he was very familiar with it. Zhao Hai led Iron Snake and Iron Bull towards Tao Jing's house. When they arrived in front of Tao Jing's house, Zhao Hai knocked on the door. A voice was heard, "Who is it?" Zhao Hai replied, "Tian Hai is here to seek an audience with senior brother Tao." With a creak, the door opened. A servant was standing inside. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sir Tian, my lord is waiting for you. Please come with me." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he followed the servant into the house and sat in the living room. After the servant served Zhao Hai tea, he went to look for Tao Jing. Before Zhao Hai could take a sip of tea, Tao Jing walked in from outside. When he saw Zhao Hai, his face lit up with joy as he said, "Tian Hai, you're finally out. That's great." Zhao Hai stood up and bowed to Tao Jing, "Senior brother Tao, I just came out of seclusion. I heard from the sect master that you were looking for me, so I immediately came over." Tao Jing nodded and said, "Did Wu Kai tell you why I'm looking for you?" Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "I told you, it's about the mystic realm. I didn't expect that we would discover a new mystic realm here in the demon realm. It's really not easy to discover a new mystic realm after so many years." Tao Jing nodded and said, "Yes, no one thought that at this time, a new secret territory would be discovered in our demon city. Coincidentally, this secret territory was accidentally discovered by a disciple of a sect in an abandoned mine. That mine has been abandoned for many years. He also ran into that mine in order to avoid being hunted down. Who would have thought that he would find a connection point to the secret territory? But now this connection point has been controlled by the major sections. This time, we can send 200 people in and each person can bring 2 servants. That is to say, a total of 600 people can go in. Actually, this is nothing more than an excuse made by the sections. What servants? They are actually all disciples of the sects, but to outsiders, they must be called servants. This time, senior brother Zhou has obtained 5 quotas for disciples and 10 quotas for servants, that is to say, 15 people can go in. As for Elder Shah, he has obtained 50 quotas for disciples and 100 quotas for servants, that is to say, a total of 150 people. It can be said that for this exploration of the secret territory, Elder Shah has put in a lot of effort. It is precisely because of this that senior brother Zhou wants you to go in. He doesn't need to do anything else when he goes in, and that is to kill Elder Shah's subordinates. Kill as many people as you can, the more the better. Zhao Hai frowned and said, "If too many people die, won't the sect blame us?" Tao Jing shook his head and said, "Don't worry, they won't. In fact, every time someone enters the mystic realm, there will be deaths. Therefore, no matter how many people die in the mystic realm, the sect won't care." Zhao Hai said, "If that's the case, then it's a good thing. This time, we'll deal with those people. I'm afraid that Elder Shah will be seriously injured." Tao Jing nodded and said, "Absolutely. If you kill too many people this time, then Elder Shah will surely be hurt. This is also an opportunity for us to take down Elder Shah. As long as Elder Shah falls, then you will be safe." Tao Jing nodded and said, "Yes." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "But if I deal with Elder Shah's people, then Elder Shah will know that it was me who did it. After all, I have a grudge with him. If I come out of the mystic realm, then Elder Shah will certainly retaliate. Even if he falls, it shouldn't be difficult for him to deal with me." Tao Jing's eyes flashed as he said, "You can rest assured about this. Senior brother Zhou will deal with Elder Shah. You don't need to worry. Senior brother Zhou can guarantee your safety when you come out." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, when will I appear?" Tao Jing said, "Come with me to see senior brother Zhou. After you see him, you can set out. Tian Hai, as long as you topple Elder Shah, then you can return to the Poison Dragon sect." Zhao Hai's face was filled with joy as he said, "Really? Senior brother Tao? If I complete the mission this time, can I really return to the Poison Dragon sect? Tao Jing smiled and said, of course, you can. Don't worry, as long as this matter is over, you can return to the Poison Dragon sect. Staying in the Poison Tree sect isn't a good thing. If you want to cultivate, then you need to return to the sect. Zhao Hai nodded. Tao Jing said, let's go. Zhao Hai complied, then he followed Tao Jing to see Zhou Fengming. When the two arrived at Zhou Fengming's small building, Zhou Fengming immediately invited them inside. After the two sat down, Zhou Fengming looked at Zhao Hai and said, Tian Hai, I've arranged a disciple position for you as well as 2 servant positions for you. You only have one goal in mind, and that is to kill all of Xianxia's subordinates. Kill as many as you can, don't be polite. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Tian Hai, I've arranged a disciple position for you as well as 2 servant positions. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, Senior brother, you can rest assured. I have enmity with Xianxia, so I won't be polite. If I don't bring him down, then I won't be able to live a good life in the future. Therefore, I'll do my best this time. Zhou Fengming nodded, then she said, after this matter, as long as Xianxia falls, I can let you return to the sect. I had no other choice but to let you go to the Poison Tree sect in order to avoid Xianxia. But now, as long as we deal with Xianxia, you can return to the Poison Dragon sect openly. Nobody would harm you. Zhou Fengming nodded, then she said, I'll let you return to the Poison Dragon sect. Zhao Hai said, yes, thank you, senior brother. I understand. Zhou Fengming nodded, then said in a deep voice, all right, go back and prepare. We'll set off in 3 days. After 3 days, everyone from the sect will set off together. You just have to follow them. Oh right, which of your 2 servants are you going to bring? Zhao Hai replied, Senior brother, I want to take my 2 servants with me. Although they aren't very strong, they aren't weak either. They should be able to help me a bit. Moreover, I also want to take them to the trial. Zhou Fengming frowned, but he still nodded and said, all right, we'll do as you say. Go back and prepare. Zhao Hai nodded, then he stood up and gave Zhou Fengming a salute before he turned around and left. After Zhao Hai left, Tao Jing looked at Zhou Fengming and said, Senior brother, is this really okay? Zhou Fengming sighed and said, there's no other way. Xianxia is too powerful, we have no choice but to do this. When Tao Jing heard Zhou Fengming, he couldn't help but sigh as well. He didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai led Iron Snake and Iron Bull back to his residence in the Poison Dragon sect. Although he was sent to the Poison Tree sect, he still had the status of a famous sect. In other words, his identity was still part of the Poison Dragon sect. He was just temporarily sent out. However, the people of the Poison Dragon sect also understood that it would be difficult for Zhao Hai to come back. However, before his status as a famous sect member was revoked, his residence must be preserved. Actually, this wasn't a big deal. The Poison Dragon sect had a lot of rooms, so it was fine to leave them for him. Because of this, Zhao Hai still had a place to stay after returning to the Poison Dragon sect. When Zhao Hai returned to his residence, he looked at the lake outside. Then he turned to Iron Snake and Iron Bull and said, Iron Snake, Iron Bull, come with me. I have something to tell you. Then Zhao Hai led the two into the residence. The two didn't quite understand what Zhao Hai meant. However, they still followed Zhao Hai into the residence. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, Iron Snake, you are now my servant. Are you willing to follow me? No matter where I go, no matter what I do, are you willing to follow me? When Iron Snake heard Zhao Hai, he quickly replied, yes, young master, I'm willing. Even if you betray the Poison Dragon sect, I will still follow you. Iron Snake will be your servant for the rest of my life. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Iron Bull. Iron Bull didn't wait for Zhao Hai to speak as he turned to Zhao Hai and said, young master, I'm also willing to follow you. I originally didn't have much of a relationship with the Poison Dragon sect. I'm willing to follow you. No matter what you do, I'm willing to follow you for life. Zhao Hai nodded, then with a serious tone he said, I'm very happy to hear you say that. I think you should already know what kind of mission I received this time. Tell me, what do you think of this mission? Zhao Hai nodded, then with a serious tone, he said, all right. Iron Snake thought for a moment, then said, "Young master, I feel that this mission is very dangerous. You have to deal with Elder Shah's disciples, and none of them are easy to provoke. Elder Shah is the head of the refining hall, and all of his subordinates have some magic tools in their hands. If you want to deal with them, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Although Mr. Zhou gave you this mission, he didn't give you any help. If you want to complete this mission, it will be even more difficult." Iron Snake thought for a moment, then said, "Young master, I feel that this mission is very dangerous." Iron Bull frowned and said, "I feel that this matter is very strange. The other side has 150 people while we only have 3. Even if we add in the people that Senior Brother Zhou sent, we only have 15 people. There's a difference of 10 generations between the two sides. Moreover, the other side also knows that Young Master and Elder Shah don't get along. When you enter the secret realm, I'm afraid that even if Young Master doesn't look for them, they will still come to deal with Young Master. Therefore, this mission is very strange." Zhao Hai looked at the two, then he smiled faintly and said, "Good, you two aren't stupid. Then I'll tell you what I think of this mission. Let me tell you, this mission is a suicide mission. If I go, I'll die. If I don't go, I'll still die." When Iron Bull and Iron Snake heard what Zhao Hai said, their expressions changed. They looked at Zhao Hai with surprise. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled coldly. "Brother Zhou gave me this mission to avenge Elder Shah's subordinates, but at the same time, it's also to prepare for Elder Shah's downfall. In fact, he already sold me out to Elder Shah. This time I'm just going to throw away my life by doing this mission." Iron Bull and Iron Snake looked at Zhao Hai with surprise. "What?" Tainyo and Taishi exclaimed. Both of them looked at Zhao Hai in shock. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually say such a thing. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said in a deep voice, "Do you really think that Senior Brother Zhou wants me to deal with Elder Shah? If I'm not mistaken, Senior Brother Zhou and Elder Shah should have reached some kind of agreement. And in this agreement, killing me should be a very important point. Although Senior Brother Zhou is a core disciple of the Poison Dragon sect and has a lot of influence in the sect, don't forget that he doesn't have much authority. On the other hand, Elder Shah Tianhe is a core disciple of the Poison Dragon sect. And don't forget that he was also a core disciple before. Didn't he have a backer before? Senior Brother Zhou is a core disciple of the Poison Dragon sect and has a lot of influence in the sect. But don't forget, he doesn't have much authority. On the other hand, Elder Shah Tianhe is a core disciple of the Poison Dragon sect. And don't forget that he was also a core disciple before. If he didn't have a backer, how could an elder like him run amok in the sect for such a long time? Yes, Elder Shah would sometimes give face to Senior Brother Zhou. But don't forget that he can also not give face to Senior Brother Zhou. What can Senior Brother Zhou do to him? Moreover, Elder Shah controls the refining hall. Although he isn't the hall master of the refining hall, he still has a lot of authority in the refining hall. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used the refining hall to scheme against me last time." Speaking up to here, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He looked at Tainyo and Taishi and said, "In the Poison Dragon sect, aside from some very special existences, who else doesn't use poison tools? Is there anyone else? If I'm not wrong, Elder Shah should be making things difficult for Senior Brother Zhou's people regarding poison tools. If Senior Brother Zhou's people can't get suitable poison tools, then their fighting strength will be affected. And this is caused by Senior Brother Zhou's decision. Senior Brother Zhou's subordinates will certainly complain about him. And this matter is ultimately because of me. If Senior Brother Zhou is thinking about his people, then he will sacrifice me and send me out to vent Elder Shah's anger. This will ease the relationship between the two sides. Even if the two sides can't turn from enemies to friends, at least they can coexist peacefully without any conflicts. This is beneficial to both sides, right? So on the surface, it looks like a mission for me, but in fact, it's to send me to the secret realm and let Elder Shah's people kill me. Even if I come out of the secret realm, they can use the crime of attacking a fellow disciple to deal with me. And if I don't go to the secret realm, then they will deal with me. Moreover, they will have a lot of excuses. So whether I go or not, I'll die. Whether I come out alive or not, I'll still die." Tainyo and Taishi were stunned. They really didn't think of this point. Now that they heard Zhao Hai's analysis, they felt that this might be the truth of the matter. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, Iron Snake, I need you to do something right now. Mobilize your people in the Poison Dragon sect and investigate whether Senior Brother Zhou's people were troubled when they went to receive their artifacts. At the same time, you need to check if Senior Brother Zhou's people have been in contact with Elder Shah. You need to find out as soon as possible. Once you find out, immediately report back to me. Taishi nodded. He didn't have time to salute as he immediately turned and ran. He knew why Zhao Hai did this. Zhao Hai did this to make sure that his thoughts were correct. He also wanted to know if Zhao Hai was right. After Taishi left, Zhao Hai turned to Tainyo and said, Tainyo, are you still willing to follow me? This time, entering the secret realm is a certain death mission. If you don't want to follow me, then I can let you return to the Poison Tree sect. I think that with my current status, Wu Kai will still give me face. After all, Wu Kai still doesn't know the truth. Senior Brother Zhou also wouldn't let him know the truth. Otherwise, Wu Kai would be bitterly disappointed and Senior Brother Zhou wouldn't be able to control him. Therefore, I can still let you return to the Poison Tree sect. Do you want to go back? When Iron Bull heard Zhao Hai, he froze for a moment. Then with a firm expression, he said, No, Master. I won't go back. I want to follow you. Even if I die, I want to die with you. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Don't be so nauseating. I won't let you die. If you really want to follow me, if you really want to be my servant, then you will have to plant a mark of mine on your body. From then on, no matter how high your cultivation is, you will always be my servant. Are you willing to do that? Tainyo immediately knelt down in front of Zhao Hai. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Young master, this Tainyo has a straightforward temperament. In the past few years, when I was a rogue cultivator, I almost died several times because I trusted others too much. Although I joined the Poison Tree sect with you, I know that you are a capable person. There were a lot of people who joined the Poison Dragon sect with you, but where are they now? I'm afraid that people have already forgotten about you. Although Young Master is in a very dangerous situation right now, but Young Master being schemed against by so many people also represents Young Master's position. Other people can't even be schemed against. If other people want to kill them, it's as easy as stepping on an ant. Therefore, I believe in Young Master. Even if I die, I, Li Tiniu, am willing to die with a person like Young Master. Zhao looked at Iron Bull and laughed. Good, you're right. Close your eyes and don't think about anything. As long as you really want to be my servant, then you won't have any reaction when I leave my mark on your body. But if you're not sincere, then you'll have to suffer. Iron Bull smiled and said, Good. Close your eyes and don't think about anything. Li Tiniu said, Come, Young Master. I, Li Tiniu, am sincere. Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand as a slave formation flew towards Li Tiniu's body and disappeared. However, Li Tiniu didn't have any reaction, he was still kneeling there with his eyes closed. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but be happy. It seems like Li Tiniu really wanted to follow him, this made him feel relieved. Zhao Hai said, All right, get up. Li Tiniu nodded and stood up. Then he looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai said, From today onwards, you are my servant. You will be my servant for the rest of your life, unless you die. Zhao looked at Li Tiniu and said, This time, I sent Iron Snake to inquire about the news. I want to see if he really wants to follow me. If he really wants to follow me, then he will certainly come back and tell me. If he doesn't want to follow me, then maybe he won't come back. Li Tiniu nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, This time, I sent Iron Snake to inquire about the news. I want to see if he really wants to follow me. When Li Tiniu heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, He dares? He is the Young Master's personal servant. If he dares to betray you, then he will be heavily punished. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Heavy punishment isn't that easy. Alright, let's wait and see. Li Tiniu didn't say anything, but his eyes flashed with determination. Naturally, he was also waiting for the result. If Iron Snake doesn't come back, then Li Tiniu wouldn't let him go. At this time, footsteps were heard outside the door. Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a long breath. At this time Iron Snake also ran into the room. With an ashen face, he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, I've inquired about it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Speak." Iron Snake replied, "Young master, you guessed right. Zhou Fengming should have reached some kind of agreement with Elder Sha, but no one knows what kind of agreement it is. However, I heard that some time ago, Zhou Fengming's people did have some problems. When they received the poison weapon, they always encountered all kinds of difficulties. Many of them didn't receive the weapon, and even if some of them received the weapon, it was defective. Zhou Fengming also went to the sect for this matter, but it didn't have any effect. Later, I heard that Tao Jing went to see a steward disciple of Elder Sha. The two sides talked for a long time, and after that, young masters. Quota to enter the secret territory was given. I heard that this quota wasn't given to you, but you were added later." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Iron Snake and said, "Iron Snake, I'm going to face certain death. Are you still willing to go with me? If you don't want to, then you can go home. You can still be a servant. Moreover, as long as you continue to cultivate, maybe one day you can become an outer disciple of the Poison Dragon sect. If you go with me, then you might die in the secret realm. Make your choice." Iron Snake didn't even think as he directly said, "I'm willing to go with the young master. Even if I die, I won't regret it." Zhao Hai looked at Iron Snake and said, "Why?" Iron Snake replied, "Because the young master treats me as a person. In the eyes of the Poison Dragon sect's cultivators, servants simply aren't people. Therefore, no matter what they do, they won't hide it from us. In their eyes, we're just tools that are easy to use. We simply can't be considered people. Only the young master treats me as a person. You even taught me cultivation methods and taught me body tempering. Young master, I want to follow you and become a person. I don't want to go back and become a tool. As long as I follow you, even if I die, I'll die as a person and not as a tool." Zhao Hai looked at Iron Snake and nodded, "If you've made up your mind, then I'll agree. However, there's one thing I need to make clear to you. After this matter, whether I live or die, I can no longer stay in the Poison Dragon sect. If you follow me, then you'll have to follow me as my servant for the rest of your life. I'll plant a mark on your body. If you betray me, then I can take your life with just a thought. If you don't agree, then you should return home. Later on, when your cultivation reaches a certain level, you might even become an outer disciple of the Poison Dragon sect. When that happens, you can also become a person. Once you become a person, then you can become a person." Iron Snake said, "Young master, please cast the spell." "I'm willing to follow the young master." "Then you can become a person." Zhao Hai looked at Iron Snake and nodded, "All right, then close your eyes." Iron Snake closed his eyes. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a slave formation flew towards Iron Snake and entered his body. Iron Bull stood to the side and watched. He was curious as to what Zhao Hai did before. Now he knew. After the formation entered Iron Snake's body, Iron Snake didn't react. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Iron Snake, open your eyes." Iron Snake nodded, then he said, "Iron Snake, open your eyes." Iron Snake nodded and opened his eyes. At this time, he felt that he couldn't resist Zhao Hai. However, this didn't matter, he didn't want to resist Zhao Hai in the first place. Zhao Hai looked at Iron Snake and said, "All right, now that you know, I'll tell you about my plan. This time, we will enter the mystic realm and kill Elder Sha's people. They underestimated me, Tian Hai, so the two of you won't betray me. I'll tell you the truth, Tian Hai is just a fake identity. The reason why I used this identity was because I wanted to come to the demon domain and see more things. I also have another identity as a core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple, Kamsi. However, this identity is also fake. My real identity is Zhao Hai, the leader of the Tide Watching Gang. My real identity is the Tidefang sect." Iron Snake and Iron Bull stared blankly at Zhao Hai. They didn't think that Zhao Hai's identity would be fake. Moreover, his identity as a core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple was also fake. His real identity was actually a sect master. This was too unexpected. They didn't know what kind of sect the Tidefang sect was. However, if it was called a sect, then it shouldn't be big. After all, the bigger sects were called sects. However, they knew about the Iron Buddha Temple. Although the Iron Buddha Temple couldn't be compared to the Poison Dragon sect, it was still a famous Buddhist sect in the Sword Spirit realm. Moreover, Zhao Hai was actually a core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. His status was much higher than an inner disciple of the Poison Dragon sect. However, the two couldn't believe that this was true. They also knew that they were now Zhao Hai's servants. Moreover, Zhao Hai had also left a mark on them. They wouldn't be able to betray Zhao Hai for the rest of their lives. Therefore, it was more likely that Zhao Hai was deceiving them. This made the two even more startled. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "You don't need to worry about the Iron Buddha Temple. I'll talk about the Tide-Watering Gang." The gang was formed by Ascenders. They originally had more than 10,000 members and were under the rule of Spirit Crab Island. But after 2 years, the Tide-Watering Gang now has more than 30,000 members. Although they are still under the rule of Spirit Crab Island, that's just a facade. A while ago, the Tide-Watering Gang went to war with the Imperial Sword Sect. They destroyed the Imperial Sword Sect and took over their inheritance. However, I didn't change the name of the Tide-Watering Gang. Because of this, the Tide-Watering Gang can be considered a sect, just a small one. Iron Bull and Iron Snake were even more startled. They didn't expect the Tidefang sect to be a sect formed by Ascenders. This meant that Zhao Hai was also an Ascender. How could there be such a strong Ascender? This was impossible. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "You can now be considered as members of the Tide-Watching Gang. However, you are still my servants. This time, Zhou Fengming wants to deal with me. This is an opportunity for me. To be honest, there's nothing in the Poison Dragon sect that I need. I also want to leave the Poison Dragon sect and give up my identity. But before that, I need to do something. This matter is very important to us in the future. I'm preparing to take control of the Poison Tree sect." Iron Snake and Iron Bull stared at Zhao Hai. If they weren't Zhao Hai's servants, they would have thought that Zhao Hai was crazy. How could the Poison Tree sect be so easy to control? What kind of place was the Poison Tree sect? It was just an outer sect of the Poison Dragon sect. Wu Kai and the others were inner disciples of the Poison Dragon sect. Although they were driven out of the sect, their strength was still there. How could they control the Poison Dragon sect? Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "Before, I gave Wu Kai and the others an idea. I wanted them to create an intelligence network. Since they have just started, the results haven't been seen yet. Because of this, they didn't tell Tao Jing and the others. In other words, besides Wu Kai and the others, nobody else knows about this. As long as we control the Poison Tree sect, we can use the Poison Tree sect's outer skin to create an intelligence network. In the end, the entire network will be in our hands." Iron Snake and Iron Bull didn't speak, they just looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled faintly. "Do you think it's impossible?" "Hee, I can't blame you for thinking this way. Anyone who heard this would have the same thoughts as you. Alright, prepare yourselves. We'll return to the Poison Tree sect and begin this plan." Iron Snake and Iron Bull looked at each other, then they simultaneously said, "Yes." Zhao Hai led the two outside as he said, "This time, you two will enter the secret realm with us. I want to see what's inside. If we can't find anything, then we'll occupy the secret realm. We need a stable base." Tai Niao and Tai Shi looked at Zhao Hai in confusion, but they didn't ask anything. The three of them quickly arrived at the teleportation formation and used it to return to the Poison Tree sect. After arriving at the Poison Tree sect, Zhao Hai directly led the two to Wu Kai's courtyard. After Zhao Hai had someone announce their arrival, Wu Kai immediately let them in. After sitting down in the living room, Wu Kai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, why did you come back? If there's anything, just tell me directly." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Sect Master, I came back this time because of the Secret Realm's operation. This time, it's very dangerous. I came here to bid farewell to Sect Master. If I really can't come out of the Secret Realm, then today will be the last time I see you. Come, let me use tea as wine to toast Sect Master. I might not have the opportunity to chat with Sect Master in the future." As soon as Wu Kai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be confused. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Jing Hai, why do you say that? What's going on?" Zhao Hai replied, it's alright, I accepted senior brother Zhou's mission. After entering the mystic realm, I have to deal with Elder Shah's people. However, Elder Shah has sent a lot of people to the mystic realm, more than 100 of them. Once they know that I've entered the mystic realm, they will certainly come to deal with me. Therefore, I don't regret taking this mission. Elder Shah and I can be said to be irreconcilable. Even if I don't go this time, he would still deal with me. Therefore, this time, I must enter the mystic realm and kill all of them. This is the best opportunity to topple Elder Shah. Wu Kai looked at Zhao Hai and sighed. Then he raised his teacup towards Zhao Hai and said, come, I'll have a drink with you. My words are still the same, come back alive. Zhao Hai also smiled faintly, then he raised his teacup towards Wu Kai and said, Sect Master, I've been under your care for a long time. Without you, I wouldn't be here today. Let me give you a toast. Rest assured, it won't be easy to take my life. The two clinked their teacups before drinking the tea in one gulp. After the two put down their teacups, Wu Kai smiled faintly at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, with your strength, dealing with Elder Shah's subordinates should be a bit difficult, right? I still have a few poison weapons in my hands. How about I give them to you? Zhao Hai looked at Wu Kai, then he smiled faintly and said, there's no need for that. I just want to tell Sect Master that after I enter the secret realm, I'll be the one in charge of the poison tree sect in the future. Wu Kai looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. He didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly discovered that he couldn't make a sound. Moreover, he couldn't move. He could only maintain his posture. This made Wu Kai's eyes flash with fear. Zhao Hai looked at Wu Kai, then he smiled faintly and said, forget it, you don't need to know too much. You just need to know that you're my subordinate from now on. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a formation appeared in his hand. Then with another wave of his hand, the formation imprinted itself onto Wu Kai's body before it slowly disappeared. Wu Kai's eyes bulged and became bloodshot. His entire body unconsciously trembled. After a while, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. But then he woke up and fainted again. Iron Bull and Iron Snake, who were standing behind Zhao Hai, saw Wu Kai's appearance and couldn't help but be startled. They saw the formation imprinted on their bodies by Zhao Hai. However, when the formation imprinted on their bodies, nothing happened. But when it imprinted on Wu Kai's body, Wu Kai became like this. This made them very surprised. Zhao Hai looked at Wu Kai and said, this is the formation that has been imprinted in your body. Because you sincerely want to follow me, you didn't suffer a bit. If you don't sincerely want to follow me, then you will suffer a lot. Just like Wu Kai, you will be fine after some time. Wu Kai nodded and said, you'll be fine. Iron Bull and Iron Snake nodded, then they looked at Wu Kai without blinking. After a while, Wu Kai let out a long breath before his expression calmed down. When Zhao Hai waved his hand, Wu Kai immediately stood up. He gave a salute to Zhao Hai and said, I've seen the young master. What orders does the young master have? His respectful appearance made Iron Bull and Iron Snake startled. Zhao Hai nodded and said, call the others over. I'll use silence to control them. After that, the poison tree sect will be mine. Wu Kai nodded, then he immediately went to the door and said to the guards outside, go and invite the elders over. The guards nodded before they turned around and left. Because Wu Kai didn't make a sound before, he didn't even struggle. Therefore, even the guards outside didn't know what happened inside the room. This was a type of poison that Zhao Hai developed. It was called silence. People who were poisoned by this poison would become stiff and unable to move. When the time comes, no matter what you do to them, they wouldn't be able to resist. This was the strength of silence. Before long, Yu Ying, Lu Chongqing, Morong Bai, and Ling Yu arrived in Wu Kai's room. When they saw Zhao Hai, all of them gave a salute to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also politely stood up and returned the salute. After sitting down, Yu Ying looked at Wu Kai and said, Sect Master, why did you call us over? Wu Kai nodded and said, you should know that senior brother Zhou gave Tian Hai a mission. This mission is very dangerous. Therefore, before we leave, Tian Hai wants to gather with everyone and have a chat. Upon hearing Wu Kai, Yu Ying understood. They had heard about Zhao Hai's mission. To be honest, they didn't envy Zhao Hai at all. This was because this mission was too dangerous. In their opinion, this mission was impossible to complete. Now that Zhao Hai knew about it, he wanted to gather with them. This was understandable, some of them even sympathized with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai gave the group a salute and said, "Everyone, I won't say anything else. Today, I'm here to offer you a cup of tea. We've been working together for a long time. To be honest, I, Zhao Hai, was able to enter the Poison Dragon sect thanks to you. Come, let's have a drink. If I don't come back, then consider it my farewell." Tianning quickly said, "Tian Hai, don't say that. You can definitely come back." The others were the same. They all said that Zhao Hai would definitely come back. However, they knew that these words were just words of comfort. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, I'll do my best to come back alive. You don't need to worry. Come, let's have a drink." The group picked up their teacups and directly drank the tea. After they put down their teacups, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "All right, the tea has been drunk. Time is almost up, I won't waste any more time. I'll deal with you first, then I'll leave." When the group heard Zhao Hai, they stared. However, they immediately discovered that they couldn't move. Their faces were filled with shock and anger. Zhao Hai waved his hand as several slave formations appeared on their bodies. Their reactions were the same as Wu Kai's, they were in pain. They fainted and woke up several times before they slowly recovered. Zhao Hai waved his hand, allowing them to move freely. The group stood up and gave a salute to Zhao Hai. "We've seen the young master." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "I'll leave the poison tree sect to you, help Wu Kai manage the place. Also, the information network needs to be established as soon as possible. Don't be afraid of spending crystal stones. These are for you to use. If you don't have enough, just tell me and I'll prepare more for you. You don't need to hide this matter from others, even if the Poison Dragon sect knows about it, it wouldn't be a problem. You originally wanted to give this organization to Zhou Fengming, so you just need to make sure that the organization is under your control. You need to use the Poison Dragon sect to conceal our true purpose, understood?" The group nodded and said, "We understand, young master. Iron Snake, wear this soft armor under your clothes, it can increase your body's defense. Wear this pair of gloves on your hands. These gloves are a special magic artifact. They can extend spikes from your fingers and can be used for defense on your arms. At the same time, these gloves also have a poison absorption function. As long as someone poisons you, these gloves can absorb the poison. When you attack the enemy, the poison will enter the enemy's body through the gloves. It can be considered a good magic artifact, so wear it. You can wear it." While speaking, Zhao Hai took out a black soft armor as well as a pair of gloves. These gloves can cover Iron Snake's entire forearm. They were also black and didn't look conspicuous. The soft armor didn't look conspicuous at all, it looked very soft. Iron Snake immediately complied and wore the soft armor along with the gloves. When he wore the gloves, Iron Snake felt that they were very light and soft. Moreover, they didn't affect his movements at all. Even his sense of touch wasn't affected. This made him very surprised. Then Zhao Hai took out another set of armor and a shield. Zhao Hai turned to Iron Bull and said, "Iron Bull, these are for you. Your strength is much greater than Iron Snake's. Wear this leather armor, it can increase your defensive capabilities. This shield and blade are also two types of artifacts. Ordinary artifacts can't break this shield. The same goes for the blade. This blade also has the ability to absorb poison, just like Iron Snake's gloves. Wear it." Iron Bull complied and wore the leather armor along with the shield and blade. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and said in a deep voice, "Iron Snake, your snake fist is already very good. However, what you lack is actual combat experience. This time, I want to give you some actual combat experience. With your current strength, there aren't many cultivators in the Qi transformation realm who could be your opponent. After this trial, you might even directly break through to the Qi transformation realm. Therefore, you need to work hard." Iron Snake nodded. When Iron Snake heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then with an excited expression, he said, "Yes, young master can rest assured. I will certainly work hard." Iron Snake was very excited. he was originally a servant. To him, anyone who could reach the spirit realm in chi refinement was an inner disciple of the poison dragon sect. He didn't think that he would be able to break through to the spirit realm after this. This was truly unexpected. Zhao Hai turned to Iron Bull and said, "Iron Bull, you can break through to the divine realm at any time. Therefore, the artifacts that I gave you are different from the Iron Snake. Your blade and shield can be used even if you reach the divine realm. There are restrictions inside the artifacts, but you can't use them right now. Only when you reach the divine realm will you be able to use those restrictions. When that time comes, you will know what those restrictions are. It's precisely because of this that I decided to bring the two of you this time. After entering the secret realm, there will certainly be a lot of battles, which will be very beneficial for you. After these battles, you will certainly make great progress, and in the future, you will be able to stand on your own." Iron Bull was also very excited. The two nodded at the same time. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the sky and said, "All right, you two go out and familiarize yourselves with your artifacts. We'll be leaving tomorrow." The two nodded, then they gave Zhao Hai a salute before they turned around and left. After seeing the two leave, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. In fact, after arriving in the sword spirit world, he didn't want to use the slave formation. Although the slave formation was very overbearing, it wasn't unsolvable. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't dare to use it. But recently, his research on formations had made great progress. Moreover, his research on curses was almost complete. This allowed him to make improvements to the slave formation. The improved slave formation was even more secretive, it wouldn't be discovered by others. Even if it was discovered, if they wanted to remove the slave formation would immediately explode. Those who were hit by the slave formation would immediately die. Even if the other party wanted to use a soul search technique to find out who used the slave formation, it would be impossible. It might even be said that it was safer. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to use the slave formation. He didn't want to use the slave formation on the people of the Iron Buddha Temple because he didn't want them to become his slaves. However, he had no choice but to use the slave formation on the people of the Poison Tree sect. The people of the Devil sect were more selfish and cunning. This could be seen from Zhou Fengming and the others. Therefore, when dealing with the people of the Devil sect, Zhao Hai needed to make sure that they wouldn't dare to resist. They had to submit to him. Because of this, Zhao Hai used the slave formation on Wu Kai and the others. This was something that couldn't be helped. If Zhou Fengming didn't suddenly make this move, then Zhao Hai could slowly control this information network and make it work for him. However, it wouldn't be discovered by others. He could even help Zhou Fengming obtain a better position in the Poison Dragon sect. This way, Zhou Fengming's trusted aides would have more power and no one would suspect him. He could then keep his identity as a member of the Poison Dragon sect. To them, this was very beneficial. However, Zhou Fengming's move destroyed his plan. He discovered that he had no choice but to give up his identity as a member of the Poison Dragon sect. Because of this, he had no choice but to use the slave formation on Wu Kai and the others in order to make them his people. This way, he would be able to control the information network. However, it would be a pity to give up his identity as a member of the Poison Dragon sect. However, Zhao Hai also thought about it. In the future, he could pretend to be a member of the Poison Dragon sect. In any case, the disciples of the Poison Dragon sect would go out to explore every year. If he were to use his identity as a member of the Poison Dragon sect to do something, no one would suspect him. As long as his hands were clean, it would be fine. At this point, Zhao Hai had some understanding of the Devil Domain. It must be said that the Devil Domain was a paradise for rogue cultivators. However, it could also be said that it was a hell for rogue cultivators. It was said to be a paradise for rogue cultivators because it was easier for them to make a living in the Devil Domain. Their chances of obtaining inheritances were also higher. There were even some rogue cultivators who obtained the inheritances of dead great sect disciples. Generally, these rogue cultivators wouldn't be chased by great sects. In this regard, the people of the Devil Domain were very open-minded towards rogue cultivators. However, it wasn't wrong to say that this place was a rogue cultivator's hell. Rogue cultivators were even more dangerous in the Devil Domain. Sometimes, some great sects would even capture rogue cultivators and conduct experiments on them. For example, the Poison Dragon sect had some people who were actually rogue cultivators who were captured. Because of this, rogue cultivators were even more dangerous in the devil domain. However, such an environment also caused a lot of powerful rogue cultivators to appear in the devil domain. This was different from the areas controlled by the righteous sects. In the righteous sects areas, very few powerful rogue cultivators would appear. If a powerful rogue cultivator were to appear, they would immediately be roped in by the great sects. In the end, they would become a member of the great sects. However, in the devil domain, the great sects would also try to rope in rogue cultivators. However, there were some rogue cultivators who were only members of the great sects. They could obtain some benefits from the great sects and do some things for the great sects. However, they could also open their own residence and establish their own sect. This was very common in the devil domain. As for the righteous sects, if a powerful rogue cultivator were to join the great sects, they wouldn't be allowed to open their own residence and establish their own cave. They would become a member of the great sects and would be subjected to all kinds of restrictions. You can leave behind an inheritance in the great sects, but your disciples must also be members of the great sects. Therefore, in the righteous sects areas, it was impossible for a powerful rogue cultivator to open their own residence and establish their own sect. Some small sects that appeared in the righteous sects were generally established by the great sects' disciples. Very few rogue cultivators were able to establish their own sections. If the righteous sects allowed rogue cultivators to establish their own sects, then there wouldn't be the existence of the 72 islands in the South Sea. Therefore, although the rogue cultivators living in the righteous sects were safer, their development would also be affected. Because of this, although Zhao Hai felt that it was a pity to give up his identity as a member of the Poison Dragon sect, it wasn't unacceptable. After all, being a powerful rogue cultivator here would make him feel more comfortable. The next morning, Zhao Hai woke up early. Today was the day that they would set off towards the Sword Spirit Boundary's secret realm. He wanted to set off together with the other members of the Poison Dragon sect. This time, the Poison Dragon sect sent 600 people. They said that there were 200 disciples and 400 servants, but the strength of these servants wasn't too bad. After Zhao Hai got up, he wore a set of clothes that he rarely wore in the Poison Dragon sect. He wore a black robe and a black mask. This set of clothes was the standard for demonic cultivators. However, Zhao Hai rarely wore these clothes. At most, he would wear a black robe. As for the black mask, he rarely wore it. But today, he still wore it. This was because he was representing the Poison Dragon sect. He had to wear this set of clothes. At this time, Iron Bull and Iron Snake were also prepared. Iron Bull's skin was also black. Coupled with his tall stature, he looked very awe-inspiring. On the other hand, Iron Snake was relatively unremarkable. However, because he practiced the snake fist, he looked somewhat gloomy. At first glance, he didn't look very bright. However, if you looked carefully, you would find that he was like a lurking viper that would pounce on you at any time and give you a bite. The group of 3 quickly arrived at the Poison Dragon sect's transmission square. There were a lot of Poison Dragon sect disciples gathered there. Each disciple was accompanied by 2 people dressed as servants. These people weren't wearing black robes, nor were they wearing masks. They were dressed differently as they stood behind the Poison Dragon sect disciples. However, their strength wasn't weak. No matter how one looked at them, they didn't look like servants. However, this was very normal in the demon domain. The other great sects also did this. It was just that everyone had a tacit understanding. In any case, if these great sects said that they were servants, nobody would dare to say anything. When Zhao Hai arrived at the square, he could feel the gazes of the people on the square. However, everyone had a puzzled expression on their faces. At this time, a person wearing a black robe and a mask opened his mouth and said, "I'm the elder leading the team to the new secret realm. Are you here to participate in this mission? Come and register with me." Zhao Hai nodded, then he walked over and handed his identity card over to the elder. The elder looked at Zhao Hai's identity card, then he nodded and said, "Zhao Hai, Iron Snake, and Li Tainyo, your names are here. Stand here and wait." Then he handed the identity card back to Zhao Hai and ignored him. Zhao Hai received the identity card, but he could feel that when the elder said his name, several gazes were directed at him. These gazes were filled with hostility, even killing intent. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the direction of these gazes. He saw that these people were also wearing black robes and masks. He couldn't see their faces at all. However, the servants behind them were also looking at him with hostility. Zhao Hai didn't mind, he looked at these people and then turned his head back. Iron Snake and Iron Bull also saw Zhao Hai's actions. They also looked towards the direction of the elder. Naturally, they couldn't see anything, so they didn't say anything. As time passed, more and more people arrived at the square. Zhao Hai looked at the time and felt that it was about time. Then he whispered to Iron Snake and Iron Bull, "You two, pay attention. Before entering the secret realm, don't cause any trouble. But after entering the secret realm, everyone will be our enemy. Do you understand?" Iron Snake and Iron Bull immediately nodded. At this time, everyone had arrived. The elder opened his mouth and said, "Everyone is here. Alright, let's go to the teleportation formation." Everyone nodded and then stood on the teleportation formation. Then a white light flashed as they disappeared from the formation. In the next moment, they appeared at the teleportation square. Upon arriving at the teleportation square, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because the teleportation square was actually inside a cave. Moreover, it was clear that the cave had just been expanded. The surrounding traces were still very new. At this time, there were already a lot of people inside the cave. Most of these people were in groups of several hundred. Most of them were wearing black robes and had masks on their faces. However, their robes also had the symbol of their sect. The Poison Dragon sect symbol was a little special. There was a small green snake on their robes. This was the Poison Dragon sect symbol. The elder led Zhao Hai and the others down the transmission formation. Then they found a place inside the cave and the elder said, "Take a rest here. After 3 days, the mystic realm will open here. This time, the mystic realm will open for about 3 months. You will be inside for 3 months, so make sure to prepare yourselves." The elder nodded and said, "Don't worry." Everyone nodded and then found a place to sit down. Zhao Hai led Iron Snake and Iron Bull to the periphery of the crowd and found a place to sit down. Iron Snake and Iron Bull stood by Zhao Hai's side, they didn't sit down. Zhao Hai looked around and then said, "You two, one of you should stay here to guard. The other one should take a rest as well. Pay attention to the shifts." Then he closed his eyes. Iron Bull and Iron Snake nodded. Then Iron Bull stood guard and allowed Iron Snake to rest. Iron Snake wasn't polite as he found a place to sit down behind Zhao Hai. But at this moment, a few people walked over. A total of 4 cultivators wearing black disciple robes, followed by 8 servants. When Iron Bull saw the group approaching, he quickly blocked Zhao Hai's path. One of the 4 cultivators opened his mouth and said, "Tian Hai, right? We're from Senior Brother Zhou's faction. We don't have any other intentions, we just want to get to know each other." When Zhao Hai heard this, he slowly opened his eyes. Then he stood up and cupped his fist towards the group as he said, "Tian Hai has seen Senior Brothers. So you were sent by Senior Brother Zhou. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you." The cultivator who spoke just now smiled and said, "Junior Brother Tian, you're too polite. My name is Rong Long and I'm here to see Junior Brother. No matter what, we're all part of Senior Brother Zhou's faction. Although we've received different tasks this time, once we're in the secret realm, if there's a chance, we'll still have to cooperate with each other." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's natural. Once we're inside the secret realm, we'll have to cooperate. But since our missions are different, we might be separated. But if we meet in the secret realm, I hope Senior Brother can take care of me." Rong Long smiled and said, "Alright, if we meet in the secret realm, then we'll have to take care of each other." Zhao Hai nodded. The others were sizing up Zhao Hai. Then Rong Long chatted with Zhao Hai for a while before leaving. Zhao Hai stood there and looked at Rong Long's back. His eyes were filled with thoughts. At this time, Iron Bull said, "Young master, do you think we should ask them for help once we're inside the secret realm? If they help us deal with Elder Shaw's people, then we'll have an easier time. If you're afraid of dying a slow death, then ask them for help. Let me tell you too, once we're inside the secret realm, we should deal with them the most. They're even more dangerous than Elder Shaw's people. Remember, once we're inside the secret realm, we won't have any friends. Everyone is our enemy. Do you understand what I mean? Iron Bull and Iron Snake weren't idiots. When they heard Zhao Hai's words, they were stunned. Then they immediately nodded. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, let's rest." The two nodded. Iron Bull was still standing guard while Zhao Hai and Iron Snake were resting. 3 days wasn't a long time for cultivators. During these 3 days, Zhao Hai didn't move at all. He just sat there cross-legged. This calmness really surprised many people. During these 3 days, a lot of people came to the cave. Zhao Hai looked around and saw a total of several thousand people. Fortunately, the cave was big. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to fit so many people. 3 days later, Zhao Hai felt a strong spatial fluctuation coming from the depths of the cave. Only then did Zhao Hai know that the entrance to the secret realm wasn't in the cave, but in the depths of the cave. At this time, the leading elder stood up and loudly said, "Everyone, follow me." Zhao Hai and the others quickly gathered around him. Then they slowly followed him into the cave. Before long, they arrived at a huge cave. There weren't many people in this cave. Even if there were, they would have just entered. However, everyone was attracted by the image in the middle of the cave. In the middle of the cave, there was a black vortex that was slowly forming. This black vortex was slowly getting bigger, like a demon slowly opening its eyes. Zhao Hai looked at the black vortex, but he didn't have any reaction. He knew that this was the beginning of the connection between the secret realm and the sword spirit world. However, he didn't know how long this connection would take. At the same time, he was also paying attention to his surroundings. Fortunately, everyone's attention was on the vortex. Nobody was paying attention to him. Zhao Hai transmitted his voice to Iron Bull and Iron Snake, "After entering the secret realm, if we're with other people, then immediately rush out. Don't stop. Then we'll slowly settle accounts with them. Remember, stay by my side. Don't be more than 5 steps away from me." The two nodded. As the whirlpool grew bigger and bigger, everyone's attention was drawn to it. After a few hours, the whirlpool had grown to over 100 meters in diameter. At this moment, the whirlpool suddenly stopped. The instant the whirlpool stopped, the poison dragon sex elder immediately shouted, "Quickly, go in." Hearing this, the poison dragon sex people immediately jumped into the whirlpool. The same was true for the people from the other sections. When the elder spoke, Zhao Hai had already brought Iron Bull and Iron Snake into the vortex. Upon entering the vortex, he felt as if he had entered a huge blender. His entire body was being spun around. With a thought, 2 iron chains appeared in Zhao Hai's hands, binding Iron Bull and Iron Snake. At the same time, he was also holding on to the chains. This way, the 3 of them wouldn't be separated. Suddenly, Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. He discovered that he had appeared in a huge space. The first thing he felt from this space was heat, very heat. Zhao Hai looked around and saw that the entire space was a huge desert. Above their heads was a huge sun. The temperature of the space was so hot that it felt like it was roasting people. Zhao Hai didn't look at it any longer. Instead, a huge flying sword appeared beneath his feet. Zhao Hai, Iron Bull, and Iron Snake all stood on top of the flying sword. Then the flying sword flew forward and disappeared into the vortex in an instant. Just as Zhao Hai and the others disappeared, other people also came in. A lot of these people were from the Poison Dragon sect. When these people entered the space, they immediately looked around. However, they didn't see anything. In the end, they dispersed. They didn't fight at the entrance, it wasn't the right time to fight. They also didn't have any deep enmity with each other. In a situation where there was no conflict of interest, there was no need to fight. Zhao Hai and the others flew to a sand dune. Then Zhao Hai finally slowed down. He looked around and saw that this was a desert. There were no signs of life. Zhao Hai had the flying sword slowly land on the sand. Then he received the flying sword and looked around before he said, "This secret realm looks very big, but it doesn't seem to have any resources. However, we didn't come here for those resources. You two prepare yourselves, we're going to hunt those guys. Xiaohai nodded and said, all right. Iron Bull and Iron Snake's expressions turned cold. Then they complied. Xiaohai waved his hand as 2 pairs of iron boots appeared in his hand. Xiaohai gave the 2 pairs of boots to the two and said, put these boots on. These boots are 2 magic artifacts. I've already installed crystals inside, they can last you a long time. They can also fly in the sky. You two should give them a try and adapt to flying and fighting as soon as possible. Almost all of the people who entered the secret realm are in the Qi refining realm. You two have good combat strength, and you also have magic artifacts to defend yourself. Even if you face a Qi refining realm cultivator, you wouldn't necessarily suffer a loss. However, the biggest problem for you two is that you can't fly. I've specially prepared these boots for you. With these boots, you can help me fight against Qi refining realm cultivators. The two quickly complied. Then they immediately put on the boots. Although the boots looked like they were made of iron, they weren't very heavy. Moreover, the two felt that as soon as they poured their spiritual force into the boots immediately produced an ascending force that lifted them up. However, the two were still a bit used to it, so they swayed a bit. Xiaohai didn't care about them, he wanted them to adapt to the boots. These boots weren't ordinary magic artifacts. If they were used well, they would be able to fight in the air just like on the ground. Because of this, Xiaohai wanted them to adapt to the boots. Iron Snake and Iron Bull quickly discovered that the boots were indeed extraordinary magic artifacts. They were able to use the boots to fly in the air very quickly. Most importantly, the boots could move according to their will. If they wanted to be fast, they would be slow. Moreover, they could also fight in the air just like on the ground. This was all because of the boots. No matter what, the two of them were cultivators, so after adapting for half a day, they already understood how to use the boots. The two of them even tried a few moves, and it was very smooth. Although they might not be as flexible as the cultivators in the spirit realm, they were not much worse. This was already very good. Xiaohai stood on the sand and looked at the two. When the two completely adapted to the boots and landed on the ground, Xiaohai looked at the two and said, all right, you've tried the boots. It seems like you've adapted well. Now, let's do our own thing. Iron Bull said, young master, since you're going to leave the Poison Dragon sect, why are you still helping Zhou Fengming deal with Sha Tianhe? If we don't deal with Sha Tianhe's people, wouldn't we be safer? Don't forget, I have enmity with Sha Tianhe, he has tried to deal with me several times. Even if I leave, I still want to make him suffer. Didn't he send a lot of people this time? I think he must have used his muscles and bones this time. This is good, I'll clean up the people he sent. I want to see how arrogant Sha Tianhe can be. Sha Tianhe was very arrogant in the past, but because of his influence, nobody dared to touch him. I want to see how arrogant he is. It would be best if he doesn't go out of the Poison Dragon sect for the rest of his life. As long as he leaves the Poison Dragon sect, then it will be his time of death. Sha Tianhe smiled and said, I'll cut off his wings. I want to see how arrogant Sha Tianhe is. It would be best if he doesn't go out of the Poison Dragon sect for the rest of his life. As long as he leaves the Poison Dragon sect, then he will die. Mu Qingsong was flying in the sky. As he flew forward, he looked at everything around him. Aside from the rolling yellow sand, there was nothing else to look at. Of course, Mu Qingsong wasn't here to look at the scenery, he was here to look for someone. Mu Qingsong was one of the disciples of Elder Sha of the Poison Dragon sect. However, he was only a nominal disciple. He wasn't an extraordinary character. In fact, Elder Sha had a lot of nominal disciples in the Poison Dragon sect. As long as one became an inner disciple, they would become one of Elder Sha's nominal disciples. Inner disciples wouldn't reject the goodwill of an elder. There were also a lot of benefits for becoming an inner disciple of an elder. Tongjing was also a nominal disciple of Elder Sha. His status was similar to Mu Qingsong's. In terms of strength, even if Mu Qingsong wasn't as strong as Tongjing, the difference wasn't much. However, in Mu Qingsong's opinion, Tongjing was an idiot. Elder Sha had so many nominal disciples, how could he manage all of them? Don't think that you can be arrogant after becoming a nominal disciple of Elder Sha. Zhou Fengming was a core disciple, her status wouldn't be lower than elder Sha's in the future. Tongjing was very favored by Zhou Fengming. It could be said that he was able to become an inner disciple thanks to Zhou Fengming. In this case, instead of relying on Zhou Fengming, he went to curry favor with elder Sha. In fact, becoming an elder's disciple didn't have any conflict with becoming a member of their faction. This was the case for Mu Qingsong. Although he was elder Sha's nominal disciple, he was also a member of another core disciple's faction. His relationship with that core disciple was very good. On the contrary, his relationship with elder Sha wasn't very good. Elder Sha never paid too much attention to them, this was the reality. This time, Mu Qingsong was able to enter the secret realm because of elder Sha's strength. After entering the secret realm, elder Sha's biggest task was to kill Zhao Hai. Mu Qingsong naturally agreed. Not to mention killing Zhao Hai, he would even kill others. This was because every secret realm was a great opportunity for a cultivator. It was impossible for him to let go of this opportunity. However, Mu Qingsong didn't get any benefits from elder Sha. On the contrary, the core disciple of his faction gave him some poison techniques. At the same time, the core disciple gave him a task, which was to try his best to see what kind of resources there were in this secret realm. But after arriving at this secret realm, Mu Qingsong was somewhat disappointed. He didn't expect this secret realm to be a dead land. There was nothing inside, only yellow sand. In fact, Mu Qingsong had seen this kind of shadow before. In the sword spirit world, there were a lot of barren lands. There was nothing there, only yellow sand. Without exception, these places were destroyed during the ancient war. Obviously, this secret realm was the same. This place was also destroyed during the ancient war. There were no usable materials in this place because all the materials were destroyed during the war. Because of this, Mu Qingsong only had one task, which was to hunt down Zhao Hai. As long as he can kill Zhao Hai, he would be able to get a lot of rewards from elder Sha. For Mu Qingsong, this was very attractive. While flying forward, Mu Qingsong suddenly discovered a small black dot in the distance. This black dot was slowly moving. Mu Qingsong stared for a moment before he immediately flew over. Soon, he saw that the black dot was a person. Moreover, he knew this person, it was one of Zhao Hai's servants. It seems like he was separated from Zhao Hai. Therefore, he was alone here. There was nothing strange about this. Mu Qingsong originally had 2 servants by his side, but those 2 weren't real servants. They were the other 2 disciples of elder Sha. However, they were separated when they passed through the vortex, so now he was the only one left. It was normal for the other party to also have one person left, so Mu Qingsong wasn't polite and directly flew towards that person. Mu Qingsong didn't need to be polite and directly flew towards that person. Before long, Mu Qingsong arrived above the person's head. The person also noticed Mu Qingsong. He looked up at Mu Qingsong with a wary expression. At this time, Mu Qingsong also noticed that this person was one of Zhao Hai's 2 servants. The taller one was called Li Tiniu. Mu Qingsong looked at Li Tiniu and said, "You're called Li Tiniu, right? Tell me, Tian Hai is there?" Li Tiniu looked at Mu Qingsong with a wary expression. Now that he heard Mu Qingsong, he took out his shield and sword. Then he looked at Mu Qingsong and said, "Who are you? Why are you looking for Sir?" "Humph, I'm the one asking you, not you. Do you want to die?" Although Mu Qingsong wasn't as arrogant as Tongjing, he was still an inner disciple of the Poison Dragon sect. He still had his temper. Moreover, he had his own strength, so he had the qualifications to be arrogant. In his opinion, Tainyo was just a servant. Tainyo hadn't even reached the deity realm. What qualifications did Tainyo have to compare with him, so naturally, he wouldn't be polite. Tainyo looked at Mu Qingsong but didn't say anything. When Mu Qingsong saw Tainyo's expression, he couldn't help but stare. Then he sneered and said, "Good, your temper isn't small. Li Tiniu, since you've become Tian Hai's servant, then you should understand our Poison Dragon sect. You should know what our Poison Dragon sect is good at. Kid, I advise you to tell me everything you know. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death." Tainyo still didn't speak. However, his grip on his sword tightened. Seeing Tainyo's expression, Mu Qingsong sneered and said, "You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin." Then he moved his hand as a black light shot towards Tainyo. Iron Bull's left hand moved, and the shield appeared in front of him. The shield was originally on his left forearm, so it didn't look very big. However, when it appeared in front of Iron Bull, the shield suddenly became bigger and covered his entire body. Its defensive power seemed to be quite good. Iron Bull's left hand moved, and the shield appeared to be very big. Iron Bull's left hand moved, and the shield appeared to be very big. The black light quickly hit the shield. However, the black light immediately dispersed and turned into a black fog that surrounded Li Tinyu. And it's a pretty good Dharma item. This is a bit interesting. It seems this Tianhai really treats you well. He's really invested a lot in this. However, you seem to have forgotten that the Poison Dragon sect is most proficient in using poison. Do you know what a magical poison is? This is a poison spell. Boy, just wait for you to taste the feeling of living a life worse than death. Mu Qingsong stood high in the sky and looked at the black fog. He didn't believe that Li Tinyu would be able to pass through the black fog. In his opinion, when the black fog completely entered Li Tinyu's body, Li Tinyu would be at his worst. At that time, Li Tinyu would know what it meant to live a life worse than death. At this time, the black fog began to shrink. Mu Qingsong's face also showed a smile. He believed that he would soon be able to see the situation of the black fog entering Li Tinyu's body. However, his smile quickly froze on his face. This was because he discovered that the black fog didn't enter Li Tinyu's body. Instead, it was absorbed by the sword and shield in Li Tinyu's hands. While Mu Qingsong was stunned, Li Tinyu suddenly soared into the sky like a cannonball and shot straight towards him. Mu Qingsong instinctively dodged to the side and dodged Li Tinyu's attack. However, when Li Tinyu flew to the same height as him, Li Tinyu moved horizontally and slashed towards him. Mu Qingsong was shocked. His figure fiercely retreated. He didn't think that Li Tinyu could fly. He could clearly feel that Li Tinyu was a cultivator at the Qi transformation realm. It was impossible for him to fly. How could he fly now? While Mu Qingsong was puzzled, Li Tinyu chased after him. His figure moved and rushed towards Mu Qingsong. His speed was very fast. He was getting closer and closer to Mu Qingsong. At this time, Mu Qingsong also felt the energy fluctuations coming from Li Tinyu's boots. He couldn't help but sneer and said, "You actually have another artifact. Did Tianhai give it to you? It seems like Tianhai is really good to you." Then his figure moved and dodged to the side. Mu Qingsong was very clear that although Li Tinyu was wearing an artifact used by a Qi refining cultivator had a lot of flaws. The biggest flaw was that it wasn't flexible enough. Because of this, Mu Qingsong believed that as long as he was flexible enough to dodge Li Tinyu's attack, then he would be able to play with Li Tinyu. However, Mu Qingsong was also a veteran. He was very clear that he must be careful. Otherwise, he would be in danger. Because of this, he also took out a poisonous weapon. This weapon looked like a saber, but the blade was very narrow. Moreover, the arc of the blade was very large. One could see at a glance that it was a lethal weapon. Most importantly, the blade of the saber was dark blue, and there was a blue mist on the blade. The mist gathered on the blade and did not dissipate, making the saber look even more strange. At this time, Iron Bull was already rushing towards him. Mu Qingsong pointed at Iron Bull and the blue scimitar flew straight towards Iron Bull. The scimitar didn't fly in a straight line but instead drew an arc in the air. Because of this, the scimitar didn't attack Iron Bull's body, which was blocked by his shield, instead it went straight for Iron Bull's neck. Iron Bull's face was pale. Iron Bull stared at Mu Qingsong. This was his first time fighting against a Qi refining cultivator. This was also the task given to him by Zhao Hai, as well as the test given to him by Zhao Hai. Therefore, he must complete this test. He also saw the blue scimitar, but he didn't care. He still rushed towards Mu Qingsong. Just as the scimitar was about to cut his neck, the shield in his hand blocked the scimitar. At the same time, he flew to Mu Qingsong's side and slashed his scimitar towards Mu Qingsong. Mu Qingsong nimbly dodged and directly avoided Iron Bull's saber. At the same time, the blue saber turned around and stabbed towards Iron Bull's back. Although Iron Bull had a shield in his hand, it was impossible for the shield to block his back. Mu Qingsong's attack could be said to be aimed at Iron Bull's weak spot. Iron Bull had no choice but to turn around and save himself. However, Li Tiniu was also a battle-hardened person. He was a rogue cultivator, and rogue cultivators grew up in battles. Therefore, when it came to battle experience, rogue cultivators were much richer. Just when Mu Qingsong thought that Li Tiniu would dodge the attack, Li Tiniu's figure suddenly lowered. However, he didn't bend down, instead, he directly descended. One must know that they were now in the sky, so they could descend straight down. After Li Tiniu descended, he slashed his blade towards Mu Qingsong's leg. Mu Qingsong didn't expect this, so he didn't have time to change his move. However, he was also a low-level cultivator who cultivated to the spirit realm. He wasn't a cultivator who was fed pills. Therefore, he stretched out his foot and stepped on Li Tiniu's blade. His whole body moved forward, allowing Li Tiniu's blade to pass through. However, Li Tiniu didn't stop. Instead, his figure moved as he rushed towards the sky and slashed his blade towards Mu Qingsong. However, Mu Qingsong had already recovered from his previous attack. His blue scimitar once again slashed towards Li Tiniu. At the same time, he also released another poison weapon. This was a thin sword. The sword was about a meter long, but it was very thin. It looked like an enlarged needle. The two artifacts attacked Li Tiniu at the same time. This made it difficult for Li Tiniu to deal with Mu Qingsong. He kept using his shield to block the attacks of the two artifacts. At the same time, the saber in his hand also changed from an offensive to a defensive stance. Fortunately, Li Tiniu's artifacts were able to defend against poison. Because of this, he wasn't poisoned by Mu Qingsong's poison. The more Mu Qingsong fought, the more frightened he became. He knew that Li Tiniu wasn't a spirit realm cultivator. Therefore, he thought that he could easily deal with Li Tiniu. However, he didn't expect Li Tiniu to be so difficult to deal with. The two artifacts in Li Tiniu's hands made it difficult for him to kill Li Tiniu. The biggest difference between a Qi refinement cultivator who could use magic tools and a Qi refinement cultivator who could use magic tools and a Qi refinement cultivator who could fly was the magic tools. Every magic tool had restrictions on it. The more restrictions there were, the more powerful the magic tool would be. Using the restrictions on a magic tool required mental strength. Without mental strength, one would not be able to use a magic tool. The so-called restriction was actually a formation. The more formations there were, the more reasonable they were, allowing the artifact to release a variety of power. Naturally, it was impossible for an ordinary artifact to release two different types of attacks at the same time. This was especially true for two conflicting types of attacks. Therefore, the restrictions in an artifact weren't only numerous, they also needed to be reasonable. They needed to reach the goal of complementing each other in order to maximize the artifact's power. If there were two conflicting types of formations in an artifact, then the artifact would be destroyed. This was a taboo when refining artifacts. However, there were also some refiners. Who would take advantage of this? They would make artifacts with conflicting types of restrictions. However, these artifacts were all one-time artifacts. Once they were released, the artifacts would explode. They would use the explosion to attack their enemies. Spirit realm cultivators were much stronger than spirit realm cultivators. It was precisely because of this that they were able to use magic tools. The higher the level of a cultivator, the stronger their spiritual force, and the more magic tools they could use. The higher the level of a magic tool, the more restrictions it would have, and the more powerful it would be. This was the reason why some low-level cultivators couldn't fight back in front of a high-level cultivator. If your weapon's level was lower than the opponent's, it would be like a person holding a saber facing a person holding a spear. Before you could even get close, the spear would shoot you down. Therefore, it was very difficult for a low-level cultivator to fight against a high-level cultivator. It was precisely because of this that Mu Qingsong didn't put Li Tiniu in his eyes from the beginning. In his opinion, even if Li Tiniu's weapon was an artifact, he wouldn't be able to exert its power. Therefore, when he faced Li Tiniu, he would be able to easily win. However, Mu Qingsong forgot one thing: Li Tiniu was actually a body cultivator. The biggest difference between a body cultivator and an ordinary cultivator wasn't the strength of the body. Although this was the advantage of a body cultivator, this wasn't the biggest difference between a body cultivator and an ordinary cultivator. The biggest difference between a body cultivator and an ordinary cultivator was the use of force. No matter what method a cultivator used to attack, defeat, or kill an enemy, they couldn't do without one thing, and that was energy. The use of energy was the most important thing for a cultivator. Without energy, any attack would be useless. Even poison was a type of energy. Of course, strength was also a type of energy, and it was a very powerful type of energy. It could be said that strength was the bone of energy. Without the support of strength, any kind of strength wouldn't be enough to attack the enemy. Therefore, in the cultivation world, strength was the mother of all laws. Body cultivators, on the other hand, were the best at using strength. They trained their bodies and at the same time, they trained their use of strength. It was precisely because of this that body cultivators became the most difficult group of people to deal with in the cultivation world. However, there were a lot of body cultivators who had gone astray. They only focused on the exercise of their bodies, but they weren't very good at using strength. In Zhao Hai's opinion, this was completely putting the cart before the horse. Therefore, he paid great attention to the body cultivators under him and their use of strength. Not to mention the body cultivators like Iron Snake and Iron Bull, even if it was someone like Ding Chunming, who was incomparably talented and had incredible strength, Zhao Hai would still emphasize his use of strength. Moreover, he had been doing this since he was in the lower realm. It was precisely because of this that Ding Chunming's fighting strength was the strongest in the entire Tide-watching gang, aside from Zhao Hai. Ordinary Qi refining and spirit realm cultivators simply couldn't be his opponent. After Iron Bull became Zhao Hai's servant, Zhao Hai had him practice the snake fist. At the same time, he also emphasized the use of strength. It was precisely because of this that Iron Bull was able to block Mu Qingsong's attack. Although Mu Qingsong's artifact had a lot of restrictions, Iron Bull's artifact also had a lot of restrictions. Although Iron Bull couldn't use these restrictions, he could still use some of them. These restrictions, coupled with the use of strength, allowed Iron Bull to block Mu Qingsong's attack. This made Mu Qingsong very surprised. The two exchanged more than 50 moves, but there was no clear winner. Although Iron Bull was on the defensive, Mu Qingsong couldn't do anything to him. This made Mu Qingsong anxious. On the other hand, Iron Bull was very happy at this time. He even entered a mysterious state. In his eyes, there was only this battle and the various ways of using strength. Because of this, the more he fought, the happier he became. After the two had exchanged more than 80 moves, Mu Qingsong released another artifact. At the same time, he used 3 artifacts to attack Iron Bull. He even added poison to the attack. Although Mu Qingsong didn't know why Iron Bull wasn't afraid of poison, he still wanted to use poison to attack Iron Bull. He hoped that it would affect Iron Bull and make it easier for him to kill Iron Bull. However, when Mu Qingsong released the 3rd artifact, Iron Bull felt his mind shake. Then he felt that he had entered a new realm. He could clearly feel the various restrictions on the artifacts on his body. Although Iron Bull didn't know much about restrictions, he was still shocked by the dense restrictions on his artifacts. Even if he didn't understand restrictions, it didn't mean that he had never heard of them. In fact, he had heard a lot about restrictions. Especially after arriving at the Poison Tree sect, his horizons had broadened a lot. He was very clear that the quality of a magic artifact was closely related to restrictions. Generally, a Spirit Rebirth Realm cultivator would only use a magic artifact with 18 restrictions at most. Generally, Spirit Rebirth Realm cultivators would only be able to use a magic artifact with 18 restrictions at most. Conversely, a Spirit Rebirth Realm cultivator would be able to use a magic artifact with 6 restrictions at most. A Spirit Rebirth Realm cultivator would be able to use a magic artifact with 5 to 8 restrictions at most. A Spirit Rebirth Realm cultivator would be able to use a magic artifact with 13 to 18 restrictions at most. A Spirit Rebirth Realm cultivator would be able to use a Spirit Rebirth Realm cultivator with 5 to 8 restrictions at most. A Spirit Rebirth Realm cultivator would be able to use a magic artifact with 13 to 18 restrictions at most. Naturally, if you get a high-grade artifact with more than 18 restrictions, then you would only be able to use 18 restrictions at most. However, when refining high-grade artifacts, the materials used would naturally be high-grade as well. Because of this, it was impossible to engrave so many restrictions in an artifact without using high-grade materials. Iron Bull discovered that none of the artifacts on his body had 18 restrictions. The restrictions were densely packed and he didn't know how many there were. However, he was certain that there were no less than 50 restrictions. This made Iron Bull very surprised. He didn't think that the artifacts that Zhao Hai gave him would be high-grade artifacts. They were much stronger than ordinary artifacts used by cultivators. Even the leather armor and boots that Iron Bull thought were ordinary had more than 50 restrictions. This made Iron Bull very grateful. Iron Bull was also aware of his current situation. He was certain that he had made a breakthrough. He had officially become a Spirit Ascension Realm cultivator. This made him very happy. Mu Qingsong also felt Iron Bull's change. When he felt Iron Bull's change, his expression couldn't help but change. He was very clear about Iron Bull's temperament. He had felt it from a lot of cultivators who had just broken through to the Spirit Ascension realm. This was also the reason why he was surprised. He didn't think that Iron Bull would be able to break through to the Spirit Ascension realm. This made Iron Bull even more difficult to deal with. Iron Bull felt very good. He had never felt so good before. Although he still couldn't bring out the full power of the two artifacts in his hands, he was certain that they would become even more powerful. Even the boots on his feet would become even more powerful. Iron Bull blocked Mu Qingsong's slender sword attack. Then he stomped his foot, causing a loud bang to be heard. It was as if his stomp caused the air to explode. Then his figure rushed forward. His speed was much faster than before. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Mu Qingsong and swung his saber. Although he was now a spirit realm cultivator, he didn't know much about the artifacts in his hands. Therefore, he couldn't let the saber and shield fly out. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control them well and would reduce his fighting strength. Therefore, he used his most familiar artifact, the boots. He directly rushed to the front of the enemy and slashed with his saber. Mu Qingsong had already started paying attention to Tainyo when he noticed the change in his temperament. Now, although he was a little surprised, he wasn't completely unprepared. He moved his body and dodged Tainyo's attack. However, he still underestimated Iron Bull. Iron Bull's saber had several changes and blocked all of Mu Qingsong's escape routes. Because Mu Qingsong had been using artifacts for a long time, he had become very unfamiliar with close combat. Therefore, he didn't notice the changes in Iron Bull's saber. Just as he dodged Iron Bull's attack, Iron Bull's saber changed and surrounded him in a saber light. Then, saber light flashed continuously. Mu Qingsong could only parry and had no strength to fight back. He couldn't even control his 3 artifacts. He had to take out another artifact to block Iron Bull's attack. After blocking 20 saber strikes in a row, Mu Qingsong finally felt that he wouldn't be able to hold on. When he thought of this, his face couldn't help but change. Then, a ferocious expression appeared on his face as he stared at Iron Bull. Although Iron Bull noticed the change, it was already too late for him to change his move. In fact, he didn't use all of his strength to attack Mu Qingsong. He wanted Mu Qingsong to be his free sparring partner so that he could adapt to his new energy as soon as possible. However, he underestimated Mu Qingsong's determination. When Mu Qingsong realized that he wouldn't be able to survive today, he actually thought of perishing together with Iron Bull. It was precisely because of this that Iron Bull had such an expression on his face. This wasn't the first time Iron Bull saw such an expression. He had seen it many times in the past. Those who wanted to perish together with him would have such an expression on their face. However, this was the first time that a spirit realm cultivator wanted to perish together with him. Iron Bull couldn't help but panic. At this moment, a fist suddenly appeared behind Mu Qingsong and struck his back. Mu Qingsong's expression froze. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, this blood contained fragments of his internal organs. Mu Qingsong wanted to look back to see who had punched him. Why didn't he feel anything when he was hit? However, he didn't have the chance to look back. The vitality in his body had been completely cut off. Looking at Mu Qingsong, who fell to the ground, Zhao Hai's voice was heard, remember, never underestimate your enemy. If you can kill him with one strike, don't use two strikes. You actually wanted to use your enemy to adapt to your strength. This is simply nonsense. Do you know what kind of move your enemy has? If he really wanted to perish together with you, do you know if you could block his attack? Next time, remember, if you can kill the enemy, you must kill them as soon as possible, understand? Iron Bull bowed and said, yes, I understand. Young master can rest assured, I won't do this next time. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, alright, pack up his things. Let's go. Iron Bull nodded, then he took Mu Qingsong's space as well as his artifacts. Then he returned to Zhao Hai's side. Zhao Hai looked at Iron Bull and said, you've done very well. You were actually able to make a breakthrough in the middle of a battle. It seems like my previous estimate wasn't wrong. You could have made a breakthrough at any time. Now that the opportunity has arrived, you'll naturally be able to make a breakthrough. Now that the opportunity has arrived, you'll naturally be able to make a breakthrough. Now that the opportunity has arrived, you'll naturally be able to make a breakthrough. Iron Snake, it's your turn. Iron Snake, who has been standing next to Zhao Hai, immediately replied, yes, young master. Leave it to me. Iron Snake, your current shortcoming is that you lack combat experience. You had almost no combat experience when you were in the Poison Dragon sect, and now you don't have any combat experience. This is not good. A cultivator without combat experience is definitely a shortcoming. Therefore, for the next period of time, we will focus on you. Unless you are about to be killed, Iron Bull and I will not make a move. However, this will also be very dangerous, because we might not be able to save you in time. Therefore, when the time comes, you will have to rely on yourself. Take this pill. You are currently at the 11th stage of the Qi refining realm, and have not yet broken through to the 12th stage. This pill's efficacy is very strong, it can even allow you to break through to the Qi refining realm. However, the prerequisite is that you must completely absorb the medicinal efficacy of this pill and transform it into your own strength. Iron Snake nodded, then he took the pill and directly ate it. The pill melted in his mouth, but there was nothing special about it. He didn't feel any strong medicinal strength, so he couldn't help but curiously look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Iron Snake and said, this pill's efficacy is different from ordinary pills. In ordinary pills, once the efficacy enters the body, it will immediately explode. Even if you don't want to absorb it, it will still cause permanent damage to your body. But this pill doesn't. This pill's efficacy is very slow, and its efficacy will remain hidden in your body. Only when your body starts to absorb the efficacy will it slowly fuse with your body. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 1 or 2 years to fully absorb the efficacy of this pill. But now is an opportunity. As long as you go through a lot of battles, you will be able to absorb the efficacy of this pill. Perhaps it won't take long for you to completely absorb the efficacy of this pill. When the time comes, you will be able to break through to the spirit refining realm. Iron Snake smiled and said, this pill's efficacy is very different from ordinary pills. In general, once the efficacy enters the body, it will immediately explode. Even if you don't want to absorb it, if the efficacy is too strong, it may cause permanent damage to your body. But this pill is different. Iron Snake happily agreed. Zhao Hai looked at the sky and said in a deep voice, let's go. We need to find someone. Iron Bull and Iron Snake nodded, then they followed Zhao Hai and flew into the distance. This secret realm was really desolate, there was nothing here. This made all the cultivators who entered feel disappointed. Some cultivators even wanted to see what was under the sand. But to their disappointment, there was nothing under the sand. This made them even more disappointed. Secret realms like this have been discovered in the Sword Spirit boundary before. Moreover, there was more than one. Because of the destructive power of the ancient war, many secret realms were desolate and had nothing. This wasn't the only secret realm like this. However, these cultivators didn't want to go out before the time was up. This was because the secret realm was a lawless world. They can do whatever they want here. Although there were no materials here, the concentration of spiritual chi here wasn't too bad. Most importantly, there were a lot of cultivators here. These people were all from other sects. They can kill people from other sects, or even their own sects, and rob them of their treasures. This way, their trip wouldn't be in vain. Because of this, no one left the secret realm. Zhao Hai also knew that no one had left yet. Because of this, it was very easy for him to kill Elder Shah's disciples. Before Zhao Hai entered the secret realm, he had already left liquid silver on the bodies of the Poison Dragon sect disciples. Therefore, he knew the location of these people. Naturally, it wouldn't take much effort to find them. He could easily find them and deal with them. Li Jiong was slowly flying forward. He was feeling a little proud in his heart. After discovering this secret realm, he immediately gave up on looking for materials and turned his attention to other people. However, he didn't make a move on the people from the Poison Dragon sect. After all, he was now alone. The two cultivators who were following him were separated from him in the whirlpool. Because of this, he was now alone. The most powerful thing about the Poison Dragon Guard was their poison. However, if this poison was used on a fellow disciple, the effect would be a lot worse. If you were good at using poison, then your fellow disciple would also be good at using poison. If you have your own poison, then your fellow disciple would also have their own poison. Because of this, Li Jiong wouldn't make a move on the Poison Dragon sect's disciples. Instead, he set his sights on the people from other sections. After all, it wouldn't be easy for them to escape the poison of the Poison Dragon sect. However, Li Jiong still had to deal with someone from the Poison Dragon sect. This person was none other than Zhao Hai. Li Jiong was also a disciple of Elder Shah. In his eyes, Mu Qingsong wasn't a very important disciple. Because of this, Li Jiong's relationship with Elder Shah was similar to Mu Qingsong's relationship with Elder Shah. They were both disciples of Elder Shah in name. In fact, they didn't learn anything from Elder Shah. They just maintained this relationship with Elder Shah in name and didn't offend him. Sha Tianhe also understood this. Therefore, he didn't directly order these people to deal with Zhao Hai in the secret realm. Instead, he used benefits to entice them. Li Jiong and the others couldn't refuse this temptation and went to deal with Zhao Hai. However, Li Jiong still hasn't met Zhao Hai. He did meet two people from other sections. Naturally, he wouldn't be polite and killed both of them. He even took their things. This was what made him proud. While Li Jiong was flying in the sky, he suddenly saw a person slowly flying forward. This made Sha Tianhe stare. Then his eyes lit up. He didn't need to look at this person to know that this person was one of Zhao Hai's servants. This time, the Poison Dragon sect said that they would send 200 disciples and 400 servants. However, everyone knew that these servants were nothing more than servants of the Poison Dragon sect. The only one who brought his own servants was Zhao Hai himself. Among the several thousand people who entered the secret realm, only 2 of Zhao Hai's servants were at the Qi refining realm. The others were all at the Qi refining realm. As long as one was at the Qi refining realm, it would be impossible for them to walk on the ground. In such an environment, they would definitely fly in the sky. Even if their spiritual Qi was exhausted, they would only look for a place to rest. After recovering, they would fly again. Therefore, in the secret realm, those who were walking on the ground were definitely Zhao Hai's servants. Because Zhao Hai's servants couldn't fly, they could only walk on the ground. Li Jiong's figure moved and appeared in front of that person. That person also stopped and looked at Li Jiong with vigilance, but Li Jiong did not care at all. He looked at that person, he could see that that person was only at the Qi refinement realm 11th stage, he might not even have reached the Qi refinement realm 11th stage. In Li Jiong's view, he could not pose any threat to him, so he did not take that person seriously. Iron Snake looked at the person in front of him. He knew this person. Although it was impossible for this person to know him, he knew this person. After all, Iron Snake was a servant of the Poison Dragon sect. Therefore, he had a good understanding of the people in the sect. Servants like him had a certain understanding of the inner and outer disciples of the Poison Dragon sect. As for the core disciples, he didn't need to know about them because those core disciples were too famous. It was impossible for him to not know about them. What he had to remember were the inner disciples of the Poison Dragon sect because these inner disciples were existences that he had to look up to. However, Iron Snake didn't say anything. He pretended that he didn't know Li Jiong and looked at Li Jiong with vigilance. In fact, his heart was somewhat excited. In the past, he could only look up to people like Li Duanyong. No, it could even be said that he couldn't look directly at them. In the past, when he saw people like Li Jiyong, he had to stay far away or salute. After meeting, he had to lower his head and absolutely couldn't raise his head casually. This was the rule of servants. Therefore, he didn't dare to look at Li Jiyong. When he saw Li Jiyong in the Poison Dragon sect, he always bowed. But now, he was standing in front of Li Jiyong. Not only could he look at Li Jiyong, he could also fight with Li Jiyong. This was something he didn't dare to imagine before. Therefore, although he was calm on the surface, his heart was boiling like magma. Li Jiyong didn't know what Iron Snake was thinking. He didn't know Iron Snake, he was an inner disciple of the Poison Dragon sect. How could he know a servant? Li Jiyong looked at Iron Snake and said, "Are you Tianhai's servant? Tell me, where is Tianhai?" Iron Snake looked at Li Jiyong and said, "I don't know." Li Jiyong sneered and said, "I don't believe that Tianhai didn't give you a way to contact him when he brought you into the secret realm. You should have already contacted Tianhai, right? I advise you to tell me where Tianhai is. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Iron Snake didn't say anything. Instead, he moved his hands and formed the snake fist as he coldly looked at Li Jiyong. When Li Jiyong saw Iron Snake's appearance, he couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Iron Snake and said, "Snake fist. You actually want to use this fist technique to deal with me? Ha ha ha. You're too naive. You're worthy of being a servant of a rogue cultivator. You really don't know anything." Li Jiyong couldn't be blamed for misunderstanding. Iron Snake's snake fist was very similar to an ordinary snake fist. Therefore, when an average person sees Iron Snake's snake fist, they would immediately recognize it as the snake fist. Naturally, they would look down on it. After all, the snake fist was one of the most common low-level fist techniques in the sword spirit world. After Li Jiyong looked at it, he moved his hand and a poisonous weapon appeared in his hand. This weapon was very special, it was actually a 9-section whip. This 9-section whip was actually refined from a poisonous snake. The snake's bones, skin, and venom were all refined into this whip. Because of this, the 9-section whip looked very strange. The head of the whip was a snake's head. Adding on to the fact that it was an artifact, it looked like a real snake as it spun around in the air. Not only did Li Jiyong release the 9-jointed snake, he also patted his waist. A 10-meter-long snake suddenly appeared beside him. Li Jiyong reached out and touched the snake's head. The snake actually showed a very happy expression. It seems like the snake's intelligence wasn't low. Li Jiyong stroked the big snake beside him and said to Iron Snake, "Since you use the snake fist, I'll let you experience what a real snake looks like today." "Oh right, my 9-section whip technique is also very famous in the Poison Dragon sect, it's called the Divine Dragon 9 Revolving Whip. I heard that it's a very powerful whip technique developed from the snake fist. Today, I'll let you see how strong this Divine Dragon 9 Revolving Whip is." After saying that, Li Jiyong pointed his finger forward. The big snake hissed at the sky and then pounced on the Iron Snake. At the same time, the 9-section whip also attacked the Iron Snake. The 9-section whip was actually a very strange weapon. There weren't a lot of people who used this weapon because it was very difficult to practice. It was different from ordinary whips. Ordinary whips were soft while the 9-section whip's body was both soft and hard. It was a very powerful and strange weapon. If one didn't practice it well, they would hurt themselves. The 9-section whip that had turned into an artifact was even more extraordinary. The 9-section whip was like a living snake as it rushed straight towards the Iron Snake. In fact, it had many more transformations compared to a living snake. Li Jiyong also sent out his battle pet to deal with Iron Snake. Li Jiyong's battle pet was a battle pet that the Poison Dragon sect gave to their disciples, the Iron Thread Snake. Not only was this snake as hard as steel, it was also very poisonous. Therefore, it was very popular among the disciples of the Poison Dragon sect. However, there weren't many disciples who could raise their battle pets. First, this was because this battle pet wasn't very strong before it matured. It was very likely that it would be killed by the enemy while helping its master in battle. Secondly, if one wanted to have a battle pet grow, one would need to invest a lot of resources to feed it. And this investment wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. Even for a large sect like the Poison Dragon sect, it wasn't easy for an ordinary disciple to raise a battle pet. If they took a portion of their resources and used it to nurture the battle pet, they would be able to grow. However, this would slow down their own cultivation speed. Cultivators were very selfish. How could they slow down their cultivation speed for a battle pet? Because of this, although there were a lot of disciples in the Poison Dragon sect who had battle pets, the battle strength of these battle pets wasn't that strong. There were even some cultivators who didn't have battle pets for a long time. There were also some who had exchanged their battle pets for poison corpses. Those who still used iron thread snakes as battle pets were already less than 1 in 10 in the Poison Dragon sect. When Iron Snake saw the battle pet and the 9-section whip, his expression couldn't help but change. However, he immediately thought of what Zhao Hai said. This battle was definitely a test for him. Therefore, he needed to face it alone. Only when his life was in danger would Zhao Hai make a move. But at that time it might be too late. Iron Snake also knew that this was Zhao Hai's test for him. If he didn't have the ability to face danger alone, then he could only follow Zhao Hai as a servant in the future. He didn't want that. He wanted to be like Iron Bull. He wanted to be stronger and do more things for Zhao Hai. When his thoughts reached this point, Iron Snake had already made up his mind. He took a deep breath, got rid of all distracting thoughts, and began to pour all of his energy into the snake fist. Iron Bull had also practiced the snake fist before, and he was quite good at it. However, his strength was stronger than Iron Snake's, so when he fought, he didn't necessarily have to use the snake fist. He was a rogue cultivator and knew a lot of martial arts, so he wasn't used to using the snake fist to fight. This was because when he was a rogue cultivator, he had more or less formed his own style. It was impossible for him to throw away all the things he knew and was used to and only use the snake fist to fight. It was also because of his background and his cultivation foundation that his cultivation speed was much faster than Iron Snake's. At present, his fighting strength was also much stronger than Iron Snake's. This was because his starting point was higher than Iron Snake's. No matter what, he was a rogue cultivator. He had cultivated before, but Iron Snake wasn't. He wasn't a rogue cultivator, he was only a servant. He didn't cultivate before, and this was his biggest shortcoming. But from a long-term perspective, this was Iron Snake's advantage. He didn't cultivate before, so he didn't form his own fighting system. Zhao Hai let him practice the snake fist, so he could wholeheartedly practice it. He put all of his energy into the snake fist. He wouldn't think about anything else, and he wouldn't be affected in any way. Therefore, when it came to the attainment of the snake fist, Iron Snake was stronger than Iron Bull. It was precisely because Iron Snake put all of his energy into the practice of the snake fist that he was more focused. This would be more beneficial for his future development. It could be said that his future development might be stronger than Iron Bull's. The snake fist wasn't an ordinary martial art. It was a martial art with a concept. Because Iron Bull had practiced other martial arts before, not only was it not beneficial for him to comprehend the concept of the snake fist, but it would also hinder his comprehension of the concept. On the other hand, Iron Snake didn't have such a problem. He hadn't really practiced martial arts before, and the snake fist was his everything. It was precisely because of this that he could better comprehend the concept of the snake fist. It could be said that his starting point was higher than Iron Bull's. This point could be seen very clearly from the situation when the two fought. Because Iron Bull was a rogue cultivator, he had a lot of experience in fighting. In addition to his previous fighting style, he had always been a power type. Therefore, when he fought against Mu Qingsong, he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. This was because he had a lot of experience in fighting. He knew when to use what moves to use. Therefore, when he fought against Mu Qingsong, he was very valiant. Iron Snake, on the other hand, was different. He didn't know much to begin with, and after learning the snake fist, he only practiced the snake fist. He never practiced anything else. Now, the snake fist was engraved into his bones. He could casually disassemble the moves of the snake fist and then combine them. This was something that Iron Bull couldn't do. However, Iron Snake's fighting experience was too little. It was precisely because of this that when he fought against the enemy, he was very careful and appeared very passive. In other words, he was a rookie on the battlefield. He wouldn't take the initiative to attack. He would only use his snake fist to defend, and his defense appeared very passive. In other words, he would wait for the enemy to make a move to defend. Fortunately, the snake fist had already become his instinct. Moreover, the snake fist was a fist technique with a concept. It was very profound. Therefore, although he had been passively defending, he didn't seem to be defeated. Now, it was Li Jiong's turn to be surprised. From the first move he exchanged with Iron Snake, he knew that he was facing a rookie on the battlefield. He simply didn't have any fighting experience. In his opinion, for such a person, even if he was very strong, it would be impossible for him to block 3 of his moves. Not to mention that he had already released the Dragon God's Whip and his battle pet. In his opinion, it was already very good for his opponent to block 3 of his moves. However, he didn't expect that after the two had exchanged more than 20 moves, Iron Snake would still be able to hold on. Moreover, his movements were becoming smoother and smoother. Although he couldn't counterattack, there was no problem in defending. Li Jiong could also see that the snake fist used by Iron Snake was very different from the snake fist he knew. Although it was also a snake fist, the snake fist used by Iron Snake was more exquisite. This made him even more surprised. Li Jiong's heart faintly felt uneasy. He felt that every time Iron Snake exchanged a move with him, Iron Snake was constantly improving. This was too terrifying. He felt that he couldn't let Iron Snake go on like this. If this goes on, then Iron Snake might really escape. Li Jiong felt that he couldn't let this continue. Until now, Li Jiong hadn't thought that Iron Snake might be a threat to him. He only thought that Iron Snake could escape from his hands, and he also thought that this only existed in theory. However, Li Jiong was a careful person. He wanted to eliminate this theoretical possibility, so he made his move again. This time, he used a poisonous weapon. He wanted to use this weapon to directly deal with Iron Snake. He absolutely couldn't give him a chance to make a comeback. He wanted to completely deal with Iron Snake. Even if he couldn't find Zhao Hai through him, he would accept it. When Li Jiong released the same poisonous weapon, Iron Snake also felt the danger. However, besides the snake fist, he didn't know anything else. The snake fist had already fused with his body, becoming an instinct of his. Therefore, Iron Snake had no other choice but to use the snake fist to deal with the enemy. However, when he was fighting the enemy just now, because there was a giant iron thread snake among his enemies, he was able to observe how the iron thread snake dealt with the enemy at a close distance. This also allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of the snake fist. Now that there was another poisonous weapon attacking him, although the iron thread snake was a little flustered, his hands did not panic. He continued to use the snake fist move after move, and his understanding of the snake fist also increased. Iron Snake didn't notice that when Li Jiong released the second artifact, the phantom of a giant snake had already appeared on Iron Snake's body. Although this phantom was very faint, it was indeed the phantom of a giant snake. Concept Cultivation Method. Seeing the phantom of the giant snake, Li Jiong couldn't help but exclaim. He was a knowledgeable person, so he naturally knew what happened to Iron Snake. However, he couldn't understand. Iron Snake was just a servant, so how could he know a concept cultivation method? Moreover, where did he learn the snake fist from? How come he hadn't heard of the existence of a concept cultivation method in the snake fist? However, whether he agreed or not, it was indeed a concept cultivation method. Seeing this concept cultivation method, Li Jiong really didn't know what to do. One must know that cultivating a concept cultivation method was the same as cultivating sword intent. Some sword cultivators might not be able to comprehend sword intent even after cultivating for a lifetime. However, some sword cultivators might be able to comprehend sword intent after cultivating for a year. Concept cultivation methods were the same. Some people could practice a concept cultivation method for their entire life and still not be able to comprehend the concept within it. But some people could comprehend the concept as long as they practiced a concept cultivation method a few times. This was the difference between the two. Iron Snake hadn't comprehended the snake concept before. Therefore, although his snake fist was exquisite, it lacked a concept. Naturally, its power was greatly reduced. However, now that he had a preliminary understanding of the concept, the power of his fist technique would greatly increase. Although the shadow could not help him attack, as long as the enemy entered the shadow, they would be affected by the shadow. However, this depended on which aspect Iron Snake's snake fist focused on. It could be said that the shadow was actually a force field, one of Iron Snake's force fields. If Iron Snake's snake fist was a twisting attack, then the shadow would produce a twisting force field. When the enemy's attack entered this force field, it would be greatly affected. It was very likely that the attack would be deflected by this twisting force, or be directly entangled by this twisting force, unable to move. If Iron Snake's snake fist focused on poison, then the shadow would form a poisonous force field. All enemies who entered the shadow would be poisoned, but relatively speaking, the twisting force field would be weaker. Iron Snake's snake fist focused on poison, but he also focused on twisting force. Twisting was a snake's instinct. When a snake attacked an enemy, in addition to using its poisonous fangs, it would use its body to entangle the enemy, strangling the enemy to death, or directly swallowing the enemy into its belly. Then it would use its body to constantly roll, contracting and twisting to completely crush the enemy's bones. Therefore, twisting force was the most important force field of the snake fist. As for Iron Snake's poison, it was added later. Zhao Hai had him soak his body in some poison, which made him a poisonous person. This would greatly increase the power of the snake fist. However, he still practiced twisting force, so the shadow that appeared on Iron Snake's body was still mainly twisting force. Iron Snake, on the other hand, had a strange feeling. The snake fist was a close combat technique, but he could feel that his strength could be transmitted outside his body. In the area outside his body, his strength could reach, and he could even control his strength to directly attack the enemy in this area. In other words, he could completely prevent the giant snake and the artifact from getting close to him. Although Iron Snake still didn't know what was going on, he could feel that this was a good thing for him. Therefore, his heart slowly relaxed, and he became more and more proficient in the snake fist. At the same time, Iron Snake also noticed that there seemed to be a power in his body that was constantly fusing with his body, allowing his physical strength to flow endlessly. Iron Snake believed that this power was the power of the pill Zhao Hai had given him before, so Iron Snake was even more relieved. He began to carefully control the power that could be released outside his body, allowing him to control it more freely. Time passed bit by bit. At this time, Li Jiong had already released 3 magic items. Even with the addition of the giant snake, he still couldn't do anything to the Iron Snake. At this time, the shadow of a giant snake had formed around the Iron Snake's body. This giant snake was coiled there with its head raised. The entire shadow occupied an area of about 2 miles, which showed how big this shadow was. Moreover, this phantom was becoming more and more solid. It was now much more solid than when it first appeared. Most importantly, after fighting for so long, not only did Iron Snake not seem to be struggling at all, he even broke through the 11th Order Qi Refinement Realm and directly entered the 12th Order Qi Refinement Realm. This made Li Jiong more and more apprehensive. But at the same time, this also strengthened his decision to kill Iron Snake. He was very clear that Iron Snake had not yet reached the Qi Refinement Realm and was already so difficult to deal with. If he really reached the Qi Refinement Realm, he would be even more difficult to deal with. At that time, Li Jiong was afraid that he wouldn't be Iron Snake's opponent. Therefore, he had to take advantage of the fact that Iron Snake hadn't grown yet to kill him. He absolutely couldn't let him grow and threaten him. Thinking of this, Li Jiong's eyes couldn't help but widen. 2 streaks of light, one green and one blue, flew out of his hands and attacked Iron Snake. These 2 streaks of light didn't look like poisonous weapons, but they could be manipulated like artifacts. Moreover, they were very fast. This was one of the Poison Dragon Sect's 3 great secret arts. Iron Snake, on the other hand, was feeling very good. He could already deal with the giant snake and the 3 artifacts with ease. He was currently observing Li Jiong, thinking about how he could give Li Jiong a blow. Li Jiong was still flying in the sky, but he wasn't very far from him. It could be seen that Li Jiong thought that he couldn't fly, so he was so close to him. This was his opportunity. Now that he saw the two streaks of light that Li Jiong released, Iron Snake immediately knew that it was a poison technique. However, he wasn't worried. He saw the battle between Iron Snake and Mu Qingsong. Mu Qingsong also used a poison technique to deal with Iron Bull. However, Iron Bull was able to block the poison technique. The poison technique that was blocked was directly absorbed by Iron Bull's saber and shield. In other words, a poison technique that didn't directly hit their bodies had no effect on them. Because of this, Iron Snake wasn't worried about the poison technique. However, he thought that this was an opportunity. As a servant of the Poison Dragon sect, Iron Snake's understanding of the Poison Dragon sect's poison technique was deeper than Iron Bull's. He knew that as long as his strength could hit the poison technique would explode and form a poisonous fog. This poisonous fog could have a great effect on people, but at the same time, it could also block the vision of the person releasing the poison. This was his opportunity. As long as the poisonous fog could block Li Jiong's vision, he could suddenly attack and deal with Li Jiong in one fell swoop. Naturally, if the poison technique was only like this, then it wouldn't be worthy of being called one of the three ultimate techniques of the Poison Dragon sect. In fact, there were some poison techniques that wouldn't explode after being hit by strength, nor would they turn into poisonous fog. Instead, they would act like other artifacts, turning in a circle before attacking the enemy. This was the true poison technique. However, the Poison Dragon sect's understanding and research of poison techniques were getting lesser and lesser. They no longer used poison techniques as their main means of attack, but more of a supporting means. This greatly reduced the power of poison techniques. A lot of Poison Dragon sect cultivators were no longer able to use poison techniques as artifacts. They could only use poison techniques. This was the reason why Iron Snake thought that this was an opportunity. Iron Snake didn't immediately use his power to hit the two beams of light when the blue and green beams shot into the phantom of the serpent. Instead, he let the two beams of light fly towards him. In any case, under the influence of the serpent, the two beams of light were also under his control. He could hit them whenever he wanted. He didn't need to worry about the two beams of light attacking him at all. Therefore, when the two beams of light approached him, he exploded them. Li Jiong had been paying attention to the Iron Snake. When he saw the two rays of light approaching the Iron Snake, a smile appeared on his face. The closer the poison was, the more powerful it would be. Therefore, when Li Jiong saw the two rays of light approaching the Iron Snake's body, he felt relieved. After the two poisons were destroyed by the Iron Snake, they turned into two poisonous mists and surrounded the Iron Snake. The smile on Li Jiong's face became even bigger. He could already see the Iron Snake falling to the ground after being poisoned. But at this time, a figure suddenly flew out of the poisonous fog. The phantom of the snake also flew out and pounced towards Li Jiong. The speed of the figure was surprisingly fast. In the blink of an eye, the figure was already in front of Li Jiong. Li Jiong's mind went stiff for a moment. He couldn't react. At this time, the figure was already in front of him. The figure's hands formed the shape of a snake's head and struck forward. One hand struck Li Jiong's throat while the other hand struck his chest. The two hands were like swords. One hand directly pierced Li Jiong's throat while the other pierced Li Jiong's chest, crushing his heart. The pain in his throat and heart caused Li Jiong to completely wake up. However, his life force had already been cut off. He looked at Taishi in disbelief. He couldn't believe that he, a dignified inner sect disciple of the Poison Dragon sect, would actually die in the hands of a servant. At this time, Iron Snake coldly retracted his hands. He looked at Li Jiong's expression and coldly smiled. Then he watched as Li Jiong's corpse fell to the ground. But don't take such a risk next time. Li Jiong is controlling three artifacts at the same time, he won't be able to hold on for a long time. On the other hand, you have comprehended a concept, so you won't be able to hold on for long. Therefore, you don't need to worry. Li Jiong didn't use the right poison. It should be like an artifact, but the poison he used can only be said to release the poison. It's too far off. Yes, young master. Young master, you don't know, but many inner sect disciples in the Poison Dragon sect use magical poison like this. Magical poison is a consumable and they can't afford it. Therefore, they rarely use magical poison and rarely study magical poison. Therefore, it's impossible for them to use magical poison as a magic tool because they simply don't know how to do it. Generally, only core disciples study magical poison. That's why I did what I did. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good, it's good that you can think of this. Both of you have killed one person, so the things on their bodies will be yours. Iron Bull, you can study those artifacts now. You're already a spirit realm cultivator, so you can use those artifacts. Although body cultivators are very difficult to deal with, that doesn't mean that they don't use artifacts. If they don't use artifacts, then they won't be able to attack from a distance. Iron Snake, you're the same." Iron Bull and Iron Snake nodded at the same time. Zhao Hai looked at them and nodded, "All right, I won't say anything more. I'll take the snake and use it to refine some poison. You don't have any objections, right?" Iron Bull and Iron Snake quickly said, we don't. Young Master can take it. Actually, these artifacts should be yours. We're Young Master's people, it wouldn't be good to leave them behind." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, wait for some time. When Iron Snake becomes a spirit realm cultivator, I'll teach you how to refine and use poison. You should learn it, it'll be good for you." The two nodded. Zhao Hai led the two to the back of a sand dune. Then he took out a formation and opened it. As soon as the formation was opened, Iron Bull and Iron Snake felt the surrounding temperature drop a lot. Even the sun above their heads wasn't as hot as before. Zhao Hai said, "Take a good rest and eat something. Then we'll go find those people." Iron Bull and Iron Snake nodded. Then they looked up at the sky. The sun was still hanging high in the sky, causing them to be puzzled. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled faintly. "There's no need to look. We've been inside the mystic realm for more than 12 hours. From the time we entered the mystic realm, the sun has always been in that position. It seems like the sun won't set for a while. Now I understand why there aren't any plants or animals here. With such a big sun, how could there be any plants or animals here?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's right." When Iron Bull and Iron Snake heard Zhao, they didn't know what to say. They didn't think that the sun would actually be hanging in the sky. This really surprised them. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You're right." Zhao Hai didn't explain anything to the two. In this endless universe, there were tens of thousands of worlds. Every world was different. It wasn't strange for a world where the sun never sets. Zhao Hai closed his eyes and sat down to rest. Iron Bull and Iron Snake also sat down to restore their spiritual chi. Although the two had only experienced a single battle, they had made a lot of progress. This was especially true for Iron Bull, he had become a divine realm chi refinement cultivator. This was definitely good news for Iron Bull. Iron Snake also made a lot of progress. Because of this, the two needed to recover their strength as soon as possible. They needed to get familiar with their strength. Because of this, they needed to rest. Zhao Hai knew that the two would need some time to digest their breakthroughs. This was especially true for Iron Bull. Iron Bull's strength had reached a certain level. As long as he received a certain amount of stimulation, he would be able to break through. However, after breaking through, he would need to stabilize his realm. It would be impossible for him to break through in a short period of time. If he used pills to forcefully break through, then it wouldn't do him any good. Instead, it would cause his foundation to become unstable. As for Iron Snake, it was possible for him to make a breakthrough. However, it was impossible for him to do so within a month. Before leaving the secret realm, it would already be good if he could break through to the chi refinement realm. This was because he had comprehended the concept of the snake fist, which paved the way for him to advance to the chi refinement realm. Coupled with his medicinal pills, it was possible for him to make a breakthrough. If Iron Snake cultivated at his normal speed, it would take him at least 2 years to break through to the chi refinement realm. This was the difference between cultivating with and without pills. Time was very precious for cultivators. Iron Snake used 2 months to walk a path that others would take 2 years to walk. For him, this was definitely a good thing. Moreover, after he became a spirit realm disciple, he wouldn't miss out on his future cultivation just because he took pills. As long as he stabilized his cultivation, he could continue to cultivate. This showed how magical pills were. Iron Snake was a spirit realm disciple, so he didn't need to take pills to reach the spirit realm. He just needed to stabilize his cultivation and then he could continue to cultivate. The biggest difference between Zhao Hai and other cultivators was that he had the space. Inside his space, there were a lot of good things. Additionally, he had experienced countless planes. He was very clear about what cultivators needed to cultivate. Because of this, he was able to help Iron Snake and Iron Bull increase their strength to this degree in a short period of time. Because of this, Zhao Hai knew that the two needed to properly digest their sudden increase in strength. Only in this way would they be able to solidify their foundation. This way, their future cultivation wouldn't be affected. The three rested for 4 hours before they stood up. Then Zhao Hai led the two towards the location of the other Poison Dragon sect cultivator. This time, the three didn't sneak around. Before long, the three discovered the Poison Dragon sect cultivator. Zhao Hai quickly brought the two over and surrounded the Poison Dragon sect cultivator. When the Poison Dragon sect cultivator saw Wu Hai and the others surrounding him, he couldn't help but stare. Then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Senior brother, you're also from the Poison Dragon sect, right? May I ask why you're surrounding me?" Zhao Hai looked at the Poison Dragon sect cultivator, then he smiled faintly and said, "Alright, don't pretend. Senior brother Chu is one of Elder Sha Tianhe's disciples. Moreover, you're not a registered disciple, you're a legacy disciple. Hee. You entered the secret realm this time to deal with me. What's wrong? Now that I've surrounded you, you don't even dare to admit your identity. This is really shameful." When Chu Jiang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "I didn't expect your information to be accurate. You actually know my identity. But do you think that you can take my life with just the three of you? Aren't you too naive?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Who said that I'm going to take your life with just the three of us? I won't make a move, it'll be the two of them. I want them to take your life. Iron Bull, Iron Snake, I'll leave it to you." The two nodded, then Zhao Hai's figure retreated. Iron Snake and Iron Bull, one in front and one behind, surrounded Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang looked at Zhao Hai, then he sneered and said, "People say that Zhao Hai's ability to use poison is very high. Back then, Tongjing fell because of your ability. Today, it seems like your ability isn't very good. You've already been poisoned and you don't even know about it." Zhao Hai looked at Chu Jiang and said, "You don't need to lie to me. I'm very clear about whether or not I've been poisoned. Hee. You simply didn't have time to poison me. Therefore, you don't need to use this method to stall for time. Iron Bull, Iron Snake, make your move." Iron Bull and Iron Snake nodded. Iron Bull's sword and shield were already in his hand while Iron Snake's snake fist was already in motion. Chu Jiang looked at the two and couldn't help but sneer, "Iron Bull, Iron Snake, hee. Do you two really dare to deal with me together with Tian Hai? Iron Bull, your real name is Li Tainyo. You're an inner disciple of the Poison Tree sect. You're about to become a core disciple of the Poison Tree sect. Later on, the Poison Tree sect happened to be under the Five Poison sect. You managed to escape with your life in that battle and threw yourself under Tian Hai, becoming his servant. But have you ever thought that with your current strength, even if you join the Poison Dragon sect, you can still become an inner disciple? Isn't becoming an inner disciple of the Poison Dragon sect much better than being a servant? Why must you become his servant? Iron Snake, he was originally an ordinary servant of the Poison Dragon sect. It was Zhao Hai who took you and made you his personal servant. Your family is in the Poison Dragon sect. Do you really want to betray the Poison Dragon sect and become an enemy of the Poison Dragon sect? Aren't you afraid that your family will be implicated?" Iron Bull looked at Chu Jiang and faintly smiled, "It's better if you don't use this method. We're already the young master's servants. How could we betray him? Moreover, how do you know that following the young master wouldn't be as good as joining the Poison Dragon sect? Forget it, there's no need to talk so much with you. Just watch this." After saying that, he rushed towards Chu Jiang. Iron Snake also moved at this time. He waved his hands, and his two hands were like snake heads, attacking Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang's hand moved as a poisonous mist surrounded him. The range of this poisonous mist was very large, it completely surrounded Chu Jiang. Iron Bull and Iron Snake were also surrounded by the poisonous mist. Then Chu Jiang released his own poisonous weapon and attacked the two of them. Iron Bull and Iron Snake didn't panic because they were surrounded by the poisonous mist. They knew that it was impossible for the poisonous mist to harm them. Therefore, what they needed to do was to block Chu Jiang's poison weapon attack and defeat him at the same time. Chu Jiang didn't know that Iron Bull and Iron Snake had the nemesis of the Poison Dragon sect. One must know that the Poison Dragon sect was most proficient in using poison. But Iron Bull and Iron Snake actually had poison-absorbing formations. This was their nemesis. It could even be said that they were the nemesis of the entire Poison Dragon sect. Some people might say, isn't it just a poison-absorbing formation? Is it that easy? It was indeed very difficult. Although poison was also a type of energy, it was completely different from energy-gathering formations. Moreover, the Sword Spirit Realm didn't have any energy-gathering formations. The people here were still using crystals. It can be said that this was a very primitive way of using energy. Because the Sword Spirit Realm didn't have any energy-gathering formations, it was impossible for it to absorb poison. Because of this, there was nothing in the Sword Spirit Realm that could restrain the Poison Dragon sect. Zhao Hai's poison-absorbing formation could be said to be the only thing that could restrain the Poison Dragon sect. Naturally, Chu Jiang didn't know about this. He was still using his experience to deal with Iron Bull and Iron Snake. He thought that by releasing the poisonous mist, Iron Bull and Iron Snake would have some misgivings. This way, Iron Bull and Iron Snake wouldn't dare to fight him in close combat. If they were to use their artifacts to fight, then he would have a chance to escape. However, he didn't expect that Iron Bull and Iron Snake wouldn't have any misgivings. They directly rushed into the poisonous mist and blocked the artifacts that he released. Then Iron Bull and Iron Snake rushed to his side and attacked him. Seeing this situation, Chu Jiang couldn't help but be surprised. Fortunately, he wasn't an ordinary cultivator. He was a direct disciple of Elder Sha. His reputation wasn't just for show. Although Chu Jiang wasn't a core disciple, he was very strong among the inner sect disciples. He was one of the top 10 inner sect experts. It was impossible for a core disciple to become an elder's disciple. The only ones who could accept a core disciple were the Taishang elder, the sovereign, or the most powerful elder in the sect. However, there were only a few of such elders in the entire sect. It was precisely because of this that Chu Jiang, who was one of the top 10 inner disciples, was able to become the competition of other elders. From this matter, one could see how much influence Xianxia had in the Poison Dragon sect. Among his disciples, there were actually two of the top 10 inner sect experts. One was the already dead Tong Jing, and the other was Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang's strength was stronger than Tong Jing, so he quickly reacted. He was an official disciple of Xianxia. Naturally, he didn't lack poison artifacts. Moreover, his strength was a lot stronger than Tong Jing. Therefore, he immediately released two artifacts and attacked Iron Bull and Iron Snake. His body moved and dodged to the side. Iron Bull and Iron Snake dodged the two artifacts and rushed towards Chu Jiang. But at this time, Chu Jiang reacted. He released another artifact. This artifact wasn't used to attack Iron Bull and Iron Snake. Instead, it fell under his feet. He began to step on this artifact to deal with Iron Bull and Iron Snake. At the same time, he also began to command the four artifacts that he released before to attack Iron Bull and Iron Snake. Iron Bull and Iron Snake both had a weakness. Their long-range attacks were too weak. Iron Snake didn't have any long-range attacks because he wasn't strong enough. Although Iron Bull had reached the spirit realm, he hadn't learned how to use artifacts. Therefore, he didn't have any long-range attacks. This made the two of them chase after Chu Jiang and Iron Snake. They couldn't cause any substantial damage to Chu Jiang. Iron Bull and Iron Snake naturally understood this point. Both of them were anxious. Although their boots were also artifacts, Chu Jiang was also standing on an artifact. His speed wasn't any slower than theirs. Moreover, Chu Jiang had a lot more flying experience compared to them. If the two of them wanted to deal with Chu Jiang, it wouldn't be easy. Tainyo turned to look at Tai Shi, and Taishi looked at Tainyo. Both of them nodded. Tainyo's figure moved, and he sped up towards Chujiang. He chased after Chujiang with all his might, but Taishi slowed down. After Iron Snake slowed down, the phantom of a giant snake began to appear on his body. Although he had comprehended the snake fist's concept, his understanding wasn't very deep. Therefore, he needed to prepare in advance. After the phantom of the giant snake appeared, Iron Snake's body began to slowly shrink back, just like a snake slowly shrinking its body. His entire body was like a drawn bow, slowly accumulating power. As long as the power was there, the bow would be able to release a huge amount of power. As Iron Snake's body slowly shrank, the phantom of the giant snake also began to shrink. However, Iron Snake's eyes were still staring at Chujiang. Then his body shot forward like an arrow. His speed was very fast. In just a blink of an eye, he was already in front of Chujiang. Chujiang didn't think that Iron Snake would be this fast. When he saw Iron Snake rushing over, he knew that he wouldn't be able to dodge in time. He turned his body and attacked Iron Snake with the artifact in his hand. At the same time, several poisons were sent towards Iron Snake. Iron Snake acted as if he didn't see these things. His eyes stared at Chujiang, causing Chujiang's heart to tremble. Just as Chujiang's artifact was about to reach him, Iron Snake's body strangely twisted, allowing Chujiang's artifact to pass by. Iron Snake didn't care about these poisons. His body crashed into them, but his body didn't stop. Instead, he pointed his hands at Chujiang. Chujiang's expression changed. His body suddenly sank down as if there was no gravity. He fell down fiercely and avoided the attack of Iron Snake by a hair's breadth. Just as Chujiang let out a sigh of relief, he heard a sharp sound of wind breaking. His expression changed, but it was already too late for him to react. At this moment, he had used up all of his strength and had yet to recover. At this time, he simply couldn't change his move. At the same time, Chujiang also knew that he had focused all of his attention on Iron Snake and had forgotten that Iron Bull was also attacking him. This attack came from Iron Bull. Puff! Iron Bull's saber landed on Chujiang's body, splitting him into two from his shoulder to his back. His whole body directly fell from the sky, dead without a doubt. Iron Bull and Iron Snake let out a sigh of relief. The two of them looked at Chujiang, who had fallen to the ground, and then looked at each other. They could see a trace of luck in each other's eyes. If they didn't use this method, then they wouldn't have been able to do anything to Chujiang. At the same time, they also felt that the two of them were too weak in terms of long-range attacks. They were at a disadvantage. Good, you two did a good job. In terms of long-range attacks, body cultivators are always at a disadvantage. However, you two have already done very well. In fact, if your body cultivators were a bit higher, then you wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. Body cultivators would be faster, their strength would be better, and they would be able to directly grab the Fa Shen. Therefore, even if body cultivators don't have artifacts, they still have a lot of methods to make their enemies unable to escape from their hands. You two still need to work hard in your cultivation. Alright, let's pack up and leave. The two nodded. Then they packed up Chujiang's artifacts and space before leaving with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai led the two as they flew forward. At the same time, he said to the two of you still haven't coordinated well. If you did, then Chujiang wouldn't have been able to escape from your encirclement. Therefore, you must pay attention to your coordination. Do you understand what I mean? The two nodded. Zhao Hai nodded and said, but Iron Bull, you still need to learn how to control artifacts in the future. You can give it a try when you face an enemy. Don't be afraid, they won't be able to escape. Iron Bull nodded. He already had a lot of poisonous artifacts in his hands. However, he wasn't very proficient in using them. Therefore, he didn't use them when facing an enemy. Now that Zhao Hai said this, Iron Bull felt that he should study how to use artifacts. One must know that the use of artifacts wasn't that simple. There were also methods to control artifacts, and there were even martial arts that were specialized for the use of artifacts. For example, there were sword techniques that were specialized for artifacts. If a person were to use these techniques with a sword, then it would be very awkward. However, if a person were to use a flying sword, then it would be very smooth and would even increase the sword's power. On the other hand, Iron Bull didn't know how to control artifacts. In fact, this method of controlling artifacts was very secretive for the great sects. Because of this, it was impossible for rogue cultivators to learn how to control artifacts. It was also because of this that even if rogue cultivators were to rise in rank, their fighting strength would still be inferior to the disciples of the great sects. Zhao Hai's hand moved as he took out a jade slip. He gave it to Iron Bull and said, "Iron Bull, although you are a body cultivator, your talent in this field isn't very outstanding. Therefore, you must learn how to control artifacts. Iron Snake, your talent in body cultivation is very good. Although you aren't a body cultivator that focuses on strength, the snake fist is enough for you. Once you reach the spirit realm, you will be able to release your fist force. At that time, you won't need to be afraid of your enemy's artifacts. Therefore, it's fine if you don't learn how to control artifacts, since it will only distract you. You can try using artifacts in the future, but just use them as ordinary concealed weapons. Do you understand?" Iron Bull and Iron Snake nodded. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the two and said, "All right, let's not talk nonsense. Let's get back to work." Then Zhao Hai led them to deal with another Poison Dragon sect cultivator. The Poison Dragon sect cultivators that Zhao Hai led Iron Bull and Iron Snake to deal with were all alone. At this time, some of the Poison Dragon sect cultivators had already found their companions and grouped up. Zhao Hai didn't want to deal with such a group. It wasn't that he couldn't deal with them, but he wanted to use these lone cultivators to train Iron Bull and Iron Snake. Once the two of them adapted to their own strength, they would deal with these people. After killing 5 more Poison Dragon sect cultivators, Zhao Hai led Iron Bull and Iron Snake to a stop. Then they found a place to rest and prepare for their next move. At this time, there were still a lot of Poison Dragon sect cultivators who were alone. However, many of them weren't from Elder Shaw's faction, nor were they from Zhou Fengming's faction. They were from other factions of the Poison Dragon sect. Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to make a move against these people. He knew that whether it was Zhou Fengming or Sha Tianhe, they couldn't represent the Poison Dragon sect. His current status was only an inner disciple of the Poison Dragon sect. Although inner disciples could be said to be the cornerstone of a sect, the cornerstone often meant that they weren't valued. Currently, the higher-ups of the Poison Dragon sect wouldn't pay attention to Zhao Hai. Therefore, the higher-ups of the Poison Dragon sect might not know that Sha Tianhe and Zhou Fengming wanted to deal with him. Even if they knew, they wouldn't care. He was just an inner disciple. Would they punish an elder and a core disciple for an inner disciple? This was obviously impossible. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't have much disgust towards the Poison Dragon sect. He also didn't want to deal with all of the Poison Dragon sect's disciples. If he really did that, it would be the same as offending everyone in the Poison Dragon sect. It wasn't worth it. Because of this, Zhao Hai only wanted to deal with Zhou Fengming's and Sha Tianhe's factions. As for the other disciples of the Poison Dragon sect, he wasn't prepared to deal with them. After Zhao Hai dealt with the disciples from Sha Tianhe's and Zhou Fengming's factions, he prepared to deal with the people from the 2 factions that had gathered together. This time, Zhou Fengming sent a total of 15 people to the secret realm. 3 of them were Zhao Hai, Tainyo, and the others. Zhou Fengming was already prepared to give up on them. Besides the 3 of them, Zhou Fengming only sent 12 people to the secret realm. However, 3 of these people had already been dealt with by Zhao Hai. Now, there were only 9 left. On the other hand, Sha Tianhe sent 150 people to the secret realm. Now, 23 of them had already been dealt with by Zhao Hai, leaving 127 people behind. At this time, most of these people had already gathered together. However, they weren't in groups of 100 people. They were in groups of 3 or 2. The largest group was only 12 people. On the other hand, the 9 people that Zhou Fengming sent had already gathered together. It seems like they were very united. Zhao Hai had been monitoring these people. Now that there were no more people left for them to deal with, it was time for him to deal with those who had gathered together. However, he was prepared to deal with those who were in groups of 2 or 3. He was going to deal with those who were in groups of 3. As for those who had more people, he would deal with them later. Soon, Zhao Hai chose a group of 2 people. Both of them were dressed as servants. However, their strength wasn't at the level of servants. Both of them were in the Qi refining realm and weren't weak. One could see that they were inner disciples of the Poison Dragon sect. They were just pretending to be servants. Since these two people were from Sha Tianhe's faction, Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't let them off. Therefore, he was prepared to deal with them. Tainyo and Tainyo had been dealing with them one by one. Now that they suddenly had to deal with two people, the two were somewhat worried. However, they were more excited than worried. Dealing with one cultivator was different from dealing with two cultivators. This was because the other party would cooperate. Although the other party would still look down on them, this made the cultivators suffer losses. Because they looked down on Zhao Hai's group, they had to pay the price. As for Tainyo and Tai Shi, they were slowly accumulating experience in these battles. Tainyo's realm was now completely stabilized, while Tai Shi benefited more than Tainyo. This was because he had eaten pills before. After so many battles, those pills had slowly melted, and the medicinal efficacy had become part of his strength. Therefore, his progress was faster. Now, he had reached the middle of the 12th level of Qi refining, and was moving towards the peak of the 12th level of Qi refining. In a month, Zhao Hai had killed nearly 70 of Sha Tianhe's disciples. Naturally, Zhao Hai also killed some people from other sections. It wasn't that Zhao Hai wanted to kill them, but those people wanted to kill Zhao Hai. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite and killed all of them. However, when Zhao Hai wanted to deal with other people, a scene attracted his attention. This scene was something that Zhao Hai saw from other people. Zhao Hai had been monitoring these people, so he could see what they saw. The reason why Zhao Hai was attracted by this scene was because this scene had a special meaning for the secret realm. This was a building. Although this building had been eroded by the wind and sand, it was still possible to see that this building used to be a sect. Moreover, it wasn't a small sect. From the size of this building, one could see that the strength of this sect wasn't any worse than the Iron Buddha Temple. The Iron Buddha Temple was already a powerful sect in the Sword Spirit realm. And the rules of this building weren't any smaller than the Iron Buddha Temple. In other words, this was a sect that wasn't any weaker than the Iron Buddha Temple. Moreover, this sect seemed to have been around for a long time. Would there be good things inside the ruins of a sect like this? It can be said that a secret realm with sect ruins and a secret realm without sect ruins were completely different. This was especially true for the ruins of ancient sections. One must know that a lot of great sects weren't necessarily extraordinary in ancient times. Although they had been passed down since ancient times, they were just small sects in ancient times. They simply couldn't be compared to the present. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, the possibility of those big sects being passed down was higher. After all, the bigger the sect, the more experts there were, the more likely it was to preserve the sect. In fact, this was not the case. The bigger the sect, the more disciples there were, the stronger the sect's strength. Similarly, their enemies would also be strong. They would also become the target of everyone. They might even be the main instigator of the ancient war. Such big sects usually did not have a good ending. There were a lot of sects that were established by obtaining the inheritance of great ancient sects. Compared to the true strength of the great ancient sects, they were still far behind. Now that the ruins of great ancient sects had appeared in the secret realm, it was very attractive to the Sword Spirit realm sects. Every time the secret realm opened, countless sects would send their disciples to excavate the ruins in hopes of obtaining benefits. This way, Zhao Hai's plan wouldn't be realized. Although the Tidewatching gang had a base in the Sword Defense sect, Zhao Hai still felt that it wasn't safe. People say that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, but he still didn't have 3 burrows. Therefore, he needed to be more careful. If he can occupy a secret realm and use it as his base, then it would be different. He could use the transmission formation to connect the Sword Spirit realm and the Mystic realm. However, there would be no way for people from the outside to enter the secret realm. This way, his enemies would never be able to find him. With this base, even if the Tide Watcher gang were to encounter danger, they would have a way to retreat. Because of this, Zhao Hai thought about turning the Yellow Sand secret realm into his base. He even had this idea in his mind. But now that the ruins of great ancient sects had appeared, Zhao Hai had no choice but to change his mind. The appearance of these ruins was really inopportune. those great sects wouldn't give up on the ruins of great ancient sects. Therefore, it would be very difficult for him to turn this secret realm into his base. Because of this reason, Zhao Hai paid attention to these ruins. He wanted to see what was inside. After making this decision, Zhao Hai immediately changed his itinerary and flew towards the ruins. While flying, Zhao Hai said to Iron Bull and Iron Snake, "The place we're going to this time will have a lot of cultivators from other sects as well as the Poison Dragon sect. We will encounter a lot of Sha Tianhe's subordinates. Moreover, it's an ancient sect ruins. Therefore, after we go there, we need to prepare for battle. Although you two aren't weak, your strength is still lacking compared to other people. Especially when you encounter a large number of people, it would be difficult for you to protect yourselves. The reason why you were able to kill so many people before was because they more or less knew about you and looked down on you. In other words, they underestimated you, and by the time they found out, it would already be too late. But this time is different. Even if they underestimate you, you won't be able to kill all of them because they have a lot of people on their side. After fighting for a while, they will know about your strength and start to pay attention to you. Once they start to pay attention to you, it would be impossible for you to deal with them like before. Therefore, you need to be careful, don't stray too far from me, and follow me closely. Do you understand what I mean?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm going to a place where a lot of people are gathered, including the Poison Dragon sect. Do you understand?" Iron Bull and Iron Snake nodded. Although they didn't know why Zhao Hai knew about the ruins and how many people were there, they didn't ask. They had absolute trust in Zhao Hai. In order to maintain their condition, Zhao Hai didn't fly very fast. He would even stop from time to rest. In this way, it took 5 days for Zhao Hai and the others to arrive 100 miles away from the ruins. During these 5 days, the people who found the ruins didn't stay idle. They explored the ruins everywhere. However, in the end, they didn't find anything. This was because the ruins had existed for countless years. In addition to the erosion of sand, even if there were some things left, they were all useless. It can be said that aside from some good stones, there was nothing else of value. Seeing this situation, although Zhao Hai was disappointed, he was more happy. If the ruins had no value, then his plan would still work. This place can still be used as a base. About 100 miles away from the ruins, Zhao Hai and the others stopped to rest for a while. After recovering their condition, the 3 of them slowly flew towards the ruins. Zhao Hai was very clear that as long as they entered the ruins, there would be danger at any time. Therefore, they must be in their best condition in order to deal with the dangers that might appear at any time. 100 miles was nothing for cultivators. Soon, Zhao Hai and the others entered the ruins. More than half of the ruins had been buried in the sand. The remaining parts were all dilapidated walls. Even so, they had been eroded by the sand. It looked like a place without any value. However, there were still a lot of cultivators rummaging below, as if they were looking for treasures. Zhao Hai knew that they were looking for treasures. They entered the secret realm to look for treasures. However, they didn't find anything in the secret realm. Aside from sand, they didn't find anything. This made them very disappointed. Now that they finally found a ruin, although it seemed like there was nothing left, there was still a glimmer of hope. Therefore, they naturally wanted to search carefully to see if there were any treasures left. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators below. He didn't say anything as he led Tainyo and Tai Snake down. Then he stood on a broken wall and carefully looked at it. After looking at the situation of the wall, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change. Then he reached out and patted the wall, but the wall didn't budge. Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change. One must know that his pat wasn't an ordinary one. The strength behind it wasn't small. But even so, the wall still didn't budge. From this, one could see how hard the wall was. However, such a hard wall was eroded by the sand. Besides the passage of time, the other reason was that the sand was too strong. However, ever since Zhao Hai and the others entered the secret realm, they didn't encounter any sand. This made Zhao Hai think that there was no wind in the secret realm. However, after seeing the ruins, he changed his mind. Not only was there wind in the secret realm, but the wind was also very strong. Tainyo and Tai Snake stood behind Zhao Hai and observed the situation. At the same time, the two noticed the change in Zhao Hai's expression. Tainyo was puzzled as he asked Zhao Hai, "Young master, what's wrong?" Zhao Hai replied, "There's a sandstorm in the secret realm, a very big sandstorm. If this sandstorm were to blow, then even Qi refining and spirit realm cultivators would find it hard to resist. Even magic artifacts might be damaged. In other words, the biggest enemy in this secret realm isn't the other cultivators, but the sandstorm." Zhao Hai nodded, "That's right." Tainyo and Tai Snake stared. They looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Tai Snake asked, "Young master, is the sandstorm really that strong?" Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to Tainyo and said, "Tainyo, use your saber to cut the wall. You'll know. The other cultivators might not notice this, but we can't ignore it." Tainyo nodded. Then he waved his saber and slashed the wall. Dang! The sound of metal hitting metal was heard. Although Tainyo's saber hit the wall, it didn't leave a single mark. This result made Tainyo and Tai Snake suck in a breath of cold air. Iron Bull was very clear about his strength. Iron Snake, who often trained with him, was also very clear about it. Iron Bull was using the artifact that Zhao Hai gave him. This artifact was very powerful, much more powerful than ordinary artifacts. But even so, Iron Bull's blade couldn't even leave a mark on the wall. This showed how hard the wall was. What was even more frightening was that such a hard wall couldn't block the erosion of the sandstorm. How powerful was the sandstorm here? Just thinking about it made Iron Bull and Iron Snake's expressions turn ugly. Zhao Hai replied, "It seems like we've overlooked this point. This place used to be a battlefield, so there should have been some artifacts left behind. But now, there's nothing here. This is enough to explain the problem. It's just that we didn't pay attention to this point. It seems like we still need to be careful. If we don't know when the sandstorm arrives, it would be troublesome." Zhao Hai nodded. Iron Bull and Iron Snake nodded. Their expressions were very ugly. In their opinion, if the sandstorm came, then they would be in great danger. After all, the sandstorm was too strong. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly waved his hand and said, "Someone's coming. Get ready to fight." The two nodded and immediately focused their attention. However, the three stood there without moving. Not long after, a few wind-breaking sounds could be heard as several cultivators appeared. When these cultivators appeared, they surrounded Zhao Hai's group. Looking at their clothes, Zhao Hai knew that these people were Elder Shah's people. Zhao Hai's group didn't need to worry about Elder Shah. Sure enough, one of these people looked at Zhao Hai, Iron Bull, and Iron Snake and couldn't help but say, "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect it to be Junior Brother Tian Hai. Junior Brother, it's a pleasure to meet you." Zhao Hai looked at the person and smiled faintly, "Senior Brother is too polite. Are you Elder Shah Tian's people? Are you here to take my life?" When the person heard Zhao Hai, he was stunned. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "How did Junior Brother know that I'm Elder Shah Tian's disciple?" Zhou Fengming smiled faintly and said, "I've seen a lot of Elder Shah Tian's disciples and killed a lot of them. Since entering the secret realm, I've killed more than 70 of them. How could I not know? Everyone, you might not know, but Senior Brother Zhou Fengming gave me a mission. He wanted me to kill as many of Elder Shah Tian's people as I can enter the secret realm. I don't." When he heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but coldly snorted and said, "You're boasting. You think you can kill so many people? Are you guys dreaming?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Whether I'm dreaming or not, you'll know soon enough. You don't need to waste your time poisoning me. Those methods are useless against me. We're all from the Poison Dragon sect. What's the point of playing with poison in front of me?" When these people heard Zhao Hai, their expressions couldn't help but change. Naturally, two of them were wearing masks, so Zhao Hai couldn't see their faces. However, their action stopped. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled faintly, "You've really spent a lot of effort. You've poisoned me with 21 kinds of poisons, as well as more than 10 kinds of poisons on the two of them. You aren't afraid of repeating the same thing. However, your methods of poisoning are too poor. You didn't even use a single spell. This really makes me disappointed." What makes me even more disappointed is that you didn't even notice that I poisoned you. You're from the Poison Dragon sect, the best poisoners in the entire Sword Spirit realm. But you've only used this much poison. If the ancestor of the Poison Dragon sect knew about this, then I'm afraid he would climb out of his coffin and personally poison you to death. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled faintly. You've really put in a lot of effort. When the 5 people heard Zhao Hai, their expressions changed even more. They didn't know whether Zhao Hai was telling the truth or not. This was because they didn't notice that Zhao Hai had poisoned them. They looked suspiciously at Zhao Hai. At the same time, they used their spiritual qi to check their bodies, wanting to see if they were poisoned. However, after inspecting them, they discovered that they didn't have any signs of being poisoned. They couldn't help but get angry as they fiercely looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them, then he smiled faintly and said, "What's wrong? You don't believe me?" "Hee, it's no wonder that you don't believe me, because you didn't feel it at all. Gentlemen, you may not know this, but my understanding and use of magical poisons is much better than yours. Speaking of which, I have to thank Elder Shah. If Elder Shah didn't give me a poison tool, I wouldn't have been able to study magical poisons, and I wouldn't have been able to understand the profoundness of magical poisons. Gentlemen, I'll stand here motionlessly and let you attack me. Let's see how I react, okay? What do you think?" When the 5 people heard Zhao Hai, their faces were filled with suspicion. One must know that Devil Path people were selfish and suspicious. Therefore, when they heard Zhao Hai, they were very surprised. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and stood there without moving. The people looked at each other, then one of them coldly snorted and said, "I've heard that Tian Hai is very good at using poisons, but I didn't expect your mouth to be even better. I want to see what kind of means you have." Then the person's hand moved as a poison weapon appeared in front of him. Then he waved his hand as the poison weapon flew towards Zhao Hai. However, when the poison weapon flew towards Zhao Hai, the person's complexion changed. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood as his complexion turned blue. This time, it really turned blue. This blue color was the green of plants. It was very strange. If you slowly circulate your spiritual qi, then nothing would happen. But once you start to circulate your spiritual qi, then it would be completely different. Your meridians would immediately break. This poison is silent and there is no reaction after being poisoned. Because of this, no one would be able to detect it. Moreover, this poison doesn't cause any harm to your body. Instead, when you circulate your spiritual qi, it would slowly enter your body. It might even help your cultivation. Because of this, even if you use your spiritual qi, you wouldn't be able to detect the existence of this poison. Our Poison Dragon sect already has this poison, but I've discovered that very few people have been learning about it recently. It seems like you haven't learned about it yet. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You don't need to worry about it. I'm sure that you wouldn't be able to find out about this poison. Our Poison Dragon sect already has this poison, but I've discovered that very few people have learned about it recently. It seems like you haven't learned about it yet." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You don't need to worry about it." The person who attacked Zhao Hai was now completely dispirited on the ground. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire as he looked at Zhao Hai. However, his mouth was still spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Zhao looked at his appearance, shook his head, and sighed. This poison is almost incurable. As long as you activate it, it will continue to stimulate your body, causing your spiritual qi to automatically transform. The most important thing is that the faster your spiritual qi moves, the more your meridians will break. Finally, the spiritual qi in your body will become a mess, constantly running around your body. The final result is that your whole body's meridians will break, and the spiritual qi will break through your body, causing your body to explode and die. Hearing Zhao Hai's words and looking at the miserable state of the person on the ground, the other 4 people didn't dare to move. Their faces were ashen. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually poison them. Moreover, it was such a poisonous poison. This was something that they didn't expect. They looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Most importantly, their current situation was too dangerous. They didn't need to circulate their spiritual energy to attack the enemy. Once they circulate their spiritual energy, their meridians would break and they would explode. But if they didn't circulate their spiritual energy, then how could they resist Zhao Hai? Could it be that they would just stand here and let Zhao Hai kill them? They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be kind enough to let them go. Obviously, that was impossible. Zhao Hai looked at their appearance, then he smiled faintly and said, "What's wrong? Aren't you in a bit of a dilemma? There's no need for that. In fact, you're all going to die anyway. It's just a choice. Do you want to be killed by our two subordinates and have a quick death, or do you want to resist and slowly break your meridians and explode to death? This choice shouldn't be too difficult for everyone, right? You." The cultivator who spoke to Zhao Hai before looked at Zhao Hai with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. He really didn't know what to say. To be honest, this result was beyond his expectations. But just as Zhao Hai said, they were in a dilemma. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he turned to Iron Bull and Iron Snake and said, "Go, kill them. There's no point in keeping them alive. Be careful of their counterattack before they die." The two nodded and slowly walked towards the four people. The four people's expressions changed. They knew that they wouldn't be able to escape this time. However, they were still prepared to resist. They tried their best not to circulate their spiritual qi. At the same time, they were also prepared to let their spiritual qi explode. Because of this, they stood there and didn't move. At this time, Iron Bull and Iron Snake arrived not far from the four people. Then Iron Snake slowly made a snake fist gesture. A phantom of a giant snake slowly appeared on his body. At the same time, Iron Bull placed his shield in front of him, looking as if he was about to charge. Seeing the appearance of the two, the four Poison Dragon sect cultivators couldn't help but curse them for being shameless. They really wanted to deal with Iron Snake one last blow. However, Iron Snake was using a domain technique. This made it very difficult for them to deal with Iron Snake. This was because when the artifacts they sent out encountered Iron Snake's domain, they would be deflected by the domain. Killing Iron Snake in one blow would be very difficult. They were afraid that they would only be able to send out one blow before they were done for. Iron Bull was even more so. He directly placed his shield in front of him and used his shield to charge forward. Even if they wanted to use their artifacts to attack Iron Bull, they could only attack his shield first. They didn't think that they could break Iron Bull's shield in one blow. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly, "Everyone, let's go." As soon as his voice fell, Iron Snake and Iron Bull rushed towards those people. Naturally, those people wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. At the same time, they released their artifacts and attacked the two people. The speed of these artifacts was very fast. One could see that they had used all of their strength to release this attack. However, when they released their artifacts, Iron Bull and Iron Snake suddenly flew up. It was clear that they weren't prepared to fight the four people. They wanted the four people to activate the green tree poison in their bodies and destroy their own meridians. They didn't want to take the risk to fight the four people. This made the four people depressed to the point that they wanted to vomit blood. And they really did. When they saw the two people flying up, the four people simultaneously vomited blood. First, it was because of anger. Second, it was because the poison in their bodies flared up. The four people looked at Zhao Hai with fire in their eyes. It seemed like they wanted to eat Zhao Hai alive. Zhao Hai looked at them and shrugged, "Don't look at me like that. My goal is to kill you. I don't care what method I use. Also, we are devil cultivators. How can devil cultivators be like those righteous sects? Do you think that they would be stupid enough to fight head-on like that? Moreover, even those righteous sects wouldn't insist on fighting you head-on. Therefore, the method I used wasn't wrong. Senior brothers, don't you think I'm right? You don't need to hide on the side and watch. Senior brother Rong Long, don't tell me you're going to show yourself." When Zhao Hai said this, the four people who were sitting on the ground looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. They thought that Zhao Hai was talking to them. They didn't expect that Zhao Hai would call out Rong Long's name. One must know that Rong Long was Zhou Fuming's subordinate. Zhao Hai should be very respectful to Rong Long. But now, Zhao Hai didn't show any respect. This made the four people very puzzled. At this time, several cultivators slowly appeared around Zhao Hai. There were a total of 9 people, and their leader was Rong Long. Rong Long looked at Zhao Hai and said, I didn't expect junior brother Tianhai to notice us. We wanted to help you deal with these guys. I didn't expect you to deal with them. Junior brother Tianhai, your poison is really powerful. Zhao Hai looked at Rong Long and smiled faintly. Senior brother Rong, I can't compare to senior brother Rong. Senior brother Rong's sandstorm is also very unique. Especially in this kind of environment, where sand is everywhere, senior brother Rong's sandstorm is naturally very advantageous. This is because it's very difficult to be discovered. This poison has fused with the surrounding sand, making it very difficult to be discovered. When Rong Long heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. He quickly smiled and said, Junior brother must be joking. How could I poison you? I think junior brother must have made a mistake. Zhao Hai looked at Rong Long and smiled, I'm a bit disappointed. Senior brother Zhou must have sent you because he thought that you could deal with me. But in the end, you're only at this level. I'm starting to doubt senior brother Zhou's vision. When Rong Long heard Zhao Hai, his expression turned ugly. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Junior brother Tian, what are you talking about? Don't forget that you're senior brother Zhou's disciple. The reason why you're here today is all because of senior brother Zhou. Zhao Hai looked at Rong Long, then he smiled faintly and said, Senior brother Rong, do you not know anything about my past? Do you not know how I got into a feud with Elder Sha? I got into conflict with Elder Sha because of Tongjing. Although Tongjing is Elder Sha's nominal disciple, he also has another identity. He's senior brother Zhou's disciple. Strictly speaking, he's also part of senior brother Zhou's faction. In other words, I offended both senior brother Zhou and Elder Sha at the same time. After saying this, Zhao Hai paused for a moment. Then he looked at Rong Long and said, at that time I was already prepared to receive their retaliation. However, senior brother Zhou was already dissatisfied with Tongjing joining Elder Sha's faction. Because of this, he didn't make a move against me. Instead, he just watched from the side. He wanted to see if I had the strength to deal with Elder Sha's faction. If I did, then they would naturally let me join their faction. I only officially joined senior brother Zhou's faction after becoming an inner sect disciple. To be honest, senior brother Zhou really didn't help me much during this entire process. After I became an inner sect disciple, senior brother Zhou did help me a little, but we helped him complete missions. This time, we entered the secret realm. You know what's going on, and I also know. You don't think that I don't know anything after leaving the Poison Dragon sect, right? Senior brother Zhou's faction had a conflict with Elder Sha's faction because of me. Elder Sha didn't give senior brother Zhou's faction any good poison tools. Senior brother Zhou couldn't control the situation, so he decided to sacrifice me and make peace with Elder Sha's faction. Senior brother Zhou sent me into the secret realm to die. If Elder Sha's people couldn't kill me, then the one to do it would be you. Am I right? After saying this, Zhao Hai looked at Rong Long with cold eyes. Rong Long also looked at Zhao Hai with cold eyes. After a while, Rong Long said, I didn't expect junior brother to have spies in the sect. You seem to know the sect's matters very well. That's right, because of you, our faction couldn't get any good poison tools. Do you think you deserve to die? Zhao Hai looked at Rong Long, then he smiled coldly and said, because of me? Ha ha ha, Sha Tianhe snatched senior brother Zhou's woman. Since Tongjing followed Sha Tianhe, he has been disrespectful to senior brother Zhou many times. Even so, senior brother Zhou didn't have any conflict with Sha Tianhe. I think senior brother Zhou's future development in the sect will be limited. Forget it, what's the point of telling you all this? Anyway, you won't be able to return alive. Sha Tianhe's face was filled with disdain as he stared at senior brother Zhou's face. Although Sha Tianhe was also a core disciple, he is now an elder. Although Sha Tianhe has real power, if senior brother Zhou really goes against him, the sect won't just ignore it. The people in charge of the Poison Dragon sect are very domineering people. Swallowing humiliation isn't the style of the Poison Dragon sect. I'm afraid that the sect will also observe senior brother Zhou and see his management ability. However, I think senior brother Zhou's current actions have made the higher-ups of the sect very disappointed. My Poison Dragon sect isn't a small sect. Rong Long looked at Zhao Hai and said, are you really confident that you can kill us? Zhao Hai pointed at the people on the ground, then he looked at Rong Long and said, "How did they die?" "Oh, right, they aren't dead yet." "Haha, senior brother Rong, don't look down on the 9 of you. You seem to have forgotten that we are disciples of the Poison Dragon sect. When have the people of the Poison Dragon sect ever been afraid of group battles? We use poison. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. If you hadn't said so much to me, I might not have had the time to poison you. Victory is already in my grasp. Now that I've killed you, I'm already confident in winning." Rong Long looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Don't try to scare me. When we came out, we already added a layer of anti-poison barrier around our bodies. Don't tell me you didn't learn this? This is something that all cultivators of the Poison Dragon sect must learn." When Zhao Hai heard Rong Long, his expression couldn't help but change as he said, "You added a layer of anti-poison barrier? You really added a layer of anti-poison barrier?" Rong Long looked at Zhao Hai's expression and couldn't help but laugh as he said, "Right, before we entered the secret realm, senior brother Zhou already told us that you are a poison expert. Moreover, you have a lot of poisons on your body. Some of them were even given to you by senior brother Zhou. How could we not be careful? So we added a layer of anti-poison barrier on our bodies. How about it, you can't do anything to us now, right?" Just as Rong Long said, this layer of anti-poison barrier was a special defensive technique of the Poison Dragon sect. It formed a layer of protection around oneself in order to protect oneself from being poisoned. This was a technique that everyone in the Poison Dragon sect knew. However, aside from being able to defend against poison, it didn't have any defensive capabilities. In fact, this layer of anti-poison barrier only had one use in the Poison Dragon sect, and that was to use it when refining poisons. This was to avoid being poisoned to death. When fighting outside, the disciples of the Poison Dragon sect wouldn't use the layer of anti-poison barrier. This was because the layer didn't have any other defensive capabilities. Therefore, they didn't use it. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect Rong Long to come up with such a devious idea. He actually used a layer of anti-poison barrier when fighting against Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Rong Long's appearance, then he suddenly smiled and said, "Senior brother Rong, I really don't know how you came up with such a devious idea. Although the layer of anti-poison barrier can prevent poison, its usefulness isn't that great. Moreover, it doesn't seem to have any defensive capabilities against poisons." Rong Long stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai and coldly said, "So you really poisoned us? Is it the green tree poison from before?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course it's not the green tree poison. To be honest, the green tree poison isn't very useful in this place. The poison I used this time is called Traceless Wind. This poison is like a gentle breeze. Even if you were poisoned, you wouldn't be able to feel it." "Hee, how about it? You didn't feel it either, right?" Rong Long sneered and said, "Don't try to scare me. What Traceless Wind? I've never heard of it. I don't dare say that I understand all of the poisons of the Poison Dragon sect, but I know most of their names. How come I haven't heard of this poison?" Zhao Hai looked at Rong Long and smiled faintly, "Of course you haven't heard of it. This is because this poison was developed by me. If you've heard of it, then it would be strange. I also want to congratulate you, you're the first batch to test this poison. I just happened to be able to collect the reaction of the poison in the body." "Right, it's about time, there should be a reaction." As soon as Zhao Hai's voice fell, the expressions of Rong Long and the others changed. They felt their spiritual qi disappearing. The spiritual qi was like a gentle breeze that slowly disappeared from their bodies. When they tried to control their spiritual qi, they discovered that they simply couldn't control it. Just like the wind, Rong Long couldn't control it. Rong Long's complexion paled as he looked at Zhao Hai. Then he coldly said, "I didn't expect you to be a poison expert. Good, I'm convinced that I can die in your hands. Go ahead." Zhao Hai looked at Rong Long and smiled faintly, "You want to be a hero and then let me let you go? Let me tell you, stop dreaming. It's impossible. I won't let you go." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as several spells flew out. These spells were all wind blades that cut the throats of Rong Long and the others. Rong Long and the others stared at Zhao Hai with their eyes wide open. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so merciless as to just kill them. This was really beyond their expectations. Zhao Hai saw that Rong Long and the others were already dead. Then he looked at the dead cultivators and sneered, Tai Niu, Tai Shi, clean this place up. Tai Nian and Tai Shi nodded as they collected the spatial gear on the bodies of the cultivators. At this time, the two of them really admired Zhao Hai. In their opinion, when they fought with their fists and feet, they were too violent. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was different. He just stood there and didn't move, yet these people were already dead. This kind of killing was cool. Zhao Hai didn't know what they were thinking. Seeing the two of them collect the equipment of Rong Long and the others, Zhao Hai led the two towards the ruins. While walking, they also checked the surroundings. At the same time, they also wanted to see if there was anything left in the ruins. Unfortunately, they didn't find anything in the end. Other than the dilapidated walls, there was nothing else. There wasn't even anything useful left behind. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai was very happy. If these ruins didn't have any value, then this secret realm could really be used as a base. As for the bad environment, this wasn't a problem for Zhao Hai. Don't forget what he was a plant master. Transforming the environment here was very simple for him. If he could really transform this place, then they would have a base in the future. This was very important for the development of the Tidewatching gang. What made Zhao Hai curious was that he didn't encounter any attacks today. One must know that there were a lot of Elder Shah's disciples in the ruins. However, these people didn't attack them, it was as if they didn't know that they were coming. This made Zhao Hai very puzzled. He didn't know what these people were thinking, but in any case, they were under his surveillance. If they didn't come looking for him, then Zhao Hai wouldn't go looking for them. It wouldn't be too late to deal with them in a few days. After walking around the ruins for a few hours, Zhao Hai and the others found a broken wall and rested behind it. In these few hours, a lot of people came to the ruins. Zhao Hai was very curious about how they got the news. It seems like the ruins would become very lively in the future. Zhao Hai didn't think that the ruins would be very lively. In his opinion, the ruins would soon become lively because there was nothing here. But now, a lot of people had gathered here. If these people couldn't find anything in the ruins, then they would naturally set their sights on the people inside the ruins. When the time comes, there would be a chaotic battle in the ruins. Just as Zhao Hai thought, the ruins quickly became lively. This time, most of the people who entered the secret realm had gathered here. However, they couldn't find anything in the ruins. This caused the anger in their hearts to rise. Moreover, they wanted to obtain benefits. Where would the benefits come from? Of course, it would come from other people's bodies. Killing people to steal treasures was something that everyone could do. Naturally, they were no strangers to it. Therefore, it didn't take long for people to start killing each other in the ruins. Moreover, the situation was getting more and more intense. Zhao Hai discovered that this situation was beyond his imagination. If he stayed here, then he would certainly be implicated. However, he didn't want to guard against it. He just wanted to use this opportunity to clean up Elder Shah's disciples. This time, Zhao Hai also changed his black robe into ordinary cultivator clothes. He did this in order to make sure that the other sects didn't know that he was from the Poison Dragon sect. Now that the ruins were in chaos, if the other sects saw that he was from the Poison Dragon sect, then they would certainly deal with him. The other sects didn't know about his relationship with Elder Shah's disciples. They also didn't know about his situation in the Poison Dragon sect. They would only treat him as an ordinary disciple of the Poison Dragon sect. Because of this, when they saw Zhao Hai, they would certainly attack him. Zhao Hai didn't want to wear clothes with a symbol. Although he would still be attacked, no one would attack him just because he was a disciple of the Poison Dragon sect. Zhao Hai was very clear that if he met people from other sects in the ruins, then they would certainly attack him first. If they didn't know his background, then they wouldn't attack him. The Poison Dragon sect's disciples didn't have a good reputation in the demon domain. They were overbearing and treacherous, these were the labels of the Poison Dragon sect's disciples. Moreover, the Poison Dragon sect's disciples were proficient in using poison. Under normal circumstances, nobody would dare to offend them. However, in this environment, the Poison Dragon sect's disciples were the most dangerous. This was because everyone knew that the Poison Dragon sect's disciples were the most dangerous. Therefore, they would first deal with the poison dragon sect's disciples. After dealing with the most dangerous disciples, they would slowly fight. Otherwise, nobody would be able to deal with the poison dragon sect's disciples. After changing his clothes, Zhao Hai led Tai Niu and Tai Snake into the ruins. The area of the ruins was very large. Although there were several thousand people here, it didn't seem crowded. Sometimes, even if you walked for a long time, you still wouldn't see anyone. However, Zhao Hai knew that the ruins weren't safe. Many of the poison dragon sect's disciples that he was monitoring were attacked. Some were killed while others were killed. This situation could be said to be very normal in the ruins. Zhao Hai didn't think that the poison dragon sect's disciples were safe. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He was only paying attention to the poison dragon sect's disciples. If it were people from other sects, then he would do his best to avoid them. His spiritual force was stronger than those disciples. Because of this, if he wanted to avoid them, then it wouldn't be easy for them to find him. However, some things couldn't be avoided just because you wanted to. On the 5th day after Zhao Hai's group entered the ruins, they were blocked by a group of people. Zhao Hai wanted to avoid them, but this group of people directly attacked them from the sky and surrounded them. There were a total of 13 people in this group. 5 of them were wearing black robes and masks, while the others were dressed as ordinary servants. From the markings on this group of people, it could be seen that they were all disciples of the Heavenly Demon sect. Zhao Hai had fought with the disciples of the Heavenly Demon sect before. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon sect had left a deep impression on him. Their Heavenly Demon visualization and Heavenly Demon incarnation technique had left a deep impression on him. However, when Zhao Hai fought with the Heavenly Demon sect, he didn't use his identity as a disciple of the Poison Dragon sect. Instead, he used his identity as a disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. At that time, he and Nayu attacked a branch of the Heavenly Demon sect together. Although their operation was very successful and they didn't suffer any casualties, Zhao Hai still had some impressions of the Heavenly Demon sect's combat strength. Their combat strength wasn't weak. Most importantly, the people of the Heavenly Demon sect used the Heavenly Demon incarnation technique. When they fought, they would transform into a heavenly demon. And this heavenly demon was a devil from an unknown plane. Not to mention their combat strength, their resistance to poison was also very strong. It can be said that the Heavenly Demon sect was the only sect that didn't have a headache against the Poison Dragon sect. This was because a lot of them weren't afraid of the Poison Dragon sect's poison. Zhao Hai didn't expect to be surrounded by the people of the Heavenly Demon sect. However, he didn't panic. Instead, he looked at the people of the Heavenly Demon sect and said, "Fellow Taoists of the Heavenly Demon sect, may I know why you stopped us?" A masked person from the Heavenly Demon sect looked at Zhao Hai's group of 3. He couldn't see which force the 3 belonged to. Among the 3, Zhao Hai looked very ordinary. One could say that he belonged to any sect. This was because there were too many cultivators like him in the sword spirit realm. They were too ordinary. As for Tai Niu and Tai Shi, although they looked ordinary, one could see that Tai Niu had a foundation as a body cultivator. As for Tai Shi, as long as one knew about it, one could see that he practiced body cultivation techniques. Because of this, the people of the Heavenly Demon sect couldn't figure out which sect they belonged to. An ordinary cultivator with 2 body cultivators, this combination was somewhat strange. The Heavenly Demon sect's leader cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Fellow Taoist, may I ask which sect you belong to? Maybe our 2 sects have some friendship." Making friends was a common method used by the people of the Jianghu. Generally, when people of the Jianghu meet, they would introduce themselves to each other to see if there was any friendship between them. If there was a friendship, then they wouldn't fight. This was called brothers weren't close friends weren't close friends, but ancestors were. Because of this, people of the Jianghu who didn't know each other would try to make friends. However, Zhao Hai was very clear that in a place like the mystic realm, friendship was useless. Even if they were from the same sect, they wouldn't necessarily have any friendship, let alone him. However, he still had to answer. If he didn't, then the other party would know that their sect had a grudge against the Heavenly Demon sect. At that time, they would make a move. Zhao Hai didn't intend to pretend to be someone from another sect. Instead, he cupped his fist and said, I am Tian Hai, an inner disciple of the Poison Dragon sect. Nice to meet you. When the people of the Heavenly Demon sect heard that Zhao Hai was from the Poison Dragon sect, their eyes couldn't help but light up. Their eyes were filled with greed as they looked at Zhao Hai as if he was a moving crystal. It wasn't strange for the people of the Heavenly Demon sect to have such expressions. In fact, the disciples of the Poison Dragon sect were much more valuable in the eyes of cultivators from other sections. The disciples of the Poison Dragon sect were good at using poisons. Naturally, they would carry a lot of poisons with them. And these poisons were all good things. They were very valuable in their hands. Even if they were used to defend themselves, they would still be very good. Additionally, the artifacts of the Poison Dragon sect's disciples were all poison artifacts. Poison artifacts were much stronger than ordinary artifacts. Because of this, poison artifacts were very popular among the disciples of the other sections. Killing a disciple of the Poison Dragon sect would give you more benefits than killing 5 disciples of the other sections. It was no wonder that the disciples of the Poison Dragon sect would look at Zhao Hai in such a way. Ha 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 ha, it's actually someone from the Poison Dragon sect. Fellow junior brothers, our luck is really good. We actually met someone from the Poison Dragon sect here. It seems like we can make a fortune. Ha 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 ha, that's right, senior brother. Following senior brother is really good. We can really make a fortune this time. Little brother recently needed a colorless and odorless poison. Let's see if this Poison Dragon sect disciple has it. The other people of the Heavenly Demon sect also laughed. Looking at their appearance, Zhao Hai didn't know what to say. After a while, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, Everyone, you want to rob me, right? But do you really think you can do it? Ha 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 ha. The people of the Heavenly Demon sect all laughed. The leader of the group looked at Zhao Hai and said, Kid, let me tell you. My Heavenly Demon sect is known as the nemesis of the Poison Dragon sect. Do you think we can rob you? Kid, I advise you to hand over everything you have. This way, I might be in a good mood and won't let you go. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Zhao Hai looked at the people of the Heavenly Demon sect and faintly smiled. Then he said, Then I'm very curious. I really want to know if my Poison Dragon sect's poison really can't affect the people of the Heavenly Demon sect. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. 13 yellow lights shot towards the people of the Heavenly Demon sect. When the people of the Heavenly Demon sect saw the yellow lights released by Zhao Hai, they were stunned. However, their reaction was very fast. They immediately transformed into various kinds of heavenly demons. Although these heavenly demons maintained a human form, they didn't look like humans at all. However, just as they transformed, Zhao Hai's yellow light directly hit their bodies. When the yellow light hit their bodies, it instantly turned into yellow insects. These insects attached themselves to the bodies of the Heavenly Demon sect members and began to gnaw on their bodies. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he stared at Zhao Hai's group. After transforming, the people of the Heavenly Demon sect didn't lose their intelligence. Therefore, when they felt the insects gnawing on their bodies, they immediately waved their hands and slapped the insects. Boom! 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 The people from the Heavenly Demon sect slapped the yellow insects on their bodies. But when they hit the yellow insects, they found out that the yellow insects were scattered by them. Just when they thought that they had dealt with the yellow insects, they discovered that although the yellow insects scattered, they turned into smaller yellow insects. These insects directly attached themselves to the bodies of the people from the Heavenly Demon sect and continued to gnaw on their bodies. Most importantly, the people from the Heavenly Demon sect discovered that these insects could actually cause damage to their bodies. This made them anxious. To be honest, the people from the Heavenly Demon sect were using a technique that combined body cultivation with magic. They used magic to transform themselves into heavenly demons. After they became heavenly demons, their bodies would change and become very powerful. Their combat strength would also increase. This was the strongest technique of the Heavenly Demon sect. And in general, when they become heavenly demons, they wouldn't be harmed. This was because their bodies would become very powerful, making them invincible. The people from the Heavenly Demon sect immediately began to slap the smaller yellow insects. But as they continued to slap them, more and more yellow insects appeared. They were unable to kill them. At this time, a person from the heavenly demon sect roared. Then his body shook as a layer of spiritual energy appeared on his body. This layer of spiritual energy came from his body. It seems like he wanted to use his spiritual energy to shake off the yellow insects. But what he didn't expect was that the spiritual energy didn't shake off the yellow insects. Although the yellow insects left their bodies, they were still lying on top of the spiritual energy shield. It seems like they were gnawing on the shield. When the person from the heavenly demon sect saw this, he relaxed. Then he turned his head to Xiao Hai and said, "I'll kill you." Then his body moved as he rushed towards Xiao Hai. After transforming, this person from the heavenly demon sect looked like a huge gorilla. However, he had 8 arms and a lot of bone spurs on his body. He looked very ferocious. This gorilla was about 6 meters tall. The muscles on his body looked very strong. He looked very terrifying. One could see that his strength was astonishing. Xiao Hai looked at the gorilla, but his eyelids didn't move. He waved his hand as a black mist flew out from his hand. This black mist slowly condensed in front of him and turned into a giant. This giant had no facial features. It had a square head with only a mouth. It looked very strange. At this time, the big star arrived in front of the black mist giant. The black mist giant sent a punch towards the gorilla. The gorilla also sent a punch towards the black mist giant. However, when his fist landed on the black fog giant's fist, he felt as if he was punching air. There was no force at all. The feeling of using the wrong force made him feel so uncomfortable that he almost vomited blood. He could not help but roar at the sky, "You're just an empty shell. Watch out for my fist." Then his figure moved. He ignored the black mist giant's punch and rushed straight towards Xiao Hai. In his opinion, the black mist giant was just made by Xiao Hai to stall for time. It was just a cloud of mist. The gorilla could directly pass through the black mist giant's body. However, he soon realized that his guess was wrong. Just when he thought that the black mist was just a cloud of mist, the black mist giant's fist had already hit him. With a bang, the black mist giant's fist sent the gorilla flying. This punch wasn't light. The gorilla wasn't prepared at all and was hit squarely. The gorilla's chest was completely smashed. The gorilla was sent flying and spurted out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the blood was mixed with fragments of his internal organs. At this time, the other heavenly demon sect members also rushed towards Xiao Hai. After the black mist giant killed one of the heavenly demon sect members, it turned around and blocked another one. However, the others still rushed towards Xiao Hai. Iron Bull and Iron Snake also made their move. They blocked 2 of the heavenly demon sect members. When Xiao Hai saw the rest of the heavenly demon sect rushing towards him, he moved his hand. A cloud of black mist slowly spread around his body. This cloud of black mist wrapped around Xiao Hai, making it impossible for the people outside to see what was happening inside. Then from the black mist, several blue lights suddenly shot out. Before long, the people from the heavenly demon sect were able to see what these blue lights were. These blue lights were actually flying swords. These flying swords were all short swords, they weren't the usual long swords. Moreover, these flying swords seemed to be special. There seemed to be water flowing on the swords. These flying swords didn't seem to be real flying swords, but rather compressed water to attack the enemy. Upon seeing this, the people from the heavenly demon sect couldn't help but coldly snort. They recognized that this was a technique called the water sword technique. Although its appearance was very beautiful, its fighting strength wasn't very strong. Because of this, the people from the heavenly demon sect didn't care. They looked at the flying water swords and waved their hands. They wanted to scatter the water swords and then attack Xiao Hai. However, when their hands hit the water swords, they immediately felt something different. The water swords contained a lot of power. This power came in waves towards them. Moreover, this power felt very sharp. It was as if what they were facing wasn't an ordinary water sword, but a real flying sword. Xiao Hai's eyes lit up. He looked at Xiao Hai and Xiao Hai's eyes. Xiao Hai's eyes lit up. Some of the people from the heavenly demon sect were actually injured by the water swords. They stared blankly for a moment before they recovered. they knew that the water swords weren't simple. Naturally, they would think of other ways to deal with it. After transforming, these people from the heavenly demon sect would have their own weapons, such as bone spurs, bone sabers, bone swords, and even some soft weapons like the tentacles of an octopus. These things were the toughest part of their bodies. They can be used to deal with the enemy, so they can be considered as their weapons. They immediately took out these weapons to deal with the enemy. If they grew on their bodies, then they would use these weapons to block the water-like flying swords. But after the water-like flying swords cut them, they didn't disappear. Instead, they were like real flying swords as they went straight towards them. The people from the heavenly demon sect immediately mobilized their weapons to meet the enemy. But when their weapons hit the water swords suddenly exploded. In the end, they directly turned into countless small water swords that went straight towards them. They couldn't change their moves in time. They could only bulge their muscles and prepare to receive the attack. Their bodies had been demonized, making them very tough. Therefore, their defensive capabilities were very strong. Soon, they felt pain on their bodies. Then they felt numbness. Then this numbness spread throughout their bodies. They found that they couldn't move. At this time, the heavenly demon sect disciple fighting the Black Fog Giant had already been killed by the Black Fog Giant. Only the heavenly demon sect disciple fighting Iron Bull and Iron Snake were still fighting. Moreover, they had the upper hand and were suppressing Iron Bull and Iron Snake. Zhao Hai only glanced at Iron Bull and Iron Snake. After seeing that they weren't in any danger, he didn't care about the situation there. Instead, he looked at the people from the heavenly demon sect who were poisoned and killed by the Black Fog Giant. At this time, the people from the heavenly demon sect had all returned to their human form. There was no trace of the heavenly demon sect. To be honest, Zhao Hai was very curious about their technique. He had used this technique before. He had visualized a monk that looked like him, as well as some devils that looked like him. However, he couldn't turn himself into a heavenly demon like the people from the heavenly demon sect. This made him very curious. Zhao Hai collected the spatial equipment of the people from the heavenly demon sect. He wanted to see if they had this technique. However, he was quickly disappointed. The people from the heavenly demon sect didn't have this technique. Zhao Hai sighed. Then he looked at the people from the heavenly demon sect. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Then he slowly closed his eyes. Then he formed seals with his hands. Finally, he waved his hand forward and said, "Soul convergence." Along with Zhao Hai's roar, the corpses of the people from the heavenly demon sect began to condense black fog. The black fog didn't disperse and slowly turned into people. These people weren't big, only about 20 centimeters tall. Although they were made of black fog, they were translucent. Moreover, these people had the same appearance as the corpses below them. When Zhao Hai saw this, he relaxed. Then he walked towards a person made of black fog and gently placed his hand on the person's head. Then he chanted an incantation. The person slowly faded and finally disappeared. After the person disappeared, Zhao Hai went to another person and used the same method to make the person disappear. After all the people disappeared, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he muttered, "So it's like this. This person from the heavenly demon sect is really a genius. He actually came up with this technique. This technique is similar to the 10,000 transformations golden body technique, but it's more unpopular." Then Zhao Hai looked at Iron Bull and Iron Snake. Although they were still resisting, it seems like they couldn't fight back. This was also within Zhao Hai's expectations. After all, the strength of the two couldn't compare to a true expert. If the other party underestimated them, then they might be able to defeat the other party. If the other party didn't underestimate them, then it would be very difficult for them to defeat the other party. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he quietly looked at the two. He knew that this experience was very important for the two, especially Iron Snake. Iron Snake was about to reach the peak of the 12th level. Because of this, Zhao Hai was more than happy to give Iron Snake this opportunity. In fact, the two people from the heavenly demon sect couldn't use their full strength. This was because they were afraid. They saw how their sect members were killed by Zhao Hai in the blink of an eye. How could they not be afraid? Now, they only had 2 people left. Moreover, they were entangled by Iron Bull and Iron Snake. They wanted to leave, but Iron Bull and Iron Snake used the entanglement technique to prevent them from leaving. This gave the 2 people from the Heavenly Demon sect a headache. Now that they saw Zhao Hai standing on the side and looking at them, the 2 felt that they wouldn't be able to escape today. Therefore, they wanted to escape. Zhao Hai also noticed the 2 people's expressions. He coldly snorted and then waved his hand, sending 2 yellow lights towards the 2 people. When the 2 people saw Zhao Hai's yellow lights, they were startled. They immediately moved to the side. At the same time, one of the people's body emitted a red light. Then his figure flashed as he moved a kilometer away. It seems like he would disappear from the battlefield in a few more flashes. Zhao Hai looked at the person's appearance and couldn't help but sneer, "Blood escape? It can only be considered average." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. In the next moment, a black fog suddenly appeared in front of the red silhouette. The person wasn't prepared and plunged into the black fog. In the next moment, a blood-curdling scream was heard. When the black fog dissipated, only a skeleton was left. There wasn't even a trace of flesh on his body. At this time, Zhao Hai turned his gaze to the other person from the Heavenly Demon sect. This person's expression drastically changed. He also wanted to use the blood escape technique. However, he was a bit slower and let his fellow disciple use it first. This was his luck. If he used the blood escape technique, then he would have turned into a skeleton by now. The person from the Heavenly Demon sect clenched his teeth and suddenly stopped. Then he slowly returned to his original appearance. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "This one is willing to surrender. I'm willing to be a servant and serve Mr. like a dog or horse. I ask Mr. to spare my life." Zhao Hai waved his hand and the yellow light that shot towards the Heavenly Demon sect disciple disappeared. Tainyo and Taishi also stopped. The 2 of them looked at the person and waited for Zhao Hai's decision. Zhao Hai looked at the Heavenly Demon sect disciple and said, "Are you really willing to surrender to me? I'm from the Poison Dragon sect. Aren't you afraid that I'll take you to the Poison Dragon sect and turn you into a medicine slave?" The person couldn't help but tremble. However, he still said, "This one is willing to surrender." Everyone in the Sword Spirit world knew that once a person became a medicine slave of the Poison Dragon sect, they would suffer a fate worse than death. Therefore, many people would rather die than become a medicine slave of the Poison Dragon sect. It was precisely because of this that the person was afraid. Zhao Hai looked at the person and said, "If you're really willing to surrender to me, then I'm not willing to let you become a medicine slave. However, I want to plant a mark in your body. From now on, you will be my slave. Your life and death will be decided by me. Do you agree?" "I agree." The person from the Heavenly Demon sect didn't even think about it when he heard Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the people from the Heavenly Demon sect and couldn't help but admire them. This person clearly saw that Zhao Hai wouldn't turn him into a medicine slave, which was why he agreed without any hesitation. Moreover, he also saw that Zhao Hai wouldn't kill him so easily. Because of this, after becoming Zhao Hai's slave, he would at least be able to live. This was much better than the people from the Heavenly Demon sect. As long as one was a cultivator, they wouldn't want to die. Once a person dies, their body and Tao would disappear. Therefore, even if there was only a sliver of hope, they would still fight for it. As long as they could live, many cultivators would be willing to become slaves. In the eyes of these cultivators, being a slave was much better than death. Zhao Hai looked at the person from the Heavenly Demon sect and said, "All right, then close your eyes. I want to leave my mark on your body. From today onwards, you will be my slave." The person nodded and closed his eyes. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a yellow light covered the person's body. The person's body stiffened and couldn't move. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand again as a slave formation covered the person's body. The person's expression became distorted, as if he was experiencing a lot of pain. Before long, he fainted. Then he woke up and fainted again. After repeating this several times, he finally calmed down. Zhao Hai waved his hand again, allowing the person to regain his ability to move. At the same time, he could also speak. Zhao Hai looked at the person and said, "Call me young master from now on. Stand to the side." The person nodded and then stood to the side. Zhao Hai looked at the corpses of the people from the heavenly demon sect. Then with a wave of his hand, the corpses slowly turned into puddles of water and disappeared. After the puddles of water disappeared, Zhao Hai turned to the person from the heavenly demon sect and said, "What's your name?" The person from the heavenly demon sect immediately replied to Zhao Hai, replying to the young master, "I'm called Demon Hawk." Zhao Hai nodded, then he recalled the appearance of the demonic eagle transformation. After the demonic eagle transformation, one would look like a mutated giant eagle. Its body would have iron feathers, and it would have 4 claws. Each of its claws would look like cast iron. In addition to the 4 claws, it would also have 2 huge wings, making it look even more terrifying. It would also have 2 eagle heads, and each head would have an iron hook-like beak. It must be said that after the demon hawk transformation, his appearance was very normal, just like a beast. In fact, this had a lot to do with the cultivation method that the people from the heavenly demon sect practiced. The heavenly demon sect's cultivation method was the heavenly demon incarnation art. During battle, one would transform into a heavenly demon. The reason why Zhao Hai said that this cultivation method was very similar to the Golden Body 10,000 transformations art was because this cultivation method was a combination of cultivation methods and magic techniques. However, the heavenly demon incarnation art was a very obscure technique. In the sword spirit realm, Zhao Hai had never heard of this technique before. It was called the blood technique. The blood technique was also a branch of magic, but it was a very obscure branch. Very few people practiced it, and very few people used it. This was because the blood technique had a lot of limitations. For cultivators, the attack power of this technique wasn't very strong, and the damage was also very low. Therefore, very few people practiced it. However, the heavenly demon sect's ancestor was a peerless genius. He created a special cultivation method called the heavenly demon incarnation art. To put it bluntly, this heavenly demon incarnation art was a blood technique. It was different from ordinary blood techniques. Ordinary blood techniques were used on other people. However, this blood technique was used on himself. In order to practice the heavenly demon incarnation art, one must first learn the blood technique. This wasn't difficult. The blood technique was a very simple technique. Even chi transformation cultivators could practice it. However, the prerequisite was that one must have blood in order to use it. The old ancestor of the heavenly demon sect invented this technique. First, you need to get some demon beast blood. The choice of demon beast blood is very important for the people of the heavenly demon sect. Take the demon eagle for example. After he transformed into a giant eagle, he should choose the blood of an eagle-type demon beast. Once this blood is chosen, it cannot be changed. Moreover, when you visualize, the heavenly demon you visualize must have some similarities with the eagle-type demon beast. When your strength increases, you have to hunt other eagle-type demon beasts, collect their blood, and integrate it into the blood you refined in the beginning. This way, your heavenly demon transformation technique can be upgraded. In addition to the blood of demon beasts, you also need human blood. The choice of human blood was also very important. When choosing blood, there were generally only 3 choices: an adult man, an adult woman, or a child. This child generally referred to an infant. After the people of the heavenly demon sect obtained the blood of demon beasts, they would get the blood they wanted. If they wanted their heavenly demon incarnation to be very masculine and powerful, then they would have to choose the blood of an adult man. If they wanted their heavenly demon incarnation to be more feminine, then they would have to choose the blood of an adult woman. If they wanted their heavenly demon incarnation to be very strange, then they would have to choose the blood of a child. Generally, the people of the heavenly demon sect would need the blood of 9 adult men, adult women, or 36 infants. Then, they would mix this blood with the blood of demon beasts and refine it into the devil blood of the heavenly demon sect. After that, they would absorb this devil blood into their own body. Then, they would begin to visualize the image of the heavenly demon incarnation in their heart. While visualizing, they would use their own techniques to combine and assimilate the devil blood with their own blood. Finally, all the blood in their body would become devil blood. Then, through the transformation of the devil blood, they would be able to transform into the heavenly demon incarnation that they visualized. In the future, if they want to improve their strength, in addition to increasing their spiritual qi, they would also need to find a way to increase the level of their devil blood. In order to increase the level of their devil blood, in addition to using techniques to purify the devil blood, they would also need to add new blood of demon beasts. Adding the blood of demon beasts was enough, there was no need to add human blood. However, the demon beast's blood needed to be of the same origin as the one used to refine the devil blood. Only in this way could the heavenly demon incarnation be promoted. If the difference between the demon beast's blood and the original demon beast's blood was too big, then it might cause a blood conflict. In the end, it might cause your body to explode, which could be said to be very dangerous. In Zhao Hai's view, the heavenly demon incarnation technique was actually refining the demon beast's blood and then transforming one's body into a half-human half-demon beast. When facing an enemy, one's body could be transformed into a demon beast in order to improve one's fighting strength. However, there were some differences, which were the addition of human blood and the visualization of the heavenly demon incarnation. After the devil incarnation technique was done, it would be the same as the heavenly demon incarnation technique. This was different from simply refining the demon beast's blood. This technique was actually quite good. However, the requirement of using human blood was something that Zhao Hai couldn't accept. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to learn this technique, nor was he prepared to let others learn it. He was prepared to improve this technique and see if he could change the requirement of using human blood. If he could change it, then this technique would be quite good. The devil eagle's situation was like this. His heavenly demon incarnation technique had already reached the entry level. In other words, if he wanted to improve his strength in the future, he only needed to absorb some demon beast's blood. He didn't need human blood anymore. The demon beast's blood that he absorbed at the beginning should be the blood of an eagle-type demon beast. In the future, he would only be able to absorb eagle-type demon beast's blood. In fact, the sword spirit world was like this. Some of the cultivation techniques of the great sects sounded very mysterious, but once you know the truth, it was actually just that. The heavenly demon incarnation technique was the same. Looking around, Zhao Hai said to the devil eagle, "Devil eagle, have you been in the ruins all this time? What's the situation in the ruins right now?" The devil eagle replied, replying to the young master, "The situation in the ruins is very chaotic. The various sects are killing each other in the ruins. A lot of people have already died." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Just as I thought. Did they find anything in the ruins? I mean, did they find any treasures in the ruins?" The devil eagle shook his head and said, "No, there's nothing useful in the ruins. Nobody found anything good. This is a completely abandoned ruin. It might have been abandoned by people, so there's nothing useful here." "Good, that's great. It seems that this secret realm will be abandoned by others in the future. Am I right?" Although Demon Hawk didn't know why Zhao Hai was called Zhao, he still nodded and said, "Yes, young master. This is a secret realm that doesn't have any resources or benefits. It would certainly be abandoned. I'm afraid that no one would come here in the future. There are a lot of secret realms like this in the sword spirit realm. Some of them have already been forgotten." Zhao Hai nodded with a smile on his face. This was the result he wanted. He wanted to build a base in this secret realm. If people were to pay attention to it in the future, then it would be troublesome. Only when people forget about it would he be able to keep the secret realm. The devil eagle looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. He didn't understand why Zhao Hai was so happy when he heard that the secret realm would be abandoned. This didn't seem to be beneficial to him. "But you don't need to worry, I joined the Poison Dragon sect with ulterior motives. I have two identities, one is a core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple, the other is the leader of the Tide-Watching Gang. I want to turn this place into a secret base for the Tide-Watching Gang. Therefore, it would be better if the other sects gave up on this place. This way, nobody would pay attention to this place, it would be ours." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The Tide-Watching Gang is now a core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. I want to turn this place into a secret base for the Tide-Watching Gang. Therefore, it would be better if the other sects gave up on this place. This way, nobody would notice this place, it would be ours." When Demon Eagle heard Zhao Hai, he was completely stunned. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would have such an identity. Although he hadn't heard of this Tidewatcher gang, he knew that it shouldn't be too big. Otherwise, the gang leader wouldn't be a core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple and an inner disciple of the Poison Dragon sect. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, let's not talk too much. This time, I came here to take revenge. Remember, I want to deal with the people of the Poison Dragon sect. Let's work together and deal with Elder Shaw's people. Deal with as many of them as you can." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, let's not talk too much." Demon Eagle nodded, then Zhao Hai led Demon Eagle and the others towards the ruins. In the following period of time, Zhao Hai continued to hunt the disciples of the Poison Dragon sect in the ruins. All of them were Elder Shaw's disciples. Whenever Elder Shaw's disciples appeared, Zhao Hai would kill them. Sha Tianhe sent a total of 150 disciples to the secret realm. At this time, 120 of them had already been killed by Zhao Hai. As for the remaining 30, Zhao Hai didn't make a move on them. This was because these 30 people were now grouped together. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't make a move on them. Time passed day by day. Zhao Hai and the others had already been in the secret realm for 2 months. In a month, they would be leaving. As for why they would leave in 3 months, it was because the Demon Domain's great sects had already evaluated the secret realm. This secret realm wouldn't be like the Sky Pit secret realm that Zhao Hai went to before, where people would be kicked out. However, this secret realm wouldn't be like the Sky Pit secret realm. After 3 months, the entrance to the secret realm would close. If you couldn't leave within 3 months, then you would have to stay in the secret realm. On this day, Zhao Hai and the others had just killed some people from other sections. They were currently resting behind a low wall. Their harvest in the past few days was very good. Zhao Hai wasn't stingy. He took out a large portion of the good things that they obtained and gave it to Iron Bull and the others. This made Iron Bull and the others very happy. While the group was eating and resting, suddenly a whining sound was heard. This sound wasn't very loud, but it was very strange. It kept on ringing, making people feel very strange. Iron Bull was puzzled as he looked around and said, "What's this sound? Why is it so strange?" Iron Snake also frowned and said, "Yes, this sound is very strange. It sounds like someone is crying in a low voice. It's too strange." Zhao Hai frowned. After some time, his expression changed as he said, "Not good, a sandstorm is coming. Come with me." Zhao Hai had been wandering around the ruins for the past few days. At the same time, he also found several places to hide from the sandstorm. He secretly remembered these places, but he didn't say it out loud. Now that he heard this sound, he knew that a sandstorm was coming. When Iron Bull and Iron Snake heard Zhao Hai, their expressions changed. They immediately jumped up and followed Zhao Hai. Only Demon Hawk didn't understand what was going on, so he was a bit slow. However, he still jumped up and followed Zhao Hai. While running, he whispered to Iron Bull, "Iron Bull, what's going on with this sandstorm? You seem to be very nervous." Iron Bull shook his head, then he smiled bitterly and said, "The young master was the one who saw this sandstorm. He said that there should be a huge sandstorm in the secret realm every once in a while. This sandstorm is very strong, it's not something that we can resist. Do you see here? There should be a lot of intact houses here, and there should be a lot of treasures. However, all of them have been eroded away by the sandstorm. Also, the walls here might look inconspicuous, but I couldn't even leave a mark on them. You should know how hard these walls are, right? You should know that they are very hard, right?" Even so, the walls were still blown away by the sandstorm. Now do you understand why we said that the sandstorm is very scary? The Demon Hawk had been fighting with Zhao Hai for several days, so he naturally knew that Iron Bull was very strong. Even after transforming, his strength wasn't much stronger than Iron Bull. However, Iron Bull didn't even leave a mark on the walls. This meant that the walls were too solid. But Iron Bull didn't even leave a mark. Before this, Demon Hawk didn't pay much attention to the walls. In his opinion, it was an abandoned ruin. He didn't think that the walls would be this sturdy. This was beyond his expectations. While they were talking, Zhao Hai stopped in front of a dilapidated courtyard. After Zhao Hai and the others entered the courtyard, Zhao Hai looked around. Then he went to the side of a broken wall and waved his hand. A whirlwind appeared in front of him. However, this whirlwind wasn't very big, it was only about 1 meter high. The sand on the ground was blown up by the whirlwind before falling to the side. Iron Bull and Iron Snake didn't think much about it, but the Magic Hawk was very clear about how difficult it was to achieve this. The control of the technique needed to reach an abnormal degree. Otherwise, the tornado wouldn't be able to maintain its height. If the tornado was only that high, then it wouldn't have been able to blow up the sand. If the tornado was able to blow up the sand, then it would certainly cause dust to fly everywhere. It wouldn't be like this, it was as if the tornado was specially made to dig up the sand. Not long after, a huge pit about 5 meters deep appeared on the ground. At the bottom of the pit, there was a stone door. Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing the whirlwind to disappear. Then his figure moved and he arrived at the stone door. With a push, the stone door opened. Inside the stone door was a small secret room. It was empty inside, but it didn't feel stuffy at all. This was very strange. Zhao Hai looked at the secret room. Although it was dark inside, the air inside was still good. This made him feel relieved. Then he waved his hand to Iron Bull and the others and said, "Come in." Then he entered the secret room. Iron Bull and the others quickly followed him. After they entered the secret room, Zhao Hai waved his hand and closed the door. Demon Hawk quickly said, "Young master, the sand outside." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, the outside has been restored to its original state. For the next few days, we'll stay here. The fact that this secret room is preserved so well means that the sandstorm didn't affect it. We'll be safe here. After the sandstorm passes, we'll have to leave. There's no point in staying here. In fact, we can leave now, but I want to see how big the sandstorm is. This place will be our base in the future, and if we don't know how big the sandstorm is, then we won't be able to control it. Therefore, we'll have to stay here for a few days so that we can have a good rest." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. Let's just stay here for a while." The group nodded. For cultivators, going into seclusion for a period of time was very normal. Therefore, although they were in a secret room, they didn't feel any discomfort. Zhao Hai moved his hand and took out a formation. Then he placed the formation on the ground. The formation immediately lit up. The light was very soft, illuminating the entire secret room. However, it wasn't dazzling at all. Iron Bull and the others looked at the formation curiously. They had seen illumination formations before, but these formations were generally used to store crystals. However, Zhao Hai's formation wasn't. Zhao Hai's formation was a round and thin iron plate. There was no place for crystals, but it could still light up. Moreover, the light was very soft. This made the group very curious. Zhao Hai didn't care about the formation. Instead, he turned his head to Demon Hawk and said, "Demon Hawk, I can see that your strength isn't bad. You should be at the 5th level of the spirit refining realm right now. When will you level up?" Demon Hawk smiled bitterly and said, "Young master, you don't know, but the heavenly demon sex cultivation method is very special. Every level up requires the blood of some beasts. However, I still haven't found the right blood. This time, I came to the secret realm to see if there are any suitable beasts. But now, it seems like I'll be disappointed. There really aren't any beasts here." When Zhao Hai heard Demon Hawk, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Demon Hawk and said, "What level of beast blood do you need?" Demon Hawk replied, "As long as it's a 5th rank eagle beast, you don't need to care about its species." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand as a small bottle appeared in his hand. Then he threw the bottle to Demon Hawk and said, "I'll give this person to you. Here's a bottle of 5th rank eagle beast blood. Is that enough?" The Demon Hawk received the bottle. When he heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he excitedly opened the bottle and looked at the blood inside. He had a special feeling towards the blood of eagle-type beasts. As long as it was the blood of an eagle-type beast, he would be attracted to it. Therefore, when he saw the blood inside the bottle, he immediately knew that it was indeed the blood of an eagle-type beast. Demon Hawk looked at Zhao Hai and said, "It's enough. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. With this bottle of blood, I'll be able to level up. I believe that I'll be able to reach the 6th level of the spirit refining realm soon." Zhao Hai looked at Demon Hawk and smiled. Then he waved his hand and said, "It just so happens that we still need to stay in the secret room for a few days. Why don't you refine this bottle of blood? We'll stand guard for you." The demonic eagle nodded and sat down cross-legged. He drank the demonic beast's blood directly, then closed his eyes and began to refine the blood in the bottle. Zhao Hai and the others looked on curiously. Although Zhao Hai knew about the heavenly demon incarnation technique, he hadn't practiced it before. Now, he wanted to see how the demon hawk would perform while practicing the heavenly demon incarnation technique. As the demonic eagle refined the blood of the eagle-shaped demonic beast, the phantom of his heavenly demon incarnation slowly appeared on his body. The phantom of a two-headed, four-clawed giant eagle shrouded the demonic eagle, making the demonic eagle look extraordinarily mighty. Woo 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 woo, a loud humming sound was heard. Zhao Hai and the others could even feel the room shaking. This caused Iron Bull and the others' expressions to change. Only Zhao Hai was still sitting there calmly as he looked at the demon eagle. The demon eagle still hadn't woken up, but the phantom on his body was becoming more and more solid. It looked more and more lifelike. However, Zhao Hai knew that the demon eagle was about to wake up. Sure enough, after an hour, the demon eagle finally woke up. He looked at everyone and then heard the humming sound. He couldn't help but stare, then his expression changed. He immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, is there a sandstorm outside? We'll be fine, right?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." The demon eagle nodded, then he felt his body. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, I broke through. I'm now at the 6th level of the spirit realm." "That's great." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, it's good that you broke through. Take a good rest. I think this sandstorm will take a few days to end." At this time Iron Bull recovered. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, this sandstorm is really terrifying. We're underground, but we can still feel its power. If we didn't prepare for it, I don't know what would happen." Iron Bull nodded and said, "Young master, this sandstorm is really scary." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he took out a formation and placed it on the ground before activating it. The formation flashed with a white light. In the next moment, a scene appeared on the formation. Yellow sand had already covered the sky. The originally bright sky was now very dim. However, this wasn't what Iron Bull and the others were paying attention to. What Iron Bull and the others were paying attention to was a cultivator holding an artifact in his hand. It was a shield-shaped artifact. At first glance, one could see that it was a defensive artifact. Moreover, this shield looked very large, so one could see that its defensive capabilities were very strong. However, this person, who was holding this shield-shaped artifact, kept retreating. The light of the shield-shaped artifact in his hand kept weakening. In just a few breaths of time, the light of the shield-shaped artifact had completely disappeared. If an artifact's light completely disappeared, then it meant that the artifact was completely destroyed and could no longer be used. Sure enough, the cultivator immediately took out another defensive artifact and placed it in front of him. As for the shield, it was directly thrown away by the wind. Then it was blown away like a leaf. When the shield flew into the air, it was immediately torn to pieces by the wind before it completely disappeared. Everyone could see that the person who took out the defensive artifact was a body cultivator. Moreover, he had a lot of defensive artifacts in his hand. Otherwise, he would have already been finished. But even so, the defensive artifact in his hand wouldn't be able to last for long. Sure enough, the new artifact that the cultivator took out only lasted for a few hours before it couldn't be used anymore. This time, the cultivator didn't take out another defensive artifact. It seems like he didn't have any left. He had no choice but to take out an offensive Dharma artifact and use it to block in front of him. However, these offensive Dharma formations weren't very good in terms of defense. They couldn't stabilize a person's body like defensive Dharma artifacts. Therefore, both the Dharma artifact and the Dharma artifact were blown away. In the blink of an eye, the Dharma artifact was torn to pieces by the wind. The cultivator only had time to scream before he completely disappeared. The image was kept about a meter away from the person, so the process of the person being torn apart and completely digested by the strong wind was completely recorded. In just a few seconds, a body cultivator who seemed to have a very strong defense was blown away by the strong wind. He disappeared without a trace, not even a single bone was left. This was really too terrifying. Zhao Hai put away the formation and said, "Before I entered the secret realm, I planted a surveillance formation on all of Elder Sha's disciples." The image just now was of one of Elder Sha's disciples. Iron Snake, have you heard of this person? Are there any good body cultivators among Elder Sha's disciples? Yes, Lei Wei. This person is one of Elder Sha's disciples. Moreover, he's a pro-disciple. This person is different from the others in our Poison Dragon sect. He was originally an ordinary disciple of the Poison Dragon sect. However, when he was still an outer disciple, he obtained a body cultivator's inheritance during a mission. As for what kind of inheritance it was, no one knows. Later on, he began to cultivate body cultivation method. Moreover, this person is very smart. He actually used the sex poison to stimulate his body. It's precisely because of this that his resistance towards poison is very strong. Moreover, his body cultivation method is also very unique. Later on, he was promoted all the way and finally became an inner disciple of the Poison Dragon sect. Later on, he was accepted as a pro-disciple by Elder Sha. However, he isn't one of the top 10 inner disciples of the Poison Dragon sect. This doesn't mean that his strength is inferior to the top 10 experts. In fact, everyone recognizes that he has the strength of one of the top 10 experts and might even be ranked in the top 5. However, this person is very low-key and doesn't cultivate the true Poison Dragon sect cultivation method. Therefore, he isn't one of the top 10 inner disciples. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Then it seems like this person is Lei Wei. He should be highly valued by Elder Sha. Otherwise, Elder Sha wouldn't have given him so many artifacts." The three nodded, then Zhao Hai put away the formation and said, "This time sandstorm will cause at least 90% of the people who enter the mystic realm to die. Of course, there will still be people who are lucky enough to survive, and those who survive will speak of how terrible this place is. This is exactly what I want. It's impossible for outsiders to enter this place, and those who enter will have to face such a terrible sandstorm. Most importantly, there are no resources, no benefits, and it's very dangerous. I think that in the future, the sects won't be interested in this place, so we can turn this place into our base." Iron Bull knit his brows and said, "Young master, what's so good about turning this place into our base? This place is very dangerous, and there are no resources. Most importantly, only Qi refining and spirit realm cultivators can enter. If our gang develops in the future, wouldn't those experts be unable to enter? Aren't the limitations of this base too great? In other words, as long as they don't enter the secret realm from the entrance, no matter what kind of expert they are, they can enter. Naturally, it wouldn't be easy for ordinary people to enter the secret realm without going through the entrance. This is because if they don't go through the entrance, then they would need to install a transrealm transmission formation. However, there aren't many people in the Sword Spirit realm who can build transrealm transmission formations. Moreover, it would be very difficult to build one. It would take a long time to calculate and build a transrealm transmission formation. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to build a transrealm transmission formation in the Sword Spirit realm. Moreover, it would take a long time to build a transrealm transmission formation. In general, it would be impossible to build a transrealm transmission formation in the Sword Spirit realm. Moreover, it would take a long time to build a transrealm transmission formation. In general, it would be impossible to build a transrealm transmission formation in the Sword Spirit realm. Moreover, it would take a long time to build a transrealm transmission formation. In general, it would be impossible to build a transrealm transmission formation in the Sword Spirit realm. Moreover, it would take a long time to build a transrealm transmission formation. In general, it would be impossible to build a transrealm transmission formation in the Sword Spirit realm. Such people wouldn't be able to build a transrealm transmission formation in the Sword Spirit realm. Even if there were one or two people who could build a transrealm transmission formation, they would be the formation geniuses of their respective sections. Because of this, they wouldn't be able to send their experts here. But for us, a transrealm transmission formation is very simple for me. I can directly set up a transrealm transmission formation here and another one outside. When the time comes, we would be able to freely enter and leave this place. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You've misunderstood one thing. It's not that the Sword Spirit Realm doesn't allow Qi Refinement Realm cultivators or above to enter." At this point, Zhao Hai paused for a moment, then he looked at Iron Bull and the others, then he smiled and said, "Besides these, there's another thing that you don't know. I have the ability to transform the space. I can accelerate the growth of plants, improve them, and make them adapt to the harsh environment. In other words, I can transform this secret realm to be more suitable for us to live in. With these plants, I believe that the sandstorm wouldn't be able to do anything to us. Additionally, the spiritual qi here isn't any weaker than outside, it can even be compared to a sex encampment. Because of this, we can use this place as our base." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Iron Bull and the others didn't know what to say. Since Zhao Hai was so confident, then they naturally wouldn't say anything. However, they were now even more curious about Zhao Hai. They really wanted to know what skills Zhao Hai had. One must know that even Demon Hawk, who came from the Heavenly Demon sect, had only heard of the Transrealm Transmission formation. He had never seen one before, let alone Iron Bull and Iron Snake. Zhao Hai's impression of Iron Bull and Iron Snake had always been very mysterious. Although they had followed Zhao Hai for a long time, to be honest, they felt that they didn't understand Zhao Hai at all. In the beginning, they were the same as the others in the Poison Dragon sect. They thought that Zhao Hai was a rogue cultivator with good talent. After entering the Poison Dragon sect, he smoothly became an inner disciple. This showed that his talent was very good. Because of this talent, Iron Snake and Iron Bull were willing to become his personal servants and follow him. Then they really became Zhao Hai's people. They knew that being an inner disciple of the Poison Dragon sect was just Zhao Hai's identity. Zhao Hai's true identity wasn't as simple as being an inner disciple of the Poison Dragon sect. He was actually a core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple. Although the Iron Buddha Temple couldn't compare to the Poison Dragon sect, no sect in the Sword Spirit Realm would dare to look down on the Iron Buddha Temple. The Iron Buddha Temple was definitely a hard bone to chew. Moreover, the status of a core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple was absolutely higher than that of an inner disciple of the Poison Dragon sect. In addition to being a core disciple of the Iron Buddha Temple, he was also the leader of the Tidewatching Gang. The Tidewatching Gang was established after the destruction of the Jianyu sect. They had never heard of the Jianyu sect, so it should be a small sect that wasn't very famous. However, even a small sect like this couldn't be destroyed so easily. Yet, he was still the leader of the Tidewatching Gang. This was too surprising. At the same time, it also shrouded a very mysterious veil. Even Iron Bull and Iron Snake felt that Zhao Hai was mysterious. As for the Demon Eagle, he felt that Zhao Hai was even more mysterious. He also knew about Zhao Hai's identities. This in itself made him very surprised. What made him even more surprised was the Transrealm Transmission formation. Iron Bull and Iron Snake didn't understand what a Transrealm Transmission formation meant. Some people even confused the Transrealm Transmission formation with the Ultralong Distance Transmission formation. They thought that the Ultralong Distance Transmission formation was a Transrealm Transmission formation. In fact, the two were two completely different things. Ultra-long distance transmission formations were only able to transmit a longer distance. Cross-realm transmission formations were different. Cross-realm transmission formations and ultra-long distance transmission formations were two completely different things. This was because cross-realm transmission formations involved some spatial content. This wasn't something that ordinary people could control. As far as the Demon Eagle knew, the Heavenly Demon sect didn't have anyone who could build a transrealm transmission formation. In the entire Sword Spirit boundary, the number of people who could build a transrealm transmission formation could be counted with two hands. Moreover, all of these people had innate spatial abilities. In fact, this could be seen from the situation of the Sword Spirit boundary. The Sword Spirit boundary controlled countless lower realms. At the same time, they also knew about many secret realms. However, whether it was in the lower realms or in the secret realms, they didn't build a transrealm transmission formation. This was especially true for the secret realms that were rich in resources. It wasn't that they didn't want to build one, but they didn't have the strength to do so. From this point, one could see how difficult it was to build a transrealm transmission formation. Therefore, most people only heard of the transrealm transmission formation and didn't know what it was. The reason why the demon hawk knew about the transrealm transmission formation was because he was from the heavenly demon sect. Cultivators from the heavenly demon sect were able to establish transrealm transmission formations in the past. Because of this, the demon hawk was very curious. He wanted to know how Zhao Hai learned about the transrealm transmission formation. If Zhao Hai could really establish a transrealm transmission formation, then the demon hawk's secret realm would become the demon hawk's backyard. Zhao Hai looked at the group. He was very confident in them. After all, they were already his slaves. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai told them about his plan. Zhao Hai stood up and looked around the room. The sound of the sandstorm outside didn't stop, it was even louder than before. Zhao Hai wanted to set up a transrealm transmission formation in this room. After carefully looking at the room, Zhao Hai saw that it wasn't very big, at most 100 square meters. Because there were no pillars or partitions, the room looked very spacious. Zhao Hai turned his head to Iron Bull and the others and said, "All right, stand up. I want to set up a transrealm transmission formation here." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Iron Bull and the others immediately stood up and looked at Zhao Hai with curiosity. After all, they had never seen a transrealm transmission formation before. Naturally, they were very curious about how Zhao Hai was going to set it up. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he walked around the room a few times. After calculating the size of the room, he began to choose a location. Every time he chose a location, he would draw a mark on the ground. As more and more marks were drawn, Iron Bull and the others became more and more surprised. They had already calculated that Zhao Hai had drawn several hundred marks. In other words, this transmission formation was made up of at least several hundred formation eyes. This transmission formation was very complicated. In the Sword Spirit realm, the number of formation eyes determined the difficulty of setting up a formation. Ordinary trapping formations had a single formation eye. The power of this formation was very small. Even a person who refined energy into energy wouldn't necessarily be able to kill it. Above that was the double array eye array. If one wanted to set up a double array eye array, it would be twice as difficult as a single array eye array. Of course, it would also be more powerful. Then there were the triple formation eye, the 5 formation eye, the 8 formation eye, the 9 formation eye, the 12 formation eye, the 18 formation eye, the 27 formation eye, the 36 formation eye, the 72 formation eye, and so on. The higher the level of the formation, the harder it would be to set it up. This was because the more formation eyes there were, the harder it would be to set it up. Zhao Hai drew a total of 1,296 marks before he stopped. Then he carefully looked at the marks. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he nodded his head and took out the talismans one by one. These talismans weren't very big, but they were very delicate. Zhao Hai placed the talismans on the ground, one after another. Before long, all the talismans were set up. However, Iron Bull and the others were puzzled as they looked at Zhao Hai. They had seen people set up formations before, but those people were very careful with the placement of each talisman. They were afraid that if they made a mistake, then their previous efforts would be wasted. However, Zhao Hai didn't do this. His placement of the talismans seemed to be too casual. Zhao Hai didn't care about them. After placing all the talismans, he took out a main talisman and placed it on the main position. This time, Zhao Hai placed it very slowly, as if the talisman in his hand weighed 1,000 pounds. "Hey!" Zhao Hai let out a low shout as he placed the talisman on the ground. When the talisman was placed on the ground, Iron Bull and the others felt the space shake. Then they discovered that the other talismans had also jumped. However, although the talismans jumped, they didn't move away from their marked positions. It was just that the direction of the talismans changed. This made the group startled. They had seen people set up formations before, but this was the first time they saw one set up like this. Zhao Hai stood up and let out a long breath. He looked at the formation and then took out some talismans and placed them inside. These talismans were auxiliary talismans. They weren't very useful, they were only there to increase the power of the formation. After setting up the talismans, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he turned to Iron Bull and the others and said, "Alright, the transmission formation is set up." Iron Bull and the others stared blankly at Zhao Hai. If they weren't Zhao Hai's slaves, then they would have thought that Zhao Hai was crazy. This was a transrealm transmission formation, how could he set it up so easily? Was this even possible? Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled, "Don't you think it's too simple?" Hee, if this formation was set up by ordinary cultivators, then it would take at least 5 people and a year for them to draw all the marks. Even if they were able to draw the marks, it wouldn't be easy for them to put all the talismans in place. I'm afraid that it would take them at least 3 to 5 years to set up the formation. When Iron Bull and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would say something like this. He only took 2 hours to set up the formation, but he said that it would take others 3 to 5 years to set it up. Wasn't this a bit too exaggerated? Zhao Hai didn't care about them. Instead, he paid attention to the sound of the wind outside. The wind outside was very strong, but Zhao Hai didn't care about it. He looked at the group and said, "Let's go out first. I already know how strong the wind is, so there's no point in staying here. Let's go." The group nodded, then they went to the transmission formation. Zhao Hai activated the formation and a white light flashed. In the next moment, the group of 4 disappeared from the secret room. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves inside a transmission formation. This transmission formation wasn't very big, and its area was very small. It looked like a courtyard. When they appeared, they heard a voice, "Brother Hai, you're back." Zhao Hai turned his head and saw Laura. He nodded and said, "Laura, these 3 are my servants. They're Magic Eagle, Iron Snake, and Iron Eagle. Arrange a place for them to live. Call Wen Hai and the others over as well." Laura nodded and immediately went to arrange things. Naturally, Laura didn't need to do these things herself. She just needed to have someone take care of Magic Eagle and the others. However, the place where the 3 lived couldn't be too far away from Zhao Hai. Laura knew that Magic Eagle and the others were now Zhao Hai's slaves. In the future, Zhao Hai wouldn't need to worry about them. Therefore, she arranged for them to live close to Zhao Hai. This way, it would be more convenient for Zhao Hai to dispatch them. Zhao Hai returned to his room and directly went to his study. His study was very big, it was enough for a small meeting. Before long, when Wen Hai and the others arrived along with Laura and the others, Zhao Hai told Wen Hai and the others that it was impossible for him to return to the Poison Dragon sect. However, he also told them that he wanted to transform the secret realm. The people inside the room were all his confidants. Naturally, he would tell them about this matter. When Wen Hai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but get excited. For them, having a secret realm as their base was a very good thing. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "Wen Hai, I want to ask you something. How is the cultivation of the people in the sect?" When Wen Hai excitedly replied, "It's a lot better. Boss, the Sword Imperial sect's inheritance is very complete. Moreover, there are all kinds of cultivation methods. Most importantly, the Sword Imperial sect's cultivation methods and our magic techniques complement each other. Not only can our magic techniques improve quickly, even the Sword Imperial sect's cultivation methods are also very fast." At this point, the core disciples of the Tidewatching Gang have all learned the Sword Imperial sect's cultivation methods. Moreover, their cultivation is very good. There are also more than 20 people who have reached the Qi refining realm. Our Tidewatching Gang's strength can't be underestimated. We already have more than 70 Qi refining realm cultivators, we aren't any worse than other small sections. Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction, then he said, "Good, that's good. Let everyone cultivate well. The transformation of the mystic realm will take some time. You need to select some people to enter the mystic realm with me. This time, the transformation of the mystic realm won't be simple, so we need to plan it well." Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction, then he said, "Alright, that's good. Everyone should cultivate well." When Wen Hai nodded. These people had unconditional faith in Zhao Hai. They were able to achieve what they have today because of Zhao Hai. Therefore, they naturally wouldn't object. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and the others and said, "Wen Hai, you stay here and look after the house. I'll leave half of the core disciples behind for you." Chun Ming, you stay here as well. You're the strongest person in the sect, so you stay here and help Wen Hai look after the house. Let old Tang come with me. Half of the sect's people will come with me to the mystic realm. I'll first arrange a barrier formation inside the mystic realm to seal the entrance. Then I'll begin to transform the mystic realm. But we'll have to wait until the people inside the mystic realm leave and observe how long it takes for the wind to blow. Naturally, Wen Hai wouldn't object. He nodded and said, then I'll immediately arrange it. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to Tang Ming and the others and said, you'll need to take care of the matters at hand. From today onwards, prepare some supplies for use in the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, there's nothing but yellow sand. You'll need to prepare everything. Tang Ming nodded and said, yes, boss. Rest assured, I'll certainly prepare everything. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand and had them leave. After they left, Zhao Hai had Laura and the others arrange for Iron Bull and the others to familiarize themselves with the sect's situation. They were also given identification cards. Then he returned to the secret realm. This time, Zhao Hai returned to the secret realm. He wanted to calculate when the sandstorm would stop. He had experienced the might of the sandstorm in the secret realm. To be honest, the sandstorm was very strong. If he didn't control the sandstorm, then his idea of building a base in the secret realm would just be a joke. It would be impossible to succeed. Besides observing the sandstorm, Zhao Hai also had another important thing to do. That was to see if the secret realm had a water source. Water was the source of life. All living things couldn't live without water. If the secret realm didn't have a water source, then it would take a lot of effort to transform the place. This would be too troublesome. Zhao Hai knew that it was impossible for a place as big as this to not have a water source. However, the problem was that there was a huge battle here. Perhaps the water source had been destroyed. This was absolutely possible. Those ancient powers could even destroy planes, not to mention water sources. Because of this, Zhao Hai was worried about this matter. Zhao Hai sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly felt the spiritual energy in the secret realm. From this spiritual energy, he could feel a lot of information. At this time, Zhao Hai could clearly feel that the wind and earth attribute spiritual energy here were very violent. Zhao Hai knew that this was because of the sandstorm. He wanted to feel other types of spiritual energy. Before long, Zhao Hai could feel that there was a lot of fire and metal spiritual energy here. Moreover, Zhao Hai could also feel a lot of water spiritual energy. Only the wood attribute spiritual energy was lacking. Zhao Hai was very clear that the reason why the wood attribute spiritual energy was lacking was because there weren't any plants here. However, after feeling this, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Since there was a lot of water spiritual energy here, this meant that the water source here wasn't destroyed. This meant that the water source must be somewhere. Then his plan to transform the secret realm can be carried out. However, the sandstorm outside didn't stop. Instead, it seemed to be getting stronger. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. If the wind continues to blow like this, then it would be very troublesome. After that, Zhao Hai stayed inside the secret realm. He wanted to observe the changes in the sandstorm. This sandstorm lasted for 10 days. After 10 days, the sandstorm finally stopped. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. However, what he wanted to know now was when the next sandstorm would come. From the looks of the walls, sandstorms should be very frequent. After the sandstorm stopped, Zhao Hai came out of the secret room. He looked at the situation outside and saw that the terrain was different from before. However, the ruins were still there. Originally, Zhao Hai thought that after this sandstorm, the ruins would be buried underground. He didn't think that this would be the case. At the same time, Zhao Hai also sensed the surroundings. He discovered that there wasn't a single person in the ruins. This made Zhao Hai stare. However, he still smiled bitterly and muttered, I don't know how many people survived. Anyway, let's see if we can find any clues. This sandstorm couldn't have been formed in a day, maybe it has something to do with the ruins. After saying that, Zhao Hai looked around the ruins. Now that he was the only person in the ruins, he could look around. Nobody would bother him anymore. However, what made Zhao Hai disappointed was that he didn't find any clues. This place was really abandoned, nothing was left behind. However, Zhao Hai still didn't leave the ruins. He was very clear that this place used to be a great sect. And a great sect like this couldn't leave a water source. No matter what they did, they couldn't do without water. Therefore, there should be a water source here, and it wouldn't be small. Even if this place was abandoned, there should still be a water vein in the surroundings. Once he finds that vein, he would have water. After looking around the ruins for a few days, Zhao Hai finally found a water source. This water source was outside the ruins. Moreover, it wasn't a simple water source. It was a very large underground lake, about 100 meters deep. The lake's surface area was very large, much larger than the ruins. Zhao Hai looked at the water source and was very happy. With this water vein, he would have more confidence in transforming the secret realm. However, it wouldn't be good to use the water source for planting. Therefore, the first step in transforming the secret realm was to establish a natural energy formation. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to establish a natural energy formation. He remembered the direction of the sandstorm and wanted to go there to take a look. This was because Zhao Hai discovered that the secret realm's current state was very abnormal. The spiritual qi here was very abundant. Moreover, Zhao Hai could feel that the spiritual qi here was very balanced. Although the wood attribute spiritual qi was a bit worse, it was because there were no plants here. If there were plants here, then the spiritual qi here would be very balanced. Moreover, the spiritual qi here was very rich. From this point of view, this place could be called a place with good feng shui. Any sect could establish a sect here. But now, this place had turned into a barren land, devoid of life. In Zhao Hai's opinion, this was because of the sandstorm, and it was impossible for a sandstorm to be formed normally. If the sandstorm was naturally formed in the secret realm, then the spiritual qi here wouldn't be as balanced as it was now. The wind and earth attribute spiritual qi would certainly be richer and more violent. But now, the spiritual qi here was very balanced. The wind and earth attribute spiritual qi weren't very violent, they would only become violent during the sandstorm. This was somewhat unreasonable. Therefore, Zhao Hai believed that the sandstorm in the secret realm was caused by something else. Zhao Hai wanted to see the source of the sandstorm. If he couldn't find it, then he would think of another way. If he could find it, then that would be great. He would be able to control the sandstorm from its source. This would make it easier for him to transform the secret realm. Zhao Hai's flying speed was very fast. But after flying for 5 days, he still couldn't find the source of the sandstorm. Naturally, he also couldn't reach the end of the secret realm. Zhao Hai didn't want to give up, he kept flying forward. He wanted to see if he could find the source of the sandstorm. If he couldn't find the source, then finding the end of the secret realm would also be good. After flying for another 10 days, Zhao Hai suddenly felt that the earth and wind attribute spiritual qi in the surroundings had become richer. Moreover, it was somewhat violent. Zhao Hai knew that he had found the source of the sandstorm. After flying for another hour or so, Zhao Hai saw a huge crater. In this crater, there was a whirlwind that was constantly rotating. Strangely, the whirlwind didn't leave the crater, nor did it disappear. It just kept rotating inside the crater. The crater was now about 100 meters deep due to the whirlwind. Its diameter was about 1 kilometer, it was very large. The whirlwind inside the crater looked like an earth dragon that was soaring to the sky. As for how high it was hard to say. This scene was very strange and spectacular. But Zhao Hai knew that the crater and the whirlwind were the culprits that caused the secret realm to become a barren land. Zhao Hai looked at the crater. The crater was dark, he couldn't see the situation inside. However, he could feel that there were strong wind and earth attribute energy fluctuations at the bottom of the crater. Zhao Hai's mind moved, his whole body slowly fell into the crater. Although his whole body was inside the whirlwind, Zhao Hai had the 5-element spirit beads, so he didn't care about the wind at all. He wasn't affected by the wind at all. Before long, Zhao Hai reached the bottom of the crater. Upon reaching the bottom of the crater, Zhao Hai was stunned. This was because at the bottom of the crater was a skeleton. Next to the skeleton were 2 sledgehammers. One could see that this skeleton belonged to a cultivator. Moreover, it was a body cultivator. Although he had been dead for many years, his flesh and blood had already disappeared. However, his bones were still intact. On the contrary, each and every one of them was as beautiful as jade. Moreover, this skeleton was very tall. The whole skeleton seemed to be about 2,500 meters tall. The bones were also very thick. It could be seen that this person must have been a very tall giant, the kind that would make people feel intimidated at first sight. There was a wound on the skeleton's neck. Although the flesh and blood had disappeared, there was still a scar on the bones. Therefore, one could see that there was a wound on the skeleton's neck. This wound was very deep, it directly blew open the person's neck. However, perhaps because the bones were very hard, the head didn't fall off, only a wound was left on the bones. The person's sledgehammers were the size of watermelons. They looked like they were made of bronze and weren't very eye-catching. However, strong energy fluctuations came from the sledgehammers. It was precisely because of these two sledgehammers that the energy fluctuations here were abnormal. The reason why the sledgehammer's energy overflowed might be because no one was controlling it. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai could imagine the situation. At that time, it must have been a shocking battle. This body cultivator was also very powerful. In the battle, he met his opponent. His opponent might not be as tall as him, but he was very flexible. He should be a body cultivator. However, the body cultivator didn't specialize in strength, but in agility. The body cultivator held two sledgehammers while the opponent used two scimitars. The scimitar's arc should be very large, making it easier to cut the neck. The two of them didn't know how long they fought. In the end, the person with the two swords was one step ahead. The scimitar in his right hand swept across the body cultivator's neck. However, because he didn't have enough strength, he didn't chop off the body cultivator's head. He only cut the neck. The body cultivator fell to the ground and died. As for the person with the two swords, he went to fight other people. He didn't even have time to collect the spoils. The place where the two of them fought should be in the sky. Moreover, the height of their battle shouldn't be less than a kilometer. At such a height, the body cultivator's bones didn't break after falling down. This showed how hard his bones were, and how strong he was when he was alive. After this battle, the battlefield was completely destroyed. This area was separated from the sword spirit realm. Everyone had left. However, the sledgehammers in the hands of the body cultivator were rare treasures. The sledgehammers gathered the surrounding earth and wind energy and slowly formed a huge whirlwind. Because there was no one here, the whirlwind became stronger and stronger. In the end, it turned the entire secret realm into a barren land without any vitality. Zhao Hai walked over and picked up the two hammers. The hammers were very heavy, each weighing about 10,000 jin. He didn't know what material they were made of, but since it was made of such a material, it must be something good. Zhao Hai directly received the two hammers into the space. Zhao Hai had already decided that these two hammers weren't suitable for him. The best owner for these two hammers would be Ding Chunming. After receiving the hammers, Zhao Hai looked at the corpse. There was nothing left on the corpse, not even a spatial equipment. Zhao Hai didn't care about it, he was already very happy to have obtained a pair of hammers. Zhao Hai looked at the whirlwind. It seems like it would still be here for some time. Zhao Hai didn't intend to make the whirlwind disappear right away. This was because there might still be cultivators in the secret realm. Zhao Hai wanted to wait for those cultivators to leave. The reason why Zhao Hai was certain that no cultivators had left yet was because he had been monitoring the entrance of the secret realm. The leaders of the various sects were still waiting there, but no one had left. Now that the 3 months were almost up, Zhao Hai didn't mind waiting for 2 more days. Zhao Hai decided to use these days to look at the environment of the secret realm. There wasn't much to look at inside the secret realm, it was just yellow sand. However, what Zhao Hai was looking for wasn't something ordinary. He wanted to find a water source. As long as he could find a water source, then he would be able to transform the secret realm. However, Zhao Hai also knew that transforming the secret realm wouldn't be an easy matter. Even if he found a water source, he wouldn't be able to bring it to the surface. This was because there was no night in the secret realm. It had been a long time since he entered the secret realm, and it was always daytime. If he brought the water source outside, then it wouldn't take long for the water source to dry up. While observing the terrain of the secret realm, Zhao Hai was constantly calculating in his mind, designing a modification plan for the secret realm. The environment in the mystic realm was special. If he didn't design the transformation plan well, he wouldn't be able to transform it well, even if he resolved the sandstorm. The sandstorm was only a temporary danger. Even if he couldn't solve it from the source, he still had many ways to solve the sandstorm. However, the problem of sunlight wasn't so easy to solve. Sunlight was different from sandstorms. Normally, the sunlight didn't pose any danger to him. At most, he would feel some heat. They were all cultivators, so they weren't afraid of cold or heat. Naturally, they didn't care about this little bit of heat, so they didn't have to worry about anything. However, these plants were different. Being exposed to the sun for a long time wasn't a good thing for plants, unless they were plants that he had modified. Zhao Hai was certain that 1/3 of the reason why there were no plants in the mystic realm was because of the sandstorm. The other 2/3 were probably due to the sunlight. Therefore, if he wanted to transform the mystic realm, he had to settle this matter. However, this matter wasn't easy to solve. The sun was in the sky, you can't block it, right? Even if you want to block the sun, how much area can you block? This wasn't a solution to the problem at all. Zhao Hai continued to design a plan in his mind. Then he made some simulations to see what the result would be. Unfortunately, he had already designed a lot of plans, but none of them were successful. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He began to look for some special plants in the space. He wanted to see if there were any plants that could withstand the sun's exposure. Zhao Hai had a lot of plants in the space. Many of them were very suitable for living in a high-temperature environment. What Zhao Hai needed to do now was to find the most suitable plants and then plant them in the mystic realm. After several days of searching, Zhao Hai found a plant called the giant leaf fire locust. It was a fire-attributed plant. It generally grew in places with rich fire-attributed energy, such as volcanoes. This tree was very resistant to heat. This was because its leaves were very big. Moreover, its leaves had a layer of natural film that could block evaporation of water. Because of this, it was very suitable for growing in a high-temperature environment. Moreover, this giant leaf fire locust was very tall. Generally, it could grow from 50 to 100 meters. There were even some particularly tall ones that could grow up to 200 meters. It can be said that this type of plant was most suitable for growing in the mystic realm. This giant leaf fire locust also had another characteristic. Its leaves were generally grown at the top of the tree. The entire tree looked like a big umbrella. It was very beautiful. In Zhao Hai's opinion, this was just right. In the mystic realm, he could plant more giant leaf fire locust. Then under the fire locust, he could also plant other plants. It was even the most suitable place for fire-attributed herbs to grow. After transforming the mystic realm, not only would it not be a problem, it would also become a treasure. While Zhao Hai was doing these things, the 3-month deadline had arrived. The leaders of the various sects were nervous. They wanted to know how many disciples would come out this time. The leader of the Poison Dragon sect was the most nervous. He knew about the matter between Zhao Hai and Sha Tianhe. He was afraid that Zhao Hai would come out alone. If Elder Sha's disciples were to die inside, then it would be troublesome. It did not take long before a cultivator rushed out from the entrance. He appeared to be in a very sorry state. His clothes were torn and his face was covered in dust. There was also a look of fear on his face. One glance was all it took for anyone to know that something had happened. This cultivator was a disciple of the Heavenly Demon sect. He directly flew towards the leader of the Heavenly Demon sect and said, "Elder, something happened. I'm afraid that not many people will come back alive this time." When the elder heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "Tell me, what happened?" The cultivator nodded, then he immediately told the elder about the situation inside the mystic realm. There were no materials inside the mystic realm, not even the ruins. He also told the elder about the terrifying sandstorm. After that, he said in a deep voice, "Elder, that sandstorm is too terrifying. If I didn't happen to find a relatively complete basement in the ruins, I'm afraid I would have died there. I'm afraid the others won't have such luck. They might have all died there." Of all the people who went in this time, I'm afraid only a few will be able to come out alive. The heavenly demon sex elder looked at the cultivator with an ugly expression and said, "Are you telling the truth? There really isn't anything inside the mystic realm." The cultivator nodded and said, "I wouldn't dare lie to you, elder. There really isn't anything inside the mystic realm. It's just sand everywhere. Moreover, when the sandstorm came, I did an experiment. I put an artifact outside, and after a few hours, the artifact was blown away. Needless to say, the people inside were also gone. It's too terrifying." After he said this, a look of fear could be seen on his face. In fact, he was very lucky to be able to come out alive. When the sandstorm came, he didn't find the basement. He also used his artifact to block the sandstorm. However, it didn't take long for his artifact to be destroyed. If the sandstorm didn't blow the basement next to him out, then he would have been finished. By then, more cultivators had emerged from the pocket dimension. However, there were very few of them. By then, less than 20 cultivators had emerged from the pocket dimension. This was something that they had never encountered in the other pocket dimensions before. Due to that, the leaders of the various sects who were waiting outside felt their hair stand on end. A disciple of the Poison Dragon sect also came out. Naturally, he wasn't Xianxia's disciple. As soon as he came out, he told the Poison Dragon sect's elder about the situation inside the mystic realm. When the elder heard this, he sighed and lamented Elder Shah's bad luck. Elder Shah had sent out the most disciples this time. Originally, he wanted to kill Zhao Hai. However, he didn't expect such a thing to happen. It seems like Zhao Hai was dead, but his disciples wouldn't be able to come out alive. The people of the various sects had been waiting outside the mystic realm. When the entrance to the mystic realm disappeared, the number of people who came out was less than 100. Moreover, those who came out were all disciples of the great sects. These disciples of the great sects had a lot of good things on them. Naturally, they were able to survive for a while. Those who were lucky were able to survive this crisis. As for the disciples of the small sects, almost all of them were wiped out. Only a few of them came out alive. This time's exploration of the mystic realm was disastrous. It completely exceeded the expectations of the various sections. Moreover, there were no materials inside the mystic realm. In the end, when the people of the various sects went back and reported to the higher-ups of their sects, the mystic realm was defined as an extremely dangerous mystic realm with no development value. Therefore, the sects of the demon domain gave up on this mystic realm. Although Zhao Hai couldn't monitor all the sects of the demon domain, he could monitor the Poison Dragon sect. Since the Poison Dragon sect was a great sect of the demon domain, his attitude should be similar to the other great sects. Therefore, Zhao Hai quickly found out that the sects of the demon domain had given up on this mystic realm. For Zhao Hai, this was really good news. Since they gave up on this mystic realm, then this mystic realm would be safe. In the future, this place would belong to him. However, Zhao Hai was still worried. He had already thought about it. After some time, he would find an opportunity to destroy the cave at the entrance of the mystic realm. This way, no one would come to the mystic realm. It wouldn't take long for the various sects to forget about this mystic realm. Zhao Hai had already marked the entrance of the mystic realm. In the future, he would build a barrier formation there and completely seal it. This way, even if someone wanted to come in, it would be impossible. After all, the people who came in were all Qi Refinement Realm cultivators. It wouldn't be easy for them to break the seal. After confirming that the sects had given up on the mystic realm, Zhao Hai's plan to transform the mystic realm was officially launched. First, he had to stop the whirlwind. The whirlwind had existed for many years and had already formed its own rules. Therefore, even if Zhao Hai took away the hammers, the whirlwind didn't disappear. It didn't even weaken by much. Zhao Hai stood beside the whirlwind and thought about how to make it disappear. If he just made it disappear, then it would be a waste. When the whirlwind rotates, it would produce a lot of kinetic energy. If he could use this kinetic energy, then it would be great. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai suddenly had an idea. He wanted to build a formation around the whirlwind to collect the energy that overflowed from the whirlwind. Then he would convert this energy into energy blocks or directly compress it into crystals. For the other sects, this might be impossible. This was because they didn't have the technology to do so. After going through so many planes, Zhao Hai's formation technology was countless times better than the Sword Spirit realm. Zhao Hai's formation technology was countless times better than the Sword Spirit realms. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai dared to turn the secret realm into his base. It can be said that Zhao Hai's formation technology had been accumulated over the years, slowly surpassing most other planes. Zhao Hai was even sure that even higher planes couldn't compare to him in terms of formation technology. This was his biggest advantage. Zhao Hai was very confident that even higher planes couldn't compare to him in terms of formation technology. However, in addition to this advantage, Zhao Hai also had other advantages. However, these advantages weren't like formations. Formations were collated by the space using computers. It was very systematic. As long as Zhao Hai learned it, he could directly use it. This point was even more obvious after Zhao Hai obtained the biological brain. The biological brain was like a supercomputer, it was even faster than supercomputers. Because of this, as long as Zhao Hai wanted to use a formation, the formation would immediately appear. This was very important. This was because formations also have matching and mismatching. What kind of formation was most suitable for the situation was very important. If you use the wrong formation, then you wouldn't be able to achieve the desired effect. Ordinary cultivators can only rely on their own experience when using formations. As a result, the formations they use weren't very suitable. However, this wasn't the case for Zhao Hai. His formations were absolutely the most suitable. Because of this, Zhao Hai's formations were the most powerful. However, other aspects weren't good. Just like his body cultivation, the reason why Zhao Hai wanted to learn body cultivation methods was because his body's potential had yet to be fully developed. His body's potential was enormous, but he didn't use it. How can he fully develop his body's potential? Body cultivation methods were the best. Because of this, Zhao Hai focused on developing his body's potential. This didn't only include body cultivation methods, but also other aspects such as spiritual force, spell control, and so on. In other words, Zhao Hai wanted to improve his abilities in all aspects besides formations. This was because formations could be learned by the biological brain. As for other aspects, not only did he need to learn them, he also needed to practice them. Only by practicing would he be able to strengthen himself. At this time, Zhao Hai was constantly practicing, strengthening himself, and stimulating his potential. It didn't take long before the formation was set up. The whirlwind was now under Zhao Hai's control. Not only can the formation turn the whirlwind's energy into crystals, it can also control the whirlwind's energy. If the whirlwind's energy was too high, then the formation would absorb the energy faster. This was equivalent to having a crystal manufacturing machine. Naturally, the quality of the crystals produced in this way wasn't very high. They were only about third-grade crystals. If the energy was low, then it would be equivalent to a first-grade crystal. This was already very good. After this was done, Zhao Hai directly went underground and arranged a natural energy formation. As long as this formation was in place, then it wouldn't take long for the plants here to mature. This was what Zhao Hai needed. But this time, Zhao Hai didn't plan to do this himself. After arranging the natural energy formation, he directly returned to the tide-watching gang. Then he directly sent Tang Ming and the others to the secret realm through the transmission formation. When the tide-watching gang saw the secret realm, they couldn't help but stare. The environment of the secret realm had already exceeded their imagination. They couldn't understand why Zhao Hai wanted to turn this place into their base. Moreover, they also couldn't understand how they could turn this place into their base. After everyone arrived at the secret realm, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "I know that everyone is very surprised. Why would I want to turn this place into our base? You don't need to worry. Although this place is still very bad, as long as we transform it, it will be much better. I have already arranged a formation here. In the future, the plants here will grow faster. What we need to do now is to transform the environment. The first step of transforming the environment is to plant trees. I want everyone to plant a tree called a bottle tree. This tree can store water. In the future, these trees will be the most common tree species in the secret realm. Don't mess around. After he said that, Zhao Hai distributed the tree species to everyone. Everyone received the tree species from Zhao Hai as well as the jade slip from Zhao Hai's hand. Inside the jade slip was a map with the locations of the bottle trees marked on it. It wasn't just the location, the order of the bottle trees can't be wrong. After thinking about it, Zhao Hai decided that the bottle trees should be planted first. This was because the bottle trees can store water. And because the water would be stored inside the tree, even if it was exposed to the sun, the evaporation rate would be much slower. This made it very suitable for the secret realm. Although the tide-watching gang didn't know why Zhao Hai wanted to plant the trees in such a detailed manner, they still followed Zhao Hai's map. This was because they all had their own leaders, and these leaders wouldn't let them make a mistake. These bottle trees were improved by Zhao Hai. The roots of these bottle trees were very deep, allowing more water to flow up. Only in this way could they absorb the underground water of the secret realm. The tide-watching gang discovered that after planting the bottle trees, they also needed to transfer their spiritual chi into the seeds. This made them even more confused, but they still did as they were told. After planting the bottle tree seeds, they transferred their spiritual chi into them. Then under their stunned gazes, the bottle tree seeds quickly sprouted, grew, and grew taller. In the end, the bottle trees turned into giant trees that were 20 meters tall and 10 meters tall. What made them even more surprised was that these trees had a lot of water inside them. Moreover, the roots of these trees were very developed. The roots of these trees could stretch out for 100 meters, this was very terrifying. Now that they knew the uses of these bottle trees, they immediately became happy and worked even harder. Looking at the trees growing in their hands, they felt very happy. The secret realm's area wasn't small. However, Zhao Hai didn't think about planting bottle trees all at once. After the bottle trees are planted, they can be planted slowly. What Zhao Hai wanted to do now was to make a place where the tide-watching gang could move in. In this way, he led the tide-watching gang to plant more than 10,000 bottle trees in a month. These bottle trees were planted in a very orderly manner. They basically covered the area that Zhao Hai needed. After planting so many trees for a month, everyone felt very tired. Zhao Hai immediately ordered these people to return to the tide-watering gang. Even Tang Ming was sent back to Wen Wenhai's place. Wen Wenhai was also sent back to the tide-watering gang. Naturally, the group didn't have any objections. Although they didn't need to worry about water after planting the bottle tree, the sun was still shining brightly every day. The heat made them feel uncomfortable. They had been tormented for a month. Now that Zhao allowed them to go back, they could go back and have a good rest. After Tang Ming and the others returned, Wen Wenhai immediately led the second group into the secret realm. Although the bottle trees were planted in the secret realm, the situation wasn't much better. The bottle trees didn't have a lot of leaves, only their trunks were thick. Because of this, the bottle trees didn't block the sun and were still very hot. After Wen Wenhai and the others arrived at the secret realm, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Everyone should have seen this situation in the secret realm. These bottle trees were planted by us before. In just 1 month, we planted more than 10,000 bottle trees. These bottle trees contain a lot of water, and this water is underground. This water was absorbed by the bottle trees, it will be our main source of water in the future. However, if we want to transform the secret realm, we can't just plant bottle trees. Right now, the secret realm is filled with sand, which isn't good. Therefore, what we need to do is to improve the secret realm's soil, making it more suitable for other plants to grow." After speaking up to here, Zhao Hai paused for a moment, then he continued, "If we want to improve the space's soil, we need a kind of plant. This plant is called rotten sandgrass. If we plant this grass, it will take a long time to mature. When it matures, its roots will corrode the sand. When the grass dies, its seeds will grow new grass, and the dead grass will become fertilizer. After a few times of growth, the soil will change. Therefore, our next task is to plant the rotten sandgrass." After saying that, Zhao Hai took out some space bags and gave them to everyone. "These are the seeds of the rotten sandgrass. What you need to do is to plant the rotten sandgrass and then sprinkle some water on it. This way, the rotten sandgrass will grow as soon as possible." The reason why Zhao Hai didn't make them use their spiritual energy to activate the rotten sandgrass was because after so many days, the natural energy formation had already started to work. Now that the natural energy in the secret realm was abundant, after planting the rotten sand grass, it would grow in a very short time. There was no need to use energy to activate it. This time, the natural energy formation that Zhao Hai arranged in the secret realm was special. Because of the abundant sunlight in the secret realm, Zhao Hai's natural energy formation had several special features. This was to allow the plants in the secret realm to absorb sunlight and then release natural energy. This natural energy would then be absorbed by the natural energy formation. After being absorbed by the natural energy formation, the natural energy would then be transformed into more pure natural energy. However, there would be more water elements in the secret realm in the future. This also meant that there would be more rain in the secret realm. To put it bluntly, this rain was transformed from sunlight. Only Zhao Hai would be able to think of such a genius. Even if other people thought of this method, they wouldn't be able to do it. Only Zhao Hai could do it. Zhao Hai knew a lot of formations, so he could do it while others couldn't. However, this method still hasn't shown its power. There were too few plants in the secret realm. With so few plants, it was impossible for them to absorb sunlight and transform natural energy. In fact, Zhao Hai's method would only show its power after he planted the giant leaf fire locust tree. This was because only the giant leaf fire locust tree could transform sunlight into natural energy. Only when the giant leaf fire locust tree was successfully planted in the secret realm would this method truly succeed. However, the giant leaf fire locust tree wasn't easy to grow. At the very least, the giant leaf fire locust tree couldn't grow on sand. Moreover, if Zhao Hai wanted to plant other plants in the future, then the soil of the secret realm would need to be improved. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to use the rotten sand grass to improve the soil of the secret realm. Once the soil was improved, the giant leaf fire locust tree could be planted. After the seeds were distributed, everyone immediately got busy. They first planted the seeds and then poured water on them. Then the rotten sand grass would grow in a short time. Then it would bloom and bear seeds before it would begin to grow again. But during this process, they still had to water the grass. The people from the tide watering gang calculated that the grass could mature 3 times a day. This was too amazing. Just like this, another month passed. The soil around the bottle tree had been completely improved. Now, there were no problems with plants growing here. Zhao Hai had Wen Hai lead the group back to the tide watering gang. Then he had Tang Ming and the others come in as well. After Tang Ming and the others entered the secret realm, they discovered that the secret realm was completely different from before. At this time, Zhao Hai had already planted another type of grass. This type of grass looked very ordinary on the outside, but its roots were like pipes. The roots of this grass also contained water. They were like small pipes that transported water to every corner of the area. Everyone looked at the secret realm and felt very good. This was because they were the ones who built this place bit by bit. All of these trees were planted by them. This made them feel as if this place was their home. After all, only something that you build can be called a home. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "The initial transformation of the secret realm has yet to be completed. Only by planting the last plant will the transformation be complete. This plant is the giant leaf fire locust." After he said that, Zhao Hai took out a handful of seeds. These seeds weren't very big, but each of them was red in color. They looked very beautiful when they were planted. Zhao Hai nodded and said, 100 people in a squad. The squad leaders will come to me to get the map and the seeds. Then we'll start work. As long as we plant the giant leaf fire locust trees, the initial transformation would be complete. However, it still wouldn't be habitable. When the first rain comes, we can officially establish our sect here. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Everyone nodded. They felt that it was impossible for the secret realm to rain. This was because the sun was too bright, and the temperature of the secret realm was too high. In such an environment, it would be very difficult for it to rain. However, they were now very confident in Zhao Hai. They saw how Zhao Hai used 2 months to transform the secret realm. The team leaders immediately went to get the seeds and the map. Then they prepared to plant the trees. After Zhao Hai gave them the seeds and the map, he told them that they only needed to plant the trees and didn't need to water them. Although these people didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant, they still agreed. After everyone received the map and the seeds, they immediately began to plant the trees. This time, they had a lot of experience. Moreover, their speed was also much faster. Everyone learned how to plant the trees. The team leaders led the group according to the map and marked the area. Behind them, the masked men dug holes according to the marks. The masked men were responsible for planting the seeds and burying the soil. Everything was done in an orderly manner. Zhao Hai looked at them and was very happy. In fact, if he wanted to transform the secret realm, Zhao Hai could do it alone. He could even do it faster than them. However, he still had them work together. The main reason was that he wanted them to have a sense of belonging to the secret realm. This way, they would never be able to betray the secret realm. Zhao Hai understood the problems of the secret realm. Although they had experienced many things, Zhao Hai was still worried about the members of the secret realm. After all, these people were ascended from the lower realms. Although they had joined the secret realm for some time, it was impossible for them to have a sense of belonging to the secret realm. However, Zhao Hai believed that after this matter, they would have a sense of belonging to the secret realm. Everyone was busy planting the trees. However, the trees weren't as grassy as grass. After they were planted, the trees didn't immediately grow. This made them worried. However, after 2 hours, the seeds that they planted began to sprout. Then they began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. After 3 days, the trees had grown to more than 20 mago. But this didn't stop. After 10 days, the trees had grown to a height of 100 meters. After the trees grew, everyone suddenly felt a lot cooler. Not only did the trees block the sunlight, but the temperature around the base also dropped a lot. This made everyone puzzled. Only Zhao Hai knew what was going on. After the giant leaf fire locust matured, it would absorb a lot of sunlight. It was like a sunlight collector that could lower the surrounding temperature. Because of this, everyone felt a lot cooler in this base that hadn't been built yet. This base was built in the ruins that Zhao Hai discovered. The ruins had already been flattened by Zhao Hai. The materials used to build the ruins had also been dismantled by Zhao Hai in order to be used in the future. This time, it took less time for everyone to plant the trees. In less than 10 days, all the trees were planted. They planted more than 15,000 giant leaf fire locust trees, more than the bottle tree. By the time they finished planting the giant leaf fire locust trees, the trees had already grown. The entire base was cool and refreshing. Although they weren't afraid of the cold or the heat, they still cheered when they felt the cool air. This was their victory. They had defeated nature and established their own base in this barren land. Zhao looked at the cheering crowd and smiled. Well, now that the transformation is almost complete, we're just waiting for the last step. If it rains soon, then it means that our plan has been successful. If it doesn't rain, then it means that our plan hasn't been realized yet. We need to make some changes. Zhao nodded and said, all right, now that the transformation is almost complete, we're just waiting for the last step. If it rains soon, then it means that our plan has been successful. Everyone nodded, then Zhao Hai continued, everyone can wait here, or you can return to the Tidewatering Gang. If you want to wait here, then there are still some things that you need to do. Whether or not we succeed, we still need to transform the secret realm. This is our safest base. Now that the demon realm has abandoned this place, this is a good opportunity for us. We absolutely cannot give up on this place. Now that the Tidewatering Gang has a transmission array and artifacts, we still aren't strong enough. Therefore, we need a very secretive base, and this is the best place to do so. Besides us, nobody else can come in. Later on, we can only fight others, nobody can come to us. Therefore, we must transform this place well. It can be said that this place will be our home in the future. We can't be ignorant of our home, so we must understand this place. Does anyone have any opinions? Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, everyone, you can wait here, or you can return to the Tidewatering Gang. If you want to wait here, then there are still some things that you need to do. Regardless of whether we succeed or not, we still need to transform this place. Everyone replied in unison, no. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's good. If you want to go back, you can go back now. If you want to stay, you'll have to be prepared to suffer in the next few days. In the end, no one went back. In fact, Zhao Hai was wrong about one thing. These people had already regarded the Tidewatering gang as their home. They wouldn't betray the Tidewatering gang. Even if the conditions of other sects were better than the Tidewatering gang, they still wouldn't betray the Tidewatering gang. The main reason was that only the Tidewatering gang would treat them as their own. Only the Tidewatering gang was their home. After ascending from the lower realm to the Sword Spirit realm, they discovered that they weren't in the immortal realm. Instead, it was a place that was more terrifying than the lower realm. This was a place where people ate people. They went from being overlords in the lower realm to being at the bottom of the Sword Spirit realm. Even the commoners in the Sword Spirit realm looked down on them. This huge contrast made them feel very disappointed. But the establishment of the Tidewatering gang gave them hope. The Tidewatering gang gave them a sense of home. In this case, how could they betray the Tidewatering gang? In the following time, Zhao Hai led these people to observe the terrain of the secret realm. They marked out the locations of the water veins in order to prepare for the transformation of the secret realm. Zhao Hai discovered that the area of the secret realm was equivalent to 20 bases that he remodeled. And the base that he remodeled was the original location of the ruins. Naturally, this also included the water vein next to the ruins. In other words, the area of the entire secret realm was equivalent to 50 Iron Buddha temples. Such an area was huge, it was equivalent to 1% of the Sword Spirit realm. It was even larger than the area controlled by the 72 islands of the South Sea. The water veins in this mystic realm were actually very rich. It was just that some of the water veins were covered by the wind and sand. Some of the water veins had become underground lakes, underground rivers, and so on. Zhao Hai wanted to use the bottle tree to make use of all of these water sources. It must be said that the water in this area was very rich. This was a good thing for Zhao Hai. On the 10th day after Zhao Hai and the others were observing the terrain of the secret realm, rain started to fall in their transformed base. Although the rain wasn't very heavy, it was still good news for everyone. This was because this meant that their transformation plan was a success. Zhao Hai immediately told everyone about this news. When everyone heard this, they all cheered. They were very happy. They didn't expect the transformation plan to go so smoothly. In fact, even Zhao Hai was relieved. He didn't know whether his transformation plan would succeed or not, especially the water element. Now, it seems like he succeeded. Then Zhao Hai immediately started the transformation plan. Just like before, they started with the bottle tree. This time, they did the same thing as before. However, this time, the group only planted the bottle tree for 10 days before they had Zhao Hai return it to the Tidewatching gang. Then another group of people came in and planted the bottle tree, rotten sand grass, pasture, and finally the giant leaf fire locust tree. Time passed little by little. Because everyone was getting used to it, their planting speed was getting faster and faster. Moreover, they formed a routine. Some people in the front would plant the bottle tree while some people in the back would plant the rotten sandgrass. Once the bottle tree was done, the rotten sandgrass would also improve the soil. Then the people who planted the bottle tree would start to plant pasture. After that, the people who planted the rotten sandgrass would start to plant the giant leaf fire locust tree. This saved a lot of time. Moreover, the success of the first base made everyone confident. Because of this, their enthusiasm for their work increased. In the end, it took them half an hour to complete the transformation of the secret realm. This efficiency surprised Zhao Hai. However, he also knew that everyone was happy. Zhao Hai was also very happy. However, the transformation of the secret realm wasn't complete yet. There was still one last step, which was the establishment of the sect. After the transformation of the secret realm was completed, the sect could be established. Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about the secret realm being attacked. If the secret realm was attacked, then ordinary defenses would be useless. Because of this, there was no need for a defensive formation. In fact, Zhao Hai had already established a barrier around the secret realm. However, this barrier covered the entire secret realm, not the sect itself. Because of this, the sect's defensive formation couldn't be seen. In fact, Zhao Hai's barrier was very good. There were two main sources of energy for this barrier. One was the whirlwind, while the other was the sunlight. In fact, the sunlight in the secret realm wasn't as strong as before. Naturally, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to block the entire sun. Therefore, the transformation was still necessary. Zhao Hai didn't even want people to know that there was a barrier in the secret realm. This was because this barrier wasn't only for the outside, it was also for the inside. This barrier was very special when it came to the inside. Because of this, there wouldn't be any problems when people enter the secret realm with the Tidewatching Gang's identity token. However, if one didn't have the token and entered the secret realm, then the barrier would directly imprison them. This was also to prevent people from entering the secret realm through the Tidewatching Gang's transmission formation. If they really did enter the secret realm, then it wouldn't be good. After all of this was done, the most important thing was to establish a place for people to live in. Zhao Hai thought of a way to plant a sky-supporting tree. However, this sky-supporting tree wasn't an ordinary one. It was a variant of the giant leaf fire locust. This sky-supporting tree wasn't as tall as the original one. It could only grow up to 20 meters. However, it could absorb sunlight and release natural energy. This was very important for the secret realm. After deciding to plant a sky-supporting tree, Zhao Hai began to have everyone plant a large number of sky-supporting trees. Each sky-supporting tree could accommodate more than a dozen people. If the entire Tidewatching Gang were to live in a sky-supporting tree, then they would need to plant at least 3,000 sky-supporting trees. However, this wasn't a problem. Now that the Tidewatching Gang was interested in planting, they weren't averse to planting trees. Therefore, planting several thousand sky-supporting trees wasn't a problem at all. In addition to the sky-supporting tree, they didn't plant any bread trees. Instead, they planted a lot of herbs and fruits. They only planted a small portion of the bread trees and some noodle trees. By the time Zhao Hai and the others had completely transformed the secret territory, they were able to live a normal life, cultivate, and even produce medicinal herbs. By the time they were self-sufficient, more than a year had already passed. During this time, Zhao Hai returned to the Iron Buddha temple once. However, he immediately used the excuse of going out to train and left. Naturally, he also went to the Poison Tree sect. There was nothing wrong with the Poison Tree sect, everything was normal. With Zhao Hai's full support, Wu Kai and the others' information network had already been established. This matter made Zhou Fengming very happy, she even rewarded Wu Kai and the others. However, she didn't know that this information network was actually controlled by Zhao Hai. Having an information network in the demon domain was very important for Zhao Hai. He was now able to collect a lot of information about the demon domain. Besides these two places, there was also Spirit Crab Island. Zhao Hai hadn't gone to Spirit Crab Island for some time. He said that he was in seclusion. The task of going to Spirit Crab Island was handed over to Wen Wenhai. Every time Wen Wenhai went to Spirit Crab Island, he would visit Xiaoyi and give him some wine. However, besides this matter, the Tidewatching Gang didn't do anything special. They were just one of the many strongholds of Spirit Crab Island, nobody paid attention to them. However, this was also what Zhao Hai wanted to see. It would be good if the people of Spirit Crab Island didn't pay attention to him. He was afraid that the people of Spirit Crab Island would pay attention to him. If the people of Spirit Crab Island didn't pay attention to him, then they would be able to silently make a fortune. At this time, Zhao Hai had people pay attention to controlling the Tidewatching Gang. Even 2 of their crab farms were destroyed. The area of spiritual rice cultivation was only enough for Spirit Crab Island. They moved the spiritual rice cultivation to the valleys of the Sword Imperial sect. At this time, the number of people left in Tidewatching City was a lot less than before. At the same time, there weren't many people guarding Jian Yuling's original sect. Most of them had already moved into the secret realm. Moreover, Zhao Hai and the others weren't idle this year. The Tidewatching Gang recruited a lot of people. Most of these people were ascenders. These people didn't have good lives outside, so they were very happy to be able to join the Tidewatching Gang. Although a lot of things happened to the Tidewatching Gang, aside from the members of the gang, outsiders didn't know about it. From this, one could see how low-key the gang was. In the eyes of outsiders, the Tidewatching Gang was even more low-key than before. Even after occupying the Sword Imperial sect, they didn't make any movements in the sect's territory. Everything continued to be the same as when the sect was still there. Even the supervisors of the cities in the sect's territory were replaced by the core disciples of the Tidewatching gang. And these core disciples also began to use the Sword Imperial sect's techniques. This made the people in the Sword Imperial sect's territory think that the Sword Imperial sect hadn't been breached and that it was still the sect that ruled them. Low-key, this was something that Zhao Hai emphasized many times. But on the other hand, Zhao Hai and the others were very high-profile. This was because they were making money. The fruit wine that Zhao Hai and the others made was a low-end product. It was for ordinary people to drink. Because of this, it was very cheap. And because of the good taste, it was very popular in the market. After slowly opening up the market, the Tidewatching gang began to make more and more money through fruit wine. This made the Tidewatching gang very happy. However, at Zhao Hai's request, they didn't go all out in making fruit wine. This would have a huge impact on the market. Some of the forces that made wine their main business would pay attention to them. For them, this wasn't a good thing. In fact, some people were already paying attention to them. But because they were low-key and didn't release a lot of fruit wine every year, the price was very cheap, and it was for ordinary people. Because of this, the people from the sects paid attention to them for a while. After discovering that they didn't do anything excessive, they stopped paying attention to them. After a year, the Tidewatching gang finally stabilized. Everyone was now able to cultivate properly. For them, this was very important. With the secret realm, they could cultivate without any worries. They didn't have to worry about being attacked. This change in their state of mind also made their cultivation speed faster. In this year, dozens of people from the Tidewatching gang broke through to the spirit realm. For the Tidewatching gang, this was good news. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't idle. His spiritual chi cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the spirit realm. He had also reached the 6th level of the Iron Buddha Lotus body. With the addition of the Herculean King Divine Art, he could be said to have reached the large success stage of the Iron Buddha Lotus body. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he began to cultivate the Golden Body 10,000 Transformations technique. Naturally, he didn't give up on the mountain-covering palm and snake fist. He also didn't give up on the 9 words 10,000 Transformations technique. He had been working hard on his cultivation. Now, his 9 words 10,000 Transformations technique was getting better and better. In addition to these, Zhao Hai also learned the sword manipulation sex method. It can be said that Zhao Hai's current combat strength wasn't any worse than a spirit realm expert. With his current strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to establish a sect in the sword spirit world. Zhao Hai felt that he should also show off his strength. Naturally, he couldn't go out with Jing Hai's identity. He wanted to go out with the identity of the sword manipulation sect master. Everyone in the Spirit Crab Island knew about the Tide Watcher gang. Therefore, Zhao Hai naturally couldn't use this name. Therefore, they were still calling themselves members of the sword manipulation sect. In any case, nobody else was using this name. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to use this name. When the people of the Tide Watcher gang go out, they would call themselves members of the sword manipulation sect. Zhao Hai wanted to let the people of the sword spirit world know that he was now the sect master of the sword manipulation sect. However, he couldn't use the name Zhao Hai. He also couldn't use his original appearance. Therefore, he decided to give himself a new name. In the end, he decided to call himself Saber 9. This way, it would be very simple. However, Zhao Hai only had this idea now. He was ready to make a name for himself. However, he didn't do it because he wanted to find an opportunity. No matter what, he was still a sect master. He couldn't just go out and kill 2 small thieves and reveal his name. That would be too shameful. Therefore, Zhao Hai had been waiting for an opportunity. Since the establishment of the secret realm was completed, the Tide Watcher gang was now on the right track. With Wen Hai and the others in charge, Zhao Hai didn't have much to do. Therefore, he was in the mood to think about these things. Soon, an opportunity came. Someone sent him an invitation. This invitation wasn't for him, it was for the sect master of the sword manipulation sect. The person who sent the invitation was the sect master of a small sect not far from the sword manipulation sect, the Green Mist sect's sect master, Green Mist Daoist Lan. This Daoist Lan was originally a rogue cultivator. However, no one knew where he obtained the inheritance of a profound sect technique. This technique was called the Pure Jade Technique. It was an authentic profound sect technique. Later on, he established his cave residence on the Green Mist Mountain and began to teach his disciples. Although the cultivation speed of an authentic profound sect technique wasn't very fast, the process of cultivation wasn't dangerous. Moreover, the progress was very smooth. Therefore, Daoist Lan really became a spirit refinement origin realm expert. Because he became a spirit refinement origin realm expert, more and more rogue cultivators became his disciples. Finally, he established his own sect, the Green Mist sect. This sect could only be regarded as a non-sect in the sword spirit world. However, due to the special location of this area, this sect was established without any problems. The reason why this location was special was that it was a buffer zone between the righteous Tao and the 72 islands of the South Sea. It could be said that this was a recognized buffer zone between the righteous Tao and the 72 islands of the South Sea. No one would extend their hands here and allow the small sects in this area to establish themselves. It was also because of this that small sects like the Sword Manipulation sect and the Green Mist sect could survive in this area. As for this Taoist priest Lan, because he learned the cultivation method of the profound sect, he was closer to the people of the profound sect. It was said that before he established the Green Mist sect, he was a guest elder of the Tao sect. The reason why he was able to establish his own sect master was because of the secret support of the profound sect. However, this statement had never been confirmed. No one knew if this statement was true or not, so no one brought this matter up. The Green Mist sect had always existed independently. In this buffer zone, it was considered a famous sect with many disciples. In this buffer zone, it was considered a sect with good strength. In fact, this buffer zone was claimed to be a place where the righteous Tao and the 72 islands of the South Sea did not intervene. In fact, all the sects in this area had some kind of relationship with the 72 islands of the South Sea or some righteous Tao sections. It was just that both sides did not put this matter on the surface. Everyone maintained this state of affairs because this state of affairs was the best. No one was at an advantage and no one was at a disadvantage. Zhao Hai also knew that the Jianyu sect had some relationship with the Sword Tao sect. However, their actions were too fast. They directly dealt with the Jianyu sect. After that, the Sword Tao sect's people were dealt with by Zhao Hai. This made the Sword Tao sect somewhat uncertain about Zhao Hai's methods, so they did not make a move on them. Later, Zhao Hai checked the ancient books of the Jianyu sect and discovered that the Sword Tao sect related to the Jianyu sect might be the very famous Black Sword sect among the Sword Tao sects. This Black Sword sect was a very famous sect among the Sword Tao sects. This was because their cultivation method was different from the other Sword Tao sects. Their cultivation method was the orthodox cultivation method of the profound sect, and their sword techniques were also filled with the flavor of Taoist sword techniques. They focused on defense, focused on concept, and were incomparably different from ordinary Sword Tao sects. Their sword techniques were filled with an otherworldly aura. They could be considered one of the more famous Sword Tao sects. Previously, the Jianyu sect didn't have much contact with the other sects in this buffer zone. This was the first time that they had received an invitation like this. This made Zhao Hai somewhat curious. He really wanted to know why the other party had sent him an invitation. However, Zhao Hai quickly decided that he would go and take a look. He didn't need to bring too many people, just 2 people would be enough. One was Ding Chunming, who was now using the twin hammers that Zhao Hai had given him. These twin hammers were given to him by Zhao Hai after being repaired. The other was Iron Snake, who had already entered the spirit realm. After using the 2 hammers, Ding Chunming's strength increased a lot. Not only were the 2 hammers extremely heavy, but they also came with self-striking formations and even wind formations. In other words, when the 2 hammers hit the enemy's weapon would have a layer of gravity added to it. That is to say, when the 2 hammers hit the enemy's weapon would become heavier. At the same time, it would also have a heavy strike effect. When Ding Chunming's weapon hits the enemy, the weapon itself would become heavier, and its power would also increase. At the same time, the hammers could also fly out to attack the enemy. Their speed was also very fast. This was also the effect of the wind element formation. It can be said that the hammers were very suitable for body cultivators. As for Iron Snake, it hasn't been long since Zhao Hai brought him out of the secret realm. At this time, Zhao Hai was preparing to bring the two of them to the Green Mist sect to see what was going on. As for Iron Bull and Demon Eagle, Zhao Hai didn't bring them along. The two of them still needed to stay in the sect. Iron Bull's strength had increased, and he was a body cultivator. His fighting strength was very strong. Zhao Hai didn't want to reveal all of his cards at once, so he didn't have them come along. As for Demon Eagle, he couldn't come along. He was a member of the Heavenly Demon sect. If he were to come along and fight, he would certainly be recognized as a member of the Heavenly Demon sect. That would be troublesome. After coming to an agreement, Zhao Hai informed Wen Hai and the others. Then he made some arrangements in the Tidewatering gang. He made the members of the Tidewatering gang more careful because he was worried about Daoist Lan's schemes. If Daoist Lan were to attack the Tidewatering gang while he was away, then the Tidewatering gang would need to prepare in advance. Soon, the day arrived. Zhao Hai informed Wen Hai and the others. Then he led Iron Snake and Ding Chunming to the transmission formation and arrived at a city under the Sword Defense sect. Then from there, they took the transmission formation and arrived at a city under the Green Mist sect, Green Mist City. The Green Mist land was the largest city under the rule of the Green Mist sect. It had a permanent population of 500,000 and a floating population of around 200,000. This big city was not very far from Qinglan Mountain, and Qinglan City was located on Qinglan Mountain. However, it was impossible for you to go to Qinglan Mountain because Qinglan Mountain was the territory of Qinglan sect. Therefore, if you wanted to go to Qinglan Mountain, you had to go to Qinglan City first. There was a branch of Qinglan sect here. Then, you had to go to this branch and explain what you wanted to do in Qinglan Mountain. If there was really something, the branch of Qinglan sect would send someone to send you to Qinglan Mountain. Zhao Hai led Ding Chunming and Iron Snake to Green Mist City's transmission formation. When the three came out of the transmission formation, they immediately saw a room next to the transmission formation. On the door, there was a sign that said, "Sect Masters are warmly welcomed." When Zhao Hai saw this, he knew that they were going there to report. He directly led Iron Snake and Ding Chunming towards the room. Before long, the two arrived in front of the room. There were two guards standing in front of the room. When the two saw Zhao Hai, they immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Hello, are you here to attend the banquet?" Zhao Hai nodded and then handed over the invitation he received to the guard. When the guard opened the invitation, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he quickly returned the invitation to Zhao Hai and bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Welcome, Sect Master Jianjiu of the Sword Defense Sect." "Sect Master Jianjiu, please come in." Zhao Hai nodded and then led Ding Chunming and Iron Snake into the room. As soon as they entered the room, a cultivator immediately came to greet them. This cultivator wore a Daoist robe and didn't look weak. He was actually a spirit realm cultivator. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Green Mist Sect's Master Jianjiu greets Sect Master Jianjiu." "Sect Master, please come in and rest." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Thank you for your trouble." After he said that, he followed Master Jianjiu inside. Before long, they arrived at a room. The room wasn't very big, but the decorations were very elegant. There was a sofa, a tea table, and a few paintings hanging on the wall. After the three entered the room and sat down, a little Daoist immediately served them tea. Master Jianjiu sat beside them. Zhao Hai didn't touch the tea. Instead, he looked at Master Jianjiu and said, "Daoist Master Jianjiu, may I know why the Lost Sect Master invited me here?" Master Jianjiu quickly said, "Sect Master Jianjiu, this time, our Sect Master invited you and the other Sect Masters to our Green Mist Sect to discuss an alliance." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but be surprised. Then he asked in confusion, "Alliance? Why?" Master Jianjiu said in a deep voice, "Sect Master Jianjiu, I believe you also know the situation of our sections. Our sects have always lived between the righteous sects and the 72 islands of the South Sea. Every time there is a conflict between the two sides, it will almost always be resolved in our territory. Every time, our sects will be implicated and countless disciples will die. In the end, our sects will end up under the control of the righteous sects or the 72 islands of the South Sea. This time, our sect master invited all the sect masters of the buffer zone to come here to discuss whether we can form an alliance to jointly resist the oppression of the Righteous Alliance and the 72 islands of the South Sea. Zhao Hai stared blankly at Master Jianzhou. He really didn't expect Master Jianzhou to invite him here to form an alliance. Moreover, from his tone, it seemed that he wanted to break away from the control of the large righteous sections. This surprised Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai frowned and said, "How many sect masters are here now? Do they know that they are here to discuss an alliance?" Master Jianzhou said in a deep voice, "There are already 15 sect masters here. They already know about the alliance and have already arrived at Qinglan Mountain." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You mean to say that these people have all agreed to the alliance?" Master Jianzhou said in a deep voice, "From the looks of it, the sect masters are already a little moved. However, I don't know whether they will agree or not." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then when can I go to Qinglan Mountain?" When Master Jianzhou heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up. However, he still said in a deep voice, "If Sect Master Jianzhou is interested in participating in this alliance meeting, then I can send you up the mountain right now. If Sect Master Jianzhou doesn't want to form an alliance, then I can send you off right now." Zhao Hai looked at Master Jianzhou and smiled faintly, "Not bad. You've arranged everything well. Alright, send me to Qinglan Mountain right now. I'm very interested in this alliance." When Master Jianzhou heard Zhao Hai's words, his eyes lit up even more. He immediately said to Zhao Hai, "Alright, Sect Master Jianzhou, please follow me." Then he stood up and led Zhao Hai outside. Zhao Hai followed Master Jianzhou to the back of the room. There was a small teleportation formation at the back of the room. The four of them got on the teleportation formation and Master Jianzhou immediately activated it. In the next moment, they appeared in a small square of the sect. As soon as they arrived, Zhao Hai's expression changed. This was because he felt a very oppressive force. This was the force of the barrier. Although this force didn't affect his strength, it made it impossible for him to communicate with the outside world. Zhao Hai turned his head to Master Jianzhou and said, "Master Jianzhou, what is the meaning of this?" Master Jianzhou didn't think that Zhao Hai's senses would be this sharp. Originally, he looked down on Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai's strength was only at the spirit realm. Even if Zhao Hai was stronger than Master Jianzhou, he wouldn't be much stronger than Master Jianzhou. Master Jianzhou didn't think that such a person could become a sect master. But no matter what, Zhao Hai was still representing the Jianzhou sect. Master Jianzhou was still very polite. However, when Zhao Hai arrived at the teleportation formation, he immediately felt the barrier. This surprised Master Jianzhou. Master Jianzhou quickly said, "Sect Master Jianzhou, please don't misunderstand. In order to protect the secret of this alliance, we can only activate this formation. Sect Master Jianzhou, please don't misunderstand. This isn't targeted at you." Zhao Hai looked at Master Jianzhou and said, "What's the use of this? If I had left the banquet in Qinglan City when you said that it was an alliance meeting, wouldn't the news of my disappearance have spread?" Master Jianzhou smiled faintly and said, "If Sect Master Jianzhou chose to leave, then I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to." Zhao Hai stared. Then he looked at Master Jianzhou and said, "Do you really have the guts to lock up the sect masters of the various sects? Then, if we came this time and didn't agree to the alliance, would you lock us up as well?" Master Jianzhou shook his head and said, "Absolutely not. Sect Master Jianzhou can rest assured. Before the alliance meeting, our sect master has already communicated with many sect masters. Many sect masters want to get rid of the control of the great sects. Therefore, the sect master invited all the sect masters who want to form an alliance. The previous sect master of the Jianzhou sect, Lu Jianling, was also one of the sect masters who agreed to the alliance. But now, the sect master of the Jianzhou sect has changed to Sect Master Jianzhou. Because the two of you aren't familiar with each other, we still invited you because we want to hear your opinion." Zhao Hai looked at Master Jianzhou and smiled faintly. "It seems like there are some arrangements here that were specially made for me? Alright, let's go." After he said that, Zhao Hai didn't say anything else. Master Jianzhou looked at Zhao Hai with surprise. He thought that Zhao Hai would be very angry after hearing this. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so calm. However, Master Void still led Zhao Hai towards Green Mist City. Before long, Master Void led Zhao Hai to a courtyard. In front of the courtyard stood two Taoist children. They looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. When the two children saw Master Void, they immediately gave him a salute and said, "We have seen Senior Brother." Master Void nodded and said, "We have seen Senior Brother." Master Jianjiu nodded. Then he pushed open the courtyard's door and said to Zhao Hai, "Sect Master Jianjiu, please come in. Sect Master Jianjiu, please take a rest here. If there's anything you need, you can leave it to the two of them. This is Master Jianjiu, and this is Master Jianjiu." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Master Jianjiu turned around and left. After Master Jianjiu left, Zhao Hai waved his hand and had Master Jianjiu and Master Jianjiu withdraw. Then he turned to Ding Chunming and Iron Snake and said, "What do you think?" Ding Chunming looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, I feel that this matter isn't as simple as it seems. First of all, we should know whether this alliance meeting held by the Green Mist sect is real or fake. If it's real, then it means that the Green Mist sect wants to break away from the control of the other great sects. However, this matter isn't necessarily good news for us. The sect master of the Green Mist sect tricked us into coming here but didn't tell us about the alliance. It can be seen that he wants to force us onto his ship. Although we won't oppose the alliance, it's not good for us to be forced onto it. They might even give us special conditions." After saying this, Ding Chunming paused for a moment. Then he continued, "If this person's information is fake, then the alliance is fake as well. Then this matter will be even more difficult to deal with. This means that they are deliberately targeting us. Then we'll be in danger." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to Iron Snake and said, "Iron Snake, what do you think?" Iron Snake replied, "Young master, they have already cut off our contact with the outside world. We can only wait and see what they will do next. If they really want to form an alliance, then we can agree. In any case, we don't want to be controlled by the great sects. However, an alliance is an alliance. We can't let them stretch their hands into the sword defense sect. If they really want to order us, then we won't agree." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "If it's an alliance, then we'll agree. However, an alliance is an alliance, and we can't become the alliance leader. However, the alliance leader can't order us for no reason, nor can he reach his hand into the Sword Imperial sect. If they do, then I won't be polite. If they deceive us and want to deal with us, then that's fine. With the strength of the three of us, even if they want to keep us here, they would have to pay a big price. If they want to use this opportunity to deal with the Sword Imperial sect, then they can only wait to hit a nail on the head. The arrangements we made before coming here weren't just for show." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's what I meant. If they want to deal with the Sword Imperial sect, then they can only wait to be rebuffed." Ding Chunming and Iron Snake nodded. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let's see how the Green Mist sect chooses." After saying this, Zhao Hai turned his head to look at a vase in the room. This vase was just one of the vases in the room. It wasn't very eye-catching. However, Zhao Hai could see that there was a listening formation under the vase. Because of this, he had Ding Chunming and Iron Snake say those words. These words were for the Green Mist sect to hear. After looking at the vase, Zhao Hai turned his head to Ding Chunming and Iron Snake and said, "Alright, you two should take a rest. I don't know what will happen next, but we should be careful." The two nodded and were about to leave. However, Zhao Hai waved his hand, telling them not to move. The two didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant, but they still stopped. Then Zhao Hai threw a spell onto the vase. After that, he used a sound fusion spell to surround the three of them. After that, he said, "There's a listening formation in this room. They can hear what we're saying. Therefore, I had you two talk. Alright, you two sit down, we'll discuss this." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, let's talk about this." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright." The two stared for a moment before they nodded and sat down. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "This time, the Cyan Mist sect seems to want to form an alliance. But in the end, the Cyan Mist sect wants to lead the other sects in the buffer zone to break away from the control of the other sects and become truly independent. Because of this, we need to be more careful. However, I think that the possibility of the latter isn't big. I'm afraid that the sect behind Taoist priest Lan wouldn't have the appetite to swallow all the other sects in the buffer zone. Because of this, I think that the possibility of Taoist priest Lan wanting to become independent is higher. I don't oppose independence, but if their conditions are too harsh, then I definitely won't agree. I'm afraid that if we don't agree, then they might deal with us. Therefore, we need to be prepared for battle this time. Zhao Hai nodded and said, the Cyan Mist sect wants to form an alliance this time. But in the end, the Cyan Mist sect wants to lead the other sects in the buffer zone and become truly independent. The two nodded. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, no matter what, we're already here. Let's see what they want to do. If they really want to fall out with us, then it's fine. Our Sword Imperial sect isn't to be trifled with. I'm just afraid that they won't be able to bear the consequences of falling out with us. Ding Chunming solemnly said, young master, what I'm worried about is that if the people in the buffer zone really become independent, would the righteous sects and the 72 islands of the Southern Sea agree? If they don't agree, then will they send troops to attack the buffer zone? If that's the case, then it's going to be troublesome. Zhao Hai replied, we'll definitely fight. If we want to break free from the control of the other sects, then we'll need to fight. We need to make the sects feel pain. Only then would they agree to our independence. Therefore, we need to prepare ourselves and see what they do next. Zhao Hai nodded, all right. Ding Chunming nodded. Zhao Hai said, all right, you two should go and rest. Maybe they'll really make a move. Ding Chunming and Iron Snake nodded, then they turned around and left. After the two left, Zhao Hai removed the seal on the vase. Then he sat in the living room for a while before returning to his room to rest. It wasn't until afternoon that someone knocked on the door. Then Master Void's voice was heard, Sect Master Jian, can I come in? Zhao Hai said, come in. Master Void nodded, then he pushed open the door and entered the courtyard. At this time, Zhao Hai came out of his room. Ding Chunming and Iron Snake also came out and stood behind Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Master Void and said, Master Void, may I know why you're here? Master Void gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, Sect Master Jian, our Sect Master wants to see you. What do you think? Master Jian nodded. Zhao Hai smiled and said, good, of course. I've been wanting to meet Sect Master Mist for a long time. Please. Master Void nodded and said, Sect Master Jian, please. Zhao Hai followed Master Void outside. Master Void led the three of them into the Green Mist sect. It didn't take long for the group to arrive in front of a large hall. There was a plaque hanging above the hall with 3 words written on it, Green Mist Hall. However, they didn't enter the hall. Instead, they went to the back of the hall. Behind the hall was where Sect Master Mist Dao of the Green Mist sect rested. Master Void led Zhao Hai and the others to a room and said, Sect Master Jian is here. A voice as warm as jade said, quickly invite him in. Master Void opened the door and invited Zhao Hai in. Zhao Hai led Ding Chunming and Iron Snake directly into the room. The room was very large and the decorations were very simple. As soon as they entered, they saw an incense burner. Waves of light smoke rose from the burner, filling the entire room with the fragrance of sandalwood. It made one's mind unconsciously feel tranquil. Inside, there was a sofa. The sofa and coffee table were all made of wood. They looked simple and natural. Inside the sofa, there was a desk. Behind the desk, there was a chair. Behind the chair was the wall. On the wall, there was a banner with the words Tao follows nature written on it. Now, an old Taoist with a sage-like demeanor was standing on the sofa and looking at Zhao Hai and the others. The old Taoist didn't look young. His hair and beard were white, but there were no wrinkles on his face. His face was as rosy as a baby's and he looked very energetic. The old Taoist bowed to Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, Supreme Celestial Venerate, I, Qing Lan, am in the right. Zhao Hai quickly cupped his fists and said, Saber 9 greets you, Taoist priest. You are in the right. Taoist priest Qing Lan looked at Zhao Hai and said with a smile, You are too polite, Taoist priest. Please take a seat. Zhao Hai returned the gesture and said, Thank you. then, he walked to the sofa and sat down. Ding Chunming and Iron Snake stood behind Zhao Hai. Daoist priest Qing Lan also sat down, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "This time, I rashly invited fellow Daoist here. I hope that fellow Daoist can forgive me." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You are too polite. Why do you call yourself Qing Lan? Isn't Qing Lan the name of this mountain?" Daoist priest Qing Lan smiled and said, "I was originally called Lan Daoist. Later, I traveled here and saw that this place was beautiful. It was a good place for cultivation. It also had the same character as my name, so I stayed here and built a cave residence. After the Qing Lan sect was established, I changed my name to Qing Lan. However, not many people know about this." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So that's how it is. This one is ignorant and inexperienced." Qing Lan smiled and said, "You are too polite. I think you know very well why I invited you here this time. I wonder what you think of my suggestion of an alliance." Zhao Hai looked at Qing Lan and said, "Daoist priest, I'm really curious. Why does Daoist priest want to form an alliance with the buffer zone? Isn't Daoist priest afraid of angering the righteous sects or the 72 islands?" Taoist Qing Lan said in a deep voice, "Supreme Heavenly Master, I'm doing this to let the sects in the buffer zone have the final say. For so many years, the sects in the buffer zone have been manipulated by the righteous sects or the 72 islands of the South Sea. We can get along peacefully, but because of their disagreements, we have been fighting openly and secretly. What's more, if there is any conflict between the righteous sects and the 72 islands of the South Sea, our buffer zone will become a battlefield and our sect masters will suffer countless losses. I don't think you want to live such a life. This time, I propose an alliance because I want everyone to unite and really get rid of the control of the righteous sects and the 72 islands of the South Sea. Really do it, in the buffer zone, we have the final say. Isn't that good?" "Good, of course, but you should also know that if we do this, then the righteous sects and the 72 islands in the South China Sea will definitely attack us. Do you really think we can stop their attack? After all, our position is really too sensitive. If we don't do it because we are afraid of war, then we will never be able to get rid of the control of those big sections. If we are willing to go to war with those big sects to be independent, although we will suffer some losses for a while, but for us, as long as we can let those big sects feel that they will pay a huge price to deal with us, then they will certainly not come to deal with us. In this way, we will be able to get rid of their control. So this time, we would rather go to war to get rid of their control. Of course, I won't oppose to getting rid of their control, I won't even oppose to forming an alliance. But there is one thing I want to make clear first. I just want to know how much power the alliance leader has. If the alliance leader starts to reach out to other sects because of the alliance, to interfere in other sects' affairs, or even to order other sects to do things, then I will never agree. You should also know that we haven't taken over the Sword Defense sect for a long time. It can be said that we haven't integrated into this circle yet. If the alliance leader has too much power, then I will never agree. Ha ha ha, you can rest assured about this. No matter who the alliance leader is, he doesn't have too much power. Only when there is a foreign enemy threatening the security of the entire buffer zone, then the alliance leader has the power to come forward and gather everyone to unite against the foreign enemy. Ping Jin has no power to interfere in other sects' affairs. If that's the case, then this alliance is really formed. Our buffer zone is not very big, but there are a lot of sections. In addition, all the sects are staring at this place. If we can't form an alliance, then we will only be a pile of loose sand in the end. So I don't oppose the alliance. If it is really like what you said, then it is definitely a good thing for us. But Daoist, in the entire buffer zone, there are more than 40 sects, right? How many sects do you think can participate in this alliance, and how many sects really want to form an alliance? Have you ever thought that among those sects who want to form an alliance, there are some sects who seem to want to see us form an alliance on the surface, but in fact, they have been instructed by those sects to stab us in the back when the time comes? Daoist, your worries are very reasonable. I also know this person's reasoning, but now we can only accept those people. We have to be more careful in the future because this alliance has just been formed. If we don't let those sects join because of doubts, then this alliance will not be formed. As for how many sects will participate in the alliance, now we can confirm that there are about 25 to 30 sections. There are only a dozen sects that we are not sure about. This is already a lot. Daoist, I can tell you my thoughts. Our Jianyu sect agrees to form an alliance. As long as the alliance leader doesn't abuse his power, our Jianyu sect will be very willing to participate in the alliance's actions. Please rest assured about this. Well, this poor Daoist will thank you here. I am relieved to hear your words. Daoist, please go back. Tonight, I will host a banquet to entertain all the sects who will participate in the alliance. At that time, Daoist, please come and join us. Certainly, then I will take my leave first. Daoist, please come. Send sect leader Jian back to rest. No matter what request he has, you must satisfy him. Thank you, Daoist. Please wait a moment. After saying that, Zhao Hai brought Ding Chunming and Iron Snake out of the study. Led by Shi Wuzi, they returned to their own courtyard. It was already afternoon. Zhao Hai wanted to know when the banquet that Daoist Qing Lan mentioned would be held in the evening. However, Zhao Hai was not in a hurry. Zhao Hai agreed with what Daoist Qing Lan had said to him. The buffer zone should be independent. Although the Jianyu sect was an independent existence now, if one day, a sect leader like the Xianxia sect came to the Jianyu sect and asked the Jianyu sect to listen to them in the future, how could Zhao Hai not agree? Zhao Hai could disagree, but at that time, the Xianxia sect would definitely deal with them. With the strength of the Jianyu sect, would they be able to block their attack? It would be very difficult. However, if this alliance was really formed, then if anything happened in the future, all the sects in the buffer zone would be able to shoulder it. This was definitely a good thing for him. Of course, at that time, there would definitely be more than one or two large sects in the buffer zone. The battle would probably be very difficult. However, Zhao Hai believed that as long as they could hold on for a period of time, they would definitely be able to defeat the other party and truly become independent. This was because whether it was the righteous sects or the 72 islands in the southern sea, what they needed was a buffer zone. In the past, they wanted to use various methods to control this buffer zone, but now, this buffer zone was no longer under their control. However, they would also not allow the other party to control this area, nor would they divide this area into two. If that was the case, they would directly confront each other in the future. There would be no buffer zone at all. For them, this was definitely not a good thing. It was precisely because of this that the most likely thing that both sides would do was to attack the buffer zone once. However, once they saw the other party attacking, they would stop and even prevent the other party from attacking. In the end, the buffer zone might really become independent. Perhaps Daoist Qing Lan had taken a fancy to this point, which was why he wanted everyone to become independent. Right now, Zhao Hai was worried that if the various sects knew about this matter, they would take action. Moreover, this action might come very soon. This was because the various sects did not want to see the various sects in the buffer zone leave their control. Time passed little by little, and soon, the sky darkened. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Master Su finally arrived at Zhao Hai's courtyard and invited Zhao Hai to a banquet. Zhao Hai naturally did not decline and led Ding Chunming and Tai Shi over. This time, Daoist Qing Lan wanted to invite a lot of people. Therefore, the banquet was held in the Qing Lan main hall. Right now, there were many small tables in the main hall. The Daoist Qing Lan's seat should be in the middle, but he had not yet arrived. Master Su led Zhao Hai to a small table in the middle and invited Zhao Hai to sit down. Right now, there were already several sect masters in the main hall. These sect masters looked at Zhao Hai with puzzled expressions. Obviously, they were too unfamiliar with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't care too much as he sat down at the small table and closed his eyes as if he was meditating. Behind him, there were two smaller tables where Ding Chunming and Tai Shi were sitting. Not long after, more and more people came to the main hall. Soon, the main hall was almost full. At this time, a voice came from outside the main hall. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoists have already arrived. This old Taoist is late, please forgive me. Although everyone knew that Taoist priest Qing Lan was waiting for everyone to arrive, they didn't say anything. Instead, they all stood up and bowed to Taoist priest Qing Lan. Taoist priest Qing Lan also smiled and bowed back. It was a very harmonious scene. After Daoist Qing Lan sat down, he looked at the people in the main hall and said, "I've made everyone wait for a long time. I think everyone already knows why I've invited everyone here, so I won't say much. Now, there are 35 sect leaders here, and all of them agree to the alliance. I just don't know if anyone has any opinions about the alliance. Please feel free to voice them out." Everyone was silent for a moment. Then, a sect leader said, "We can form an alliance, but what I want to know is, if two sects have a grudge before, what should we do after the alliance?" Daoist Qing Lan said, "Let me tell you what I think. Many sect leaders are worried that after the alliance leader will have too much power and will interfere with the internal affairs of other sections. However, I want to tell everyone that you don't have to worry about this at all. The alliance leader will not interfere with the affairs of other sections. As for the hatred between the sects, the alliance leader naturally has no power. Everyone can still do what they did in the past and in the future. No one will interfere with you on this point, please don't worry about it." Everyone nodded when they heard Daoist Qing Lan's words. This was indeed what they were worried about the most. Now that Daoist Qing Lan expressed his opinion, they were relieved. At this moment, another sect leader said, "If there really is a threat to the security of all the sects in the buffer zone, then we will have to join forces to deal with the enemy. However, what I want to know is, when we join forces to deal with the enemy, how do we coordinate the transfer of personnel and materials?" What this sect leader meant by coordination was that if they really encountered the enemy, they would have to act together. At that time, how to deal with the materials of the sects, who would provide the materials, how to use the people, and who to assign the dangerous tasks to. These were all things that needed to be studied. If they didn't do well, then this alliance wouldn't be able to be formed. Everyone knew what the sect leader meant. They all looked at Daoist Qing Lan, waiting for him to speak. Daoist Qing Lan had obviously thought about this problem before, so he said, "This humble Daoist has also thought about this. This humble Daoist solution is like this. It depends on which sect the sect leader is attacking. If they only attack one sect, then we can send people to that sect for support. During the support, the resources used by each sect will be paid by the attacked sect. If people die, then the attacked sect will compensate them. However, it can't be too much. The attacked sect only needs to pay half of the resources used by each sect. As for the compensation for the dead, we can slowly discuss it in the future. In short, it can't be too much. Everyone should know that no matter which sect is here, there is a possibility of being attacked. If the compensation is set too high, then that sect won't have an easy time. Therefore, I have decided that if the enemy attacks all the sects, then each sect will face the enemy alone. Of course, if you can't fight against the enemy, then you can ask for help from other sections. If other sects support you, then you will have to compensate them. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand?" Everyone nodded. They felt that Qing Lan's method was good. As Qing Lan said, although there were many sects in the buffer zone, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't be attacked. If the compensation was set too high, then if their sect was attacked in the future and the other sects came to support them, the compensation alone would make them go bankrupt. Therefore, it was reasonable to compensate half of the materials. After all, they would be allies in the future. At this moment, one of the sect leaders said, "Daoist Qing Lan, I have a question as well. It's about the alliance leader. I wonder who will be the alliance leader this time." All eyes were focused on Qing Lan. This was a very crucial question because everyone knew that the candidate for the alliance leader was very important. Although the alliance leader didn't seem to have much power in normal times, he would still have a lot of power in a battle. Therefore, the candidate for the alliance leader was very important. In fact, everyone understood that Daoist Qing Lan naturally wanted to be the alliance leader when he proposed the alliance. However, there were still some sects who didn't want to agree. Therefore, the sect leader asked. Before Daoist Master Qing Lan could say anything, one of the sect masters beside him said, "Daoist Master Qing Lan was the one who suggested this. Naturally, Daoist Master Qing Lan should be the alliance leader. How can it be someone else?" Upon hearing what the sect leader said, the other sect leaders also joined in the commotion. It was obvious that they wanted Daoist priest Qing Lan to continue being the alliance leader. When the others saw the situation, they knew that Qing Lan was already prepared. Those who supported Qing Lan to be the alliance leader must have received some benefits from Qing Lan. That was why they supported him. However, no matter what they thought, those people were indeed supporting Qing Lan. Even if they wanted to object, it would be useless. At this time, Zhao Hai, who had been sitting silently, suddenly opened his mouth and said, "I also support Daoist priest Qing Lan." This alliance was initiated by Daoist priest Qing Lan. Moreover, Daoist priest Qing Lan is a gentle elder. I believe that he will deal with the matters of the various sects fairly. Therefore, I agree with Daoist priest Qing Lan being the alliance leader. When Zhao Hai spoke, the others shut their mouths. Some people even looked at Zhao Hai with some confusion. They still didn't know Zhao Hai's identity. At this moment, Taoist Qing Lan laughed and said, "This Taoist thanks sect leader Jianjiu for your support. There may be some people here who don't know sect leader Jianjiu. Sect leader Jianjiu is the sect leader of the Jianyu sect. I hope that everyone can get closer to each other in the future." When everyone heard Taoist Qing Lan's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. Then, they all turned to Zhao Hai. They all knew that the Jianyu sect was destroyed. However, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to be the sect leader of the Jianyu sect. Of course, these sect masters had guessed that Zhao Hai, this unfamiliar face, should be from the Jianyu sect. This was because in the buffer zone, only the people from the Jianyu sect were new. They were more or less familiar with the others. However, they had always thought that Zhao Hai was only the representative of the Jianyu sect and not the sect master of the Jianyu sect. This was because they had already seen that Zhao Hai's strength was only at the Qi refinement realm. This kind of strength was too weak. How could he be the sect master of the Jianyu sect? Now that they heard Daoist Qing Lan's words, they were a little surprised. Therefore, they all looked at Zhao Hai. They really didn't expect that Zhao Hai was the sect master of the Jianyu sect. Zhao Hai glanced at the crowd and cupped his fists at them without saying anything. When the crowd saw him, some cupped their fists at him, some didn't say anything. Some even rolled their eyes. No one knew what they were thinking. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, "Qing Lan, how dare you? Who gave you the authority to form an alliance with them here?" This voice appeared very suddenly. Moreover, this voice came from outside the hall. As soon as this voice sounded, everyone was stunned. Qing Lan's expression changed. He then said in a deep voice, "So it's Daoist Xianxia. Why don't you cultivate in the Black Heaven sect? Why do you have time to come to my small temple?" As soon as they heard the words Black Heaven sect, all the sect masters in the hall were stunned. Then, their expressions changed. They really didn't expect that the person who came would be from the Black Heaven sect. The Black Sky sect was a righteous path profound sect. Although it could not be compared to the Tianyi Dao sect, it was still a famous sect among the profound sects. Based on the conversation between Qing Lan and the other party, the Black Sky sect should be the sect that Qing Lan had been in before. Qing Lan should be the guest elder of the Black Sky sect. Qing Lan, don't forget how you built your Qing Lan sect. Without the support of my Black Heaven sect, can you build your Qing Lan sect? Now that your Green Mist sect has been built, you want to leave my Black Heaven sect? How can there be such a good thing? Aren't you thinking too badly? Qing Lan sneered and said, "Without the support of Xiantian's sect, there would be no Qing Lan sect. You know how much support Xiantian's sect has given me. You want me to work for you with a little favor and the name of a big sect? Don't you think too highly of yourself? How dare you, Qing Lan? How dare you? What the Black Heaven sect has given you, we can take it back. Today, I'm going to clean up the Black Heaven sect." Ha ha ha, I, Qing Lan, have long wanted to experience the mystic heaven and earth technique of the Black Heaven sect. After saying that, Qing Lan's figure moved and flew out of the hall. The others quickly followed. They all knew that the first test of their independence had come. If they couldn't pass this test, the alliance would be nothing more than a joke. Zhao Hai led Ding Chunming and Iron Snake as they flew out of the Great Hall. The group of people flew in the sky, and in front of them stood a group of people. There weren't many people in this group, only about 20 or so people. Some of them were even wearing the clothes of the Green Mist sect. Qing Lan looked at some of those people and said in a deep voice, "Su Qingzi, I didn't expect you to betray me. You're the one who let them in, right? In the group of people from the Black Heaven sect, there was a handsome cultivator who looked to be in his 30s. He smiled and cupped his fists at Qing Lan. Senior brother, a wise man submits to circumstances. What's the use of you forming such an alliance? Isn't it good to rely on Black Heaven sect? It's good to lean against a tree and enjoy the shade. Master, why do you have to do this? Qing Lan looked at Su Qingzi and laughed. A man can't be a dog. When he's used to being a dog, he forgets that he's a man. Su Qingzi, I really didn't know that you were born to be a dog. Forget it, just be a good dog. Xianxia, let me experience your mystic heaven and earth technique. Among the people from the Black Heaven sect, there was a cultivator who looked to be in his 50s but had black hair. He wore a Taoist robe and seemed to have merged with the world. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand and said in a deep voice, Qing Lan, as long as you come back with me to the Black Heaven sect and accept your punishment, I can guarantee your life. If you don't, I won't be polite. Ha ha ha, I want to see how you're going to be rude. After saying that, Qing Lan moved his hand and a rui appeared in his hand. This rui was made of jade and was as green as the grass in early spring. No matter how one looked at it, it did not look like a magic instrument. However, this was the magic instrument that made Qing Lan famous. It was called the Jasper Rui and was a rare magic instrument of superior quality. Xianxia looked at Qing Lan and said in a deep voice, Qing Lan, since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, he raised the horsetail whisk in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the horsetail whisk turned into a large net and directly covered Qing Lan. Qing Lan snorted and waved the rui in his hand. A shadow of the rui flashed and hit the big net. The big net was knocked back. Xianxia looked at Qing Lan and said in a deep voice, Qing Lan, I didn't expect your strength to improve. No wonder you dared to say that you want to leave the sect. Then he waved his hand and a long sword appeared in his hand. Then he made a sword gesture and the long sword slashed towards Qing Lan. Qing Lan waved the rui in his hand and blocked the long sword. Xianxi's horsetail whisk also moved. However, Qing Lan still used his rui to block the sword and the horsetail whisk. The two fought back and forth in the space, but the spectators standing on the side didn't know what to say. Although the fight between the two was very wonderful, in Zhao Hai's opinion, their moves weren't that good. They had too many tricks up their sleeves. Some of their moves could have been used in a straightforward manner and would have been much more powerful. But instead, they made feints. They missed the opportunity to seize the upper hand. This was really unexpected for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He just stood on the side and watched quietly. The two of them were fighting fiercely. However, it could be seen that both of them were more conservative. Neither of them wanted to take the credit. This was within Zhao Hai's expectation. The strength of the two of them was almost the same. If they rashly attacked, they might fall into the other's trap. Moreover, the two of them had known each other for a long time. They should know each other very well. So naturally, they would be very careful. Zhao Hai was paying attention to the other people from the Mysterious Sky sect. He wanted to see what they were going to do. The other people from the Mysterious Sky sect didn't make a move, they just stood there quietly. However, Zhao Hai didn't dare underestimate them. These people from the Mysterious Sky sect might make a move at any time. One must know that they were here to destroy the alliance, so it was impossible for them to only send Mystic One. Xianxia saw that he couldn't take down Qing Lan after a long time. He immediately shouted, "Attack!" Following his order, the other people of the Mysterious Sky sect also rushed towards Zhao Hai and the others. The other sect leaders had already expected the other party to make a move. As soon as they saw the other party rushing over, they immediately took out their weapons and attacked. When Zhao Hai saw the other party rushing over, he moved his hand and took out a long sword. After that, he made a sword technique. The long sword flew out from his hand and slashed towards one of the people of the Mysterious Sky sect. While the sword was slashing out, the blade of the sword suddenly turned yellow. The shadow of a huge rock appeared on the surface of the sword. Then, the huge rock slowly became real, turning into a real rock. This huge rock was very big. Along with the long sword, it went straight towards the person of the mysterious sky sect. The person of the mysterious sky sect obviously hadn't seen such an attack before. He didn't react for a while. When he reacted, Zhao Hai's long sword and the huge rock were already in front of him. The person of the mysterious sky sect quickly used the long sword in his hand to block. A clanging sound was heard. It was as if a heavy weapon had hit the long sword. The person of the mysterious sky sect flew back. His face suddenly turned red as if all the blood in his body rushed to his head. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the person of the mysterious sky sect was now in a state of chaos. He didn't have any fighting strength left. But at this moment, the heavy flying sword that was originally carrying the huge rock suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, the flying sword appeared in front of the person of the mysterious sky sect. The person of the mysterious sky sect was shocked. He raised his long sword to block the flying sword. A clanging sound was heard. Zhao Hai's flying sword was blocked. Then, a green shadow hit the person of the mysterious sky sect. Pooh! A Tai Chi diagram appeared on the robe of the person of the mysterious sky sect, blocking the attack of the green shadow. But then, the Tai Chi diagram was broken. The robe of the person of the mysterious sky sect was also broken. However, the green shadow also disappeared. Apparently, it had used up all its strength and disappeared. The person of the mysterious sky sect took this opportunity to recover. He moved his hand, and a small shield, a horsetail whisk, a scepter, and the long sword in his hand all appeared in front of him. Obviously, he didn't expect Zhao Hai's attack to be so fierce. He was almost injured. Now, the person was looking at Zhao Hai with a face full of anger. Zhao Hai's long sword also flew back to his side. He looked at the person and smiled faintly. "Fellow Daoist, why do you have to make things difficult for us? We're just some poor people who want to live more freely. What's the point of making things difficult for us?" "Humph, you should have said that earlier. Looking at how you attacked, you should be from the Jianyu sect, right? The Jianyu sect's sword moves are really worthy of their reputation. I want to experience it today. I'll certainly accompany you." After Zhao Hai finished speaking, the long sword moved again and stabbed towards the person of the mysterious sky sect. The person of the mysterious sky sect coldly snorted and made a gesture. The long sword in front of him also went straight towards Zhao Hai's long sword. At the same time, the horsetail whisk and scepter directly attacked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and shouted, "Separate." With Zhao Hai's shout, countless flying swords suddenly appeared beside the flying sword he released. These flying swords were the same as the flying sword he released. Under Zhao Hai's command, they directly stabbed towards the opponent. When the person of the mysterious sky sect saw so many flying swords, his face couldn't help but change. He changed the gesture in his hand, and the small shield in front of him instantly became bigger, blocking in front of him like a city wall. However, when the flying swords hit the shield, there was no sound at all. The flying swords disappeared without a trace. The person from the mysterious sky sect immediately knew that the flying swords were just for show. They were simply illusions, not real flying swords. He was already prepared to face the attack with all his strength, but in the end, he found out that the other party was just making a feint. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. The feeling of using the wrong strength made him even more uncomfortable. At this time, Zhao commanded his flying sword to fly back to his side. Then the flying sword stood in front of him, creating an earth wall in front of him, blocking the attack of the scepter and the horsetail whisk. Even the flying sword attack was blocked by the earth wall. After blocking the other party's attack, Zhao Hai commanded his sword to attack the person from the mysterious sky sect. Then a lot of iron arrows suddenly appeared beside Zhao Hai's sword. The number of iron arrows was very large, it was unknown how many there were. Zhao Hai said, "Shoot." Following his order, the iron arrows were shot towards the person from the mysterious sky sect. When the person from the mysterious sky sect saw this, he couldn't help but sneer. He thought that Zhao Hai was using a feint, so he didn't care at all. He still commanded his whisk, sword, and scepter to attack Zhao Hai. Although the shield was still in front of him, it didn't become bigger. But at this time, the iron arrows were already in front of him. The person could even hear the sound of wind breaking. His expression couldn't help but change. Then the shield quickly became bigger, but he was still one step too late. The iron arrows had already hit him. The places that weren't blocked by the shield were injured by the iron arrows. Moreover, there were a lot of wounds. It can be said that he was seriously injured. If the shield didn't block his chest and head, he would have already been shot to death by this wave of arrows. The person couldn't help but scream, then he hurriedly retreated. Zhao Hai didn't chase after him. He didn't want to kill the person from the mysterious sky sect. If he did, then he would offend the mysterious sky sect. At that time, the mysterious sky sect would certainly attack him. This wasn't what Zhao Hai wanted, so he didn't kill the person from the mysterious sky sect. The person from the mysterious sky sect retreated to the back to treat his wounds. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the others. Qing Lan's current situation wasn't bad, he already had the upper hand. However, it wouldn't be easy for him to defeat Xianxia. The other sect masters were still fighting with the people from the mysterious sky sect. It would take a while to determine the winner. Now, only Zhao Hai was relaxed. Zhao Hai smiled. He moved the sword in his hand and stabbed towards the person from the mysterious sky sect who was closest to him. This stab was silent and didn't cause any sound. However, the person from the mysterious sky sect was already alarmed by the scream of his fellow disciple. Therefore, he also noticed Zhao Hai's attack. The person from the mysterious sky sect moved and dodged Zhao Hai's attack. At the same time, he released a flying sword and attacked Zhao Hai. Seeing that the person didn't retreat and instead wanted to attack both of them, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Then he muttered, "His ambition isn't small." Then Zhao Hai turned his sword and blocked the opponent's sword. At the same time, two fire dragons rushed towards the mysterious sky sect cultivator. There was also a shield floating beside the black sky sect cultivator. When he saw the fire dragon pouncing over, the shield immediately blocked the fire dragon's path. However, the two fire dragons seemed to have a mind of their own. They turned their bodies and bypassed the shield. At the same time, they rushed towards the mysterious sky sect cultivator from both sides. When the mysterious sky sect cultivator saw the fire dragons, his face couldn't help but change. He immediately withdrew his flying sword and slashed towards one of the fire dragons. At the same time, he directed his shield to block the other fire dragon. However, the strength of the sect that he was fighting with was on par with his. Now that he was distracted, the sect master immediately seized the opportunity and stabbed him with his sword. The black sky sect's master couldn't pay attention to the left or the right. For a moment, he was in danger. His expression changed and he retreated quickly. At the same time, the instruments that he released all flew to his side, ready to protect him. However, at this moment, a long sword silently appeared beside the Black Heaven sect's disciple. The sword slashed past his body and took away one of his calves. The mysterious sky sect cultivator screamed and quickly retreated. The magic tools protected him in the middle. They didn't stop for a moment and continued to retreat. Seeing that the mysterious sky sect cultivator retreated, Zhao Hai didn't chase after him. Instead, he attacked another mysterious sky sect cultivator. However, the scream had already frightened the mysterious sky sect cultivators. Even Xianxia was scared. Therefore, the mysterious sky sect cultivators retreated almost at the same time. This way, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to sneak attack them. In addition, the mysterious sky sect cultivators weren't weak. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy for Zhao Hai to deal with them. When Su Qingzi saw that the people from the Black Sky sect had been defeated, his expression changed. He thought that Qing Lan's group would be finished as soon as the people from the Black Sky sect arrived. He didn't expect that Qing Lan's group would be able to repel the people from the Black Sky sect. He didn't know what to do at this moment. However, when he saw the mysterious sky sect cultivators retreating, he could only retreat as well. He knew that he had to follow the mysterious sky sect cultivators. Otherwise, he would be finished. He would die if he stayed. Although the mysterious sky sect cultivators were retreating, they didn't have any intention of stopping the mysterious sky sect cultivators. This was because they knew that they would have to pay a heavy price if they wanted to stop the mysterious sky sect cultivators. This was a price that no one wanted to pay. The mysterious sky sect cultivators had already made arrangements. Soon, they retreated to a courtyard. There was a transmission formation in the courtyard, so they directly used it to leave. After the mysterious sky sect cultivators left, Qin Gang immediately ordered people to seal the transmission formation. At the same time, he ordered the green mist sect cultivators to be on full alert. Without his order, no one was allowed to use the transmission formation. Then Qin Gang led everyone back to the main hall. After everyone sat down, Qin Gang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Jianzhou, we have to thank you for this. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that we would be in danger." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're too polite. I'm just doing my part. I don't want the mysterious sky sect cultivators to destroy our alliance." Qing Lan nodded and said in a deep voice, "Well said. We're going to form an alliance. Nobody can stop us. Now, let's talk. What do you think about the alliance?" No one said a word, but they were still very angry. They were the masters of a sect, but today, those people from the Black Sky sect didn't even put them in their eyes. They attacked as if they were ordinary rogue cultivators. How could they not be angry? Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Our Jianyu sect has already agreed to the alliance. Didn't we already discuss the candidate for the alliance master? I think Daoist Qin Gang is the most suitable candidate to be the alliance master." The others looked at each other and nodded. One of the reasons why they thought that Qin Gang was suitable to be the alliance master was because of his strength. Qin Gang's strength was not to be trifled with. His strength had already reached the 6th realm of Void Refinement Realm. In the buffer zone, such strength was definitely the top existence. Therefore, it was possible for him to be the alliance master. The second reason was that Qin Gang and Xianxia didn't hold back in the battle. It was a life and death battle. As long as they made a wrong move, they could kill each other. This also showed that Qin Gang had indeed severed ties with the mysterious Sky sect, which was very important. The people in the hall were still a little worried about the others. They were afraid that they would still have connections with those big sects. If they changed the alliance master and this alliance master had connections with those big sects, it would be equivalent to betraying all of them. At that time, they would be in trouble. Qin Gang had severed ties with the mysterious Sky sect. Since Qin Lan had already broken ties with the mysterious Sky sect, there was no need to worry about this. In addition to Qin Lan, there was another person in the hall that they could rest assured about. That person was Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai was too inexperienced and did not have much contact with them. How could they trust Zhao Hai? Therefore, the position of the chief would not fall into the hands of Zhao Hai. In this way, the most suitable candidate was Qin Lan. Therefore, no one objected and thought that he was the most suitable candidate to be the chief. Seeing that everyone nodded, Qin Lan didn't stand on ceremony. He stood up and cupped his fist to the crowd and said, "Everyone, I'll be the alliance leader and I'll do my best to free everyone from the control of the great sects as soon as possible. Everyone, I won't be polite anymore. From what I've seen today, the great sects already know about our alliance, so I won't keep you here. Everyone, go back to your sects and prepare. The first wave of attack from the great sects will arrive soon, so please be careful. Also, pay attention to whether there are spies in your sects, and don't let someone like Xianxia appear. If the great sects are in a critical situation, then they can ask for help. If you have the ability, then you must lend a hand. If the great sects destroy any of our sects, then they can occupy our sects and threaten us. When the time comes, we can only be more passive. Therefore, I hope that everyone won't hold back and use all of your strength to resist the attack of the great sects. As long as we can resist their attack, then we can get rid of them." Everyone nodded. They agreed with Qin Lan's words. Now was not the time to hide their strength. If they kept hiding their strength, then they would never be able to get rid of those big sections. If they couldn't get rid of those big sects, then the other people in their sects might be fine, but their sects would definitely be unlucky. Those big sects would not let them go. Therefore, this battle was related to their future fate. Naturally, they wouldn't relax. Qin Lan nodded. Qin Lan nodded. Everyone left the Green Mist sect and went back to prepare. Zhao Hai led Ding Chunming and Tai Shi to the Green Mist sect's teleportation formation. At this moment, Master Su walked over and said to Zhao Hai in a deep voice, "Sword sect, my master invites you to go there. He has something to discuss with you." Zhao Hai turned to look at Master Su and then nodded. Okay, let's go. With that, Zhao Hai led Tai Shi and Ding Chunming back with Master Su. Soon, the four of them arrived outside Qing Lan's study. This time, Qing Lan did not wait for them in the study. Instead, he waited for them outside the study. When he saw them arrive, Qing Lan greeted them warmly. He cupped his hands and said to Zhao Hai, Sect Master Jian, I'm really sorry to have made you come back again. Let's talk inside. Zhao Hai did not object and followed Qing Lan into the room. After the two of them sat down, Master Su served Zhao Hai tea this time. Zhao Hai did not drink the tea. Instead, he looked at Taoist Master Qing Lan and said with a smile, May I know why you called me back this time? Qing Lan looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, Master Jian, I asked you to come back this time mainly to discuss the possible attacks from the other sections. The appearance of the people from the Black Sky sect today is definitely not a coincidence. They will definitely attack us in the future, so I asked you to come back and discuss it. Zhao Hai looked at Qing Lan in confusion and said in a deep voice, What do you mean? Qing Lan looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, Sect Master Jian, don't you think that the people from the Black Sky sect today are not very strong? Other than Xianxia, who is an elder of the Black Sky sect and has reached the Void Return Realm, the rest of you haven't reached the Void Return Realm, have you? Do you think that the Black Sky sect will only send these people when they know that so many sects are holding an alliance meeting here? When Zhao Hai heard Qing Lan's words, he could not help but be stunned. Then, he looked at Qing Lan and said, What do you mean? Qing Lan looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, What I said may not be pleasant, but Sect Master Jian, you have to admit that the sect masters of the other sects are not weaker than you, right? They are even stronger than you. You won't object to this, right? Zhao Hai nodded, then Qing Lan continued, Those sects aren't weak. Even if they are weaker than me, they aren't that weak. All of them are at the Void Refining Realm. But the fact is, they couldn't defeat the Spirit Realm experts of the Mysterious Sky Sect. They needed your help to repel the Mysterious Sky Sect's people. Do you think this is normal? Qing Lan nodded and said, Yes. Zhao Hai did not think too much about it. He knew his strength better than Qing Lan. He was very clear that his strength was very strong. It was normal for him to be able to destroy the people of the Black Sky Sect. However, after hearing Qing Lan's words, he felt that something was wrong. Those sect masters were obviously hiding their strength. When they were fighting with the Black Sky sect, they obviously did not use their full strength. This was definitely not normal. Zhao Hai's expression changed. He looked at Qing Lan and said, What do you mean? Do you think that they are colluding with the Black Sky sect? Qing Lan shook his head and said, It's not necessarily colluding, but it's possible that they are half-hearted. They may not want to offend the people of the Black Sky sect before, so when they fought with the people of the Black Sky sect, they were not ruthless. This may be because they wanted to leave a way out for themselves. However, the people of the Black Sky sect were injured by you. You have cut off half of their way out, but it's not completely cut off. They can totally contact the people of the Black Sky sect and tell them that they had no choice. Speaking of which, they did not hurt the people of the Black Sky sect. Only you injured the people of the Black Sky sect, so the Black Sky sect must hate you now. They will definitely deal with you, but it's hard to say whether they will deal with the other sections. Zhao Hai's expression was calm as he said, If the people of the Black Sky sect want to attack, then so be it. I have already thought about it when I came to form the alliance. We will pass this test no matter what. However, we will never be able to get rid of the control of those big sections. Don't regret what you have done. Even if you regret it, it's useless. Those big sects will not necessarily give any preferential treatment to those who surrender to them. They may give you some preferential treatment at the beginning, but it's hard to say what will happen in the future. Therefore, don't regret what you have done. If the Black Sky sect wants to deal with you, come at me. Qing Lan looked at Zhao Hai's expression and could not help but sigh. He said, If the other sect masters think like you, then I don't have to waste so much time thinking about other things. However, it seems that those sect masters are not very confident now. They always want to leave a way out for themselves, but they have never thought that when facing the enemy, will the enemy really let them have a way out? They have already participated in this alliance. Even if they surrender in the future, will the big sect still let them be sect masters? That's impossible. It's a pity that they don't understand this point. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Qing Lan and said, Daoist priest is worried about them. But now that we're facing the enemy separately, it's useless to worry about them. Those sect masters won't listen to me. Qing Lan said in a deep voice, I just want to remind you not to trust them too much. If they ask for help from your Jianyu sect, you can send people to support them. However, the people you send must be careful. At the same time, your Jianyu sect must also be prepared to face the enemy. You must be absolutely careful. When Zhao Hai heard this, he immediately understood what Qing Lan meant. He looked at Qing Lan and said, Daoist priest, do you mean that they might sell us out? Qing Lan replied, there's such a possibility. So you must be careful. But as long as we can withstand the attacks of the big sects, I think they will agree to form an alliance. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, I'll be careful. If anything happens to the Green Mist sect in the future, please don't hesitate to send me a letter. Qing Lan smiled and said, it's the same. If anything happens to the Sword Defense sect, you must send me a letter. Zhao Hai nodded and stood up. He cupped his fists at Daoist priest Qing Lan and said, Daoist priest Qing Lan, I'll take my leave first. After all, there are still many things in the sect. They have to go back and prepare. Daoist priest Qing Lan nodded and personally sent Zhao Hai out. He watched as Zhao Hai and the other two left. When Zhao Hai and the rest were out of sight, a disciple came up to Qing Lan and said, Master, can we trust Saber Nine's words? Does he really want to break free from the control of those big sects? What if he's from the 72 islands in the South Sea? Qing Lan said in a low voice, he should be trustworthy. If he's really related to the 72 islands in the South Sea, I'm afraid he wouldn't dare to come today. So it seems that he really doesn't have a great sect leader behind him. The reason why he's willing to form an alliance is because he's worried that the big sects will come looking for him in the future. When that happens, he'll have to face the big sects alone. That's definitely not a good thing for him. So he's willing to form an alliance with us. As long as we can withstand the attacks of those big sects, they won't have to worry about anything in the future. I'm just curious about Saber Nine's identity. The cultivation method he used before was indeed the Sword Defense sect's sword movement. If he's from the Sword Defense sect, then what's his status in the sect? Why did he suddenly bring out so many people and even kill Lu Jianling and the others? Why did he become the patriarch of the Jianyu sect? This person is really mysterious. The disciple said to Taoist Master Qing Lan, Master, are the people from the other sects really untrustworthy? Qing Lan sighed and said, didn't you see the battle earlier? Xianyi's strength is strong, on par with mine. It won't be easy for Master to deal with him, but what about the other people from the Black Heaven sect? Even if they're slightly stronger than you guys, they're not that much stronger. But how many sect leaders are here today? More than 30 people. If we calculate it this way, it's equivalent to 2 sect leaders against 1 Black Heaven sect member. But what about an alliance? Saber 9 injured the Black Heaven sect members, but they couldn't do anything to them. In the end, if it wasn't for Saber 9's ruthless attack, the Black Heaven sect members wouldn't have retreated. In other words, the Black Heaven sect members aren't afraid of those sect leaders at all. Why are they so confident? Could it be that they're just certain that those sect leaders won't dare to deal with them? Isn't that too risky? So there must be something wrong with those sect leaders. When the disciple heard Qing Lan's words, he could not help but frown and said, then what should we do? Master, if there's really something wrong with them, will they really collude with those major sects to scheme against us? Qing Lan said in a low voice, it's still too early to say that. We'll know when we see how they perform next. However, I don't think those major sects will let them go. They'll soon realize that they shouldn't be half-hearted. These people, if we don't teach them a lesson, they won't understand. There are some things that can't be turned back once they've done it. In this regard, they're far inferior to Saber 9. The disciple said in a low voice, but Master, that Saber 9's strength seems to be only at Qi refinement return to God level, right? He hasn't reached God refinement return to void level yet, has he? Can he really withstand the Black Heaven sect's attack? Qing Lan sighed and said, I'm not worried about that. Previously, I told Saber 9 that those from the Black Heaven sect were all at Chi refinement returned to God level and that they didn't seem very powerful. However, don't forget that they're slightly more powerful than all of you. In other words, those people's strength is at least at level 10 Chi refinement returned to God level. In the sword spirit world, they're already considered little experts. However, how many moves did they manage to take under Saber 9's sword? Moreover, did you notice that Saber 9 did not pursue them after defeating them? In other words, Saber 9 had the ability to kill them, but he did not do so. He also held back his strength. Therefore, although he's at Chi refinement returned to God level, don't forget that he's a sword cultivator. His true combat strength is probably not as simple as Chi refinement returned to God level. In fact, Lu Jianling and the others are all experts at void cultivation returned to God level. There are even a few Grand Elders in the Jianyu sect, but they were still annihilated by Saber 9 and the others. This shows that Saber 9's strength is definitely much stronger than what he's shown. The disciple was stunned when he heard Qing Lan's words. He then said in a low voice, "I hope they're really powerful." Now, it seems like they're the only ones who want to break free from the control of those large sections. The others are at most here to join in the fun. They're just fence-sitters. Qing Lan said in a low voice, "All right, pass down the order." The entire sect is on alert. Although it's already late, we still have to be careful. Su Qingzi is too familiar with the sect. Don't let them take advantage of any loopholes. The disciple responded, turned around, and left. Then, the entire Qinglan sect was on high alert. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai had already returned to the Jianyu sect with Ding Chunming and Iron Snake. Although it was already very late, Zhao Hai immediately called Wen Hai and the others to his study as soon as he returned. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai recounted what had happened in the Qinglan sect today to everyone. He then said in a low voice, "Everyone, what do you think of this matter?" Wen Hai thought for a moment and then said, "Boss, I think that this is a good thing. Through this matter, our Jianyu sect can become famous in the buffer zone. We can officially become a member of the buffer zone. Later on, we don't have to be as careful as before. However, I think that we should first deal with those who dared to attack us." Everyone nodded. Then Laura, who was sitting on the side, opened her mouth. "Brother Hai, I also think that this is an opportunity for us to become famous. However, we shouldn't go all out against those great sects. If we do that, then it would be too strenuous and our losses would be too big. I think that we should adopt a defensive stance. As long as we guard our sect, the other sects wouldn't be able to attack our sect master. After a long time, they would retreat. Although we're only adopting a defensive stance, I think that the others wouldn't be any better than us. After all, their sects aren't very strong, so I reckon that they would do the same as us. Moreover, not only would we be able to conceal our true strength from outsiders, we would also be able to train our disciples. Our losses wouldn't be too big, what do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." "What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, this is what I want. We should adopt a defensive stance. As long as we can defend our sect, then we would have won. I don't want to expose the existence of the mystic realm. Therefore, we can only defend. Our current strength isn't strong enough, we can't go all out against the enemy. Otherwise, we would suffer a huge loss." Wen Hai and the others nodded. Then Wen Hai immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, defending our sect shouldn't be difficult, right? When the time comes for the other sects to ask for help, would we go and support them?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "Defending our sect isn't easy. The other side is a great sect, they would have large artifacts. But we can't reveal our large artifacts right now. That would be too eye-catching. Therefore, we can only rely on the defensive formation to defend our sect. This is definitely not an easy matter." The entire Tide Watcher gang began to move. Since they were mainly defending the sword defense sect, most of the gang's members were gathered here. However, Zhao Hai didn't plan on just defending the barrier. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of the great sects. Instead, Zhao Hai set up a large formation in the mountain range where the sword defense sect was located. This formation was an illusion formation with the 5 elements killing formation as its blueprint. However, it wasn't as strong as the five elements killing formation. This wasn't because Zhao Hai couldn't arrange the five elements killing formation, but because the five elements killing formation was too overbearing. If he arranged it, it would attract attention. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't arrange the five elements killing formation. In order to block the attacks of the great sects, Zhao Hai had to bring out his ability to arrange formations. In just one day, he had already arranged the illusory killing formation. At the same time, he divided the cultivators of the sect into small teams and placed them in the various points of the formation. At the same time, each team was equipped with a communication system, so that they could attack whenever they wanted. If they didn't want to attack, then they absolutely couldn't attack. Each of the formation's eyes was very large. Each of them had an artifact placed on top of it. The cultivators placed there could input their own energy into the artifact. This way, they could use the artifact to attack. The magic artifacts that Zhao Hai used this time were all swords. This was because the main purpose of the illusion formation was to attack, so he used offensive magic artifacts as the eye of the formation. Arranging the formation, arranging the people, and teaching them how to use the artifacts took a total of 3 days. During these 3 days, Zhao Hai even had the Tide Watcher gang withdraw from the Sword Defense sect. Only a small number of people stayed behind. These people who stayed behind immediately retreated when they noticed that something was wrong. They absolutely wouldn't stay there. In just 3 days, Zhao Hai and the others were fully prepared. The main reason why Zhao Hai wanted to create such a large illusory formation was to let the other sects know that they had done a lot of research on formations, and that they shouldn't think about attacking them anymore. Naturally, Zhao Hai also didn't want the spirit fields in the valley next to the Sword Defense sect to be discovered. If these spirit fields were discovered, then the other sects would be suspicious. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to use this illusion formation to protect the entire Sword Defense sect. He even wanted to protect the area where the Sword Defense sect was active. 3 days of preparation had passed, but no sects came to attack them. This made Zhao Hai somewhat surprised. However, he wasn't worried. It was better if they didn't attack them. In any case, he had already joined the alliance. If those sects really attacked them in the future, then they could ask for help from the other sects. 2 days after Zhao Hai finished arranging the defense, Zhao Hai suddenly received a message from the Cyan Mist sect. The Cyan Mist sect had been attacked. The ones who attacked them were the Profound Sky sect. The people who entered the Cyan Mist sect also told Zhao Hai that the other sects were also attacked. They also asked Zhao Hai if the Cyan Mist sect was also attacked. In fact, Zhao Hai was very clear about the attack on the Cyan Mist sect. Because Zhao Hai had been to the Cyan Mist sect, the Cyan Mist sect was naturally under the surveillance of the space. Not only the Cyan Mist sect, even the other sects that participated in the alliance were also under Zhao Hai's surveillance. Zhao Hai discovered that the Sword Defense sect was indeed attacked by other sects. There were also righteous sects as well as people from the 72 islands. As for why the Sword Defense sect hadn't been attacked yet, this made Zhao Hai somewhat surprised. However, he was still very careful. Not only did he monitor the situation outside the sect, he also carried out a very strict surveillance on the people inside the sect. The main thing that he was monitoring were the servants and the odd job disciples of the Sword Defense sect. Needless to say, there were some problems with this surveillance. Among the servants and odd job disciples, there were some who were acting strangely. Zhao Hai didn't hold back and arrested all of them. This time, the odd job disciples and servants became well-behaved. However, after the odd job disciples and servants became well-behaved, the great sects finally arrived. Zhao Hai has been monitoring the various cities of the Sword Defense sect. Soon, he discovered that there was a large group of cultivators heading towards the mountain area where the Sword Defense sect was located. These cultivators were all wearing Taoist robes and were standing on flying swords. They had an extraordinary aura. Looking at these people's attire, Zhao Hai immediately knew that these people must be from the Xianxia sect. The Xianxia sect was the backer of the Sword Defense sect in the past, and after the Sword Defense sect was taken care of by him, the Xianxia sect did not immediately attack them. This was because the people of the Xianxia sect did not know the background of Zhao Hai and the others, and did not know which large sect was supporting them from behind. It was precisely because of this that the people of the Xianxia sect did not immediately deal with Zhao Hai and the others. But now, the situation was different. Now that they knew that the Jianyu sect was participating in the Alliance Conference, they knew that the Jianyu sect wanted to be independent. Naturally, they didn't need to worry about the power behind the Jianyu sect. However, the people of the Xianxia sect were still very careful. They first observed for a few days to see if there were any other large sects attacking the Sword Defense sect. If there were any other large sects attacking the Sword Defense sect, they would know that the one who destroyed the Sword Defense sect was that large sect. However, after observing for a few days, they did not find any large sects attacking the Sword Defense sect, which made them feel very strange. Although it was very strange, they still moved. They did not want to wait any longer. Just as the people of the Xianxia sect were rushing towards the Sword Defense sect, Zhao Hai immediately ordered all the disciples of the various branches of the Sword Defense sect to retreat to the Sword Defense sect and prepare to face the enemy. At the same time, Zhao Hai also immediately told the Green Mist sect that they had also been attacked. Zhao Hai and the others had just withdrawn all the people from the branch hall back to the sect when the people of the Xianxia sect arrived at the city. When they arrived at the city, they immediately occupied the branch hall of the Sword Defense sect. Although there was no one there, they still occupied the place. Following that, they tried to use the transmission array in the city. Of course, it was impossible for it to work, but they were not in a hurry. Instead, they rested in the city for a day, and then directly flew towards the sect of the Sword Defense sect. Zhao Hai calculated that this time, the number of disciples sent by the mysterious sword sect was about 1,000, but these 1,000 people were not ordinary disciples. Their lowest cultivation was still an inner disciple, and there were even a few core disciples and elders following them. Among them, the number of core disciples and elders added up to about 100 people. It could be said that their strength was incomparably strong. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that when they arrived outside the mountain where the Sword Defense sect was located, they did not immediately attack. Instead, they began to set up a base there. A defensive array and a transmission array were all set up. Seeing the appearance of these people, Zhao Hai knew that the other party was preparing for a long battle. He wanted to see which sect would last longer. However, Zhao Hai was not worried. Those people from the Xianxia sect thought that by blocking them in the sect, they would be able to cut off their way out, which was impossible. In fact, with the transmission array, it would be too difficult to trap a sect to death, not to mention that Zhao Hai and the others still had the branch hall in the Tidegang city, so it was absolutely impossible for the people of the Xianxia sect to trap him to death. The people of the Xianxia sect spent 2 days to finally build a one-man base, and even the transmission array was built. However, the transmission array they built was a short-distance transmission array, from the cities of the Sword Defense sect to the transmission array in their base. The distance they could teleport to was very limited, otherwise, it would be impossible for them to build the transmission array in such a short period of time. After the base was built, the disciples of the Xianxia sect began to flood into the base in large batches. The disciples who came this time were the outer disciples of the Xianxia sect. Most of them could not fly, so they could only move on the ground. However, the people who came later revealed their killer weapon for this attack, a large magical artifact. In the sword spirit world, having a large artifact was a sign of a sect's strength. Although the sword manipulation sect had existed for a long time, they didn't have any large artifacts. Therefore, they could only be considered a small sect. Therefore, large artifacts were very popular in the sword spirit world. In the past, the 72 islands of the Southern Sea did not have the qualifications to challenge the major sects, because they were made up of rogue cultivators. The major sects did not take them seriously at all, but later on, the people of the 72 islands of the Southern Sea learned how to tame giant war beasts, and the number of giant war beasts in their sects suddenly increased, and these giant war beasts could sometimes be used as a replacement for large magical equipment. It was precisely because of this that the major sects recognized the status of the 72 islands of the Southern Sea, which showed how much importance this large magical equipment was in the sword spirit world. As for the large magical equipment in the Xianxia sect, it was called the profound sword carriage, and it was a type of large magical equipment in the shape of a carriage. Although it was called a carriage, its shape looked like a sword, a long sword, with its blade standing upright and its tip pointing forward. Under the surface of the sword, there were also wheels, and on each profound sword carriage, there were 16 wheels, and the length of the profound sword carriage was about 100 meters, its height was about 20 meters, and its thickness was about 10 meters. However, in the sword spirit world, all the large magical equipment had one ability, and that was that this large magical equipment could shrink its body. For example, a large magical equipment like the profound sword carriage could shrink into a small sword that was about half a meter long. This time, the Xianxia sect had sent out a total of 10 profound sword carriages. Following that, the number of outer sect disciples should be around 20,000, the number of inner sect disciples should be around 2,000, and the number of core disciples and elders should be around 200. With such a number and such might, it truly made people feel the determination of the Xianxia sect to eliminate the sword defense sect. It seems like the sword defense sect has encountered some trouble. I really didn't expect that the Xianxia sect would actually want to destroy the sword defense sect so much this time. They actually sent out so many troops. Do you think the sword defense sect can withstand the attack of the Xianxia sect? I think it's going to be tough. This time, the Xianxia sect has even brought out the profound sword carriage. It seems like they don't want to give the sword defense sect any chance. Master, what should we do? Should we support the sword defense sect? There's no need for that yet. They won't want to support the sword defense sect now. Only when they can't hold on any longer will they save them. But then again, even if we go to support them, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. After all, the Xianxia sect has even brought out the profound sword carriage this time, and we don't have a good way to deal with these large magical equipment. Right now, I only hope that the sword defense sect can hold on for a while longer. Senior brother, why didn't the mysterious sky sect use a large-scale magical equipment on us this time? They are also using large-scale magical equipment. Do you think that a large-scale magical equipment can be used as you please? The mysterious sky sect's great magical equipment, the profound sky compass, is not something that can be used as you please, but we have to be careful to prevent their large-scale magical equipment from attacking. Oh right, how is our large-scale magical equipment? Is everyone familiar with it? I'm already very familiar with it. Please rest assured, Master. However, Master, our large-scale magical equipment was obtained from the Devil sect. If the mysterious sky sect were to find out, would they think that we have joined the Devil sect? No, our large artifacts are made by the puppet sect of the Devil sects. The puppet sect is very good at making artifacts. Moreover, they have sold large artifacts more than once. They were made according to our requirements, so you can't see that they are made by the Devil sects. Even if they know, as long as they know that they are made by the puppet sect, those great sects wouldn't say anything. Moreover, with these large artifacts, we can resist their attacks. When the time comes, we don't need to listen to them. Zhao Hai nodded. He didn't say anything, but the puppet sect didn't say anything about it. The people who spoke were Daoist Qinglan and his disciples. Daoist Qinglan had 10 direct disciples, but Su Wuxi was not one of them. These 10 direct disciples were the ones that Daoist Qinglan valued the most. Most importantly, these 10 direct disciples were all orphans that Daoist Qinglan had adopted himself. It could be said that they were like father and son to him. Naturally, they would not betray Daoist Qinglan. Daoist Qinglan also trusted them the most and discussed everything with them. This time, the reason why Daoist Qinglan dared to form an alliance with others and dared to say that he wanted to get rid of the mysterious sky sect's control was that he had obtained 10 large-scale magical equipment from the puppet sect. It had to be said that Daoist Qinglan was very lucky. When he was traveling in his early years, he met a disciple of the puppet sect. Although the puppet sect was part of the Devil sect, their status in the righteous sects was not low. This was because the puppet sect was famous for making magical equipment. Many righteous sects cooperated with them. The reason why the puppet sect was classified as a demon sect was because of its location. The puppet sect was located in the demon domain. The second reason was due to history. In the past, when the puppet sect was crafting magic artifacts, they would use humans as sacrifices. They would even refine some cultivators and use them to craft some puppets. Because of this, the puppet sect was classified as a demon sect a long time ago. But now, the puppet sect had changed a lot. They mainly focused on refining artifacts. Although they also made puppets, they no longer used living people as sacrifices, nor did they use cultivators as materials. It can be said that the puppet sect couldn't be considered a devil path sect anymore. But because they were originally a devil path sect, they were still classified as such. Daoist Qing Lan asked the disciple of the puppet sect for help. The relationship between the two of them was naturally very good and they became good friends. Later on, the disciple of the puppet sect was valued by the puppet sect and became a core disciple of the puppet sect. Now, he was already an elder with real power in the puppet sect. Qing Lan didn't tell anyone about this matter. This time, he bought 10 large-scale instruments from the puppet sect through his friend. And these 10 large-scale instruments were very powerful. The design of these 10 large-scale magical equipment was actually very simple. Qing Lan's friend helped him and let him design these 10 large-scale magical equipment in the shape of a plate. The function of these magical equipment was not bad. They had the ability to attack from a distance and their collision ability was not bad. Moreover, the price was very cheap. It was precisely because of these 10 celestial devices that Qing Lan had the confidence to call for an alliance and independence. It could be said that these 10 large celestial devices were Qing Lan's greatest trump card and the most important thing to rely on. However, these 10 magical equipment could only be used by the Qing Lan sect. He was reluctant to lend them to others. Therefore, when he heard that the Black Sword sect had sent more than 20,000 people to attack the Jianyu sect, and there were also 2,000 inner disciples and 200 elders and core disciples, Daoist Qing Lan knew that the Jianyu sect was in big trouble. If things went wrong, the Jianyu sect would be finished. However, he had no other choice now. Although he had a large-scale magical equipment, if the Black Sky sect didn't use it, he wasn't prepared to use it. Because once he used a large-scale magical equipment, the Black Sky sect would definitely use it. If the Black Sky sect used a large-scale magical equipment, then the war would escalate. At that time, it was hard to say if they could withstand it, let alone help the Jianyu sect. Therefore, he could only hope that Zhao Hai could do more. Zhao Hai, on the other hand, did not know what Qing Lan was thinking. He had never thought of asking for help from Qing Lan and the others. In his opinion, he could take care of the people from the Black Sword sect by himself. There was no need to ask for help from Qing Lan and the others. The people from the Black Sword sect did not know what Zhao Hai was thinking. They discovered that when they arrived outside the Jianyu sect's mountain gate, the Jianyu sect did not attack them, not even the most ordinary harassment. This made the people from the Black Sword sect think that Zhao Hai was afraid of them, and they could not help but feel a little proud. In fact, they had a reason to be proud. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Hai had destroyed the Jianyu sect would still be under their control. Now that Zhao Hai had destroyed the Jianyu sect, they were only here to take care of Zhao Hai. In their opinion, for a small sect like the Jianyu sect, for them to send so many people to deal with them at once was already making a big fuss over nothing. They naturally did not think that Zhao Hai and the others would pose any threat to them. After the people from the Black Sword sect arrived, they rested for another 3 days, and then the mysterious Sky sect began to attack the Jianyu sect. They did not even carry out any probing attacks, and directly raised their army and pounced towards the Jianyu sect's mountain gate. Zhao Hai and the others naturally knew about this news immediately. Zhao Hai did not go out to check on the situation. He wanted to control the entire illusory killing formation, so he did not have the time to check on the situation outside. In fact, Zhao Hai was already very clear about the situation outside as he stood in front of the Jianyu sect. He had already installed a projection array in front of the illusory sword formation, which directly projected the situation outside into his eyes. As for Wen Hai and the others, they all went out. They led the core disciples of the Jianyu sect and prepared to attack the people of the Jianyu sect from the formation. As for the disciples of the Jianyu sect who were staying in the eye of the formation, all they had to do was wait for orders. They didn't need to do anything at all. As long as Zhao Hai gave the order for them to attack, they would be able to input energy into the sword in the eye of the formation and attack the other party. Under the cover of the profound sword carriage, the people of the Black Sword sect slowly pushed forward to the mountain where the Jianyu sect was located. However, they did not encounter any attacks, which made the people of the Black Sword sect feel puzzled, and at the same time, they also looked down on the people of the Jianyu sect even more. In their opinion, the people of the Jianyu sect were scared, otherwise, it would be impossible for them not to attack them. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but quicken their pace. They all wanted to attack the Jianyu sect as soon as possible and see what it was like. They had never been to the Jianyu sect before. Just as they were walking forward, they suddenly stopped, because they felt that their surroundings seemed to have changed. Just a moment ago, they were still ordinary trees on the mountain, but now they had changed. The temperature here seemed to have suddenly increased, and the temperature was still getting higher and higher. They could no longer see the surrounding trees, and could only feel that there were only balls of fire left. The people of the Black Sword sect could not help but be stunned. They looked at the raging fire around them, and only then did they know that their senses were not wrong. It was true, their surroundings were really on fire, but how did this fire start? They didn't feel anything at all before. What was going on? Just as they were puzzled, the leader in front immediately shouted, "Everyone, don't panic, this is just an illusion array. The surroundings look like they are on fire, but it's actually just an illusion. Don't worry." As soon as he said that, he saw a ball of fire beside the team suddenly turn into a fire snake, pouncing straight towards a cultivator of the Black Sword sect. That cultivator instinctively used the sword in his hand to slash, and the fire snake was directly cut in half, and then disappeared, turning back into that ball of fire. This made everyone feel even more at ease. They believed that the flames from the 4 attacks were all illusions. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, and then they couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. In their opinion, the Jianyu sect had no other choice, so they wanted to use an illusion array to deal with them, but could a mere illusion array stop them from advancing? It was simply a dream. However, at this moment, the surrounding fire suddenly exploded, and fire snakes pounced towards these people. These people did not panic. Some of them used their swords to slash at the fire snakes, but most of them only thought that it was an illusion, and did not pay any attention to it. After all, they were all cultivators of a large sect like the mysterious Sky sect. They had seen many illusions, and they were very clear that the illusion array was used to trap the enemy. As long as they did not take those illusions seriously, those illusions did not have any offensive power. However, they were wrong this time. Those fire snakes were not just illusions, many of them were real. Just when the people of the Xianxia sect thought that nothing would happen to them, and thought that everything was just a profound statue, those fire snakes directly pounced into the large group of disciples of the Xianxia sect. The size of the fire snake was not small, and with a single pounce, it enveloped a few disciples into the formation. Following that, the few disciples of the Xianxia sect all started to cry out. The surrounding disciples of the Xianxia sect were startled, and wanted to save them, but they realized that the fire was real fire, and could hurt people, and the few disciples who were enveloped by the fire were no longer breathing. It was obvious that they were in a precarious situation. The disciples of the Xianxia sect were all stunned. They never thought that it would be like this. Didn't they say that the flames were all illusions? What was going on now? This was definitely not an illusion. Illusionary killing array. This is not an illusion array, it's an illusion killing array. Everyone be careful. A cry of alarm came out. The people of the Xianxia sect were all startled, but then their expressions changed. They finally remembered, in this world, other than the illusion array, there was also the illusion killing array. Illusion arrays were different from illusion killing arrays. Illusion arrays could only cause people to hallucinate, their power was limited, but illusion killing arrays were different. Illusion killing arrays had the word kill. The array would automatically produce energy, and would automatically attack people who barged into the array. However, the illusion killing array was also an extremely difficult array to set up. There were many people who could set up an illusion array, but not many people could set up an illusion killing array. At the very least, it was much less than an illusion array, because it was too troublesome to set up an illusion killing array. When they heard that it was an illusion killing array, the people of the Xianxia sect could not help but panic. At this time, a leading disciple shouted, "Everyone, don't panic, pay attention to your surroundings, prepare your defenses. Are there any junior brothers who know how to break the array? Quickly think of a way to break the array." A disciple of the Xianxia sect immediately said, "Let me try." After he finished speaking, he took out a compass, then took out an array disc, and placed the compass on top of the array disc. Then, he lowered his head to look at the compass, and only after a long while did he raise his head with an ugly expression. "No, senior brother, this illusion-killing array is too strong, I have no way to determine the direction, and if I can't determine the direction, then there's no way to break the array, I really can't. When the leading disciple heard his words, his face could not help but turn ugly. At this moment, the fire snakes pounced over again, and they did their best to resist. At this moment, a ball of fire suddenly spewed out from under their feet, accompanied by magma. It was like a volcanic eruption. The disciples who were standing in the middle of the eruption didn't even have time to react before they were turned into ashes. There were countless disciples around them who were affected by the explosion, and countless were killed or injured. The leading disciple shouted, "Retreat, everyone retreat quickly, waiting here is death, retreat." Actually, there was no need for him to shout. The disciples of the Xianxia sect all retreated. They did not want to stay in this terrifying place any longer. Everyone turned around and ran back. Of course, it was inevitable that some disciples would run away. However, after running for a while, they realized that they hadn't left the mountain range where the Sword Defense sect was located. It must be known that they had just entered the mountain range where the Sword Defense sect was located. Moreover, they had been walking the entire time, so they shouldn't have gone too far. Logically speaking, they should be able to leave the Sword Defense sect's mountain range very quickly, so why hadn't they left yet? However, they suddenly realized that the surrounding scenery seemed to have changed. The surrounding temperature also dropped. They seemed to have appeared in the forest again, but the trees in the forest seemed to be much denser than before. The disciples of the Xianxia sect had already become frightened birds. They carefully looked around and discovered that this was really a forest. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief, and the leading disciple of the Xianxia sect said loudly, "Everyone be careful, we might not have left this illusory killing array yet, there is a junior brother who can break the array, let's try again." This time, a few disciples of the Xianxia sect responded and took out their compasses. Compasses were the things that were used the most to break the array, because a person had to rely on the compass to locate the array, and then slowly calculate where the core of the array was, and think of a way to break the array. Therefore, those who knew how to break the array all took out their compasses. A few of them took out the compass and looked at it. They all cheered because they realized that the compass could already locate them. One of them immediately said, "Senior brother, we can locate them now. Should we go out, or should we think of a way to break the array?" The leading disciple of the Xianxia sect looked around and realized that in such a short period of time, nearly half of the disciples who had followed him in had been lost. He hurriedly said, "Go out, leave this place." The few disciples all responded, and then they all pointed in one direction, "Let's go this way." The leading senior brother did not report any guests, and led the disciples straight forward. However, just as they took a few steps forward, countless vines suddenly extended out from the trees around them. These vines swept towards them, and some of the disciples did not have time to react, and were immediately entangled by the vines, and then dragged away by the vines. By the time the disciples of the Xianxia sect reacted and used the weapons in their hands to deal with the vines, they had already lost more than 10 people. This caused their morale to drop even further. The leading disciple of the Xianxia sect said loudly, "Speed up, pay attention to your surroundings." Everyone increased their speed, and just at this moment, countless leaves suddenly flew out from all directions, and after these leaves flew down, they suddenly shot towards the disciples of the Xianxia sect. These leaves seemed to have turned into small knives, and directly shot towards their bodies, causing their bodies to be covered in wounds, as if they wanted to skin them alive. All the disciples of the Xianxia sect had been hit, only the leading disciple of the Xianxia sect had suffered light injuries. As for the rest, their injuries were not light. That disciple of the Xianxia sect danced with the long sword in his hand, and it was precisely because of this that he did not suffer any heavy injuries. After a long while, when the leaves disappeared, he looked around, only to discover that other than him, there was no one else alive. This Xianxia sect disciple's eyes could not help but turn red, and he cried out sorrowfully towards the sky, "Jian Yuzong, you and I do not share the same sky, sooner or later, I will trample on your Jian Yuzong, and leave no one alive." Just as he said that, he felt a pain in his leg. He lowered his head and saw that a green poisonous snake had already bitten his leg at an unknown time, and his leg had already lost all feeling. With a wave of his hand, he chopped off the snake's head, then immediately took out the antidote pill and swallowed it. Right at this moment, he heard a rustling sound, and then he saw countless vines around him, like spirit snakes, coiling towards him. His eyes could not help but flash with a trace of despair. His legs had yet to recover, and with so many vines attacking him at this time, he was afraid that he would be lucky enough to survive. He could not help but let out a long howl towards the sky. Dragging his unconscious leg, he brandished his sword and rushed forward, just like a knight, carrying out his final charge. As for the other small team of the Xianxia sect, it was similar to this small team. This time, the Xianxia sect was attacking with all their might, so they were divided into small teams. Each team had about 1,000 people, and the leaders were usually the best of the outer sect disciples, or inner sect disciples. Furthermore, these small teams set off together, forming a half-encirclement, and rushed towards the mountain of the Sword Imperial sect, so there were many small teams that entered the mountain at the same time. Wu Quangang was an inner disciple of the Xianxia sect, but he was not some inner sect genius disciple, nor was he one of the few great experts. He was just an ordinary inner sect disciple, and a person like him would at most have the life of a small manager in the future. However, this was an opportunity. The Xianxia sect had already given the order that all the disciples who participated in this crusade against the Jianyu zone would receive a considerable reward. Furthermore, the Xianxia sect had promised that if they killed the disciples of the Jianyu zone, then everything they obtained would belong to them. The sect would also record their achievements and reward them. All in all, they had obtained a lot of things. If they could really obtain those things, it would be very helpful for their cultivation. Wu Quangang was also leading a small team now, but he was not the captain of the team, and was instead the vice-captain of the team. There was also an inner disciple beside him, and that was the captain of the team. This inner disciple was called Hu Wei, and was a member of the Hu clan in the Xianxia sect. However, Wu Quangang did not think too highly of Hu Wei, because Hu Wei was born in the Hu clan, and had received countless cultivation resources since he was young. However, until now, he was only an inner disciple, and had not even become a core disciple. If he had received so many cultivation resources, he would have already become a core disciple. Just like the other teams, they directly entered the Jianyu sect. At first, their situation was the same as the other teams. There were a lot of trees in the Jianyu sect, so they directly entered the forest. Moreover, they didn't encounter any danger. They couldn't help but relax. Everyone was even chatting and laughing as they moved forward. However, Wu Quangang was very careful. He was able to become an inner disciple because of his own hard work, and also because of his caution. If he wasn't careful, then he would have died many times over. Although the task this time looked very simple, Wu Quangang was still very careful. This was because he had suffered losses in this aspect before. Some seemingly simple tasks were actually more dangerous than others. However, Hu Wei did not care. He had been born with a golden spoon in his mouth since he was young, and he could get wind and rain if he wanted rain. He did not even care about the ordinary disciples of the Xianxia sect, let alone a small sect like the Jianyu zone. In his opinion, the people of such a small sect did not even have the qualifications to speak to him, let alone fight against them. Now that he saw that the Jianyu zone did not take any action, Hu Wei could not help but feel even more complacent. He turned to Wu Quangang and said, "Junior brother Wu, did you see that? Those guys from the Jianyu zone are afraid, they don't dare to come anymore. Ha ha ha, in my opinion, these guys should just surrender, so that I don't have to waste my time." Wu Quangang looked at Hu Wei. Although he looked down on Hu Wei, he wouldn't say anything that would make Hu Wei lose face. This was because he was very clear that people like Hu Wei cannot be offended. This was because his family was very influential. If you offend him, then he would certainly use his family's influence to deal with you. As an inner disciple, it was impossible for him to oppose the Hu clan. Because of this, Wu Quangang smiled and said, "That's true. But I still hope that they can resist. This way, we can obtain a lot of benefits. Naturally, senior brother who doesn't care about these things, but we aren't as rich as you. We still hope that we can obtain some things so that we can go back and cultivate." Ha ha ha, that's true. I don't care what they have, but you guys do. It seems like it's better for them to resist a little. It just so happens that we can practice. That's right, that's right. If they resist a little, then we can practice. Ha ha ha. As the two of them were talking and laughing, they suddenly felt that something was wrong with their surroundings, because they could actually feel a dense sword chi here. They were from the Xianxia sect, and although they could not be considered as authentic sword cultivators, they were very familiar with sword chi, so when they felt the sword chi around them, they immediately became careful and looked around. When they saw this, they were stunned because they realized that they seemed to have arrived at a world of swords. There were countless swords stabbed into the ground, and the entire world was filled with swords, all kinds of swords. Some were standing on the ground, some were already on the ground, some were already on the ground, some were even more than a dozen magos, and some were like a small nail stuck on the ground. The tip of the sword was still pointing upwards. Seeing this, Wu Quangang and Hu Wei immediately stopped. Although Hu Wei was arrogant, narrow-minded, and his talent was not very good, he had grown up in a cultivation family, and his knowledge was not something that an ordinary person could compare to. He looked around and said in a deep voice, "Not good, this is an illusory killing array, everyone don't move, we have entered the illusory killing array, there is a junior brother who knows how to break the array, come to my side immediately." Hearing his words, the group behind the two of them became restless. Following that, a few outer court disciples walked to Hu Wei's side, and at the same time, they said to Hu Wei, "Greetings, senior brother, we know some ways to break the array." Hu Wei nodded his head, looked around, and said in a deep voice, "Take out the compass, everyone else be careful, everything that attacks them, no matter what it is, must be blocked. This is an illusory killing array, not an ordinary illusory killing array, be careful." Everyone nodded and became careful. The people around Hu Wei also took out their compasses. But when they looked at the needle on the compasses, they were all stunned. This was because the needle on the compasses was spinning very fast. There was no way to stop it. It was as if it had turned into a fan. This situation was too strange. Hu Wei didn't say anything. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "Do you have a positioning formation that matches the compass? Take it out, quickly." The group immediately nodded and took out a small formation plate. This formation plate was a formation that was compatible with the compass. Because formations were closely related to the magnetic field, if one wanted to break the formation, they would need to determine what the magnetic field of the city was like. Using the compass to determine the position and then breaking the formation wasn't just about determining the direction of the north, south, east, and west. Instead, they needed to determine the changes in the magnetic field. Following the changes in the magnetic field, they would slowly calculate the position of the formation's eye. Only then could they break the formation. Some formations are very powerful, and the strength of the magnetic field is also very strong. This makes it very difficult to calculate the changes in the magnetic field with a compass. The compass might even be like before, spinning rapidly. Because of this, people invented a formation that can be used in conjunction with a compass. This formation can stabilize the magnetic field of the compass, making it easier to calculate. This formation plate was taken out by those people. Just as the few of them activated the array disk, Wu Quangang cried out in alarm, and then he shouted, "Senior brother Hu, it's too late." Just as he finished speaking, the sword chi that filled the sky shot straight towards them. When Hu Wei heard Wu Quanggang's words, he could not help but be startled, then he raised his head to look, and when he saw this, he could not help but feel his heart and liver break. He did not expect to see such a scene, it was too terrifying. What they saw just now was a world of swords, and now all the swords in this world were flying straight towards them, big, small, long, short, hard, soft, all the swords were flying straight towards them. Hu Wei's expression also changed, he immediately shouted, "Everyone be careful, defend, defend." All the people from the Xianxia sect took out their treasured swords and started to dance with all their might. At this time, Wu Quangang had also taken out his magical equipment, blocking him and Hu Wei. Hu Wei's combat experience was still somewhat lacking. He just wanted everyone to defend, but he didn't. Wu Quangang naturally couldn't let Hu Wei die. If he let Hu Wei die in front of him, then the Hu clan wouldn't let him off. He didn't expect the Hu clan to reason with him. However, just as Wu Quangang used his defensive magical equipment to protect the two of them, the flying swords arrived. With a series of clanging sounds, Wu Quangang discovered that his defensive magical equipment could not hold on any longer, so he immediately said, "Senior brother Hu, do you have any defensive magical equipment?" quickly release it, my defensive magical equipment can't hold on any longer. When Hu Wei heard Wu Chuangong's words, he came back to his senses. With a move of his hand, he immediately released 2 defensive magical equipment, protecting him and Wu Quangang in the middle. At the same time, he also protected a disciple who knew how to break the array. Then, Hu Wei immediately said to the disciple who knew how to break the array, quickly set the position. The sooner we break this array, the sooner we can be safe. The disciple responded and immediately activated the array disc in his hand, then placed the compass on it. However, his face could not help but turn bitter as he raised his head and said to Hu Wei, "Senior brother Hu, this won't do, this array disc is useless, there is still no way to locate it." When Hu Wei heard this, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at the compass. When he looked at the compass, he discovered that it was just as the disciple said. There was no way to pinpoint the position of the compass. The compass needle was currently spinning rapidly, and it didn't look like it was going to stop. Hu Wei's expression also changed. At this moment, Wu Chuangong's voice sounded, "Senior brother Hu, be careful, the defensive magical equipment can't hold on." When Hu Wei heard his shout, he could not help but turn his head to take a look. He discovered that the 2 magical equipment that he had released were already cracked, and looked like they were about to be broken. Hu Wei's expression finally changed, and he immediately shouted, "Junior brother Wu, release your defensive magical equipment." Wu Quangang also knew that this wasn't the time to hide his strength. He responded and immediately released his defensive Dharma artifacts. This time, he also released 2 defensive Dharma artifacts. However, these 2 Dharma artifacts didn't last long under the endless attacks of the flying swords. Cracks began to appear on the 2 Dharma artifacts. At this time, the other disciples of the Xianxia sect behind the 2 of them were almost all dead or injured. After all, they were only outer sect disciples, so it was impossible for them to block such an attack. Right now, there were only a dozen or so outer sect disciples standing behind the 2 of them. These outer sect disciples were only able to survive because there were 2 of them at the front. Otherwise, they would have been in deep trouble. However, the problem was that the 2 of them could not even protect themselves. They had almost used up all of their defensive magical equipment, and without a defensive magical equipment, it was impossible to block the endless flying swords with other magical equipment. These flying swords were like a rain of swords, falling straight down from the sky, making it impossible to block or defend against. The 2 of them were already in despair. At this moment, Hu Wei suddenly remembered that there seemed to be something else in his space. He had always kept this thing in his space and had never used it before. Now was the time to take it out and use it. Thinking of this, Hu Wei moved his hand and a spherical object appeared in his hand. Then, he directly channeled a trace of spirit energy into it. This spherical object immediately grew in size and soon turned into a huge iron man that was about 5 meters tall. Puppet. When Wu Quangang saw this iron man, he couldn't help but cry out in alarm. He had only heard of such a large metal puppet, but he had never seen it before. In the entire sword spirit world, only the puppet sect could make this kind of metal puppet. The puppets made by the puppet sect were actually divided into ranks. Generally speaking, the low-level puppets were in the shape of animals, and their size was not very big. Such puppets were at most equivalent to cultivators in the chi refining stage, and their strength was not very strong. The second-rank puppets were in the shape of humans and animals. However, these puppets all had one thing in common, and that was that their size was much larger than normal humans and animals. Such puppets had stronger combat strength, and were generally equivalent to cultivators in the chi refining stage. Of course, if these puppets were to fight against cultivators in the chi refining stage one-on-one, then the ones who would lose would definitely be these puppets. After all, no matter what, puppets were not as smart as cultivators. As for the third rank, they were puppets that were similar to large artifacts. These puppets were very large in size, had high defensive strength, and were very strong in combat strength. However, the puppet sect wouldn't sell such puppets. In fact, the puppet school generally didn't sell their puppets. They only sold artifacts and even large artifacts. However, they didn't sell their puppets. They absolutely wouldn't sell their puppets to outsiders. It was precisely because the puppet sect didn't sell their puppets that the other sects in the sword spirit world rarely used puppets. If the puppet sect found out that a sect was using puppets, then they would find trouble with that sect. Because of this, over time, no one would study puppets. Wu Quangang didn't think that Hu Wei would have a puppet. Moreover, it seems like it was a second-rank puppet. This was an extraordinary matter. However, they didn't have much time to think about it. The defensive strength of a second-rank puppet was very strong. It should be able to withstand the sword rain for some time. They could use this time to quickly retreat. Hu Wei also thought the same. When he released the puppet, he immediately shouted, "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" After saying that, he released his flying sword and stepped on it. However, he didn't fly into the sky. Instead, he only flew to a height of about 2 meters above the ground. Then, he flew straight back. When Wu Quangang saw this, he also followed suit. He released his flying sword and stepped on it to follow Hu Wei. As for the outer court disciples, they didn't care about them at this time. When the outer court disciples saw the two of them, they couldn't help but feel hatred in their hearts. However, they had no other choice. One by one, they used all their strength and leaped backwards. They really hated their parents for giving them 2 more legs. However, those people were still unable to escape. That metal puppet could only block a small area, and the other swords were still flying towards them. Not long later, all the outer sect disciples of the Xianxia sect were killed by the flying swords, leaving only Hu Wei and Wu Quangang alive. However, the two of them were not having a good time either. Now that the two of them were surrounded by the flying swords, it was impossible for them to block the rain of swords. Not long later, the two of them were also nailed to the ground by the flying swords. Once the two of them died, the metal puppet that had not been destroyed stopped moving. Then, it turned into a small ball and fell to the ground. At this time, a multicolored big hand suddenly appeared in the sky and grabbed the small ball. Then, the place calmed down and there was no more sound. In the sky, the Xianxia sect's Xianxia carriage was slowly moving forward. Their main purpose was to cover the disciples of the Xianxia sect, so the speed of the Xianxia carriage was not very fast. Not long later, the Xianxia carriage followed the disciples and entered the mountain gate of the sword defense sect. The disciples of the Xianxia sect who were sitting in the Xianxia sect were all looking at the situation outside. One of the Xianxia sect disciples who was commanding the Xianxia sect said in a deep voice, "Junior brother, how many times do you think the defensive formation of the sword defense sect can withstand our Xianxia sect's attacks?" The one who spoke was a cultivator who looked less than 30 years old. He wore a navy blue Taoist robe and had a jade hairpin on his head. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand, giving him an otherworldly aura and an extraordinary appearance. This person was one of the core disciples of the Xianxia sect, one of the top 10 core disciples of the Xianxia sect. His Taoist name was Wu Hengzi, and only when he became a core disciple or an elder would he have a Taoist name. The disciples of the Xianxia sect who had a Taoist name all had a very high status in the Xianxia sect. A cultivator next to Wu Hengzi said, "Senior brother, I think the defensive formation of a small sect like the sword defense sect shouldn't be that strong. It would be very difficult for them to block our attacks. I think it would be good if they can block 10 of our attacks. After all, it's very rare for a small sect like this to be able to block 10 of our attacks." The person who spoke was Wu Hengzi's junior brother, the core disciple of the Xianxia sect, Wu Fengzi. He could be considered a disciple of Wu Hengzi, and belonged to Wu Hengzi's faction. This time, in order to attack the sword defense sect, the Xianxia sect had also spent a lot of money, and the rewards given were extremely high, especially for the core disciples. Therefore, many of the core disciples of the Xianxia sect wanted to participate in this battle, but in the end, there were not many core disciples who could truly participate, and even fewer of the top 10 core disciples, only 2 of them participated. When Yuan Hengzi heard Wu Fengzi's words, he couldn't help but smile and said, "That's right, it's just as I thought. It's already not bad for the people of the sword defense sect to be able to block 10 of our profound sword carriages attacks. Among those small sects, their defensive formation can be considered top-notch, but it's possible for them to do it. I heard that when the defensive formation of the sword defense sect was first established, our Xianxia sect also participated. Now, it seems that we are really raising a tiger." "Ha ha ha, senior brother thinks too highly of them. What kind of tiger are they?" I think at most, they are just ungrateful wolves. But speaking of which, this is not right. After all, the original sword defense sect has already been destroyed, and the group of people who are leading the sword defense sect now, I really don't know where they came from. We actually don't have any clues at all. Yeah, I also feel that it's strange. Where did these guys come from? No, what is that? Just as Wu Hingzi and Wu Fengzi were talking, he suddenly noticed a beam of light flying straight towards the profound sword carriage. Wu Hingzi was stunned for a moment before exclaiming, "No, what is that?" However, just as he finished speaking, the beam of light had already struck the profound sword carriage. The profound sword carriage shook violently, and then the entire carriage started to shake. Wu Hingzi immediately thought that this was an attack from the Jian Yuzong. He immediately shouted, "Be careful, it's an attack from the Jian Yuzong. Quick, activate the barrier is fully supported." There were no energy-gathering carriages in the sword spirit world, nor were there energy pools like the Yin-Yang lightning pool that could be used as the power source for large-scale artifacts. Therefore, the large-scale artifacts in the sword spirit world all used spar as the power source, and it was precisely because they used spar as the power source that some high-level spar were so precious, because those high-level spar could be used as the power source for large-scale artifacts, while those low-level spar were impossible. It was also precisely because these large-scale artifacts used energy spar as the power source that these large-scale artifacts would not open their energy shields when they were not in battle. This was because opening the energy shields would consume a lot of energy, and even high-level spar would not be able to withstand such consumption. It could be said that for the people of the sword spirit world, activating a large-scale artifact was equivalent to burning money. The people of the Xianxia sect knew that it was impossible for the Jian Yuzong to have a large-scale artifact, so they believed that it was impossible for the Jian Yuzong to have anything that could pose a threat to their large-scale artifact, so they did not activate the profound sword carriage's barrier earlier. However, they did not expect that a beam of light would suddenly attack them, which made them extremely puzzled. Right now, the people of the Xianxia sect immediately opened the barrier above the Xianxia sect, and at the same time, the profound sword carriage was also ready for battle. However, Wu Hingzi stood there with an ashen face. Although the attack just now did not cause any fatal damage to the profound sword carriage, he could clearly feel the vibration of the profound sword carriage. It could be seen that the power of the attack just now was not small. The body of the profound sword carriage was definitely injured, and it was not that easy to repair the damage to a large-scale artifact. When he thought about how he had caused the profound sword carriage to be injured this time, Wu Hingzi's expression became ugly. At this time, another beam of light shot over. Although Wu Hingzi saw the beam of light, he had no way to dodge it. The profound sword carriage shook again, but this time, the vibration was smaller. It could be imagined that the profound sword carriage's barrier blocked the beam of light, preventing the carriage's body from being damaged. At the same time, Wu Hingzi let out a sigh of relief and loudly said, "Lower the altitude. I want to see what attacked us." Wu Hingzi immediately ordered the people to lower the altitude of the profound sword carriage. The profound sword carriage wasn't like the Iron Lotus platform in the Iron Buddha temple, where one person could control it. This profound sword carriage required many people to control it. However, the requirements were much lower. Even Spirit Realm disciples could control it after a period of training. In fact, the Iron Lotus platform could also be used. This way, the strong cultivators wouldn't need to use large artifacts to attack the enemy. The reason why the Iron Buddha Temple allowed Wudu to control the Iron Lotus platform was because the situation wasn't that dangerous. The Iron Buddha Temple allowed the inner and outer disciples to control the Iron Lotus platform, so that they could train their troops and let the inner and outer disciples know what a big battle was like. The altitude of the profound sword carriage slowly decreased. Wu Hingzi and the others looked down to see what was attacking them. However, they didn't see anything because there was nothing below. The profound sword carriage didn't have a projection formation like Zhao Hai's. The sword spirit world's projection formation was still very slow, it simply didn't exist. Instead, there were crystals embedded on both sides of the profound sword carriage. These crystals were refined by the profound sword carriage. Because of this, one could see the outside through the crystals. These crystals were very big, they were even taller than a person. Because of this, the view outside was very good. Wu Hengzi looked at the empty forest below and couldn't help but frown. Then he said in a deep voice, "There's nothing here? But why do I feel that something is wrong? Junior brother, did I suddenly prepare something?" When Wu Hengzi heard this, he couldn't help but frown. Then his face suddenly changed and said, "Senior brother, where are the disciples of the profound sword sect? Where are the disciples that attacked the sword spirit sect from the ground? Why can't I see them? How can there be nothing down here?" When Wu Hengzi heard Wu Hengzi's words, his face also changed. Then he said in a deep voice, "That's right, there shouldn't be nothing here. This is an illusion formation. Quickly, raise the compass and prepare to break the illusion formation." When Wu Hengzi said this, Wu Hengzi immediately responded. Then, behind Wu Hengzi and the others, a very large compass suddenly rose up. This compass was very big, it was the size of a magic compass. On top of it, there were 8 trigrams, heavenly stems, earthly branches, and so on. This compass came with the Xian sword carriage. A giant compass like this was specially made for the Xian sword carriage. This was because there was a chance that a large magic tool like the Xian sword carriage would be trapped in an illusion formation. With this compass, even if they were trapped in an illusion formation, as long as there were 2 people who knew how to break the formation and this giant compass, they would be able to quickly find the node of the illusion formation and break it. Then, they would be safe. Wu Hengzi also knew how to break the formation, so he stared at the compass. Right now, the needle on the compass was spinning. Although the spinning speed wasn't very fast, it didn't stop. When Wu Hengzi saw this, he knew that the magnetic field of the compass was disturbed by the magnetic field of the illusion formation. "Activate the positioning formation." Seeing this, Wu Hengzi immediately ordered. Wu Hengzi responded and then directly activated the positioning formation. This positioning formation was right below the compass, and its area was about 10 meters in diameter. When this formation was activated, the needle on the compass immediately stopped. Then, it pointed to the changes in the magnetic field. Wu Hengzi kept adjusting the compass and calculating the position. At this moment, Wu Hengzi, who had been observing the outside, suddenly had a change in expression. He loudly said, "Input all the energy into the shield, quick." Following his order, the people in the profound sword carriage immediately transferred all the energy in the crystal into the shield of the profound sword carriage. For a large artifact like the profound sword carriage, the energy of the shield could be adjusted. In a normal battle, the energy of the shield only needed to be maintained at 30%. In a more intense battle, the energy of the shield could be increased to 50%. In a more intense battle, the energy of the shield could be adjusted to 80%. There was almost no time when the energy of the shield was adjusted to 100%. This was because if the energy of the shield was adjusted to 100%, then the profound sword carriage would lose its ability to attack from a distance. But this time, Wu Fengzi's command was to transfer all the energy into the shield. In other words, the energy shield of the profound sword carriage was adjusted to 100%. Now, even the positioning formation was unable to support it. Wu Fengzi, who had just made some progress, looked at the needle on the compass and couldn't help but angrily say, "Wu Fengzi, what the hell are you doing?" Before he could finish his words, he stopped. This was because when he raised his head, he finally saw the situation outside. He saw countless meteorites crashing towards the profound sword carriage. And these meteorites were bigger than the previous one. Looking at these meteorites, Wu Hengzi finally understood why Wu Hengzi wanted to adjust the energy shield of the profound sword carriage. Even if the energy shield of the profound sword carriage was adjusted, it wouldn't be able to block these meteorites. At this time, the meteorites had already smashed onto the Xian sword carriage. Boom 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 boom, a series of loud sounds could be heard. The Xian sword carriage started to shake violently. Many of the Xian sword sect disciples who were not very high level could not even stand properly. One of them looked at the huge meteorites that were falling from the sky with a terrified expression. Crack! A cracking sound could be heard. Wu Hengzi looked towards the source of the sound and realized that one of the crystals on the Xian sword carriage had cracked. His expression changed and he immediately shouted, turn around quickly and leave this place." The profound sword sect's disciples on the profound sword carriage forcefully stabilized their bodies. Then, they directed the profound sword carriage to use the fastest speed to rush out of the mountain area. Bang! Finally, one of the crystals on the profound sword carriage couldn't withstand the pressure and directly exploded. The people standing beside the crystal were all injured, but Wu Hengzi didn't say anything. He just stared at the meteorites because he was very clear that if they didn't leave this mountain area, then they would have to stay here forever. Fortunately, their flying speed wasn't very fast before. Now, their flying speed was extremely fast. It didn't take long for them to rush out of the mountain area of the Sword Defense Sect. As soon as they rushed out of the mountain area of the Sword Defense Sect, they felt the pressure around them lighten. The meteorites were gone and nothing was attacking them anymore. The outside of the mountain area was quiet as if nothing had happened. It was as if nothing had happened in the mountain area. Wu Hengzi heaved a sigh of relief. But then, his face turned pale. He said in a deep voice, "Return to the base." Everyone in the profound sword carriage responded and then drove the profound sword carriage towards the base. "Senior brother, look." Wu Fengzi suddenly said to Wu Hengzi. Wu Hengzi was stunned. Then, he looked towards the direction where Wu Fengzi was pointing and saw another profound sword carriage flying out of the Sword Defense Sect's mountain gate. This profound sword carriage was also in a miserable state. The body of the profound sword carriage was damaged in many places. The profound sword carriage's protective shield was almost gone. A few of the crystals on the carriage were even broken. Wu Hengzi couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw the state of the profound sword chariot. At the same time, he couldn't help but rejoice that the other chariots were also attacked. If it was only his chariot that was attacked, then he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the sect. Now that another chariot was in the same state, he had to explain himself to the sect because this matter wasn't his fault. Just as Wu Hengzi and the others returned to the base, the other profound sword chariots also returned to the base. However, the other profound sword chariots were even more miserable than the two profound sword chariots that returned first. There was even a big hole in one of the profound sword chariots, and this big hole went through the entire profound sword chariot from the side. It was already not easy for this profound sword chariot to return. Seeing this situation, Wu Hengzi was no longer in the mood to rejoice for himself. Instead, he was shocked. This time, their Xianxia sect had sent out 10 profound sword chariots, plus 20,000 outer court disciples, 2,000 inner court disciples, 20,000 core disciples and elders. With such a force, it would not be a problem for them to flatten any small sect. In their opinion, with so many of them, there was no need for any preparation. As long as they pushed forward, they would definitely be able to destroy the other party. However, who would have thought that in the end, their 10 profound sword chariots would all return with injuries? Among them, his profound sword chariot was the only one with the lightest injuries. However, this was not the reason why Wu Hengzi was shocked. What surprised him was that after the 20,000 outer court disciples entered the range of the Sword Defense Sect, none of them had come out. This was truly too shocking. Looking at the already chaotic base, Wu Hengzi really did not know what to say. At this moment, a small bell in the base rang. He knew that this bell was the bell that summoned all the core disciples for a meeting. He did not dare to delay and directly walked towards the stone house in the middle. Although their camp was newly built, there were no tents. Almost all of them were stone houses. This was because for cultivators, using spells to build a few stone houses was even easier than setting up a tent. Wu Hengzi and Wu Fengzi arrived at the stone house in the middle. As soon as they entered the stone house, they discovered that there were already a lot of people inside. Many of them were core disciples, while the rest were all elders of the sect. Among these core disciples, only another core disciple, Wu Weizi, could be compared to Wu Hengzi in terms of status. This was because Wu Weizi was also one of the top 10 core disciples. His status was the same as Wu Hengzi's, so his status as a core disciple was higher than Wu Hengzi's. And a core disciple like Wu Hengzi, in the Xianxia sect, his position was even higher than those ordinary elders. As soon as Wu Hengzi entered the room, everyone greeted him. Wu Hengzi also returned their greetings. After he sat down, several core disciples and elders arrived. After everyone arrived, an old Taoist who looked to be in his 60s, with silver hair and a red face, wearing a moon-white Taoist robe, walked in from outside the room. This old Taoist looked to be in his 60s. He had a sage-like demeanor, and he had a head of silver light. When the old Taoist priest entered, everyone stood up and bowed to him. This old Taoist priest was the hall master of the Xianxia sect, the most powerful elder in the Xianxia sect, Xianxia. In the Xianxia sect, other than the sect master, who had the greatest authority, there were the hall masters of the various halls. These halls of the Xianxia sect all had their own names, such as the Xuanyu Sword Hall, Xianyun Sword Hall, Xuanji Sword Hall, and so on. The hall masters of each hall were elders with real power in the sect. After Xianxia entered the room, he went straight to the main seat and sat down. Then he waved his hand and said, "Everyone, sit down. There's no need to be so formal at this time. I think everyone should know why I called everyone here. Tell me, what do you think about this matter?" Everyone was silent for a while. To be honest, they really didn't know what to say. They had originally thought that it was a very simple mission, but in the end, it had turned out like this. They really didn't know what to say. Xianxia looked at everyone and said, "If you don't want to say it, then I'll say it. Our most important task right now is to see if we can rescue the outer disciples of the Sword Imperial sect. To be honest, we didn't think that the Sword Imperial sect would be this strong. They actually arranged such a large illusory formation. Of the 20,000 disciples that we sent in, none of them came out. We must find a way to rescue them." Everyone nodded their heads. Just as Xianxia had said, what they needed to do now was to save the 20,000 disciples. If all 20,000 disciples died here, then the loss to the Xianxia sect would be too great. At this time an elder opened his mouth and said, "Elder, I have already contacted some of the inner sect disciples who went in, but I was completely unable to contact them. I think I should send a letter to the sect to see if the disciples there are still alive." When Xianxia heard the elder's words, he could not help but be startled. Then, he asked in confusion, "What is it? Could it be that the people of the Sword Defense sect can kill 20,000 of our disciples in such a short period of time?" The elder smiled bitterly. Then he took out a broken jade token and said, "I won't hide it from Elder. I have a disciple who was involved in this operation. Although he was an inner disciple, he was also a squad leader of a ground operation team. Not long after he entered the Sword Imperial sect, his jade token was broken. I tried to contact him after that, but I couldn't get in touch with him." Hearing the elder's words, Xianxia's expression could not help but change. He immediately said, "Quick, send a letter to the sect." Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a voice, reporting an urgent letter from the sect. As he spoke, a disciple of the Xianxia sect scrambled into the stone floor and handed over a jade slip. With a wave of Xianxia's hand, the jade slip appeared in his hand. He first glanced at the jade slip and discovered that it was indeed a jade slip sent by the sect. The seal on the jade slip was still there. Xianxia opened the seal and took a look at the contents of the seal. Then, his expression changed. He put down the jade slip and looked at the crowd. "Urgent letter from the sect." Just now in the sect, the life jade tablet of the outer sect disciples suddenly shattered in a large area, and the life jade tablet of the inner sect disciples also shattered a lot. The sect came to ask me what was going on, and up until now, the number of broken jade slips in the sect has already reached 18,000, and this number is almost the same as the number of outer sect disciples we sent into the Sword Defense sect. As he spoke until here, his face was already ashen. Nearly 20,000 disciples. If he didn't leave 2,000 people to watch over the camp, then all 20,000 of them would have been thrown in. Just a place like the Sword Defense sect had let him throw in 20,000 disciples. 20,000, this number was a bit too much. When everyone heard Xianxia's words, their expressions changed. A core disciple suddenly stood up and shouted, "Damn it, Elder, I'll go now and flatten the Sword Defense sect." "Stop." Xianxia looked at the disciple who was about to leave and suddenly said in a deep voice. After the disciple stopped, Xianxia said in a deep voice, "I'm even angrier than you guys, but it's useless to be angry. We have to think of a way to deal with the Sword Defense sect. If we want to deal with the Sword Defense sect, we have to break their illusion formation. Which one of you has a way?" Everyone was silent. Wu Hangzi looked at everyone before he stood up and cupped his fist towards Xianxia and said, "Elder, when we were in the Sword Imperial sect, this disciple tried to break the illusionary formation, but I didn't succeed. Xianxia waved his hand towards Wu Hengzi and said, "Sit down and tell me what happened." Wu Hengzi nodded, then he sat down and said, "Disciple and senior brother Wu Fengzi rode the profound sword carriage into the imperial sword sect. In the beginning, nothing happened. But then we were attacked by a strong light. Disciple immediately activated the shield of the profound sword carriage. Disciple then discovered that it was a profound killing formation. Disciple wanted to break the formation, but at this time, we were attacked by meteorites. We had no choice but to use all of our energy to defend ourselves. But after seeing that the meteorites were too fierce, Disciple had no choice but to retreat." After hearing what Wu Hengzi said, Xianxia couldn't help but ask, "You mean to say that if you have more time, you might be able to break the illusion formation?" Wu Hengzi shook his head and said, "I don't dare to say that I'm 100% sure, but I can give it a try. It depends on how familiar the other party is with the illusion formation. At the same time, it also depends on the level of the person controlling the formation. If their illusion formation is really strong, then this disciple isn't sure." Xianxia nodded and said, "We can give it a try. However, the Xian sword chariot is already damaged. We can't enter the sword defense sect anymore. How about this, I'll ask the sect to send you the green jade compass. You can go in with the green jade compass. As long as you can break their illusionary formation, you'll be rewarded with a great merit." Wu Hengzi nodded and said, "Yes, this disciple is willing to give it a try." Xianxia immediately took out a jade slip and entered some things into the jade slip. Then, he handed the jade slip to an elder beside him and said, "Take the jade slip back to the sect and bring the azure jade compass." The elder responded and immediately turned around and left. As soon as the elder left, the entire room quieted down. Everyone was waiting. At the same time, they secretly swore in their hearts that if they could break the sword defense sect this time, they would definitely not leave a single chicken or dog in the sword defense sect alive. Not long after, the elder returned with a compass the size of a plate in his hand. This compass looked very beautiful. It was made of green transparent jade. It looked extremely refined and beautiful. This was one of the treasures of the profound sword sect, called the azure jade compass. This azure jade compass was refined by an elder of the profound sword sect, but it was an elder from a few generations ago. That elder was obsessed with the study of formations all his life. He was the best at setting up formations, and he was also very good at breaking through formations. Later on, in order to make it easier for him to break through formations, he spent a few years refining this azure jade compass. The biggest use of this azure jade compass was to break through formations. The compass had its own positioning formation, which could be used by embedding crystal stones. It was very useful. Ordinary formations didn't need to activate the positioning formation at all. This compass was much stronger than ordinary compasses. Xianxia directly gave the compass to Wu Hengzi, and said in a deep voice, "Go, if you can break through this illusionary killing formation, I will give you the first merit." Wu Hengzi replied, picked up the azure jade compass and walked out. Wu Fengzi also followed him out. Everyone in the room knew that they had to destroy the sword defense sect as soon as possible. They couldn't wait any longer. Xianxia even stood up and walked out when Wu Hengzi walked out. After Wu Hengzi and Wu Fengzi arrived outside, they directly flew towards the sword defense sect's mountain gate. In the blink of an eye, they arrived outside the sword defense sect's mountain gate. In fact, calling this the sword defense sect's mountain gate was a bit excessive. This place could not be considered the sword defense sect's mountain gate, it could only be considered the mountain outside the sword defense sect's mountain gate. But now, everyone in the Xianxia sect knew that as long as they entered the mountain, they would be in danger, so they directly called this place the sword defense sect's mountain gate. When they arrived at the sword defense sect's mountain gate, Wu Hengzi and Wu Fengzi immediately descended from the sky and walked into the mountain. There were many trees in the mountain, and once they entered the mountain, they disappeared in the blink of an eye. An elder beside Xianxia looked at the backs of Wu Hengzi and Wu Fengzi and said in a deep voice, "They are very calm. If they were to fly over in the air, they would immediately become targets. It might be safer to walk on the ground." Xianxia said in a deep voice, "I hope they succeed. If they really fail, then we are finished." The elder only nodded his head and did not say anything. He was very clear that if Wu Hengzi and the others failed, then they would really have no other choice. It would not be easy to break through the opponent's illusory killing array, and this green jade compass was the most important method they could take out. If this method was not useful, then they would not have any other good methods. If they could not break through the opponent's illusory killing array, then it would be impossible for them to deal with the opponent. In other words, their operation this time would fail. Wu Hengzi, who had entered the Sword Object Sect's mountain gate, was also very nervous. To be able to become a core disciple of the Xianxia sect, he was naturally not an idiot. He was very clear on how much pressure he was under this time, and if he failed, then it would mean that the Xianxia sect had failed. If he succeeded, then it would mean that the Xianxia sect had failed, and if he succeeded, then it would be a great merit. It was also because of this that Wu Hengzi was very careful. After he entered the Sword Defense Sect's mountain gate, he began to pay attention to the green jade compass in his hand. However, there was no indication on the green jade compass at all, as if this place was not within the range of the illusory killing array. There was no other way, Wu Hengzi could only walk inside. As he walked forward, he paid attention to the green jade compass. After walking for a while, he suddenly stopped. He had no choice but to stop because he was stunned by the scene in front of him. In front of him, there were countless corpses, and these corpses, without exception, were all wearing the clothes of the Xianxia sect. Obviously, these people were all disciples of the Xianxia sect. Upon seeing these corpses, Wu Hengzi and Wu Fengzi's expressions could not help but change. Boundless anger appeared on their faces at the same time. There was nothing more infuriating than seeing the corpses of their own sect's disciples being slaughtered. However, Wu Hengzi did not forget his job. He lowered his head to look at the compass and discovered that the needle of the compass had finally changed. The needle on the green jade compass was slowly rotating. The rotation speed was not very fast, but this rotation meant that the magnetic field here had finally changed. In other words, they had already arrived at the other party's illusory killing array. However, because the influence of the magnetic field was still weak, it was possible that they had not yet entered the inner part of the illusory killing array. Wu Hengzi said in a deep voice, "Let's go forward." Wu Fengzi nodded, and protected Wu Hengzi as they slowly walked inside. The two of them took a few more steps forward, but they discovered that there were still no changes in their surroundings. The corpses of the Xianxia sect disciples were still there, and there was still no movement in their surroundings. Wu Hengzi couldn't help but stop, and frowned as he looked around. Right now, they were already inside the corpses of the Xianxia sect disciples, and all around them were the corpses of the Xianxia sect disciples, which meant that they should have already appeared in the other party's teleportation array. But why was there no reaction at all? Wu Hengzi glanced at the green jade compass again. The needle on the green jade compass was still slowly rotating, and there was no change. This was too strange, and too abnormal. Wu Hengzi frowned as he looked around. He suddenly thought of a situation. Could it be that they had already arrived at the other party's illusory killing array? It was just that they had not discovered it yet. Thinking of this, Wu Hengzi immediately took out a crystal and embedded it into the green jade compass. Following that, the green jade compass flashed with a green light, and in the next moment, the needle on the green jade compass stopped and pointed in a direction. Seeing this, Wu Hengzi's face couldn't help but relax. He quickly said, "Let's go." After saying that, he followed the direction of the compass needle and walked forward. Wu Fengzi quickly followed. However, after the two of them walked for a while, other than more and more corpses, they didn't find anything else. Wu Fengzi couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother, why didn't we find anything?" Wu Hengzi wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he said, "Don't worry. The illusory killing formation arranged by the other party isn't small. It won't be easy for us to find the formation core. Moreover, if it was that easy to find the formation core, then the formation wouldn't be able to force us to retreat." Wu Fengzi nodded his head. This formation was truly powerful. So many people from the Xianxia sect were forced to retreat, and they had even lost so many people. If the other party's formation was really that easy to break, it would have been broken long ago, and they would not be able to do this at all. Wu Hengzi and Wu Fengzi slowly walked forward. After a long while, the two of them suddenly realized that the corpses of the surrounding Xianxia sect disciples had all disappeared, and they had once again appeared in the forest. The forest was extremely quiet, and there was nothing there. Wu Hengzi was only stunned for a moment, then he glanced at the green jade compass. The needle on the green jade compass was still pointing in this direction. Wu Hengzi couldn't help but let out a long breath, and then said, "We might be there soon, junior brother, you have to be careful. If the other party sends people to guard the formation core, then we have to be careful." Wu Fengzi replied and took out his sword. At the same time, he was prepared to release his own magical equipment at any time. The two of them walked for another half an hour or so, but there were still no changes in their surroundings. Wu Hengzi occasionally raised his head to look at the situation around him, then lowered his head to look at the green jade compass, and then continued to walk forward. At this moment, Wu Fengzi suddenly cried out in alarm, and Wu Hengzi immediately raised his head. When he raised his head, he was stunned, because they discovered that less than 50 meters in front of them, a big tree had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This big tree was very huge. The tree was probably several hundred meters tall, and the tree was also very thick. The entire tree was probably several dozen meters thick, and the tree crown had already blocked the top of their heads. But what was strange was that they actually didn't notice this big tree before. When Wu Hengzi saw this big tree, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, his eyes lit up and he said, "Great, junior brother, if I'm not wrong, this big tree should be one of the other party's formation cores. As long as we destroy this big tree, we can destroy one of their formation cores. Then, it will be even easier to break this formation." Upon hearing Wu Hengzi, Wu Fengzi immediately said, "Senior brother, what are you waiting for? I'll immediately cut down this big tree." Then he held his sword and rushed forward to cut down the big tree. Wu Hengzi pulled Wu Fengzi and said, "Don't move. The reason why we didn't see the tree before was because the sword defense sect had arranged a formation under the tree. Now that we're here and can see the tree, we need to be even more careful lest we fall into the enemy's trap." Wu Hengzi nodded and said, "Don't move." When Wu Huizi heard this, he stared for a moment, then he immediately understood what Wu Fengzi meant. He nodded and said, "Yes, senior brother, I understand." Wu Hengzi nodded. Then he looked up at the big tree. This tree was really big. It was the biggest tree he had seen in so many years. However, Wu Hengzi immediately shifted his attention away from the tree. He turned his head and looked around to see if there was any danger. At this time, the big tree suddenly moved. The branches on the big tree gently swayed, then the swaying became bigger and bigger. In the end, the entire tree gently swayed. This immediately attracted the attention of the two. The two immediately focused their attention on the big tree. They carefully looked at it, not knowing what was going on. At this moment, a very old voice suddenly sounded, "Young man, are you the ones who woke me up?" The two stared blankly for a moment, then both of them stared blankly. This was because they didn't know when a face had appeared on the tree. This face looked very old, and it grew on the tree. Now that this face was looking at them, they felt a chill in their hearts. Wu Hengzi looked at the big tree and loudly said, "Who are you?" I am the guardian of this mountain." "Young people, why did you enter this mountain?" "All creatures that enter this mountain will be punished by me." "Nonsense, the Sword Imperial sect is clearly in this mountain. There are countless disciples in the sect. How come I don't see them being punished?" "You mean those little fellows in the mountain? They are being punished. Every year, they have to give me a lot of things. They give me a lot of delicious stones. Otherwise, they will also be punished." Upon hearing this, Wu Hengzi couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he shouted, "Where did this evildoer come from? How bold! Little brother, cut him down." Wu Fengzi nodded, then he waved his sword and slashed towards the tree. However, he was also very careful as he placed a defensive formation around the two of them. At the same time, Wu Fengzi lowered his head and looked at his jade compass. The needle on the compass didn't move, it was still pointing towards the tree. When the big tree saw that Wu Hengzi dared to attack it, it seemed to be angry. After a roar, countless branches shot towards Wu Hengzi's flying sword. There were also countless vines that shot towards the two. There were also countless branches that stretched out from the ground and attacked the two. The two wanted to fly up, but they suddenly discovered that they couldn't. Wu Hengzi's expression couldn't help but change as he said, "Not good, this is a forbidden technique. Junior brother, be careful. Then he received his jade compass and took out a long sword. He pinched his sword and attacked the big tree. At the same time, he released a defensive formation to protect himself. However, the attack of the big tree was very fierce. The two felt that they couldn't resist it. The tree's branches were very sturdy. Their swords couldn't cut through them. This made the two very surprised. One had to know that they were not those disciples who had reached the spirit realm. They had all reached the spirit realm, and the Dharma artifacts in their hands were all top-grade Dharma artifacts. Even so, they were still unable to cut through the tree's branches. It could be seen how hard the tree's branches were. The two fought while thinking of a way. After some time, Wu Hengzi opened his mouth and said, "Junior brother, we can't go on like this. This tree demon is very difficult to deal with. We must retreat and let the elders deal with it. I believe that as long as we kill the tree demon, then the illusion formation can be broken." Wu Hengzi said, "Senior brother, didn't this tree demon say that it's the guardian of this mountain? The Jian Yuanzong also gave it crystal stones. Maybe this tree demon isn't the core of the formation." Wu Hengzi shook his head and said, "This tree demon is certainly one of the cores of the formation. The Jian Yuanzong is very cunning. After they found the tree demon, they didn't eliminate it. Instead, they used it as the core of the formation and arranged the illusion formation. At the same time, they used crystal stones to cultivate the tree demon. The tree demon can only be imprisoned here. It said that it's the guardian of this mountain, but it's just a facade that the Jian Yuanzong gave them. With the tree demon's strength, it should have already left this place. But it hasn't moved, and it seems like it won't move. Isn't this strange? So I think this tree demon must be the key to the illusionary killing array set up by the Jian Yuanzong." When Wu Hengzi heard Wu Hengzi's words, he was also stunned. Then, he immediately nodded and said, "There's such a possibility. Senior brother, let's retreat first. Let the elders come and clean up this tree demon. At that time, once the illusion formation of the Jian Yuanzong is broken, we can destroy the Jian Yuanzong." Wu Hengzi nodded and said, "Right, we must destroy the Jian Yuanzong. I want them to know that they have to pay the price for killing the disciples of our mysterious sword sect." Wu Hengzi nodded. The two of them made up their minds and prepared to retreat. But at this time, they suddenly discovered that behind them, there were countless tree roots, branches, and vines blocking their path. In other words, their path of retreat had been blocked. Seeing this situation, the two of them couldn't help but be shocked. Wu Hengzi loudly said, "Junior brother, you block the attack of this tree demon. I'll open up a path of retreat." Wu Hengzi responded and did his best to resist the tree demon's attack. On the other hand, Wu Hengzi turned around and attacked the tree roots, branches, and vines that were blocking their path of retreat. However, he discovered that these things were really tough. It wasn't easy to get through them. Wu Hengzi knew that the longer they stayed here, the more dangerous it would be. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and took out a few metal balls from his spatial equipment. He threw them at the tree roots, branches, and vines. Boom! 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 With a few loud sounds, the balls that Wu Hengzi threw out exploded. The power of the explosion was also very great. The tree roots and branches in front of them were blown apart, creating a large hole in them. When Wu Hengzi saw the big hole, he immediately shouted, "Let's go!" Then he rushed towards the big hole. Wu Hengzi also followed him. The two of them rushed out of the big hole and didn't stop for even a moment. They rushed straight forward until they were out of the range of the canopy. Only then did they truly breathe a sigh of relief, because there were finally no more branches and vines attacking them. Just when the two of them were relieved, they suddenly discovered that the situation around them had greatly changed. When they arrived, they were still surrounded by a lush forest. But now, in front of them was a world of ice and snow. Everywhere was a vast expanse of white. Although there were some trees, they were very few. Moreover, all of them were covered by ice and snow. This sudden change made Wu Hengzi and Wu Fengzi realize that they had fallen into the formation. Wu Hengzi coldly snorted and said, "They're really cunning. The other party must have weakened the formation in order to lead us here. Then they opened the formation and trapped us inside. However, if they think that they can deal with us like this, then they're too naive." Wu Fengzi snorted and said, "That's right." At this point, Wu Hengzi took out the green jade compass and said to Wu Fengzi, "Junior brother, protect me." Wu Fengzi nodded. Then he took out his weapon and stood beside Wu Hengzi. At the same time, Wu Hengzi's eyes were fixed on the green jade compass. But at this time, a white light suddenly flashed and shot towards Wu Fengzi. Wu Fengzi didn't even have the chance to react before he was hit by the white light. Although he had an artifact protecting him, the artifact was like a piece of paper in front of the white light. It was pierced in an instant. Then the white light directly entered Wu Fengzi's body. Wu Fengzi didn't even have time to scream before he was frozen in place and turned into an ice sculpture. Wu Hengzi didn't even notice Wu Fengzi's movements. He was still looking at the compass. In his opinion, nobody could kill Wu Fengzi silently. Because of this, he was very confident. But at this time, a dang sound was heard. It seemed like something fell to the ground. Wu Hengzi looked up and his eyes shrunk. This was because he saw a shield falling to the ground. And in the middle of the shield, there was a scar. This scar looked like a sword wound. It was a wound left behind by a sword. Even the shape of the sword could be seen clearly. The body of the sword should be very thin, so the sword wound was very small. Wu Hengzi recognized this shield, it was Wu Fengzi's shield. He turned his head and looked at Wu Fengzi. He saw that Wu Fengzi had a shocked expression on his face as he was frozen into an ice sculpture. Wu Hengzi's eyes couldn't help but narrow. With a move of his hand, he put away the green jade compass. At the same time, he took out his magic sword and a few magic tools. His eyes were vigilant as he looked around. At this time, the world of ice and snow suddenly changed. The ice on the ground cracked and turned into ice cones that shot towards Wu Hengzi. Wu Hengzi's expression changed. He moved his hand and the defensive artifacts immediately protected him. At this time, the ice cones also shot towards the defensive artifacts. A clanging sound was heard as the ice cones attacked the defensive artifacts. Finally, the outermost layer of the defensive formation was shattered by the ice cones. Wu Hengzi discovered that the ice cones didn't just have the power to pierce through, they also had the power to freeze. As long as one was hit by the ice cones, the defensive artifacts would be covered in a layer of freezing power. Although this freezing power wasn't very strong, when it was stacked together, it was terrifying. Their defensive formations simply couldn't block it. Wu Hengzi's expression changed. He was very clear that he couldn't go on like this. If this continued, he would be ground to death by the ice cones. His body moved as he stepped on his flying sword and flew up. Just as he soared into the sky, a white light suddenly shot towards him. Wu Hengzi didn't even have time to react before he was hit by the white light. Just like Wu Fengzi, the defensive artifacts outside his body were pierced like paper. Then the white light hit his body. His body stiffened and turned into an ice sculpture in an instant. He fell from the sky to the ground. Wu Hengzi fell to the ground like a stone. He didn't make a sound at all. There was still a trace of astonishment on his face. It was exactly the same as the expression on Wu Fengzi's face. Not long after Wu Hengzi and Wu Fengzi died, an elder from the Xianxia sect arrived at the Xianxia sect's camp through the transmission array. At this time, Xianxia was still leading the people from the Xianxia sect's camp, looking in the direction of the Jianyu sect's mountain gate. That elder immediately had someone bring him in front of Xianxia. When Xianxia saw that person, he couldn't help but be startled. He said in a deep voice, "Xianji, why are you here?" The person who came was the hall master of the Xuanji Sword Hall, Xianji. He was also one of the few experts in the Xianjian sect and one of the elders with real power. Xianji looked at Xianyu and said in a deep voice, "Xianyu, come here for a moment. I have something to tell you." When Xianyu saw Xianji's serious expression, he knew that something big must have happened. He immediately nodded and followed Xianji to the stone house in the middle of the camp. After the two of them sat down in the stone house, Xianji looked outside, then turned to Xianyu and said, "Xianyu, the life jade tablets of Wu Hengzi and Wu Fengzi in the sect have already shattered. It seems like they won't be able to come back." When Xianyu heard Xianji's words, his expression changed. He looked at Xianji and said, "Xianji, is what you said true? Wu Hengzi's life jade tablet really shattered?" Xianxia nodded and said, just now, the two of their jade tablets shattered one after the other. It seems like they didn't have much time between each other. Xianxia, you should know what this means. It seems like the power behind this Jianyu sect is not simple. We have underestimated this Jianyu sect. Xianxia nodded solemnly and said, that seems to be the case. Not only was our Xian sword carriage destroyed, but so many people were also killed. I didn't expect the sword control sect to be so strong. Could it be that they are supported by one of the 72 islands in the Southern Sea? Xianxia shook his head and said, it's hard to say right now. We'll slowly investigate it later. In short, we can't fight anymore. We have to go back, we have to retreat. Xianxia nodded and said, it's indeed time for us to retreat. If we continue like this, our losses will only be greater. This time, we were wrong. We didn't figure out the enemy's strength. We must be careful in the future. The enemy is stronger than we thought. We can't underestimate them. Xianxia nodded, then he nodded and said, all right, let's not talk too much. Get ready, we have to go back. We can't delay any longer. Xianxia nodded, then sighed, and said, it's a pity that the Azure Jade Compass is a good tool for breaking formations. Xianxia didn't say anything, and Xianxia only sighed. Then, he ordered everyone to pack up and prepare to retreat. Right now, there were less than 5,000 people left in their camp, so they could naturally pack up quickly. After that, they used the transmission array to go to a city under the rule of the Sword Emperor sect, and from that city's transmission array, they directly returned to the territory of the Xinjian sect. They did not cause any damage to the city. After all, they were also a righteous sect. If they really destroyed the city, they would leave behind something to talk about. Zhao Hai had been monitoring them the entire time. In fact, the tree demon that Wu Hengzi and Wu Fengzi had seen before was fake. Although the Azure Jade Compass was extraordinary, it was only a compass after all. The direction that the compass pointed to was deliberately made by Zhao Hai. He had used a very simple change in the 5 elements illusionary killing array to deceive Wu Hengzi and the others. As for the huge tree demon that Wu Hengzi and Wu Fengzi saw, it was also fake. It was just one of the main killing points of the wood element killing array in the 5 elements illusionary killing array. That tree demon was simply formed from energy. In the process of this battle, the core disciples led by Wen Hai had also contributed quite a bit. They had attacked the disciples of the mysterious sword sect in the illusion array, but because of the profound array, the disciples of the mysterious sword sect could not see them at all. They even thought that it was a spell attack. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if the disciples of the mysterious sword sect were not killed. As for the disciples that were sent to the various array cores by Zhao Hai, their contributions were even greater. Almost all of the mysterious sword sect's mysterious sword carriages were struck down by them using the artifacts in the various array cores. They gathered all of their strength on the artifacts in the array cores and then emitted a white light, directly striking the mysterious sword carriage until it was riddled with wounds. However, Zhao Hai did not go to the extreme. He could completely knock down all of the mysterious sword sect's mysterious sword carriages from the sky, but if he did that, he would have formed a death grudge with the people of the mysterious sword sect. The mysterious sword sect might not care about anything and send out all of the sect's power to deal with them, and if that was the case, Zhao Hai would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, Zhao Hai did not knock down all of the mysterious sword sect's mysterious sword carriages, and only injured them, so that the mysterious sword sect would not dare to easily send out mysterious sword carriages. As for Wu Hengzi and Wu Fengzi, they could only be considered unlucky. This was because Zhao Hai was very clear that if he didn't kill a few important people from the mysterious sword sect, then the people from the mysterious sword sect wouldn't be able to honestly retreat. For a large sect like the mysterious sword sect, losing tens of thousands of outer disciples wouldn't shake their foundation. Even if they lost a few thousand inner disciples, it wouldn't necessarily have any impact on their sect. This was because they would be able to cultivate more inner disciples very quickly. However, if they killed the other party's core disciples, or core disciples with some weight, then it would be a different matter. The mysterious sword sect would certainly pay attention to this matter, and they wouldn't dare to take risks easily. This way, they would retreat, and the Sword Imperial sect would be safe. It was also because Zhao Hai had been monitoring the people of the Xinjian sect, that when the people of the Xianxia sect retreated, Zhao Hai immediately knew. He discovered that this time, the Xianxia sect had retreated very thoroughly. Not only did all the people in the camp retreat, even the people in the various cities under the rule of the Sword Imperial sect had all retreated, and not even a single spy was left behind. This made Zhao Hai a little surprised, but he immediately understood. The people of the Xianxia sect must have thought that he had arranged for people to stay in the cities under the rule of the Sword Imperial sect, which was why they had all retreated, lest they stay behind and be killed by him. Seeing that the people of the Xianxia sect had all retreated, Zhao Hai immediately announced that the warning had been lifted. At the same time, he transferred all the disciples of the Tide-Watching gang over and began to clean up the battlefield. However, this time, Zhao Hai had given the order to collect all the things they had seized, but no one was allowed to hide them. The sect would distribute them according to their contributions. When the people of the Tide-Watching gang heard that the alarm had been lifted, they were already extremely excited. They really did not expect that the alarm would be lifted so quickly. They were all overjoyed. However, it was not that easy for them to clean up the battlefield. Not only did they have to collect all the magical equipment, they also had to start dealing with all the corpses. Zhao Hai directly had everyone cremate the corpses and then bury them. This time, Zhao Hai and the others had reaped quite a lot of benefits. The Xianxia sect was a large sect, and in their sect, there were quite a few outer sect disciples who used magical equipment. Even if those outer sect disciples did not use magical equipment, the ordinary weapons they used were all rare and exquisite. Furthermore, these Xianxia sect disciples did not only have one weapon on them. In addition to talisman paper, spar and other things, the Tide-Watching gang had reaped a lot of benefits this time. Zhao Hai was not stingy either. He directly gave every disciple who participated in the battle a prize according to their battle merits. At the same time, there was also a certain amount of contribution points and spar as rewards. At the same time, they were even more confident in their own sections. Even a large sect like the Xianxia sect was unable to do anything to them. From this, it could be seen how powerful their sects were, so they spoke with a lot more confidence than before. Although the disciples of the Tide-Watching sect had all ascended, they had been in the sword spirit world for quite some time. They still had some understanding of the various large sects in the sword spirit world, and the Xianxia sect was also one of the top sects in the sword spirit world, so they had all heard of it. In the past, they still looked up to the Xianxia sect, but now, they no longer treated the Xianxia sect as a high and mighty sect. In their eyes, the Xianxia sect was a sect that they had defeated, and they no longer had to treat the people of the Xianxia sect as superior existences like before. Zhao Hai and the others used 10 days to deal with all the corpses in the Jianyu sect. Zhao Hai had already officially decided to turn all the areas covered by the 5 elements illusionary killing array in the mountain area where the Jianyu sect was located into the Jianyu sect's sect. The disciples of the Jianyu sect could only move about freely with their identity cards. If they did not have an identity card, they would definitely be attacked by the 5 elements illusionary killing array. This time, Zhao Hai and the others had repelled the attack of the Xianxia sect. The biggest gain was not the resources, but the hearts of the people. In the past, the people of the Tide-Watching sect were always a little lacking in confidence in the Tide-Watching sect, but they had nowhere to go, so they could only stay in the Tide-Watching sect. However, they were still a little worried, and after they obtained the secret realm and turned it into the headquarters of their sect, it had improved to a certain extent. But this time, after repelling the Xianxia sect, everyone's hearts had calmed down. They believed that their sect would definitely become the most famous sect in the sword spirit world. As for Zhao Hai's biggest harvest, there were actually only 2 things. One was the metal puppet that he had obtained from Huwei. Zhao Hai discovered that the method to make this metal puppet was even more advanced than the robot he had used in the past. This was truly incredible, and this made Zhao Hai extremely happy. The second was the green jade compass. This green jade compass was a good item for breaking through formations, but what the people of the Xianxia sect did not know was that this green jade compass was also a good item for setting up and controlling formations. In fact, the elder from the Xianxia sect was a formation fanatic. How could he only think about breaking through the formation and not setting it up? He was actually very good at setting up formations. Later on, when he was refining this green jade compass, he had already thought that he would use this green jade compass as an omnipotent formation hub in the future. Therefore, when he was refining it, he was very attentive. However, the level of the elder from the Xianxia sect was limited. Even if he beat someone to refine this green jade compass, in the end, he did not achieve the effect he wanted. This made him feel deeply regretful, and at the same time, made him feel ashamed. In the end, he only told the people of the Xianxia sect that this green jade compass could break through formations, but he did not say that this green jade compass was an omnipotent formation hub. However, now that the green jade compass was in Zhao Hai's hands, it was completely different. After Zhao Hai discovered this function of the green jade compass, he immediately refined it in the space. Moreover, it was refined by the omnipotent machine, so it could be said that the green jade compass had been upgraded in Zhao Hai's hands. Although Zhao Hai had the Golden Book, and could use any technique or formation at will, the Golden Book had a special characteristic, and that was that it could only be used by Zhao Hai alone. It could not be used by others, and it could not be used as a formation core. Therefore, when Zhao Hai used the 5 elements illusionary killing array to deal with the people from the Xianxia sect, he could only control the 5 elements illusionary killing array himself. It could be said that without Zhao Hai's control, the power of the 5 elements illusionary killing array would be reduced by at least half. However, if he were to let Zhao Hai control the 5 elements illusionary killing array, then it would be a great waste. In the future, if there were a lot of enemies, then Zhao Hai would ask someone else to control the 5 elements illusionary killing array. However, not having a good control center had always been a headache for Zhao Hai. Now, the people from the Xianxia sect had delivered the green jade compass to him. The green jade compass was made of the highest quality materials. After being upgraded by Zhao Hai, the green jade compass was definitely the most suitable thing to be used as the formation core of the 5 elements illusionary killing array. With this thing, anyone who controls the 5 elements illusionary killing array would be able to display 80% of its power. This was already very good. Compared to not having the green jade compass, the power of the 5 elements illusionary killing array would be increased by 3 levels. If used well, one could even display 90% of the power of the 5 elements illusionary killing array. It could be said that with this green jade compass, Zhao Hai could be at ease. In the future, this 5 elements illusionary killing array would definitely be even more powerful. This was definitely a good thing for the Tidewatching gang. After cleaning up the mountain gate, Zhao Hai had the people from the Tidewatching gang take over the cities under the Sword Defense sect. These days, he had been in a state where no one was managing them, but there was no chaos. The people in the city were still living their own lives, and were even more honest than before. They had to be honest, because the people in these cities all knew that the Xianxia sect had been defeated by the people from the Sword Defense sect, so how could they not be honest? However, Zhao Hai didn't care so much. After taking over those cities, the city immediately returned to its original state, as if the previous battle had never happened. However, Zhao Hai had also been keeping in touch with Taoist priest Qing Lan during this period of time. The Black Sky sect's attack on the Green Mist sect was not as fierce as the Xianxia sect's attack on the Sword Defense sect. Naturally, the Green Mist sect had an easier time dealing with it. However, after the Black Sky sect attacked a few times, they found that ordinary attacks had no effect on the Green Mist sect. The Black Sky sect immediately strengthened their attacks, and even brought in large artifacts to attack the Green Mist sect. When Taoist priest Qing Lan saw that the other party had used large artifacts, he immediately took out the large artifacts he bought from the Puppet sect and began to deal with the large artifacts of the Black Sky sect. Although the large artifacts that Taoist priest Qing Lan bought were not as good as the large artifacts produced by the Black Sky sect, they were still very good. Moreover, they were used for defense, so the large artifacts of the Black Sky sect did not have much of an advantage. It could be said that Taoist priest Qing Lan had made all the preparations for this matter, so all the attacks of the Black Sky sect were neutralized by him. At this time, the people of the Black Sky sect received the news of the great defeat of the Black Sword sect. To be honest, the people of the Black Sky sect did not expect this news. They knew what kind of troops the Black Sword sect had sent to deal with the Sword Defense sect. In their opinion, the Black Sword sect could definitely destroy the Sword Defense sect like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The Sword Defense sect had no possibility of defending. However, the final result was that the Black Sword sect was defeated and retreated. Such a result was too unexpected. This caused the people of the Black Sky sect to be unable to react for a moment. At the same time, the people of the Cyan Misty sect also received this news. At the beginning, the people of the Cyan Misty sect did not believe this news. In their opinion, this news was a lie. How could such a thing happen? How could the Jianyu sect block the full-force attack of the Xianxia sect, and even defeat the Xianxia sect? However, this news was soon confirmed. The person who confirmed this news was none other than Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai directly sent a letter to Daoist priest Qing Lan, telling him that they had already defeated the Black Sword sect and asked him if he needed any support. Upon receiving Zhao Hai's letter, Daoist priest Qing Lan couldn't help but stare blankly. He didn't think that the news would be true. He knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't joke about this matter. If the Sword Imperial sect didn't defeat the Profound Sword sect, then it would be impossible for the Sword Imperial sect to come and support them. This wasn't a joke. With a strong enemy outside, they wouldn't be in the mood to support others. Saving their own lives was already good enough. But now that the Sword Defense sect was coming to support them, it naturally meant that they had already defeated the Black Sword sect. However, when Daoist priest Qing Lan received this news, he felt as if he was in a dream. He really could not think of how the Sword Defense sect defeated the Black Sword sect. But no matter what, this was a good thing. Right now, he did not need to worry about the Sword Defense sect, and at the same time, the Sword Defense sect could also come to support them. He had asked the people of the other sects, and the other sects did not need to support them yet. In fact, Qing Lan was very clear that the people of the other sects were also colluding with the large sections. Both sides did not use their full strength, and the large sects did not want to force the other sects to rebel because of their full strength attack. As for the other sects, they were also watching. They just wanted to see if the Green Ridge sect could withstand the attack of the Black Sky sect. If they could, then that meant that there was still hope for this person to stand alone. Therefore, the other sects were using a stalling tactic. They wanted to stall for time and wait for the results to come out from the Green Mist sect. As for the large sects that were attacking them, they were also stalling for time. Just like this, rather than saying that the two sides were fighting, it was better to say that they were arguing. At this time, the news of the Jianyu sect repelling the Xianxia sect also reached the ears of the other sections. When they first heard it, they only laughed and thought that it was fake news, but later on, Qing Lan told them that the news was true. The people from the other sects were stunned at that time. They were the same as Qing Lan, they did not know how this matter happened. At the same time, they also began to wonder if they could really be independent. No matter what, the Jianyu sect was already considered independent, and the Qing Lan sect had also revealed a large-scale magic tool. It seemed that there was hope for them to be independent. In this case, if they still wanted to submit to those big sects, or argue with those big sects, wouldn't that be too much? If they really waited for the results to come out before making a decision, then they would lose the upper hand, and that would be very disadvantageous for them. Just when the people of the other sects were hesitating, Daoist Qing Lan had already made a decision. He decided to ask the people of the Sword Defense sect for help. They had to defeat the people of the Black Sky sect as soon as possible, so that the people of the other sects would have more confidence in defeating the large sections. Only then would they be able to truly stand alone in the buffer zone. Qing Lan was very clear that even though the Green Mist sect had 10 large-scale magic tools, if they wanted to rely on these 10 large-scale magic tools to be completely independent and not be controlled by the large sects, it was absolutely impossible. Therefore, if they wanted to stand alone in the buffer zone, they could not just rely on 1 or 2 sects to stand alone, but more than half of the sects in the buffer zone. Only in this way could they truly get rid of the control of the large sections. Otherwise, the large sects would first completely control the sects that were not independent, and then let the people of the other sects attack them, making it difficult for them to recruit disciples. At that time, the large sects would just grind them to death, so he must let the other sects in the buffer zone stand alone. Now was the opportunity. As long as he let the other sects in the buffer zone see hope, and see that they could get rid of the control of the large sects and be completely independent, then they would definitely be independent. After all, no one wanted to be controlled by others, so he decisively asked for help from the Sword Defense sect. Zhao Hai sat on his chair and looked at Wen Hai and the others. He said in a deep voice, "Wen Hai, tell me, the Green Mist sect has come to ask for our help. What do you think?" Wen Hai said in a deep voice, "Boss, I think we should go. This time, we're going to support the Green Mist sect, not only to help them repel the Profound Sky sect, but also to get the buffer zone out of the control of those large sects as soon as possible. At the same time, we can also let the various sects in the buffer zone know how powerful our Tide Watcher gang is. So I think we should go." Tang Ming also nodded and said, "Yes, boss, I also think we should go." The others didn't have any objections. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and nodded, "All right, then let's go. I'll bring the green jade compass. Chun Ming, Tai Shi, Tai Niu, the three of you follow me. I'll pick 50 core disciples and 1,000 inner disciples. Let's go with this many people first, it's not good to have too many." Everyone responded and immediately went to prepare. Those who were going went to pack their things, while those who weren't going began to prepare supplies for them. Zhao Hai immediately replied to Taoist Master Qinglan, saying that their reinforcements would arrive soon. At the same time, he also mentioned the number of reinforcements. This time, Qinglan asked for help from Zhao Hai. First, he wanted to repel the Profound Sky sect as soon as possible. Second, he wanted to show the other sects that they were already in an alliance. If one of them was in trouble, the other sects would be able to support them. However, Qinglan was also a little worried. After all, the Jianyu sect was able to repel the Profound Sword sect. This meant that the Jianyu sect wasn't weak. If the Jianyu sect's people were really strong, then if too many of them came, wouldn't it be easier to invite the gods to send them away? Now that he heard that the Sword Control sect had only sent over 1,000 people, he was relieved. In his opinion, what could 1,000 people do? So what if they came? When Zhao Hai saw that Qinglan agreed, he immediately set off. Zhao Hai knew that although the Tide-Watching gang had experienced a lot of strength, most of them were in the lower realms. After coming to the Sword Spirit realm, they didn't have much experience. Therefore, they weren't very suitable for the fighting style of the Sword Spirit realm. Zhao Hai wanted them to test themselves and find the rhythm of the battle as soon as possible. This was very important for them in the future. Soon, Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the Green Mist gang through the teleportation portal. As soon as they arrived at the Green Mist gang's teleportation portal, they found Taoist priest Qinglan waiting for them outside. Zhao Hai hurriedly walked out of the teleportation portal and cupped his fists towards Taoist priest Qinglan. "Taoist priest, we meet again. Taoist priest is still as brilliant as ever. Congratulations." Taoist priest Qinglan laughed and said, "Of course not. Sect Master Jianjiu is the one who is in high spirits. For Jianjiu sect to be able to repel the Profound Sword sect in one fell swoop, it is truly satisfying." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Taoist priest must be joking. I only took advantage of the geographical advantage. After all, the Profound Sword sect wants to attack us, so we can naturally use all sorts of methods to repel them. If we meet outside, I can't guarantee that I can repel the Profound Sword sect." However, Taoist priest Qinglan laughed out loud, "No matter what, you guys repelled the Profound Sword sect. This can't be wrong, right? Sect Master Jian, let's not stand here and chat. Let's go inside and talk. I will get them to arrange for your sect's disciples." Zhao Hai nodded and led Ding Chunming, Tai Shi and Tai Niu inside with Taoist priest Qinglan. As for the other disciples, there would naturally be someone to lead them. Not long after, Zhao Hai followed Qinglan to Qinglan's study. After the two of them sat down, Qinglan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Jian, allow me to say this bluntly. When I heard that you guys repelled the Profound Sword sect, I really couldn't believe it. At that time I was already prepared to support the Jianyu sect, but I didn't expect that before I could even make a move, you guys had already repelled the Profound Sword sect. I really couldn't believe it." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Taoist priest, you are too polite. This time, we were just lucky. If we hadn't made the arrangements in advance, coupled with my research on formations, I'm afraid that this time, we would really be in danger. Ever since I received the warning from Taoist priest, I started to prepare with all my might. I set up a large formation outside the sect, and only then was I able to block the attack of the Profound Sword sect. In fact, the profound sword sect underestimated me too much. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy for me to deal with them. Ha ha ha, well said. Those people from the big sects look down on us. We want to use them to teach them a lesson that they will never forget. When Qing Lan heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhao Hai also smiled, then looked at Qing Lan and said, Taoist priest, how is the situation here? I think it's fine. I'm afraid that it won't be that easy for the profound sky sect to attack. Qing Lan nodded and said in a deep voice, this time, I asked for your help mainly to repel the profound sky sect as soon as possible. Let me tell you about our current situation. The profound sky sect has been attacking us for almost a month. They used 15 large artifacts and 30,000 disciples of different levels. But now, their large artifacts are blocked by us outside the sect, and their disciples have no way to attack our sect. In order to deal with us, I spent a lot of money and bought 10 large artifacts from the puppet sect. It's because of these 10 large artifacts that I was able to block the attack of the profound sky sect. But now, the profound sky sect has no intention of retreating at all. This is giving me a headache. When Zhao Hai heard Qing Lan's words, he couldn't help but be surprised. Taoist priest, you actually bought large artifacts? This isn't easy. This isn't something that can be done with crystal stones. If you're not familiar with the people of the puppet sect, even if you have crystal stones, you won't be able to buy large artifacts. I didn't expect Taoist priest to have such a relationship. Qing Lan smiled and said, it's a matter of the past. When I was traveling, I met an elder of the puppet sect. Through his relationship, I bought 10 large artifacts. If it weren't for these large artifacts, I wouldn't dare to say that I can get rid of the control of those large sections. Zhao Hai nodded, then said in a deep voice, this time, when we dealt with the profound sword sect, we also obtained a treasure from them. It's the green jade compass. This time, I also brought it with me. I hope it can come in handy. Taoist priest, how are the casualties of the profound sky sect? When Qing Lan heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, you also know that we've always been on the defensive. This way, it's naturally impossible to bring too many casualties to the profound sky sect. Therefore, the casualties of the profound sky sect aren't that great. When he heard Qing Lan's words, Zhao Hai knew why the profound sky sect hadn't retreated yet. It was because the profound sky sect hadn't encountered any attacks yet. They didn't suffer any losses and weren't hurt. Naturally, they wouldn't retreat. Zhao Hai looked at Qing Lan and said, Taoist priest, do you have any thoughts about calling us here this time? Qing Lan said in a deep voice, yes, in recent days, the profound sky sect's attacks have become more and more fierce. So what I mean is, can we launch a sneak attack on them? The stronger disciples of your sect and the stronger disciples of our sect will join forces. With the two of us leading, we'll launch a sneak attack on the profound sky sect and hurt them. This way, they might be able to retreat. Zhao Hai nodded. That's a good idea. But among the disciples that I brought with me, there are only 50 people who can fly. Including me and the other 3, there are only 54 people. Although their fighting strength is good, this number is too small for a sneak attack. Zhao Hai nodded. That's right. When Qing Lan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, 50 people should be enough. Let's do it like this, we'll send 150 people, 200 people from the other side, as well as 10 large artifacts. We'll launch a sneak attack on the Black Sky sect and then immediately retreat. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, but we also need to think of a way to retreat. This time, I brought the green jade compass, it can be used to arrange formations. Before we launch a sneak attack on them, we'll first set up a formation outside the profound sky sect's camp. After we sneak attack them, we'll immediately retreat. If the profound sky sect comes out, they'll be trapped in the formation. This way, we can easily retreat. The green jade compass can set up formations? Didn't you say that the green jade compass is only a magic artifact that can break formations? This green jade compass was refined by me later, so now it can be used to set up formations. Although it's not necessarily very powerful, it's not a problem to use it to block the profound sky sect's people. This way, it'll be more convenient for us to move. Well, let's do as Sect Master Jian said. When do you think is the best time for us to act? Can we do it tonight? Tonight? Isn't this a little too hasty? We haven't investigated the profound sky sect's camp yet, right? How are their troops deployed? Where are we going to kill our way in and where are we going to retreat? These haven't been arranged yet. Isn't it too risky to rush in just like that? Hee, Sect Master Jian, you don't have to worry about this. We've already investigated it. We'll kill our way in from the left side of the profound sky sect, then kill our way in from the right front, and then kill our way out at an oblique angle. The area we'll pass is where the outer disciples of the profound sky sect are. As long as we're fast enough, we can kill our way out of the enemy's camp without being blocked by the enemy. Well, Sect Master Qinglan, since you've already made the arrangements, I won't say anything else. I'll go tell those disciples now and let us prepare. We'll take action tonight. Qinglan nodded and said, well, then I'll have to trouble you, Sect Master Jian. Zhao Hai smiled slightly, stood up, and cupped his fists at Qinglan. Then, he led Ding Chunming and the other two out of Qinglan's study. Looking at Zhao Hai's back, Qinglan could not help but let out a long sigh. At this time, a disciple who had been standing at the side of Qinglan Peak and had not spoken all this time said to Qinglan, Master, isn't it too risky to sneak attack the profound sky sect tonight? The profound sky sect is very strong, and their formation is also very powerful. It's impossible that their camp is not protected by a formation. Isn't it a little too risky for us to go there like this? Qinglan said in a deep voice, we have to go tonight. If we take too long, the profound sky sect will know that the Jianyu sect has come to support us. They may be on guard. We might succeed if we go today. If we go later, we might not succeed. Zhao Hai led the three back to the residence of the tide-watching gang. At the same time, Zhao Hai called the leader of the group over. It must be said that the leader was Zhao Hai's confidant, Che Xiaoguang. Che Xiaoguang had a very close relationship with Zhao Hai. He was one of the first people to follow Zhao Hai, just like Wen Hai and the others. On the other hand, Che Xiaoguang's relationship with Zhao Hai might be even closer. This was all because of Che Xiaoguang's younger brother, Che Xiaoliang. Che Xiaoliang was a disciple of Zhao Hai. In the past, Che Xiaoliang was tortured to the point where he was better off dead. His various disabilities were all cured by Zhao Hai. Later on, Zhao Hai discovered that Che Xiaoliang was a soul plant cultivator. Moreover, his talent was quite good, so he accepted him as a disciple. Because of this, Che Xiaoguang was very grateful to Zhao Hai. Che Xiaoguang's talent was the best among Wen Hai's group. He was also one of the first people to ascend to the sword spirit boundary. However, after arriving in the sword spirit boundary, Che Xiaoguang has been very low-key. He only worked hard on his cultivation, unlike Wen Hai and the others who helped Zhao Hai with some management matters. Because of this, his name was mentioned a long time ago. He was like an invisible person. But to be honest, Che Xiaoguang's strength was at the forefront of the tide-watching gang. He was only a bit weaker than Zhao Hai and Ding Chunming. Even Wen Hai and the others weren't his opponents. This time, when Zhao Hai came to support the Green Mist sect, he called Che Xiaoguang to lead the group. Che Xiaoguang was very famous in the tide-watching gang, mainly because of his strength. After Che Xiaoguang arrived, Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, what do you think of Taoist priest Qinglan's proposal? Is it possible for us to attack the profound sky sect tonight? Che Xiaoguang already knew what they were going to do. So when he heard Zhao Hai, he immediately said, Boss, I think it's possible. We're going to attack the profound sky sect's camp tonight. First, the profound sky sect doesn't know that we're coming. Second, the profound sky sect wouldn't think that we would attack them. So this attack is very likely to succeed. Zhao Hai nodded his head. I also feel that it is very likely to succeed. I realized that in this attack on the buffer zone, only the Shintian sect and the Xinjian sect seem to be the most concerned. The other sects don't seem to be very concerned. As long as we repel the Shintian sect, I think it will be easier for the buffer zone to escape the control of those large sections. Che Xiaoguang nodded and said, that's right, boss. In fact, I've studied the terrain of the buffer zone these days. The buffer zone is located on a peninsula that directly borders the territory of the righteous sections. However, it extends into the sea and is the closest area to the 72 islands of the South Sea. If the righteous sects completely control this area, they can use it as a springboard to directly threaten the 72 islands of the South Sea. If the 72 islands of the South Sea control this area, they can use it as a base to threaten the righteous sections. It's precisely because of this that this area became a buffer zone. Both sides don't want the other to control this area. The buffer zone is very close to the Spirit Crab Island and Spirit Turtle Island of the 72 islands of the South Sea. However, these two islands have always adopted a monitoring attitude towards the buffer zone. Although they also control the sects here, their control isn't very strict. Even for the independence of the buffer zone, they are very calm and not very active. Perhaps in the eyes of the 72 islands of the South Sea, they are powerless to deal with the righteous sects anyway. So it's better for them to let the buffer zone become independent. In the future, the righteous sects won't be able to attack them through the buffer zone. For them, there are only benefits and no disadvantages. Therefore, they only symbolically attacked the buffer zone. As for the righteous sects, the ones who are most active in attacking the buffer zone are the mysterious Sky Sect and the mysterious Sword Sect. These two sects are adjacent to the buffer zone and their territories are connected to the buffer zone. It's precisely because of this that they are so active in attacking the buffer zone. It's because these two sects have the strictest control over the buffer zone. If the buffer zone really becomes independent, the impact on these two sects will be the greatest. So as you said, as long as the mysterious Sky Sect is defeated, the possibility of the buffer zone becoming independent will be more than 80%. So defeating the mysterious Sky Sect is very important for us. Zhao Hai nodded and glanced at Che Xiaoguang. Well done, Xiaoguang. I thought you were focused on cultivation. I didn't expect you to be so concerned about these things. Well done. It's settled then. Tonight, we will help the Green Mist Sect deal with the Black Sky Sect with all our strength. We must hurt the Black Sky Sect and repel them. Several people nodded. Zhao Hai looked at them and said in a deep voice, "Tell the disciples that today, everyone will use a large-scale attack technique. Use the sword movement technique of the Sword Control Sect. Treat this as an opportunity to practice." Che Xiaoguang nodded and turned to leave. Currently, only the core disciples of the Tide-Watching Gang had learned the sword movement technique of the Sword Control Sect. However, they didn't have many opportunities to practice it. Now, Zhao Hai wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to let them learn it well. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye, the sky darkened. A disciple of the Green Mist Sect came to invite Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai directly led the disciples of the Tide-Watching Gang to the teleportation square of the Green Mist Sect. However, this time, they didn't come here to use the teleportation array. Instead, they came here because the 10 large artifacts of the Green Mist Sect were placed here. They wanted to use the large artifacts to attack the people of the Black Sky Sect. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the teleportation square, the disciples of the Green Mist Sect were already waiting for them. Taoist Master Qing Lan was also waiting for them. When he saw Zhao Hai and the others arrive, Taoist Master Qing Lan was very happy. He immediately greeted them and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Sect Master Jian, you're finally here." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Taoist Master, I've made you wait for a long time. Since we're all here, let's go." Qing Lan nodded and said, "All right, let's go now. We have to be careful. We have to go around them. Otherwise, we might be discovered by the people of the Black Sky Sect." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, I'll listen to Taoist Master's arrangements. But I want to tell Taoist Master that my disciples are relatively stronger. During a sneak attack, they can use a large area of effect attack. When the time comes, I'll have to ask Taoist Master Qing Lan to send some disciples to protect them." When Qing Lan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then his eyes lit up as he said, "Good, that's great. I've already asked the disciples to prepare more talismans for this attack. I forgot about the characteristics of the Sword Control Sect. All right, we'll do as Sect Master Jian says." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he watched as Qing Lan boarded the 10 large artifacts. Then the large artifacts slowly flew up. However, they didn't fly very high, only about 10 meters above the ground. Then they slowly flew towards the back of the Green Mist Sect. Then these artifacts circled around the green mist sect before flying towards the black sky sect's camp. Their speed wasn't very fast, it could even be said that they were very slow. They were even slower than ordinary cultivators. Zhao Hai and the others weren't in a hurry. They just stood on the large artifacts and looked at them curiously. This large artifact was very simple, it could even be said to be crude. It was just a plate that looked very thick. On the side of the plate were a few spikes. The plate had a shield on it. It looked very simple. Zhao Hai understood at a glance that the spikes on the side of the plate were actually energy emitters that can shoot energy beams. The plate's attack method was to collide and shoot energy beams. However, such a simple large artifact was envied by other small sections. In fact, although small sects could also make some artifacts and those artifacts could also be enlarged, they were far worse than these large artifacts. Not only could they not carry so many people, but their collision force was also not as strong and they didn't have the ability to attack from a distance. The most important thing was that those ordinary small artifacts couldn't be powered by crystals even after being enlarged. Therefore, small artifacts couldn't be used as large artifacts. However, this large artifact was almost unattractive to Zhao Hai. The main reason why he was looking at this artifact curiously was that he was really curious. He wanted to see how useful such a simple large artifact could be. Qing Lan didn't know about this. When he saw Zhao Hai's curious look, he couldn't help but show a trace of pride on his face. It was not his fault. Ordinary small sects couldn't afford to use large artifacts. Because the flying speed was very slow, it took them about 2 hours to reach the Xianxia sect's camp. However, they were still some distance away from the Xianxia sect's camp. Zhao Hai calculated that it was at least 10 miles away. In addition, because it was very late, they could only see the lights in the Xianxia sect's camp. The people of the Xianxia sect didn't seem to be worried about the Qinglan sect's sneak attack, so their camp was very bright and dazzling. Glancing at the Xianxia sect's camp, Qinglan said in a deep voice, "We'll wait for a while before attacking. We have to wait until midnight. At that time, the Xianxia sect's camp will be almost quiet and we can attack." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Okay, it's indeed a little early to attack now. I found that their large artifacts don't seem to have fallen." As he spoke, Zhao Hai pointed to several bright lights above the Xianxia sect's camp. Qing Lan looked at the direction that Zhao Hai was pointing at. Then his expression couldn't help but change as he said, "Indeed, I didn't notice it just now. I didn't expect the other party to be this cunning. Their large artifacts didn't fall. It seems like they're guarding against our attacks." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It seems that we have to be more careful. Taoist, I want to sneak over now and set up the formation first. After we finish attacking them, we will directly enter the formation. This way, they won't be able to chase us." Qing Lan thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, then I'll have to trouble Sect Master Jian." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's my pleasure." After that, he led Ding Chunming, Iron Snake, and Iron Bull and flew straight out. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the night. Zhao Hai led the three of them to fly at a low altitude, and their speed was very slow. He was very clear that this time, the mysterious Sky Sect had also sent experts. If they made too much noise, even if it was just the sound of the wind breaking, it might attract the attention of the other party. If the other party really noticed them, then their plan this time would fail. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai's flying speed couldn't help but slow down. After a while, he arrived at the right side of the mysterious Sky Sect's camp. Then Zhao Hai took out the green jade compass and placed it on the ground. Then he activated it. When the green jade compass was activated, it didn't make any sound, nor did it have any energy fluctuations. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't dare be discovered. After doing this, Zhao Hai looked at the profound Sky Sect's camp. Then he led the other two back. After a while, they returned to the compass artifact. When Qing Lan saw the three coming back, he immediately asked, "How is it?" Zhao Hai said, "It's done. When the time comes, we just need to rush out of the camp and reach the front right. Then we can enter the formation." Qing Lan nodded and said, "Good, that's great. Let's wait until midnight. Then we'll take action." Zhao Hai naturally didn't object. He nodded and stood there with Qing Lan, looking at the profound Sky Sect's camp. After a while, Zhao Hai said, I hope that one day, our buffer zone can be like the 72 islands in the South Sea. We can compete with the great sects. That would be great. Qing Lan sighed and said, it's difficult, too difficult. It's not easy for us to compete with the righteous sects. This is because the buffer zone is too small. We're not like the 72 islands in the South Sea. They're backed by the sea and have endless supplies. We don't have any. This is our biggest weakness. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I want to try and see if I can raise 2 types of battle beasts in the sea. If we can raise some large battle beasts, then we won't have to worry about large artifacts in the future. This time, Taoist priest was able to obtain these 10 large artifacts. I'm afraid you spent a lot of effort, right? Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, Taoist priest. Qing Lan sighed and said, it's more than just a lot of effort. It can be said that the savings of our green mist sect for so many years have been emptied. However, I have no choice but to do so. If I don't do so, then we can't block the other party's attack. If we can't block the other party's attack, then we can't talk about independence. It's just a joke. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Qing Lan and said, Taoist priest, why must you be independent? This made me very curious. Logically speaking, your status in the Black Heaven sect shouldn't be that low, right? Qing Lan smiled bitterly and said, my status in the Black Heaven sect is really not high. Can't you see Xianxi's attitude towards me that day? Those big sects have always looked down on people like us who are individual cultivators. Even if our strength has improved, they still look down on us. With my current strength, my status in the mysterious sky sect is still lower than Xianxi's. I was even casually scolded by Xianxi. Needless to say, the disciples of the mysterious sky sect are even more polite to my disciples than they are to the handyman disciples of the mysterious sky sect. I was an individual cultivator and I relied on myself to achieve what I have today. Although the mysterious sky sect has given me some help, I have done so many things for the mysterious sky sect over the years and I have already repaid their kindness. However, the people of the mysterious sky sect still treat us as if I owe them a lot and still look down on us. I, Qing Lan, have endured for my whole life for the sake of longevity. Now that I am not young anymore and I have no hope of longevity, why don't I leave a world that belongs to my descendants so that they will not be bullied and wronged for the rest of their lives like me? When Zhao Hai heard Qing Lan's words, he couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, his current situation wasn't much better than Qing Lan's. The people of the sword spirit world looked down on people who ascended from the lower realms, even more so than loose cultivators. Unfortunately, Zhao Hai didn't have the strength to defeat those big sections. Otherwise, he would have taught those big sects a lesson. Ascended people were geniuses in the lower realms. But after ascending to the upper realms, they became the lowest rung of the sword spirit world. They were even worse than the lowest rung of the sword spirit world. Just thinking about it made them angry. However, they didn't have the ability to resist. Although Zhao Hai had done a lot of things, the current strength of the Tidewatching gang was still too weak. They needed to develop slowly. Zhao Hai's path was much more difficult compared to Qing Lan's path. However, Zhao Hai didn't have anything to worry about. He had the space as well as the support of the Lost Soul Empire. He would certainly be able to develop in the future. He said that he wanted to dominate the entire sword spirit world. This wasn't a joke. Just like what he did in the Lost Soul Empire, as long as he had enough strength, he would be able to suppress people. As long as people submit to him, he would be able to use all kinds of methods to prevent them from betraying him. The two didn't have any interest in talking. They just stood there and looked at the Black Sky Sect's camp, counting the time in their hearts. Time passed by little by little. Finally, midnight arrived. After midnight, Zhao Hai looked around and said, Taoist priest, it's about time. Qing Lan nodded and said, it's about time. Get ready to move. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he gave Che Xiaoguang some instructions. Then he also prepared himself. At this time, the 10-disc artifacts slowly flew over. This time, they were closer to the ground, less than 2 meters away. One must know that flying at this height consumed a lot of energy. However, Qing Lan didn't care about this. He was very serious about this attack. Therefore, he decided to use the large artifacts. In the beginning, the large-scale magic artifacts were not moving too quickly. Even so, they were able to quickly cover half of the distance of 5 kilometers. By then, the speed of the large-scale magic artifacts had grown increasingly fast. In the end, they were releasing howling sounds as they broke through the air. This whistling sound also spread to the Black Sky Sect's camp. Someone in the camp seemed to have noticed this sound. There was a burst of alarm in the camp. However, the sound came a little late. At this time, the 10 large artifacts had already rushed to the outside of the Black Sky Sect's camp. In the blink of an eye, they had already rushed into the camp. Just like Zhao Hai's previous plan, they rushed in from the left side of the camp and went straight to the right front of the camp. The place where they rushed in was the place where the outer disciples of the Black Sky Sect lived. Now, these outer disciples of the Black Sky Sect heard the alarm and jumped up to see what was going on. They just happened to be hit by the large artifacts that rushed in. At the same time, all the cultivators on the large Dharma artifacts began to move. The people from the Green Mist sect used their talisman paper and Dharma artifacts to attack. The people from the Sword Defense sect all released their Dharma techniques. In an instant, all kinds of Dharma techniques covered the sky and scattered into the crowd. However, these large artifacts didn't stop. They were still rushing forward with all their strength. Moreover, they were divided into 2 rows, rushing horizontally. In Zhao Hai's view, they couldn't be called rushing, but sweeping. They directly swept through the enemy's camp. Therefore, everything that was more than a meter in front of them was swept away. At this time, the experts of the Black Sky Sect and their large artifacts were all ready. They directly rushed towards Zhao Hai and the others. However, Zhao Hai and the others didn't care about this, they just rushed forward. Although the mysterious Sky Sect's camp wasn't small, it wasn't very big either. After all, they only dispatched 30,000 people this time. Even if they built a camp, it was still impossible to compare it to a camp with hundreds of thousands of people. The camp wasn't very big, and with the speed of the large artifacts, it didn't take long for Zhao Hai and the others to rush out of the camp. When the large artifacts were about to rush out of the camp, Zhao Hai pointed a direction to Qing Lan so that they wouldn't go in the wrong direction. Qing Lan and the others also took advantage of the fact that they haven't rushed out of the camp. They adjusted the direction of the large artifacts and then directly rushed out. They directly entered the formation arranged by Zhao Hai. The experts of the Black Sky Sect and their large artifacts were chasing after Zhao Hai and the others. However, they suddenly discovered that they had lost track of them. They couldn't help but stare. One must know that they had locked onto Zhao Hai and the others' auras. But now, Zhao Hai and the others' auras had completely disappeared. This made them feel very strange. However, they still immediately rushed forward. They wanted to see what happened in front of them. But when they rushed to the place where Zhao Hai and the others disappeared, they discovered that it was pitch black. They couldn't see anything. This made the cultivators feel very strange. One must know that they were all cultivators. How could they not see anything just because it was pitch black? Even if it was pitch black and visibility was low, they could still see everything around them. It was impossible for them to not see anything. It was just that they were able to see a little bit closer. However, they soon realized that they couldn't release their mental strength too far away. They could only see very close to them. This made them immediately understand that they had entered a formation set up by the other party. The people from the Black Sky Sect were stunned. Then, their faces changed. They immediately thought that they might have entered a trap set up by the people from the Green Mist sect. They immediately became careful and began to think of ways to break the formation. But not long after, just as they were about to enter, they suddenly discovered that the formation had disappeared. Everything had disappeared. They could see everything around them, and their spiritual force was no longer affected. This caused the people of the Profound Sky sect to be stunned once again. But when they looked around, they were stunned. They thought that the other party had broken the formation. However, they soon discovered that they were wrong. This was because the other party's large artifacts had all disappeared. It was clear that the other party had retreated to their sect. When the people of the Black Sky sect saw this, their lungs were about to explode. They didn't expect that their carelessness would allow the other party to take advantage of them. The people of the Black Sky sect first returned to the camp and checked the situation there. But after checking, their expressions became even uglier. This was because thousands of people in their camp had been killed. This kind of casualty was really too great. Most importantly, there were many inner disciples among these people. The people of the Black Sky sect had never suffered such a huge loss before. This made the people of the Black Sky sect furious. The situation between the Black Sky sect and the Green Mist sect was different from the situation between the Black Sword sect and the Jianyu sect. The Black Sword sect was on the offensive side at the beginning, but after entering the formation, they began to die in large numbers. It could be said that there was only one battle between the Black Sword sect and the Jianyu sect, and in this battle, the Jianyu sect had directly crippled the people of the Black Sword sect, making them unable to attack even if they wanted to. It could be said that the Black Sword sect had suffered heavy losses. The Jianyu sect immediately calmed down, so the Black Sword sect retreated. They did not bother with the Jianyu sect too much. Although they remembered this grudge, the Black Sword sect also understood that it was impossible for them to destroy the Jianyu sect in one go. They would have to slowly find an opportunity in the future. However, the situation between the Black Sky sect and the Green Mist sect was different. The Black Sky sect had already been fighting with the Green Mist sect for a few days, and they had already fought more than 10 times. Up until now, the Green Mist sect had always been on the defensive. In the eyes of the people of the Black Sky sect, the people of the Green Mist sect were simply not their match. At this time, the people of the Green Mist sect suddenly attacked them and killed thousands of their people. Although this attack hurt them, they did not calm down after the pain, but instead became incomparably angry. It was as if you were hit by someone who was far less powerful than you, and although the other party hurt you, you would not immediately treat him as an equal opponent. Instead, you would be incomparably angry, and you would feel that you would actually be hit by such a person. This was truly unforgivable, and it was precisely because of this that not only would you not retreat, but you would also calmly think of a way, and your first thought would be to charge forward and directly tear the other party to shreds. The Black Sky sect was now in such a state. They still regarded themselves as a high and mighty existence, so their current idea was to rush forward and destroy the Green Mist sect, and not like the Black Sword sect. After being hit by the Jianyuzong, they placed the Jianyuzong in a relatively equal position. Therefore, they retreated, and they felt that they would suffer losses if they stayed. In fact, this was also because of the Jianyuzong's formation, which gave them enough deterrence, but the Green Mist sect did not give the Black Sky sect such deterrence. It was precisely because of this that the first thought of the Black Sky sect was to attack instead of retreat. In fact, the Green Mist sect had already thought of this point, so after they returned to the Green Mist sect, they immediately began to be vigilant. Everyone was ready for battle, and the Green Mist sect's large artifacts did not retreat, but directly stopped at the mountain gate, waiting for the Black Sky sect's attack. Even the disciples of the Tide-Watching faction were all ready to welcome the other party's attack at any time. A great battle was about to break out. Zhao Hai stood there quietly, looking into the distance. Although it was dark in the distance, the darkness couldn't block his eyes. He could clearly see everything in the darkness. Qing Lan stood next to him, also looking forward. Both of them didn't speak. They had already said what they needed to say. Now, they were waiting. They knew very well that with the temperament of the Profound Sky sect, they certainly wouldn't tolerate Xianxia. It was only a matter of time before they attacked. Not long after, the two simultaneously released the light spots in front of them. Qing Lan said, "Sect Master Jian, we're counting on you this time. We'll hold them back from the front while you give them a hard blow from the side." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, leave it to us. We only need 2 large artifacts." Qing Lan nodded and said, "We're ready. You can move at any time. But you must be careful. The people of the Profound Sky sect must be mad. They will certainly come to deal with you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he cupped his fist towards Qing Lan and turned around to leave. At the same time, he also took the people of the Tide-Watching sect away. Qing Lan looked at Zhao Hai's back and didn't say anything. A disciple next to Qing Lan said, "Master, do you think the people of the Jianyu sect can deal with the people of the Profound Sky sect? The people of the Profound Sky sect are very strong. They won't be easy to deal with." Qing Lan let out a long sigh and said, "Let's not talk about it. I really don't understand Sect Master Ninth Sword. He's very strong, but this strength can only be considered as combat strength. Speaking of his cultivation level, it's really not very strong. His subordinates are also a little strange. Their actions seem to be coordinated with each other, which is really strange." Qinglan's disciple nodded and said, "It's indeed very strange. Among those who came with Saber 9, there are 3 who seem to be here to protect him, but those 3 have yet to make a move. As for Saber 9, he has made a move once and is very powerful. As for those who came with Saber 9, there are 50 of them who have reached the Qi refinement realm. They are using the sword manipulation technique of the sword manipulation sect, but they don't seem to be very familiar with it. However, their strength isn't bad. As for those who have reached the Qi refinement realm, I really can't tell because it's time to prepare for battle. At this time, most people would have taken out their weapons, but they didn't. This is really strange. This is very normal. Don't forget that the Jianyu sect is no longer the Jianyu sect of the past. The origins of Jianyu and the others are very mysterious, but I don't think they are controlled by those big sections. Jianyu is very ambitious and his methods are very powerful. It's better to be on good terms with people like this than to offend them. Remember that." The disciple responded and did not say anything else. At this time, Zhao Hai had already led the tide-watching gang onto the 2 large artifacts that Qing Lan had prepared for them. Zhao Hai led Tai Niao and Tai Xian to one large artifact, while Che Xiaoguang and Ding Chunming stood on the other large artifact. Their large artifacts were ready to set off. In a short while, the Black Sky Sect's army, under the cover of their large artifacts, rushed straight to the Green Mist Sect's mountain gate. The battle between the 2 sides had also begun. The Black Sky Sect's main objective was to attack the Green Mist Sect's protective shield. However, it was not that easy to attack the Green Mist Sect's protective shield. The people of the Green Mist Sect had also set up an illusory formation outside the protective shield. However, it was only an illusory formation and not an illusory killing formation. The people of the Green Mist Sect were entangled with the people of the Black Sky Sect inside the illusory formation, preventing the people of the Black Sky Sect from directly attacking the protective shield. Zhao Hai knew that the approach of the Green Mist Sect was correct. If the other party directly attacked the protective shield, then the other party would be able to break it sooner or later. Just like the city wall, if you wanted to defend the city alone without any external help, it would be easy to be broken through. Even if you defended the city well, it would be broken through sooner or later. However, if there was an illusory formation outside the protective shield, then it would be the same. This was equivalent to adding bunkers outside the city wall. There were a lot of troops inside these bunkers. These troops were there to protect the city wall. In other words, if the enemy couldn't break through these troops, then they wouldn't be able to directly attack the city wall. In this way, the city wall naturally wouldn't be broken through quickly. Moreover, the troops outside the city would be safe because of the city wall behind them. The people inside the city would be able to provide them with a steady stream of support. This way, they would be able to defend for a longer time and more easily. Now, the situation of the Green Mist Sect was like this. They wanted to use the illusory formation to delay the people of the Mysterious Sky Sect so that they couldn't directly attack the protective shield. This method was very effective. Previously, the Green Mist Sect had been doing this. Until now, the Mysterious Sky Sect hadn't been able to threaten the protective shield of the Green Mist Sect. But this time it was different. The people of the Mysterious Sky Sect attacked very fiercely. It was very different from the previous unhurried attacks. The Green Mist Sect also felt the pressure and constantly commanded the disciples to attack those people. Fortunately, the illusory formation arranged by the Green Mist Sect wasn't so simple. It wouldn't be broken so easily. In addition, the Green Mist Sect had been entangled with the people of the Mysterious Sky Sect. When they discovered that the people of the Mysterious Sky Sect wanted to break the illusory formation, they immediately attacked the people of the Mysterious Sky Sect with all their might. Therefore, the people of the Mysterious Sky Sect really couldn't do anything to them for a while. But even so, it still put a lot of pressure on the Green Mist Sect. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others had already sneaked out of the Green Mist Sect. They turned around and rushed straight to the flank of the Mysterious Sky Sect. They didn't fly high and their speed wasn't fast. It took about an hour to reach the flank of the mysterious sky sect. The flank of the mysterious sky sect didn't have any defense. All their attention was focused on attacking, so the flank and rear were relatively empty. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he turned to Tainyo and said, "Pass down the order. After 10 breaths, we will officially attack. All disciples get ready." Tainyo responded and immediately went to prepare. 10 breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Hai waved his hand and the 2 large instruments rushed straight to the flank of the mysterious sky sect. Although the people driving the large instruments were still the people of the Green Mist sect, they now had to listen to Zhao Hai's orders. So everything was done according to Zhao Hai's orders. Soon, the 2 large instruments rushed to the flank of the mysterious sky sect. The people of the mysterious sky sect also noticed them. When they saw them, the people of the mysterious sky sect immediately greeted them and wanted to block their attack. However, the experts of the mysterious sky sect and their large instruments were all used in the frontal attack. Now, the people in front of Zhao Hai were just some inner disciples of the mysterious sky sect. It was impossible for such people to block the large instruments. Zhao Hai didn't care too much as he commanded the large artifacts to rush towards the mysterious sky sect. When they got close to the mysterious sky sect, the Imperial Sword sect disciples on the 2 large artifacts simultaneously released their spells. Their spells were much more powerful than ordinary spells. As soon as these spells were released, the mysterious sky sect's disciples were injured. However, the large artifacts didn't stop as they rushed towards the mysterious sky sect's formation. However, they quickly rushed out of the formation and fled into the distance. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about it. At this time, some of the experts of the mysterious sky sect also noticed that something was wrong. They all rushed over and chased after the large instruments. These experts were very fast. On the other hand, the large instruments of the Green Mist sect weren't very fast. There was actually a possibility that they would be overtaken. Upon seeing this situation, Zhao Hai immediately said, "Xiaoguang, you lead everyone back to the Green Mist sect. Chen Ming, Tainyo, Tai Shi, and I will stay behind to block the pursuers." Several people complied. Xiaoguang led the 2 large instruments and rushed towards the Green Mist sect. At the same time, Zhao Hai's group of 4 flew out of the large instruments and blocked the path of the mysterious sky sect. There were only 3 people from the profound sky sect chasing after them. However, these 3 people were all experts. The strongest one was the one flying in the middle. This person was dressed as a Taoist and looked like he was only in his 40s. However, no one really thought that he was in his 40s. The age of a cultivator wasn't determined by appearance at all. This mysterious sky sect cultivator's strength had definitely reached the spirit refinement return to Void Realm. He stepped on a flying sword and held a horsetail whisk in his hand. His speed was extremely fast. Even the 2 people behind him were about 5 meters away from him. These 2 people's strength had also reached the spirit refinement return to Void Realm. They were only 1 step away from the spirit refinement return to Void Realm. When the 3 of them saw Zhao Hai's group of 4 blocking their path, they also slowed down. After a while, the 2 sides were about 50 meters apart before they stopped. The leader of the mysterious sky sect looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "This Taoist looks very unfamiliar. You don't seem to be a Taoist from the Green Mist sect, right?" Zhao Hai looked at this cultivator and smiled. He cupped his fist and said, "I'm Jianjiao from the Sword Defense sect." "Greetings, Taoist. May I know your name?" When the person heard Zhao Hai's words, he was stunned at first. Then he looked at Zhao Hai curiously and said, "I didn't expect you to be the new sect master of the Sword Defense sect." "I'm Xianlu." It was obvious that Xianlu looked down on Zhao Hai. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically said that Zhao Hai was the new sect master of the Sword Defense sect. He was clearly mocking Zhao Hai. This made the expressions of Ding Chunming and the other 2 behind Zhao Hai unsightly. Zhao Hai looked at Xianlu and smiled. "Taoist Xianlu, haha. Taoist Xianlu, why are you attacking the Green Mist sect for no reason? I think Taoist Xianlu should go back to avoid hurting our relationship." "Bullshit. Who are you to dare talk to Elder Xianlu like that? You really don't know life from death. You're just a thief. You really think you're something. I think you want to die. Before Xianlu could speak, a cultivator beside Xianlu shouted. This cultivator looked to be in his 20s. He had a horse face and a pair of triangular eyes. His eyes flashed with a sinister light as he looked at Zhao Hai with disdain. Zhao Hai looked at the horse-faced cultivator and smiled. It's been a long time since someone dared to talk to me like that. You're quite bold. That's good. If you don't want to back off, I'll kill you sooner or later. Let's start with you. When the horse-faced man heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his face flashed with killing intent as he laughed and said, Good, very good. Aside from my profound sky sect, nobody dares to talk to me like that. I don't care if you're the sect master of the sword-controlling sect, you're dead today. Then he waved his hand as a long sword appeared in his hand. Then he pointed the sword at Zhao Hai and said, Come out and die. Xianlu didn't stop him at all. He just smiled and stood on the side. Zhao Hai looked at the man and shook his head. Then he waved his hand and said, Which one of you wants to play with? Him? Young master, let me. Ding Chunming stepped forward and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I want him dead, not alive. Then Ding Chunming nodded and flew towards the man. With a wave of his hand, 2 sledgehammers appeared in his hands. He looked at the man and sneered, Brat, you dare to talk to the young master like that? You're dead. Tell us your name, otherwise, we won't know your name after you die. Ding Chunming nodded and flew towards the man. Ding Chunming's expression changed. Nonsense. Brat, you're too arrogant. You want to kill me? Today, I'll let you know how powerful the Profound Sky Sect is. The Profound Sky Sect is very powerful. But what about you? I don't know. Ah, you're dead. Take my sword. Then the man slashed his sword towards Ding Chunming. Although the sword in his hand was an artifact, he didn't use it to attack from a distance. Instead, he raised his sword and slashed towards Ding Chunming. It seems like he was a body cultivator. When Zhao Hai saw that the man was a body cultivator, he couldn't help but smile. Then he turned to Xianlu and said, Elder Xianlu, I'll say the same thing. Buffer zone independence is imperative. You won't be able to stop us. Xianlu looked at Zhao Hai and said, Hee, you guys are confident, but I'm afraid you guys won't be able to do it. Zhao Hai looked at Xianlu's expression and smiled faintly, even if we can't do it, we still have to try. If Elder Xianlu wants to block us, then we can only offend you. Xianlu smiled and said, I'm learning. As soon as he said that, the other disciple beside him stepped in front of him. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, You think you can make a move against Elder Xuanlu? You'll have to get through me first. Zhao Hai looked at this person and shook his head. He turned to Iron Bull and Iron Snake and said, You two, who wants to go play? Iron Bull said, Young master, let me do it. Zhao Hai nodded. Iron Bull held his sword and shield as he looked at the man. At this time, the mysterious Sky Sect's disciple and Ding Chunming were already fighting. Ding Chunming's sledgehammers flew up and down, turning the mysterious Sky Sect's disciples' attacks into nothingness. However, Zhao Hai only glanced at it and didn't look at it again. This was because he could see that Ding Chunming could easily deal with this person. However, he didn't do so because he wanted to familiarize himself with the sledgehammers. After Zhao Hai gave the sledgehammers to Ding Chunming still hasn't used them in battle. Now that he had this opportunity, he naturally wanted to familiarize himself with the sledgehammers. It can be said that the mysterious Sky Sect's disciple has already become Ding Chunming's weapon. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about anything. At this time, Iron Bull was also fighting with the other disciple of the mysterious Sky Sect. This disciple wasn't a body cultivator, he was using magic artifacts. However, Iron Bull's sword and shield were made by Zhao Hai. They were very good, much better than the magic artifacts used by the mysterious Sky Sect's disciple. The mysterious Sky Sect's disciple used 4 magic artifacts to block Iron Bull's attack. Xianlu looked at Ding Chunming and Iron Bull. His eyes flashed with surprise. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, I didn't think that you would have such an expert under you. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I've heard that the mysterious Sky Sect's mysterious sky treasure mirror is extraordinary. I want to experience it for myself. Xianlu looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. I heard that you've already swallowed the sword defense sect. I want to see who you are to be able to take down the sword defense sect. Then he moved his hand, causing the horsetail whisk in his hand to elongate. Like a whip, it flew towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then the sword in his hand flew out and attacked the horsetail whisk in Xianlu's hand. The moment the sword flew out, the surrounding wind and rain suddenly changed. Wind blades suddenly formed and shot towards Xianlu. Xianlu turned the horsetail whisk in his hand. In an instant, the horsetail whisk turned into a large net that flew towards Zhao Hai. All of the wind blades that were shot towards him were offset by the net. Zhao Hai's face turned serious. He formed a sword seal and shouted, "Fire!" Following Zhao Hai's shout, his flying sword suddenly ignited. At the same time, a sea of fire appeared around the flying sword. This sea of fire blocked the net that the horsetail whisk had turned into. Good, the sword moves. You really live up to your reputation. Take my sword as well. After Xianlu said that, he waved his hand forward. The flying sword that he had been standing on went straight towards Zhao Hai. The speed of the sword was extremely fast. There was a faint sound of thunder. It could be seen how fierce the sword was. The body of the sword was very wide. With a glance, one could tell that it was a heavy sword. Zhao Hai really didn't think that someone would use such a heavy sword as a flying sword. Actually, Zhao Hai didn't know that Xianlu was known as the Yin-Yang Dual Master in the mysterious Sky Sect. He had two artifacts that he was most proficient in. One of them was the heavy sword. He used a very heavy sword as a flying sword. When he fought with others, although it would lose its agility, the heavy sword had the advantage of weight. It could completely defeat 10 people with brute force. This was the Yang sword of his Yin-Yang Dual Master. The Yin sword of his Yin-Yang Dual Master was the horsetail whisk in his hand. This horsetail whisk was made from the mane of a high-grade spirit beast, the snowy jade lion. The shaft was refined from white jade. It was very precious. This was the ice horsetail whisk in Xianlu's hand. Xianlu relied on this sword and horsetail whisk to make a name for himself as the Yin-Yang Dual Master. In the sword spirit world, he could be considered a little famous. However, Zhao Hai had never come into contact with the mysterious Sky Sect before. He didn't know much about the people in the sword spirit world. Although Zhao Hai wasn't famous in the Daoxian continent, he knew that this heavy sword wasn't easy to deal with when he saw it. Zhao Hai formed a sword seal in his hand and then shouted, "Earth." Following his words, the fire around the sword disappeared. Only the sword was still there. However, the sword seemed to have slowed down. Its flying speed wasn't as fast as before. Now, the sword was blocking Xianlu's sword. The horsetail whisk in Xianlu's hand didn't cover Zhao Hai because of the sea of fire. Instead, it seemed to be blocked by something. Although it was still moving forward, its speed became very slow. Clang! Zhao Hai's sword and Xianlu's sword collided. The sound of the two swords clashing was very loud. It was very shocking. But at the same time, the two swords were pushed back. Xianlu's expression changed as he looked at Zhao Hai. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this strong. He was actually able to block his attack. Xianlu's expression changed. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this strong. Zhao Hai looked at Xuanlu and laughed out loud. Good, as expected of an elder of the Xianjian sect, you are indeed powerful, eat my sword. With that, Zhao Hai formed a sword art in his hand, and said in a deep voice, "Rain." Following Zhao Hai's words, the flying sword that was circling around him pierced towards Xianlu. However, at the same time, countless ice swords appeared around the sword. These ice swords were the same as Zhao Hai's flying sword, but they were all made of ice. It was unknown how many of these ice swords there were, but they were like rain as they pierced towards Xianlu. Xianlu coldly snorted. Then he raised the horsetail whisk in his hand. The horsetail whisk in his hand turned into countless threads. That attacked forward. They were actually tit for tat, not giving an inch. Bang! Zhao Hai's sword rain and Xianlu's horsetail whisk collided, making a muffled sound. Then Zhao Hai's sword didn't retreat. Zhao Hai continued, hiss. Following Zhao Hai's words, the sword suddenly disappeared. At the same time, rain began to fall from the sky. The rain was like silk as it poured towards Xianlu. When Xianlu saw the rain, he couldn't help but coldly snort. Then he raised the horsetail whisk in his hand. Then the hair on the horsetail whisk spread out and turned into a huge umbrella that blocked the sky above Xianlu. At the same time, the heavy sword once again pierced towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled. With a move of his hand, the flying sword returned to his side. Then Zhao Hai struck forward and said, "Press." As he waved his hand, the flying sword flew straight out. Then, in front of the flying sword's tip, pieces of stone appeared. These stones weren't very big, but they were all black, giving people a very strange feeling. Then these stones collided with Xianlu's heavy sword. However, these stones seemed to be very brittle. When they collided with Xianlu's heavy sword, they immediately shattered. It seems like they didn't have any effect at all. However, Xianlu didn't think this way. He felt that every time his heavy sword shattered a stone, it would become heavier. He needed to spend more spiritual force to control it. After shattering more than 10 stones, Xianlu felt that his heavy sword was so heavy that he almost couldn't control it. He quickly controlled the heavy sword to fly back. He knew that Zhao Hai must have used a gravity technique on his heavy sword. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. However, Xianlu didn't have any other way. There weren't many techniques that could be directly attached to weapons, but they were very difficult to deal with. If Xianlu wanted to break these techniques, then he would have to pour his spiritual qi into the heavy sword. Just as Xianlu returned his heavy sword to his side and was preparing to break the technique on the heavy sword while using his horsetail whisk to block Zhao Hai's next attack, he discovered that Zhao Hai didn't attack him. This made him stare. At this moment, 2 miserable screams echoed in his ears. He turned his head and saw that the 2 disciples of the mysterious sky sect had died in the hands of Ding Chunming and Tainyo. This made Xianlu startled and angry. He didn't think that the disciples of the mysterious sky sect wouldn't be a match for Zhao Hai's 2 servants. At this moment, Zhao Hai turned to Xianlu and cupped his fist. "Elder Xianlu, we'll meet again. When the time comes, I'll ask for your advice." Then he waved his hand and led Ding Chunming and the others to disappear. At this time, Xianlu heard the sound of wind breaking behind him. It was clear that the mysterious sky sect's reinforcements had arrived. End of chapter 46:33. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.